Oh, man. All right, how are we doing, guys? Anyone know where I can watch Destiny's OG FF7 playthrough? Why? Why would you want to watch that?
Pepe would kill cows.
Would you, though?
Hello, I am Mr. Beast. The fog is coming. The fog is coming. The fog is coming. The fog is coming. Just gets better. Hello, I am Mr. Beast. The fog is coming.
I super don't get this. Did you see that bet between Medlock and some billionaire dude? That bet is that bet can't be real. That bet doesn't make any sense. It's not real. It can't be. I feel like you can disprove the bet with one easy thing. If that guy really wants to bet $1 million that Bitcoin is going to go to 1 million plus or whatever, why wouldn't he just invest all that money right now in Bitcoin? Like, it's that easy. Why would you not just do that? It doesn't. The bet doesn't make any sense or whatever. Even with the odds he was giving the Medlock dude, if he really thinks Bitcoin's going to go up that much, he should just invest all the money in Bitcoin. Do you consider Seiko a friend? Yeah, somewhere deep down inside that young man's mind, there is a human being in there. He's somewhere in there.
It's gonna fall again.
Damn! Why? I thought the bet was that the US dollar would hyperinflate, not that Bitcoin would go up. Yeah, sure, but then why not why wouldn't you just dump all that money into Bitcoin? Unless I'm misunderstanding something, right? Why wouldn't he dump all of his USD into Bitcoin instead of making any... Really? Hold on. Okay. Your voice is different? No, I just woke up a little bit ago. I did like 20 million things last night. Okay. First, let's see if we can pull a 9. Let's see if we can pull a 920. It's been a while. Sorry, hold on. Destiny, are you still being obtuse about the whole mess in Ohio? The issue was never a lack of reporting. It was the emphasis in reporting. Dioxin levels have finally been posted. Where are the dioxin levels in Ohio? Show me. Link me. Do you think that Snake could ever return to his old self? I have no idea. I'm not sure. You think I'm cool? I think you're so cool. Now that you're reading YouTube, I'm in contact with a crypto billionaire. Wants to talk with him. He played StarCraft. Talks like a gamer. Sure. No. Yo, dog, fix your stream. Wait, what's wrong with my stream? Hello? Your gaming PC OBS idiot. We can't see your screen. Wait, are you sure? Wait, it shows up on my OBS. What the fuck? Hold on. Oh no, what does this mean? What the fuck? Oh no, wait, you're right. Hold on, I'm sorry. There you go. Jesus. Okay, hold on, let's do this. Wait, fuck. I'll take it. I am... Okay, do you want to come with me on a little story? I am so fucking confused. I met somebody who I thought was like kind of cool. We hung out for a little bit. Seemed okay. Everything was all right, or not all right. This person was like, I would say this person was like aggressively normal. She had a normal job, normal life, 30 years old, older person, based. Everything seemed cool. Ugh. Then we got into an argument, I think like 3 weeks ago, over my trauma take or whatever, which is normal. There's a lot of girls that reached out to me who are like, I don't like your trauma take. It's like, okay, let's fight about it. And this person became an unhinged psychopath. And I'm at a loss for words for how much of a psychopath this person is. So she's messaging me like, oh, I disagree with your trauma take. We go back and forth a little bit. It's like, okay, that's fine. Yeah, a lot of people do. But the conversation gets so unbelievably aggressive that like it gets to the point where she's saying like, oh, like you're so biased and you don't do any research on this, and I can tell that you don't do research on anything ever, and it's so crazy how stupid and ill-informed your opinion is. And I'm like, okay, well here are the things that I've researched to make me arrive at this opinion. I gave her an excerpt from a textbook. I think I link a couple studies. Like one was the paper we read yesterday, and then another thing. And she's big on this. There's a lot of people that believe in this idea of bodily trauma, that there's trauma that exists in the body that the mind can't remember. I don't believe in that as a concept. It's also referred to as dissociative amnesia. We kind of argued about this a long time ago over the DID stuff. And she just kept insisting. She was like, oh no, like that's this, like you're not showing me any research, you just won't engage with anything. I'm like, what are you talking about? Eventually it gets to the point to where she starts giving me chat GPT-3 messages where she's like, she'll paste the message that I give her into the chat GPT-3 bot. And then she pasted one of the studies in, and she asked the bot, she was like, does this study disprove dissociative amnesia? And the bot was like, no, it doesn't. And I'm like, bro, it does. Read it. And she's like, are you telling me that you're smarter than a bot with over 60 terabytes of data? And I'm like, bro, and then I link her the excerpts from, like, this is the exact excerpt. This is a 6-page paper. It's not that long to read. Here, read this. And she's like, I'm not going to fucking read your shit if you're not reading anything. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then she starts to ramp up harder and harder, where she starts saying things where she's like, oh, like, you're so biased. All you ever do is listen to your pedophile 10-year-old boys in DGG chat that you probably want to fuck. And you're a disgusting person. You don't do anything. You're going to regret ever messing with me. You're going to regret this. You're going to wish you were dead. I wish you would die. And I was like, what the fuck is happening right now? What? I saw you. You were an aggressively normal person. You were just a very normal person. Why are you telling me you want me to die right now? And it was like, and then she starts sending me, like, all in all, it was probably like 40 or 50 voice notes. And it's like the most egregious types of insults. She's like laughing. She's like, I know that you're probably too stupid because you're a little retard. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Oh my God. If you need witnesses, Mel, listen to me. Because I was listening through some of these. I'm like, bro, this woman is actually fucking a psychopath. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Why are you even surprised like that? I was just so mind blown. And yeah, and then they start like threatening me. And I'm like, why? What is happening here? And she's like, I'm just so upset that you didn't read. And the papers that she starts linking me. So she asks ChatGPT-3, she's like, give me 4 sources on dissociative amnesia. And she gives me 4 links. And first of all 4 links are dead. And I'm like, I don't know what you want me to do with this. And then she's like, you won't read any of my research and you demand that I read it. And I'm like, you haven't even read any of these things. You haven't read anything. You're giving me links from a bot that you haven't read anything of. Why do you expect? And she's like,
Destiny,
oh, well, you
made
can't do
another
your own
one,
research. And I'm like, what? Why? Oh my God. She says, I literally read your article as you said, and you said you'd read mine after. You trolled me and expect me not to be furious. Last straw almost reached, and you're on your final warning, and then you're totally dead to me. Why am I on somebody's final warning? But, like, what is this?
Stay safe, muchacho.
I said, I mean, if you say so, okay. And then they said, okay, good luck with the consequences. And I said, ... why are you threatening me? And she said, because you said you didn't mind. If you say so, okay, you said. I don't particularly want to hurt you as badly as this, but you've been such an utter piece of garbage to me. You've treated me, a supposed friend, someone you had feelings for, worse than I've seen you treat anyone. This person was, I wish I could just stress to you how normal this person was. While playing your autistic little game, my anger grows. I wonder if you'll think that trolling is so funny when I finally lose my temper. You shouldn't have trusted me when you met me. What the fuck does that mean? I have no idea. Holy shit. And it was just because we disagreed over, like, the dissociative amnesia stuff. And I'm like,
Ask ChatGPT for articles to support your argument.
I am ChatGPT-3, my source. I made it the fuck Obama.
Why the fuck won't you read my articles?
is it true this is from negging? Yeah, maybe. Jesus. My God. hold on. She probably thinks you have trauma and you're telling her she doesn't. Yeah, but then she started sending me voice notes where she's like, obviously you have all of this because this is from your unresolved childhood trauma. And I could tell that this is why every single person hates you. And I'm like, bro, what is wrong with you? Why are you, holy shit. It was like some master manipulation stuff. It was some good shit. Good shit. Okay, what do we have going on today? We've got some Trump stuff. All right, listen up. These next 3 months are going to be a wild ride. Okay? I hope I'm allowed to do this, but I have I've signed a 3-month probationary thing with Kick. All right? We're going to do some number of I think it was 8. I think they want 8 Kick exclusive streams a month. Meaning that like I'll probably cut my stream at the end of the day and move to Kick. 8 times a month for 3 months. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. However, I also signed a 2-year Rumble thing. Mainly for dual streaming. But they also want a few cutoff streams per month, where I just cut off and I'll do like the last couple hours on Rumble. So I think for the most part, I think what we're going to be doing is we're going to be dual streaming, and then I'll pick out days either tonight or tomorrow. I'll pick out some days we'll be doing Kick and some days we'll be doing Rumble. Yeah, I'll probably use my Rumble and my Kick streams to either do like watch shit that we couldn't, so maybe like vaccine related stuff, and then and then like
Do you
things
buy
like
ordinary forgetting of details, especially very early in life, or just failing to consciously connect the trauma response with its cause?
Yeah, I can't see where the donation is, but whatever you just said, I believe that's true. Do you buy ordinary forgetting of details? Oh, yes, that's true. And failing to consciously connect to trauma response to the cause, I think that's true too, yeah. But I don't think you mentally black out trauma and forget it. I don't think that happens. But I do agree with what you just said. Oh yeah, and like the What is a Woman document. I'm pretty sure we can watch anything, I think on Kick and Rumble. I don't think anybody cares there yet, so. Will the Rumble and Kick streams end up in a YouTube video? They should. I local record every single thing I do, and then August gets access to those local recordings, so that's usually where my VODs and stuff come from. Wait, what is this? Oh, boom, boom. Oh, I should ask Cake. Do we have embeds? Do you guys know if embeds are working well with Rumble plus? Oh my god, why did I typo so much? With Rumble plus Kick ? I think I should have kick.com/destiny, and I think I've got rumble.com/destiny too. Yeah, I do. I'll finally get my real opinions on trans people and black people once I'm on these 2 platforms. In a video game. Did you like the terror definition of trauma that the doctor gave? Do you think most people discussing trauma see it like that? Yeah, I think it's probably good. I think terror is a good word because it has to be more than just like excitement or something, right? Or it has to be more than just fear. Yeah. Oh, Demon Killer, thanks for gifting 5 tier 1
You
subs.
5 are the chosen ones.
Based. If Kick signs you to an exclusive deal after the probation, will you be able to break? I don't know if I would ever exclusively. I don't know if I'd give up my YouTube stream. I love you. I love my conservative YouTube chatters too much, you know? If you don't want to read the book, so somebody, 2 different people emailed me about this Body Keeps Score book. And they said that they'd read, they both said that they'd read the entire thing. And they said that the book is actually a really good book. They said that what happens is it gets misrepresented a lot around the exotic parts of that like dissociative amnesia stuff. That the book is basically just an accounting for a lot of the research relating to trauma, how it affects us physiologically, how likely people are to develop PTSD, stuff like that. That the book itself is actually really good, but like people kind of misuse parts of it or don't understand it. So I won't shit on the book anymore, I guess. I would have to go and I guess I should just buy it and read it. But yeah. Would Kick and Rumble be a good alternative so shit happens to YouTube? Maybe. I think that Kick... How do I feel about Kick and Rumble? Rumble is cool because they worked really hard, I think, to build out their own, like, server architecture. Their own CDN, Content Delivery Network, I think is what I'm looking for. Which is admirable, which means I don't think they run off of any Amazon servers. I think they have, like, all of the infrastructure that they own and they do themselves for data. I think they were a data company as well, which is cool. And then Kick sponsored response, permaban. If you ever think I'd be paid to lie about anything in my entire life, literally off yourself, you fucking moron. If you, like, fuck you. Literally. If I say something wrong, correct me on it, you fucking moron. And then Kick's advantage is obviously they can run for a while off of Gamba money, but Kick's, I think in order for Kick to succeed, I think they have to try to capture the whole WL community. In my opinion, I think that should be the strategy of the website, because if they can pull all those creators on, it'd be fine. But I think the scariest thing for Kick, I think that Rumble has like the hard part down kind of, and they just have to like start growing. But I think Kick's hard part is going to be, if they do grow, scaling out their infrastructure is probably going to be difficult. That'd be my guess. But what lift was it? 95 by 3? Oh, 95 by 5. Oh, it's that fucking overhead press. Next time I'm supposed to do 100 pounds. I hate that dog shit lift. But I've never pressed 100 pounds before, so I'm slowly working my way there, Jacob, okay? Just give me time. Give me time. Why does your grip on overhead press? Is the knurling on all the bar the same? There's like what am I thinking of? Fuck, I don't even know what I'm thinking of. There's like the little dot. I don't even know. Why can't I visualize it? I see this bar so often. I think you go, it's a little bit wider than shoulder with your elbows tucked in as much as possible, I think, and you go like up like this, something like that. It's like slightly over shoulder width apart, something like that. There's a difference between squat, bench, and deadlift bars. Is that true? I don't think that's true. It might be, and I've never noticed before. I feel like all the bars are interchangeable, no?
Destiny Ongalal.
Assuming it's a standard 45-pound...
Destiny Ongalal.
Assuming it's a standard 45-pound bar. Yes, that's true. No, no, no. Not in my gym. Maybe. There are specific deadlift bars. Deadlift bears are longer and more flexible. They're all 45, but they have different markings. Oh, maybe there are like special bars. All of the bars at every gym I've been to has always been like the same bar for everything. I don't know. Maybe. Your gym probably doesn't have a real deadlifter step bar. Probably not. That's probably like some exotic fucking powerlifting gym shit. Oh, damn. Bench doesn't have its own bar, but deadlift bars are whippier and narrower. Squat bars have a center knurl and are thicker. Bench bars are standard bars. Gotcha. Hold on, sorry. Please update your desktop wallpaper. Sure thing, buddy. I thought I had a thing. What was it called? Wallpaper engine? Why doesn't this run anymore? Launch. Yeah, use all my RAM. What's the difference between 64-bit and normal mode? Does it matter? Do I really need... I don't know. Never mind. Okay. Please select a wallpaper. Don't I have like a playlist? Okay, I don't know. Okay, what do I need? I need like banner art. Oh. Who was the person that made my Wait, what? Wait, I don't get it. Can somebody help me? Is it that this is a little gay, or he was in his lap? Wait, but what does it matter? I don't understand. Is this guy like her his boy, or is she his girlfriend and then she's hugging like a gay guy, or? The guy filming wasn't in the original video. He's joking about the fact that, oh, it's like a Stitch thing. It's a different. Oh, I thought this was like a guy. Or no, wait, it is a guy. Black guy is the reaction? Wait, well, who's giving him the phone? I thought it was the white woman giving him the phone. Oh, no, it is. Okay, hold on, I'm piecing it together. She gives him a phone. Oh, hold on, I got it. Oh my God, hold on, the universe. I got it, I figured it all out, okay? The black guy is not part of the original video. Yes, the black guy is in the original video. I figured out the joke, okay? I figured it out, okay? Back to the lab again. We got it, okay? She's gonna go surprise her boyfriend at work, and she brought a friend along to give him the phone to record the surprise. So she gives him the phone, and now he's recording. He's like, oh yeah, let me go record. This will be so funny. And then he goes to record, and then she goes to talk to her boyfriend. It's like, surprise. And he's like, wait a second, your boyfriend is actually gay. I got it. I understand. I get it. That was the joke. The black guy getting the phone is staged. It's all part of the skit. Oh, wait. So this part was a new part that he made. He found another white person's hand to give him the phone. Oh, and then in the original video, she's looking back at someone else? Oh, so he created together a new... This is... Okay, this is too much for me to follow, okay? Okay, I got it. Okay, who was the person that made this really cute fucking banner art for me? Does anybody know? This one. If you're out there, if you still watch my stream, if you haven't defected as a fan by now, DM me, and then because I need a few more banner things for my other platforms. Destiny, how could the original video have footage of him holding the phone? Oh shit, you're right, because how could she use the phone to record the phone that she's giving him? You're right. True. Wait, what is this? Hold on.
You don't know, babe, when you hold me and kiss me slowly, it's the sweetest thing, and it don't change. If I had it my way, you would know that you are. You're the coffee that I need in the morning. You're my sunshine in the rain when it's pouring. Won't you give yourself to me? Give it all. I just wanna see. I just wanna see how beautiful you are.
Why? Nice. Contact the Japanese guy? Their art is good. Their art is good, but it's super stylistic. I don't know if I mean, or it's like, I'm not sure. Who did my last background art? I should get like all new background shit, huh?
We must stop the terror. I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you.
No, watch this putt. Drive. Oh, drive, fuck. The banner fell. Yeah, fuck. Maybe I should, This is so cute. Do I need rebranding? I don't know. I thought about that, doing like a whole new logo shit and everything, maybe. That's a lot of work, though. We ever change the Destiny logo? It works really well right now. I don't know if I would. It works so well. Maybe. Careful how you fall from your chair.
Правильно. Я решил твою проблему.
Решил.
Haven't we watched this video like 12 years ago?
Моя жена. Чего ты хотела?
Я хотела больше времени проводить с подругой.
Правильно. Я решил твою проблему.
Решил.
Знакомьтесь, это моя вторая жена Сакинат. подруга ее. Все-таки надо выбор делать.
Okay, stop, guys, hold on, dude. I had so much trouble getting work done. It took me like 5 hours working last night. I was fucking working on 3 contracts, updated all my OBS shit, did all my fucking messaging, and I'm getting so distracted by everything. I need you guys to stop leaning things, okay? I need you to work with me right now, okay? This should take 2 minutes, and you drawn this process out for an hour. I need you to stop. I need you all to stop, okay? Okay. Focus, okay? Yeah, I had to update all my fucking plugins on OBS because the new version broke all the old things. Okay, I did a lot of work last night. Okay, there's a lot of stuff going on. Okay, got all my new accounts set up and all my other bullshit. All right, okay. I need a person to do. Fuck, should I just do a rebranding? Dude, some guy emailed me the most try-hard fucking rebranding shit in the world. That he wanted to do for my like media company stuff. I wonder if I should just like get him to rebrand my normal shit. It's like his proposal was really well done. Can you upload PDFs to Imager? I don't think so. I don't know if I can show you the PDF. What would be the easiest way to get it on? Oh, I could like, hold on. I haven't logged into my email over here. I can never open Google Drive on my computer because I receive and send fucking salacious pictures and videos to my Google Drive, so I don't need any of that popping up on stream, okay? Do you think if I show his proposals on stream, do you think that'd be bad? They were just proposals. I don't think it should matter, right? Hold on, let me make sure. I'll just scroll down to get rid of the personal information. Credit him and maybe he gets some business? Yeah, you think so? He put, I'm excited to present to you my branding proposal for your future media company. So he writes this little thing. He gives like a breakdown about like what he thinks is important about the branding of any media thing I'll do. And then he proposes, he's got like 4 different designs here. He talks about the different aspects of them. Concept 1, the memer. He has like a little, what do you call these? Like, are they mood boards? Like these little Pinterest boards where you try to give an idea of like the general fucking layout of like how you would want something to look. This was the memer concept. He had one for the traditionalist concept, our American flags. Mood boards, that might be what they're called. I think this Omni News Network. We got the stars and everything. Almost looks like a Confederate flag, maybe. The Edgelord. Got our little James Bond target practice here. And number 4, the technologist. The Daily Omni. Look at the thing going around here. I wonder if I should bug this guy to see if he want to like do some like mock-ups for like rebranding my. Make sure my email's not open. Alright, for rebranding like my normal stuff, I'm not sure. I just don't know if I need to right now. I don't know if I gain much from it, and I don't know if. But then it would also help me like synergize all my stuff between a lot of different platforms. I don't know. Because by pulling like some artists to do stuff for Kick and Rumble, my I feel like my design is gonna be inconsistent across like every platform I'm on. How do you manage to get so many schizoid gig art? I have a lot of talented people in my community. Go back to the old designs. You guys remember Destin 4? Only the old guys will remember. Only the true fans will remember Destin 4. This is called Core. He learned it from Chris Dew. Nice. Okay, what was I? So I need an artist. What should I do? How do I find? Oh, fuck. I don't want to think about any of this. Get a commission done from Sylvia Ritter. I don't know who or what that is. Is this Is that list for some type of event or preparation? This is my They Are Billion. It's like a research guide. I think there's like one or two ways you can do the research tree throughout the game. Otherwise you'll like brick your save and the things become like soft locked, like you can't win. So I'm just following this guide for researches. Doesn't Shaylin need some? I should reach out to Shaylin. True.
Kind of ironic that a white man is wearing a
The Reddit post telling you not to use a research guide. Wait, what?
woman for Trump and a feminist for Trump.
Did you just assume my gender? You said white man.
Okay, I see your point there.
How do you know I'm not a woman?
I see your point.
Oh no.
I see your point.
You need to check your white privilege, your white female privilege.
Rip.
Bring back the old robot lady. I'm done yelling hell all day.
Wait, what? What was this? What was the joke here? References a 7-year-old meme. He looks like Ronnie McNutt. He committed suicide by shotgun. Oh. Jesus Christ. Okay. You remember the video where the dude said, "Well, I guess that's it," and blew his brains out? I don't really remember that much. Yeah, Destin 4. Hell yes.
Obama, mama, Obama.
Okay, fuck it. I'll just reach out to this person. I can mock something up. Your mic was way too quiet on the Aiden stream. I can't help it if they turn me down. What do you want me to say? What am I supposed to do for that? Try to go full Haas? Not safe for life. Head blown open. Oh my god. Wait, did I watch this? Oh, damn. He went full send on that one. Holy shit. If you're gonna... do we give suicide advice here? I don't know if I want to say anything. I would say, if you're gonna blow yourself up, there's a surprising amount of empty space inside of a skull. Like, when we see a head, we kind of think like, oh, this is the head, and maybe like our brain is like this. I think we have this like assumption. But in reality, your brain is like here, and then like back here. There's a lot of empty space here. I've seen videos of people
Bring
that
back
try
the
to
old
like
dead thingies with the styrofoam cups.
yeah, people that try to like shoot themselves in the face or whatever, and this whole place here, you can lose this whole part of your face and still be alive. There's a lot of like really weird, creepy videos of like people losing huge sections of the front of your face, but it's not. There's not like anything like sensitive or vulnerable. I mean, aside from all the blood you lose and everything, but. What is this? Hold on.
Digga? Nein, nein. Okay. Hä? Ey, bist du auch, Digga? Nein, nein. Okay. Hä?
Wait, I don't get it. What does the burger have to do with it?
Ey, bist du auch, Digga? Nein, nein. Okay. Hä?
Airplane? Oh, because like you're like it's an airplane. Open your mouth, and then but also the scary thing about the. I feel like maybe I get them. They're just not that funny, guys. Try
Then
harder.
you want to do something. Stop getting distracted, lil bro.
True. Okay. You're right. Okay, hold up. Oh. Everybody, hold up. Okay, fuck. I need more art stuff. Done for banners on some new sites. Can I commission you for the work? Question. I don't know if they check their Instagram DMs. I don't even know who. Do I have them on like? On Discord? Oh, I don't know. Good luck. There isn't a big ass space where the brain isn't, by the way. Listen, there's a lot of space in here. I've seen a lot of faces with a lot of stuff removed, okay?
Destiny is going to announce gloves will be part of his new streaming attire.
Yeah, and? Fuck you.
You have an ex?
Like smoke.
You, hi. Hi.
Good answer.
You're a fat, ugly whale. Fuck you. No, fuck.
What are they doing?
Ew! You were like 6X. Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty sat at a wall. Humpty Dumpty's a fuck. You're a
God.
whore. That's why your ex cheated on you with another
Feels like density here.
bitch. Fuck you.
Okay.
Particular individual struggled with her weight, and instead of doing something about it, she blamed it on me.
Hi, she's talking about me.
Ooh.
So Hannah and I were friends from 2002, pre-K, until last year when I stopped being friends with her. I'll show you pics. So that was 2005, and this was in 2016 when we lived together. So in the beginning of her video, she's talking about our last conversation we had a year ago in March, where I confronted her about talking about women's bodies and their weight and all that cuckoo bird shit she talks about. And I was like, are you okay? Are you okay? And no, she defended it all. So I was like, okay, we're done. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, just kidding. And I still get videos of hers sent to me from people in high school I haven't talked to in forever, being like, is this your friend? Do you defend that? And I have to be like, no, cut her off a year ago. And she even came to know my friend group here in Michigan when I was still in college, and even tried to date 2 of them. Didn't work out. So they'll send stuff to me, and I watch it because I just want to see what bullshit she has to say next. And I have a theory about this. Not that it's literally any excuse that she's doing this, because what she is doing, I can't even put into words how disgusting it is. But I've known her since 2002. I do not think she thinks that way. If she does, fuck her all over again. I don't care. But I don't think she does. I think she does it to rev people up and to get more views and to get more money.
They'll train to make a dread.
So all that to say, I'm curious to see, once she does find a husband and find a man, is she going to keep this act up? Because is she going to find somebody that shares these exact views with her? Or is she going to meet someone and be like, okay, I don't actually think this way. Anyway,
imagine saying this.
That last part of her
fucking
video,
people
she
around
says,
you don't like.
and now a year later, this girl is trying to get pregnant and she can't. And weight affects fertility. I didn't know I was trying to get pregnant. I'm not. Now, when I last talked to her a year ago, that was my plan, to get pregnant this year with my husband. So I don't know if she has seen my page from like her siblings' accounts, because I don't follow her on anything and I'm private, but I still follow her siblings, and sees that I'm not pregnant yet. So she's assuming that I'm too fat to get pregnant. And like, how rude, because we really supported each other, like going through a weight loss journey together. I've also seen some clips of her YouTube channel, and she literally lies. She makes up stories or does not tell the truth about her family.
Whoa.
So all this to say, she was lying about that whole story to get you revved up about her stupid ass point that she was trying to make. So don't believe her. She's lying. And girls, if you find a good man, he will not leave you if you gain weight, okay?
What is this?
And people are laughing. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I don't even care if I don't get paid today. I'm just a stupid old white lady. That's all.
Oh, God, ain't no way y'all can start this.
Yeah, do whatever you want to do. I don't care. I'm gonna do it anyway.
Hey, whoa.
I'm walking. I'm walking right out the door. I won't ever be back. And people are laughing.
What is she even leaving for?
Go. I don't even care if I don't get paid today.
What are we supposed to do with this? Okay. Okay. Proof of your leggings ass take.
That's how you do it, shit, like.
Leggings hack.
That's how you do it, shit, like.
Okay, we've got this. We should do the good stuff today. Oh, okay. I'm trying to figure out, like, how can I actually... I need to figure out a way to, like, aggregate, like, political news and shit. So I thought, what if I make a Reddit account for a stream, and I just use that Reddit account to follow a whole bunch of fucking politics subreddits? And then we just go by whatever's on top of it. I just need a way to get, like, political information that's not just, like, what are people bitching about on my fucking... You can make a multi-subreddit thing on your main account? What do you mean by a multi-subreddit thing on my main account? I don't know what that means. Is Reddit really the best place for news? Well, I feel like Reddit is it's a good balance between what's newsworthy versus like what are people talking about. You can make a multi-Reddit like this. Multi-Reddit. Get Tim Pool to aggregate your news for you. True. Oh, is this just giving you different subreddits based on what's at the top here, I guess? Huh. You can create a custom feed of subreddits to follow. Do you want to limit it to political news only? Probably, relatively, yeah. I think I want to get a new laptop. I want to talk more about this Corvette. I think I might pull the trigger on it soon, because why the fuck not? We did our announcements. Probably read this Trump shit.
If you were to do a solid boxing match, what would be your entrance song?
I'm a Pedophile by artist Mr. Girl, obviously. It's been a week. Where's the manifesto? Oh, Max's manifesto? Yeah, good question. Is it ever coming? Trump claims his arrest is imminent and calls for protests, echoing January 6th. His indictment by a Manhattan grand jury is expected, but its timing is unclear. Oof, what's going to happen with this? With former President Donald J. Trump facing indictment by a Manhattan grand jury, but the timing of the charge is uncertain, he declared on his social media site that he would be arrested on Tuesday and demanded that his supporters protest on his behalf. Mr. Trump made the declaration on his site Truth Social at 7:26 a.m. on Saturday in a post that ended with, that's this morning, guys. The far and away leading Republican candidate and former president of the United States of America will be arrested on Tuesday of next week. Protest, take our nation back. 2 hours later, a spokesman issued a statement clarifying that Mr. Trump had not written his post with direct knowledge of the timing of any arrest. President Trump is rightfully highlighting his innocence and the weaponization of our injustice system. The statement said. A lawyer for Mr. Trump, Suzanne R. Nichelis, I don't know, said that his post had been based on news reports and accused the Manhattan District Attorney's Office of conducting a political prosecution. A spokeswoman for the Manhattan District Attorney's Office declined to comment. Prosecutors working for the district attorney, Alvin L. Bragg, have signaled that the indictment of Mr. Trump could be imminent, but they have not told Mr. Trump's lawyers when the charges, expected to stem from a 2016 hush money payment to a porn star, would be sought or when an arrest would be made, people with knowledge of the matter said. At least one more... What exactly is the charge here? Was it that he embezzled these funds to do it, or whether he lied about it? I forget what the illegal part is, or that it was like campaign funds that he used to do it. At least one more witness is expected to testify in front of the grand jury, which could delay an indictment, the people said. Oh, yeah, it might have been campaign finances, yeah. One of the people said that even if the grand jury were to vote to indict the former president on Monday, a Tuesday surrender was unlikely given the need to arrange timing, travel, and other logistics. The statement from Mr. Trump's spokesman did not explain how he landed on Tuesday as an arrest date. One person with knowledge of the matter said that Mr. Trump's advisors had guessed that it could happen around then, and that someone might have relayed that to the former president. Mr. Trump, who declared his third presidential campaign in November and is leading his Republican opponents in most polls, faced his first criminal investigation in the late 1970s. He's been deeply anxious about the prospect of arrest, which is expected to include being fingerprinted, one of the people said. What is he? Does he not want his fingerprints? Are there like other crimes he's worried that he'll like match for? That's kind of weird. When the Trump Organization's former chief financial officer, Alan H. Weisselberg, was arrested in 2021, Mr. Trump watched in horror as television news showed Mr. Weisselberg flanked by officers in the courthouse, and the former president said he couldn't believe what was happening. What was this guy arrested for? Pleaded guilty to 15 criminal charges, including grand larceny, criminal tax fraud, falsifying business records on August 18th, 2022. And he got sentenced to 5 months in jail. Nice. It's related to Michael. Yeah, I see. Michael Cohen, Trump's personal lawyer at the start of his presidency, said that Weisselberg had arranged for the Trump Organization to pay Cohen $35,000 a month to reimburse him for hush money Trump had asked Cohen to pay adult film actress Stormy Daniels in the weeks before the 2016 election to keep her from talking publicly about an affair that she had with Trump. July of 2018, Weisselberg was subpoenaed to testify before a federal grand jury regarding the Cohen investigation. Weisselberg was granted limited witness immunity for his testimony. New York County District Attorney Cyrus Vance Jr. was also investigating Weisselberg when the federal Vance issued new subpoenas. Weisselberg's federal immunity does not extend to state investigations. Damn. Mr. Trump's post urging his supporters to protest and reclaim the nation carried unmistakable echoes of the incendiary messages he posted online in the weeks before the attacks of the U.S. Capitol. In the most notorious of those messages, he announced on Twitter that he would hold a rally in Washington on January 6, 2021. Be there, he told his millions of followers, will be wild. At that rally on the ellipse near the White House, Mr. Trump told supporters to march to the Capitol, where the certification of the 2020 presidential election was taking place. He's under investigation by federal prosecutors for his activities before the attack. Investigators later determined that far-right extremist groups, as well as ordinary Trump supporters, had read that tweet posted on December 19, 2020 as a clear-cut invitation. They almost immediately spring into action, acquiring protective gear, setting up encrypted communications channels, and in one case, preparing heavily armed quick reaction forces to be staged outside Washington for the event. Leaders of groups like the Proud Boys and the 3%er militia movement also started to whip up members with bellicose language as their private messaging channels were increasingly filled with plans to rush to Trump's aid. demonstrating aggression and willingness to fight.
Bellicose.
Bellicose messages. On Friday evening, Mr. Trump's campaign announced what could be his first rally after an indictment, an event in Waco, Texas, where deadly clashes between federal officials and an extremist religious sect occurred 30 years ago around this time. New York officials have been discussing security arrangements at the Manhattan Criminal Court in case of an indictment, according to people with knowledge of the planning, which was first reported by NBC News. Mr. Trump is expected to be charged in connection with the hush money payment his former fixer and lawyer, Michael D. Cohen, made to the porn star Stormy Daniels, who claimed to have had an affair with Mr. Trump. Mr. Cohen made the $130,000 payment to Ms. Daniels to bury her story of the affair. The payment came in the run-up to the 2016 presidential election, and Mr. Trump subsequently reimbursed Mr. Cohen. Prosecutors are expected to accuse Mr. Trump of overseeing the false recording of the reimbursements in his company's internal records. The records falsely stated that the payments to Mr. Cohen are for legal expenses. There have been several signals that charges may be imminent. The prosecutors gave Mr. Trump an opportunity to testify, a right afforded to people who will soon face indictment, and have questioned nearly every major player in the hush money saga in front of the grand jury. Mr. Trump has denied all wrongdoing, as well as having had an affair with Miss Daniels. Any arrest and processing of Mr. Trump would probably combine the routine steps that every defendant experiences, fingerprinting, photographing, with the pomp accorded to a former president whose every move is attended by the U.S. Secret Service. If you're a president in the United States of America and you're in a state prison, does Secret Service protect you in prison? What is even the... What's even the protocol for that? That's got to be like a sitcom or something. That's got to be like the craziest... They probably don't have a protocol. Yeah, I would imagine so. Jesus. Huh. The U.S. Secret Service protection would follow Donald Trump to the slammer if he ever ended up there, former agents say. It's unclear what kinds of accommodations Mr. Trump would receive. It is standard for defendants arrested on felony charges to be handcuffed, but an exception could be made. As he awaits his court appearance, it is possible that for security reasons he will be detained in an interview room or another confined area rather than in a holding cell. And after Mr. Trump is arraigned, he will almost certainly be released without spending any time behind bars because the indictment is likely to contain only nonviolent felony charges. Early Sunday morning, there was little evidence that Mr. Trump's new demand for protests had been embraced by extremist groups, but Ali Alexander, I was supposed to debate this guy 2 days ago, a prominent organizer of the Stop the Steal rallies following the 2020 election, reposted a message on his Telegram channel on Saturday suggesting that he supported a mass demonstration to protect Mr. Trump. Previously, I had said if Trump was arrested or under the threat of a perp walk, 100,000 patriots would shut down all routes to Mar-a-Lago, Mr. Alexander wrote. Now I'm retired. I'll pray for him, though. Coward. Without the platform provided by the White House or the machinery of a large political campaign, it is unclear how many people Mr. Trump is able to reach, let alone mobilize via Truth Social. One interesting thing here about banning Trump from Twitter and other social media is we see the downside of that, right? That like, wow, like somebody's speech was taken, even a president of the United States, that's like pretty spooky, which I think there are fair points there. I've made these points before. However, if it was the case that Trump was still on Twitter and everything, is it possible that there would be mass protests around the country because of things he could be tweeting that people just aren't seeing because it's only on Truth Social? Interesting thing to think about. It remained unclear whether he would repeat his call for action or increase the stakes with more aggressive language, but his political allies made plain this week that they were preparing for a political war on Mr. Bragg. For months, Mr. Trump has been attacking Mr. Bragg, who is black, as racist. Mr. Bragg won a conviction for tax fraud against the Trump Organization last year, though he did not charge Mr. Trump personally. Some of Mr. Trump's supporters responded of their own accord with violence after FBI agents acting on a search warrant descended on Mar-a-Lago, his private club and residence in Florida, in August and carted away boxes of documents in an investigation into the former president's handling of classified material. Days after the search, an armed Ohio man who had posted online about his outrage over what happened at Mar-a-Lago tried to breach the FBI's field office outside Cincinnati. He was later killed in a standoff with local officers. Damn. The unexpected Saturday morning salvo from the former president provided a preview of the kind of chaos that Mr. Bragg is likely to face if he proceeds with an indictment. Mr. Bragg, a former federal prosecutor and deputy New York Attorney General, has some history of prosecuting public officials, but he is unaccustomed to dealing with a figure as high-profile, erratic, and pugilistic as the former president, and it is unclear how his office will deal with future outbursts from Mr. Trump. Oh, no pronunciation. Fuck you. Pugilistic? Damn. What? I didn't find a reader for this. I need somebody to read this for me. It's so much. I should just pay somebody. I need to pay a reader for my stream. That's what I need to do. Oh, YouTubers get sued for $1 billion over the FTX stuff.
Damages, and I want...
Call it seditious story time? What? Use a built-in reader? I don't want to use an AI, okay? I'm trying to hire Americans here, okay? Just unsub from R. Am I the asshole for the blatant double standards on race, religion, sex, everything? It feels like the sub is made to make you as angry as possible. Am I the asshole for telling some Indian friends that they are the reason I don't date Indian men? Or am I the asshole for telling some black friends that they are the reason I don't date black men? What the hell? So you spent a few years openly admitting that they view white women as inferior, but then call you racist for saying that you've been interested in being viewed that way by your boyfriend. Totally not the asshole. Not the asshole, not the asshole. Alchemist. Everyone sucks here. Yes, you are racist. They are clearly assholes. My advice is to get new friends. I wouldn't focus on color as much as quantity. Damn. Wait, but this I'm sorry, this is a 27 comment thread. This isn't even that big of a deal. Also, yeah, this is sorted by random, and this is sorted by best. Wait, this is a dog shit post. Does nobody call this out? Nope. Okay. Nice job. Pro-Moscow voices tried to steer Ohio train disaster debate. Soon after a train derailed and spilled toxic chemicals in Ohio last month, anonymous pro-Russian accounts started spreading misleading claims and anti-American propaganda about it on Twitter using Elon Musk's new verification system to expand their reach. The accounts, which parroted Kremlin talking points on myriad topics, claimed without evidence that authorities in Ohio were lying about the true impact of the chemical spill. The accounts spread fear-mongering, blah, blah, blah. Some of the claims pushed by pro-Russian accounts are verifiably false, such as the news media covered about the disaster. Wait, are they going to link some of the accounts? Biden offers food, water, medicine, shelter, payouts of pension, and social services to Ukraine. Ohio First, offer and delivered to Ohio, posted one of the pro-Moscow accounts, which boasts 25,000 followers and features an anonymous location and a profile photo of a dog. $5 hours ago. Is that like Google search thing up to date, or is that like an old like? Oh, that's just linking the article. Was that not an exact quote from the tweet? Lord, my Lord Bebo. Oh, this must be the one. Ukrainian politicians do not go to war because they don't pay the people at the front. It says this Ukrainian. How do they know this is a Russian account? Do they know for sure? Ukrainian army training with Bradleys in Germany. Looks cool and stuff, but now Russian aviation flying over and bombing places at Avdiivka. I'm not even talking about artillery, that'll be a slaughter. Ukrainian soldiers upset that he got paid less than $14 for 3 months in a row. Where are those $100 billion going? Zelensky's new house? When it says pro-Moscow voices, does that mean it's Russian, or could it just be like Americans that are pro-Moscow? Because if it's just Americans that feel this way, is this newsworthy? Regularly spewing anti-U.S. propaganda, the accounts show how easily authoritarian states and Americans willingly spread, and Americans willing to spread their propaganda can exploit social media platforms like Twitter in an effort to steer democracy. In an effort to steer domestic discourse. The accounts were identified by Reset, a London-based nonprofit that studies social media's impact on democracy, and shared with the AP. Felix Cart, senior advisor at Reset, said the report's findings indicate Twitter is allowing Russia to use this platform like a bullhorn. With no one at home at Twitter not respond to message seeking comment for this story. The AP reached out to several of the accounts listed in Reset's report. In response, one of the accounts sent a 2-word message before blocking the AP reporter on Twitter. Shut up. One account known as Truth Puke is connected to a website of the same name geared toward conservatives in the U.S. Truth Puke regularly reposts Russian state media, RT, formerly known as Russia Today. It's one of the favorite groups to repost. Reset found one video posted by the account features ex-President Donald Trump's remarks about the train derailment, complete with Russian subtitles. In a response to a question from the AP, Truth Puke said its aims to provide a wide spectrum of views and was surprised to be labeled a spreader of Russian propaganda despite the account's heavy use of such material. Asked about the video with Russian subtitles, Truth Puke said it used the Russian language version of the Trump video for the sake of expediency. Other accounts brag of their love for Russia. One account on Thursday reposted a bizarre claim that the U.S. was stealing humanitarian earthquake relief supplies donated to Syria by China. The account has 60,000 followers and is known as Donbas Devushka after the region of Ukraine. Another pro-Russian account recently tried to pick an online argument with Ukraine's Defense Department, posting photos of documents that it claimed came from the Wagner Group, a private military company owned by Yevgeny Prigozhin, a key Putin ally. Prigozhin, I don't know how to pronounce this guy's names. Operates troll farms that have targeted U.S. social media users in the past. Last fall, he boasted of his efforts to meddle with American democracy. I wish that they would post the methodology for determining that these are like foreign-owned accounts or foreign-operated accounts. It's Prigozhin. Interesting. The latest report by Reset. 500 upvotes. I hate the double standard. Ugh. I've just issued a warrant for Putin's arrest as a suspected war criminal. Great, you'll do George. Oh, good one. It seems like it's razor focused on this recent attack. No, the Bratislava shooting. Bratislava? What the? How the fuck do you pronounce this? Is in southwestern Slovakia. What is this, like west of Romania? Bro, I don't know any of these fucking countries. Bratislava? Gotcha. Bratislava. Bratislava? Bratislava? Just said in a Russian accent. Bratislava. Okay, don't care about this. Okay, now we go grab our Red Bull, our daily Red Bull. Let's begin with our CoffeeZilla daily video. Sorry, I don't know. Ooh, dude. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Let's do this real quick. Okay. What do you think is like, what's like the best laptop that's not like obnoxious as fuck? Dell XPS 15. What? Well, because if I've got like, I think for Rumble, I have to do 20 streams a month is what they want. They could be dual streams, but I have to do that. So if I'm gonna meet that, I need to, I probably need to make sure I can stream if I travel a little bit. Go to PC Part Picker and look at laptops. Really? I have this G14, I think. I've got an older version of it. I really like this. It's decently small. It's not super obnoxious. It works pretty well. Should I just get like the upgraded, the newer version of this? What happened to the Razer? I gave it to Nathan. I'll probably give him this laptop now. What is the difference between G14 and G15? Is the G15 just a little bigger, or? It's screen size. Why? Is there a reason why there's no G15 listed here? Oh, G18. What the fuck? Oh, G16. Not safe for work. Please kill me, please. Jesus. Oh fuck! I said Nathan was 11 yesterday. He's actually 12. Good thing nobody called me out on that. G14 and G15 are the perfect laptops because they don't scream gamer. I don't really care necessarily if it screams gamer. I don't care that much. I just want it to be good, like, and have a good battery and all that shit. Lenovo ThinkPad. This looks like a fucking teacher laptop. I think I'll just grab another one of these. But I don't see like G15. Zephyrus G15. Don't they have one that's a little bigger? Or do they not have like the newer models out? Because this is like 2022 and the G14, this is like 2023. When will the channel go live on Rumble? I was actually going to stream to Rumble today, but I need apparently a placeholder video that will loop before I can go live. So I'll try tomorrow. I need to get somebody to do that video for me tonight. They discontinued the G15. I wonder what model I have. I think mine is a G14. Let me check. What the hell are you melon? You better fucking melon. I do have a G14. Razer Blade 15. I used this in the past. It wasn't bad. Get the 16. Oh. Razer Blade 16. Please tell me the exchange of tweets between you and Extreme Blitz are as ironic on your side as they are on his. In my opinion, anybody that sees like pedophilia everywhere is a kitty fucker. I fully 100% commit to and believe that. Anytime somebody goes, oh, that's pedophilia, I think that they're projecting because they don't want other people to know that they want to dick down 7-year-olds. So no, I think that guy is a fucking pedophile. And I hope that the FBI investigates. That's why I tagged him in the tweets. That dude is 100% a wannabe child molester. Guaranteed. So I was wondering what the argument on Twitter is about. I understand linking what pedophilia means, that attracts people. We all agree that 29 having sex with a 16-year-old is probably not right. So why shouldn't we label them a pedophile versus 29-year-old to a 6 and 8-year-old? I'm genuinely curious. I know you think it's wrong. Just trying to understand the point. There's just pedophilia. It just means something. Pedophilia means attraction to prepubescent children. You probably shouldn't fuck minors, period, unless you are a minor, right? But like people are acting like the kind of person. A 30-year-old that would fuck a 16-year-old is not the same kind of person as a 30-year-old that would fuck a 6-year-old. These are fundamentally different things. If you can't see that because your brain is broken by the conversation, that's fine. But don't waste time typing retarded shit at me. Like it's such a patently obvious thing that that a 30-year-old that would fuck a 16, 17-year-old is fundamentally a different kind of person than somebody who will fuck a 6 or 7-year-old. It's a fundamentally different type of thing, right? With the latter being referred to as pedophilia, being attracted to people with prepubescent features. That's pedophilia. All of them are illegal and not good, and child abuse, if you consider a 6 and 7-year-old child. But pedophilia refers to an attraction to somebody that hasn't developed secondary sexual characteristics yet. What? Good. What mouse do you use? I still use the Logitech Wireless Pro, but I also bought the Super Light a while ago. If this goes out on me, fuck. Do I want to buy this laptop? Yeah.
I feel like you always get laptops.
Yeah, and Razer Blade 16 verse G4 Zephyrus G14. Why?
Can you whistle?
Yeah.
Do it.
I only do that when I see your mom.
Shut up.
That's what she says when I do. Her mom is 16, by the way. What the fuck is this dog shit? The Framework laptop supports your right to repair. Wow. When will you finally learn how to play guitar? I don't know. When I clone myself and get an assistant that can do all the boring, dumb shit I do, I need to start writing down shit I do that I have to offload to another person. I waste so much time on random shit. I must be. Okay. We'll get it. We'll do the Razer Blade 16. That's what we should do. Razer Blade 16. Because that means it's a 16-inch laptop, right? Damn, that's almost twice as big as my dick. Oh yeah, shout out to Lewis. He got a right to repair bill passed in Colorado, I believe. Holy shit. $5,200? No, I'm good. For the 4090 model, I don't need a 4090. I play Factorio. Fuck, I forgot that laptops can get really expensive. Oh wait, hold on. We have a Linus Tech Tips recommendation?
When Apple dropped the MacBook Pro 16-inch, there was just nothing really in the PC world that compared to it. Like, sure, we had stuff that was way more powerful, or lighter, or with longer battery life, but there was no laptop in existence that compared as an all-rounder that I could point at and be like, there, PC peeps, just go buy that one. Until today. Right out of the gate, the XPS 15 and 17 mean business. Look at them. The tall screen, the aluminum wrapping around the edges. If the long-term experience holds up to the first couple of glances at these things, then they might just be...
This video is 2 years old. Oh. Damn, dude. How many fucking...
While this may look like a perfectly ordinary...
I heard he got
USB
offered
drive,
over
it's
$100 million for the Linus Tech Tips brand. Jesus. These 100 million, these are real views too, right? I don't even think they do shorts, do they? Or did they start doing shorts?
Upgrading your...
Why is there not a date listed on when these were fucking uploaded? No, I think these are mostly real views. It's insane. Over 1 million views on each video. Their engagement is really good, and they post consistently too. Updated video, the offer clip. What? Oh.
Okay, last one.
We see. Okay.
I wanted to make a back-to-school laptop guide, but if I say...
This is still a year old.
The HP NV14 is sweet. It'll go from sweet to sold out in about 30 minutes. So instead, you guys are getting something even better. A start-to-finish laptop buyer's guide, so you can make your own decision. Also, it will include some honorable mentions, like the aforementioned NV14. It really is pretty sweet, so if you want one, move fast. And move fast to check out our...
Is the sound out of sync? Actually, yeah, it kind of is. Hold on. I updated like all my OBS to like a newer version of everything last night, so let me see. Let's try this.
Sponsor, MSI's
This should be better, I think.
GM41 lightweight wireless gaming mouse is only 74 grams, has a PixArt 3370 sensor, and features up to 80 hours of battery life. Check it out at the link down below. Right out of the gate, the Dell XPS 15 is the benchmark for Windows laptops. It excels in performance, build quality, and battery life. The only small problem is that it costs over $2,000 US. Now, I think Dell might have financing options available if you need them. But before you lock into an agreement like that, I should tell you that it is possible to find something with more power, a longer lasting battery, or something much lighter for less than half the price. The first and most important thing you need to decide is how much performance you actually need, as well as your budget, because these two factors will determine what type of laptop you're looking at. Be honest with yourself. If you don't really need a top-of-the-line RTX 3080 GPU, sacrificing some FPS could either save you a ton of money or get you a better built machine that's more comfortable to daily drive. With that said, if performance is your top priority, you're probably going to want a gaming laptop. Generally speaking, they have the best cooling, they feature the fastest processors, and they're cheaper than equally powerful laptops that are marketed at professional creators. If you primarily want a laptop for school or work that has enough grunt to game on your breaks, you'll be perfectly fine with either a GTX 1650 or an RTX 3050. Here are a couple of budget-friendly options. Any of these should serve you very well, so I would personally go with whatever's on sale and then return it and try again if I end up hating it. If you're looking for something powerful enough to really crank the details in AAA games at 1080p, or if you want to drive a high refresh rate panel for smoother animations, the RTX 3060 Mobile delivers nearly a 40% bump in FPS over the 3050 Ti and comes highly recommended, especially in ASUS's Zephyrus G14. And we've also seen some really nice fire sales on last gen 2000 series RTX models. Above that, however, things start to get a little complicated.
Destiny, your shit is dying. Wait, what's going on? What's wrong?
Complicated. In many cases, the model of GPU that you choose and that you pay for can have less of an impact on real-world performance than the cooling and the power delivery of the overall laptop.
Wait, which video is lagging right now, too?
There's honestly way too much to cover here, so instead, we made a playlist that you can watch called Buying a Gaming Laptop in 2021 is...
Wait, was he doing a thing and you guys were... Okay, never mind.
Way more complicated than it should be. Also, get subscribed because I'm sure that the shenanigans are far from over. Moving on then, if gaming for you means playing Text Twist in your browser or the occasional round of Rocket League, great news. Integrated or iGPUs have gotten shockingly good. So you want to avoid a laptop that has low-end dedicated graphics like these ones. In my opinion, they just aren't enough of an upgrade over modern integrated GPUs to be worth the extra power draw and heat output. Your emulated PlayStation 2 classics are gonna run fine without them. As for CPUs, AMD keeps things pretty simple. The bigger the number, the more faster it goes. And I can easily recommend both their Ryzen 4000 and 5000 series processors on mobile. They have exceptional efficiency, which means great performance in compact or lower priced machines that typically end up with smaller batteries. I would hesitate, however, to go for Ryzen 3000. The name seems to suggest that these are based on AMD's Zen 2 cores, but they're actually based on an older design that is significantly slower and less power efficient. As for Intel, if it's got 5 numbers followed by an H, like this, that means it's a faster model with more cores. And if it ends in HK, like this one, it's a super fast boy and is
Hong Kong. Oh.
generally capable of overclocking. If instead it's got 4 numbers followed by
okay, just tell me what to buy. Oh, this is too much. I'm going with the Razer Blade because it looks pretty. I don't need this 50 million. Okay. Razer Blade 16? Can I find one that's not like $5,000? Oh, like RTX 4070. I don't need this. Oh my god, $3,300. But when I'm done with it, when I give it to Nathan, it'll be a sick laptop. Linus liked this laptop so much he invested $250,000 into the company.
I spent nearly $250,000 investing in Framework, a laptop company with a mission to change the game.
Oh, okay. I think a 4060 would probably be fine for me, right? Quick and simple choices. The laptop to get right now.
If I was gonna buy a new gaming laptop today, it'd be this one, the Asus Strix G18. So I've been testing a bunch of the new Asus devices, and they're all great performers, right? 40 series GPUs, but one of them in particular has very special pricing, and it's this one, the Strix G18. Now you're thinking $2,500 is still a crazy amount of money. It is, but when you consider the fact that this machine just destroys the performance of $4,000 machines like a month ago, it's actually reasonably priced. And for the market, very well priced. So the Strix G18 comes in two variants, a regular version and a premium SCAR version. The only difference between them is that the SCAR version has RGBs on the back end and a light up RGB logo. Everything else is the same. The front RGB, the build quality, the screen, the keyboard, the performance, the thermals, all identical between the two kind of variants. It's just that you get way better value with the regular non-SCAR version. Now, if we take a look at performance, the 13th gen CPUs are crazy fast this year, and the RTX 4080 gives you amazing performance. Like I'd say on average, 25 to 30% better than the top-of-the-line 3080 Ti from last year. And then the 40.
Which one is this called?
If I was gonna buy a new gaming laptop today, it'd be this one, the Asus Strix G18.
Okay, Asus Strix. Okay, that's what I'm getting. Thank you, brave man. Asus Strix G18. $18 is way too big. Wait, is it? Okay, is there a G17? What about Asus Strix G16? Okay, look, what about this one? What about this one here? The Strix Scar 15. And it's only 1,700 bucks. That's last gen GPU? Yeah, but why do I care? I barely game on these things, right? I just need to be able to stream and shit. It's way too small. G16 is the best, just a smaller version of the G18. I could get the 4070 version. Should I get this one? There's the... Wait, what is this? Wait, oh no, over here, sorry. This one is $300 more, but it has a 4070 instead. 16 by 10 aspect ratio? Wait, is it really 16 by 10? The 4070 version is 1080p versus 1440p. Wait, where do you even see the P's at? I'm not even seeing this resolution. Am I crazy? FHD versus QHD. QHD is 1440, FHD is 1080. Oh. Okay, I want QHD, right? Why would the cheaper one have higher resolution? The cheaper one is higher resolution and higher refresh rate. How does that make sense? Oh. Cheaper one has a 3070 versus a 40. Why would the worst GPU run a better display though? The 3070 has the last gen Intel chip. Oh, can't get that then. Do I need a 1440p laptop display? Does that matter? Just get the Dell XPS 15. Bro, I hate buying laptops. Dell XPS 15. What's the refresh rate on these monitors? I need like another 120. I don't want 60 anymore. These max out at 3050. Bro, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Get the other laptop? What's the other laptop? Kai's defending Aiden Ross.
That, and despite like so much that has happened or how people put him and shit, I just really wish that like Aiden would get like some type of recognition. Like I understand like how the nigga looks and like how everybody say shit, but I really think like no, chat, y'all are saying F this, F that, or fuck no. But bro, love X Gen Jar if I could appreciate it. Chat, y'all like are y'all not remembering like the shift the nigga like put on streaming? Like okay, no matter how you was to pick the nigga, but bro.
Yes, sir.
Aiden wants to TOS now, bro. I hate it. That, and despite like so much that has happened.
Okay.
F this, F that, or fuck no. But bro, love X Gen Jar if I could appreciate it. Chat, y'all F that or like some type of recognition. Like I understand like how the nigga looks and like how everybody say shit, but I really think like
I wonder why the Chrome is lagging a little bit on the capture. But the I wonder how my Chrome is lagging every now and then on the capture, but my camera isn't. God, I can't. I'm too overwhelmed. I'm getting this one. No, this one is so expensive though. $3,300, really? For a 16-inch laptop? That seems kind of insane, no? Doesn't it?
Stevie boy there, coming from me Tuesday. I need you to rise to my defense with your army of Daliban warriors. Meatball Ron has taken so many of my supports, and I need new suckers, I mean patriots, to keep me from being anally raped in prison.
Jesus Christ, bro, chill. Okay, what's the difference between these two? Hold on. Like, why is this one $3,300 and this one is just like $1,700? Where's the $1,500 in difference? Where's it coming from? Last gen hardware. This is an i9 1290 12900H. That one is a 12900H. This one has a 3080 Ti. This one has a 3070 Ti. This one is a 1 terabyte SSD. This is a 2 terabyte. Is that really all the difference in price? That sounds insane. Double the RAM, does that matter? Oh. I can't. We'll do this later. I can't. I just can't right now. I just don't even know. I can't. It's too much. This is too much for me. Hold on.
So I've been testing a bunch of the new ASUS devices, and they're all great performers, right? 40 series GPUs, but one...
Wait. This is what Marquise Brownlee.
Emergency mentality. And then in the back, because this has a laptop slot, it is the same M1 Max 16-inch.
I'm not getting a MacBook, bro.
MacBook Pro. It's got the D-brand icon skin on it as well, as you can see, nice and worn in. And that is genuinely what I carry with me every single day, everywhere I go. I use this laptop a ton. I didn't upgrade it to the M2 because I didn't really feel like I needed it.
But it wasn't
which says a lot about how good the M1 Max is. But that's basically what I carry. I would say there's also two little things that I'll add that I have in my sometimes carry category. And so that is these two things. This is the R5, this is the Razer Edge. The R5 and the 15-35 are still my go-to at-home and quick capture camera. I capture so much stuff on smartphones nowadays that I don't need to carry this with me all the time. It's just extra weight, especially these RF lenses, they're huge. So this is sometimes carry. But this is also something new, and it's actually the sponsor of this video. This is the Razer Edge. So this is kind of the perfect on-the-go enhanced gaming experience for me. It puts together like a giant phone, but it is much better at gaming than a phone. This thing has a Snapdragon G3X Gen 1, which is optimized for sustained performance, and a 6.8-inch 144Hz AMOLED display, which is, I mean, I'd rather play AAA games on something like this than a phone. And then there's the Verizon 5G ultra-wideband for the best possible high-speed, low-latency connection. So you already know me. I don't play games all the time, every day. But when I know I'm gonna be traveling, like this is still the bag that I pack and take places, and this middle compartment is where I'm slotting like the temporary use stuff. So it's great to be able to pop this out like in a hotel room or in an airport or on a plane or something like that. There is also a Wi-Fi only version too, but you can play on any service you subscribe to, including native Android games, but also cloud gaming services like Xbox Cloud Gaming and NVIDIA GeForce Now. So that's why having a 5G version of this is obviously so sick, because you might not always have the Wi-Fi connection, so you can just kind of game anywhere. It also breaks down into just the display and computer and the controller. You can just take it anywhere, like I do. So that's available now at Verizon. I'll link in the description down below, along with everything else that I talked about in this video. Like I said, the stuff that sticks around longest, because you don't always get to spend a lot of time with things, it's good to know that it's actually held up and lasted the test of time. So I can personally vouch for all the things that I'm linking and talking about. There's still also going to be lots of alternatives. I am not by any means saying that these are the best items. I do have a lot of selection. There are lots of other headphones I'd be perfectly happy using, lots of other computers that I'd be perfectly happy using, but this is what I'm carrying with me pretty much every day, everywhere I go, and the tech that I use on the daily. So for those who are asking,
one of them in particular has very special pricing, and it's this one, the Strix G18. Now you're thinking $2,500 is still a crazy amount of money.
You guys said 18 was way too big though. That 18 was huge.
It is, but when you consider the fact that this machine just
If you're buying a gaming laptop, make sure the RAM is dual channel. I got fucked while buying one on Amazon. Also, can I get unbanned? BGGL.
Wait, what is this? Does this have to do with the Trump story? I worked on the story for a year and he just tweeted it out. Like, so many people out there were trying to track this down and it just got delivered on a tweet. What the hell? Wait, what is this in reference to? Oh, 2017. Wait, why the fuck? Who linked this fucking... Wait, which fucking retard just linked this in chat? Hold on, go through the logs and find out who just linked this. Who linked this? Search in logs.
$4,000 machines like a month ago, it's actually reasonably priced. And for the market, very well priced. So the Strix G18 comes in two variants, a regular version and a premium SCAR version. The only difference between them is that the SCAR version has RGBs on the back end.
Destiny, remember this tweet, wild times. Oh, never mind, you're lucky.
And a light up RGB logo. Everything else is the same. The front RGB, the build quality, the screen, the keyboard, the performance, the thermals, all identical between the two variants. It's just that you get way better value with the regular non-SCAR version.
Okay, sell me
take a look
this.
at performance. The 13th gen CPUs are crazy fast this year, and the RTX 4080 gives you amazing performance. Like I'd say on average 25 to 30% better than the top of the line 3080 Ti from last year. And then the 4090 model that I tested slaps even harder. So this is like 35 to 40% faster than the 3080 Ti. But the price difference is so significant. Like on most devices out there, it's an extra $600 to $800 more just to go up to an RTX 4090. It's really steep. Now, this year they've completely redesigned the chassis on the Strix devices. So on the 18-inch model, this can go up to 175 watt RTX 4090. But the crazy thing is that the 16-inch model also can be configured to the same kind of wattage. It's 175 watts for the GPU, up to 65 watts concurrently on the CPU. And that's both on the 16-inch and the 18-inch model. That's pretty nuts. So the bottom panel is designed a lot better this year. The previous few generations had these ribbon cables that you had to manage when you're opening it up. It's all gone this year. It's a lot cleaner. And when you open it up, you're looking at three fans. So there's two fans in the regular position, and there's this third fan that's right in the middle that sucks air from the bottom and blows it up across the CPU and
Sucks from
and then
the
to dump
bottom.
off even more heat, the heatsink on the back runs along the full width of the device, and they call this their pulsar heatsink. But this year is just a great thermal system. You get more airflow and more surface area on the back. Now, in terms of thermal performance, it's quite good. The GPU temperatures are very impressive even on full load, and fan noise is also very acceptable. Now, keep in mind that most of the testing that I did was done in manual mode, where I just put the fans to maximum speed just to see what this device could do. Inside, you get two NVMe's and two RAM slots. It's DDR5 running at 4800 megahertz. Some brands support 5600. These guys only support 4800 so far. But for my testing on the Blade, there's seemingly very little difference between the two RAM speeds. You get a 90 watt-hour battery. This has an okay battery life for my testing. I didn't expect it to be amazing.
Just message Linus and ask his opinion, you fucking muppet.
Yeah, I'll do that, okay.
Intel chip. It's just a big device, right? Now, the keyboard is also on a big device, and you get a nice wide keyboard. You got a number pad on the right, and it's sitting on this keyboard deck that fades up to this kind of smoked gray translucent material at the top, and you also have your nice RGB lighting. It's a nice keyboard to type on. The trackpad is glass, and it's got a nice
What do you need the
texture to it. Tracking is
laptop
nice.
for? What are your requirements?
Streaming and fucking your mom.
But the click is a little bit weird. Like the actual click mechanic is fine. It's just that there's a bit of rattle when I tap. All right, let's talk about the screen. So 18 inches, 16 by 10, QHD plus. It's such a nice screen. And when I saw the price tag, $2,500, I just assumed that this would be some kind of mediocre screen. It is so not. It's arguably one of the best screens I've ever seen in the gaming laptop space. It's bright, it's super fast, great colors, and it has a mux switch and advanced Optimus. So if you want to get sweaty, you can squeeze out a few extra frames. But this product overall is just so good. Like normally when companies offer a configuration with this ultra competitive price tag attached to it, usually there's something wrong with it. Like the brand has been like, they twisted something. They've offered it with some weird screen or some kind of weird memory configuration. Like there's none of that. This is just a solid overall product to the point where it makes it difficult to review other products in this category. Like everything has to compare to this if you have an 18-inch screen and an RTX 4080. There's a couple things I would mention about this. Number one, it doesn't have biometrics, so no facial biometrics, no fingerprint scanning. If that's important to you, this is missing it. Secondly, I did notice some coil whine on both the 4080 and 4090 devices that I've tested. It's there. It's subtle. You gotta listen for it, but it's there. There's no way this mic would pick it up. It's that quiet. But overall, yeah. The other thing, size. It's an 18-inch device. It's got an 18-inch size. It's big. And the 330-watt adapter has some heft to it. So if this is too big and you're looking for something that's like this, we have the 16-inch device, the Strix SCAR G16. So right off the bat, this is running the same wattage as the 18-inch device. Like ASUS is so confident in their thermal system that they're allowing an RTX 4090 to just rip at full wattage in a 16-inch device. Pretty impressive, right? Inside, we're looking at the same kind of thermal design. We have three fans, one blowing up towards the full width radiator. We have two NVMe slots, two RAM slots, and a 90-watt-hour battery once again, with only slightly better battery life than the 18-inch model.
Okay.
Now, this device here is like an early pre-production engineering sample that I was sent. And when I got it in, it didn't even have the firmware to recognize that there was a GPU in here. Secondly, there were no drivers from NVIDIA to make any of this work. So I was told, don't even bother benchmarking it because you can't. But a few days ago, firmware came out and NVIDIA drivers came out. So I put it on here just to see, right? What can this thing do? Does it even work? And it does. And holy God, this 16-inch model can keep up with the 18-inch model in terms of benchmarks and frame rates. The temperatures are warmer, but it has amazing performance. And again, I have to reiterate the fact that this is not a retail unit, but the new chassis really does seem like it can handle the heat of the high-end components. The keyboard is really similar to the 18-inch model. It just doesn't have the number pad. It has a row of media keys on that side. But on the SCAR version, like the premium version with the extra RGBs on the back, there's a feature on the touchpad that allows you to activate a number pad on it. So if you're a number lord and you need to crunch math on your keypad, you got that option.
Damn.
Now, it's never gonna feel as tactile as like a regular 10 key, but that's pretty cool. Now, the features between the 16 and 18 are so similar, so I'm not going to go through too much of it. Even the ports are the same. So you get two USB-A, two USB-C, Ethernet, HDMI. It's all good stuff.
My wife will that. My wife, my wife, my wife, my wife, my wife,
My wife. My wife.
Okay.
And both devices have this customizable aesthetic piece they call the armor cap. The smoked gray color is kind of cool, but it's the wrong color. It is an easy fix though. But the real big difference is the screen. So we're opening it back up again. On the 16-inch model, you get the option of a mini LED 16-inch panel. So mini LED screens have really good control of the backlighting, right? You can turn the backlighting zones on and off, and you just get certain zones that you want to be dark to be really dark. So you get way better contrast ratios, and colors just look really nice on a device with a panel like this. So shows and games just look awesome on this device. Now, I would imagine that the G16 pricing is cheaper than the G18, right? It's the same kind of componentry, it's just a smaller version of it, and usually that makes the price less. But as of right now, there is no super well-priced version of the G16 on Best Buy. So I don't know the retail pricing of this. I just imagine when it's more saturated on the market, this will be slightly better priced than the G18. I hope that this thing could hit like $2,400 for the same kind of configurations. That'd be pretty cool. Okay, that's the G16. Now, if you want something that's a little bit thinner and a little bit more elegant, we have the third device.
Okay.
This is the M16. Now, this device is also running an RTX 4090, but it's running it at 150 watts at the top end. Now, the weird thing is that their marketing material says 145 watts, but when I look in the system settings, like I can get up to 150. So I'm not sure what the official number is, but this unit here, it's a retail unit, I believe, is 150 watts. So it can't have the same kind of sustained performance as a 175 watt version. But when I was testing this, I was very surprised as to how close this could get to the higher wattage Strix devices. So on last year's products, like if you took a 30 series laptop, a 25, 30 watt difference in TGP would have been pretty substantial, right? You would be able to see right away on the chart, like, okay, that's the lower wattage one.
Yeah.
But this year, it seems really close. So inside, we're looking at another 3-fan system with the full width heatsink, and this product, to me, just really tells the story of how effective their new thermal system is. Like, you could not cool a 150 watt GPU in a product like this before. No one could have done it, not even Asus. And like, they're doing it, and they're doing it really well. So
They're doing
I love
it.
the new thermal system. Clearly it works. It's a big improvement over last year's 120 watt M16. So inside we have 2 NVMEs and 2 RAM slots. So traditionally on the M16, you would have one DIMM that was soldered on and then one that was replaceable. But this year they finally have a system that you have both slots replaceable. You have a 90 watt hour battery, which has very similar battery life to the G16. It is a bit thicker and heavier, I'm assuming with the bigger heatsink and the new thermal system, it just needs a little bit more room in there to pull it off, but it doesn't feel large. It's still a very compact system. Now the edge of the top panel, I noticed, has this kind of polished aluminum look to it. It reminds me of the aesthetic you'd see on smartphones, like the trim of smartphones. And it looks nice, but this is aluminum, right? This is a relatively soft material, so I feel like it's just gonna
Your
scratch
Chrome
pretty
capture is
easily.
lagging
I
again.
kind of prefer the matte
I wonder
finish,
why.
but it does look nice out of the box. And you also have the anime or anime matrix LED lights up at the front. Okay, the performance on this device is really good, but the fan noise is definitely louder to be able to maintain the same kind of frame rate as the G16 and the G18. It's just a much smaller system, so everything just has to be cooled a little bit more aggressively to pull it off. But that's only for like the top end performance. For regular use and like more moderately demanding games, or even like workflows, like if you're working with video editing stuff, fan noise is not an issue. It's just that if you're going for the craziest possible frame rates, this is going to be a louder system. The screen is also running their wicked mini LED display. Colors are popping, it's bright, fantastic contrast ratios. It's an awesome screen. The chassis is magnesium alloy, and the keyboard remains
We'll try
unchanged from
this,
last
I
year.
guess.
It's a good keyboard, but there's still no print screen. If you're a print screen user, like I am, it's missing. Trackpad I don't think has changed. It's the same kind of
This
feel as
latency
last
is way too high if I do this. Hold on. I don't know if you can tell, but there's definitely audio lag now in the video. Hold on.
device, and same with the Windows Hello camera up top. You can log in with facial biometrics like before. But this device, I'm assuming, is going to be a lot more expensive, right? I don't have pricing on this yet, but because it's shrunk down, it's a more elegant and more aesthetically focused product, this is probably going to be quite a bit more than the other two devices. But overall, there's like a couple things come to mind. Number one, this new thermal system from Asus.
So on this NDI source, what I've done is I'm doing properties. I'm going to, there is a latency mode. It says normal is safe and low is experimental. I can set low for experimental. But now my question is it making, is it NDI lagging, or is it just something, or is it just something to do with like the Chrome? Like does my, tell me when it's lagging and I'll see if like my camera and everything is lagging too, or it's just like a couple things. If the game and the video are lagging, but my camera is not lagging, that means that it is something to do with the NDI thing. The camera never lags.
All three devices it's really something special. Like I just thought of it in the middle of this video. Last year's
see.
device was 120 watts, and like to be able to go from 120 to 150 in one generation on the same kind of product just through like a new thermal system, that's really impressive. And I think this puts pressure on other companies to do stuff like this, right? Not a lot of companies are fitting this type of GPU wattage capability in something like this. That's pretty cool. But the other thing is that price, man. That G18. Like, come on. Think about all the other competitors that have dropped these products that are like $3,500, $4,000 for RTX 4080 devices. You look at that G18, you're like, what? Like, how do we compete with that? I really think that the presence of that thing is, I think it's like it's the warrior that will fight for the consumers to be able to have better pricing with the high-end 40 series devices. Okay, there you have it. Asus devices this year, really good. With one being very well priced.
So what does a $2,000 gaming PC look like in 2023?
Where do the zombies come from in this? Oh, they literally come from all sides. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, fuck it. This is it. The Scar 16. Or the M16. Scar is the one with the extra lights. Okay, M16. Link me the M16 on Amazon. Fuck it. Amazon. Asus M16. Gaming laptop. It's not on Amazon? Wait, really? What do you think I can buy it at then? Do you think I go to like Best Buy or? Okay, I can go to Best Buy later and pick it up, I guess. Okay. Fuck, this was down. Academics talks about you and the longevity of No Jumper, pivoting into debates, blah, blah, blah. Also, hip hop audience despises you and Adam. Okay, sure. I don't want to do too much No Jumper shit today because there's like 20 million hours of like No Jumper drama we can cover, and I don't want to be like the full time like No Jumper drama cover channel. We'll watch this one video, but like that's it. I'll see how much we even care about it.
80, T-Rel, Almighty Suspect, Flacco, who knows what Gina's getting, blah blah blah. Those are not even one half of all the guests that are rotating hosts on the platform. Now, Adam, by both of his channels, probably get about like 30 to 40 million views a month, right? When you extrapolate what the AdSense is gonna pay for that, also you got to add to the fact, like I'm thinking on a business sense, right? Because I understand what bills are. Bro, he bought a $5 million building. He's
Damn.
white, so he ain't on. He probably definitely can afford to do what I do, like just pay it cash. But he probably did, who knows, $300,000 down, and he probably has like a hefty bill that he has to pay in terms of a mortgage. You get what I mean? So you got to pay all these hosts. You got to pay a mortgage. You got to pay people behind the camera. You got to pay security. You got to pay this. You got to pay that. Bro, his bills is probably wild, bro. It's probably not supported by what is being brought in by that channel. Now, when he in first inception, and this is why I think people are forgetting the whole story. The nigga literally said, there was a time, I know this as a fact, because I'm on YouTube now. Like I could tell you right now, I've been live for right now, like I've been live on YouTube at this point. How long this stream been? This stream been 5 hours. YouTube ain't paying shit for the live stream. I haven't made $100. That's a fact. That's just what it is. So what I'm trying to say is that
I will say that for more business savvy or for certain types of content, being able to milk super chats is really good if you can do it, because there have been some people on YouTube that have been disgustingly successful doing it. I think Rakita Law, a couple of the law channels I think were really good. Fresh and Fit are very good at doing it. Pearly was okay, but integrating super chats into whatever show you're doing on YouTube needs to be a really important part of like success for making money on live streams. Otherwise, Big Ack is actually right. You don't really make anything on fucking live streams. I don't make hardly any of my money on live streams. It's generally on like VODs and AdSense and stuff like that. Oh, and VTubers too. Yeah. I'm milking you. Thank you, Al Hours.
if I know and I pull numbers and he's pulling similar numbers, but he got niggas that I don't got nobody to pay for what I'm doing on this. That's why when I hire people, I like to hire them for the brand, because those are long. Like I don't even look at, oh, what you're earning me back. But with Adam, when you're hiring people for a motherfucking channel, you have to look at that. Do you get what I mean? So cool. How do you go to sleep every day? And by the way, this should change. Like the live streaming should change. It changed before I even came over to YouTube. I just like YouTube because it be giving the most numbers. I always told you live stream don't really pay me at all.
Yeah, Fresh and Fit. Am I making this up? I think there's, yeah, thanks Envy for the $20. I think you can see it. When I was on the show, were they getting like $10,000 some of those nights of super chats, or am I making that number up? I feel like it was like they were getting $10,000 some nights on just on super chats, which was like insane. It was at least 5K. Yeah, I think it was a lot.
But it's the same with Adam. That's why he switched to pre-recorded. That all makes sense. He's not getting paid that much money, so he's losing money. Oh, we're switching to pre-recording because niggas curse on live, and as soon as you curse on live, that shit's limited. It's done, right? No matter how long you're on for. I said, fuck, it's done, right? So nobody want to acknowledge these things. He's not making money. Now, how would you feel as a businessman when you got to pay these guys over $100,000 a year, and then they go home and basically all the drama that's probably giving you headaches and this and third that's not contributing to you getting money, they go home and talk about it and add additional stuff and make it probably even worse for inter-office relationships. It was probably not.
There's no way Adam was paying all those guys 6 figures for them to record like 2 shows a week or 1 show a week. Was that really the case? I guess it's possible. I don't know of any that's been publicly released. Wow, Bobs, thanks for the $15, my dude.
Sustainable, I'm trying to tell you. Now, granted, there's a lot more other ways to make money. It probably was making some money on Facebook, definitely was making some money on Snapchat, also some other ancillary deals. I'm not acting like, and by the way, I'm not acting like that's not the only way people make money, right? So the live stream. So if you're wondering why he cut the live stream is cut because, or why they started doing pre-recording, don't make no money doing live streams really no more on YouTube. Twitch pays way more on live stream compared to YouTube. YouTube used to pay a lot.
That's true.
It's done. So now you have a nigga who has 8 people on salary have to make the decisions. What do you want him to do? Just keep paying because that's the homies? Or, now again, should he have communicated right with them? Duh. But he got to make a choice. Yo, bro, this shit is not even really worth it. Let's move from live to pre-recorded. But also, when we have drama and shit in the office, we need to monetize off of it. And I don't know, let's do some shit where we get a therapist, blah, blah. But
Would you sign a deal if Adam offered you to be a co-host? The problem is, Melina doesn't really want to live in LA again. I don't know if I would really want to live in LA again. Because Melina doesn't like the weather. Also, the time zone sucks for streaming. Because you're not connecting as well with your European audience. And then the... yeah, those were the 2 bigs. It was time zone. Time zone was a big one, and then I think time zone is actually the biggest one. Wait, there must have been and then Melina likes like the tropical weather, the beach, all that shit here. Yeah.
Got to be all on this channel that it could make it value what I'm paying y'all in salary. Like, what? Y'all gonna be mad at him for that?
To be honest, I think a lot of that could have been your mic's kind of acting up.
Have you thought? Oh no. To be clear,
that could have been
rage.
Adam is not giving me any offer, anything at all. That's not the case at all. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply it. If you think I did. Isn't Miami and LA literally the same weather? No, LA is a desert. Southern California is a desert. Miami is tropical. So in LA, because of the probably proximity to the ocean, the temperature in LA, in my opinion, is perfect almost all year round. It's very moderate. It doesn't get very humid. Sometimes there's a little bit of rain. Sometimes it gets a little chilly. Sometimes it gets a little warm. But for the most part, Southern California weather is beautiful year-round, but it's a desert. It's pretty dry. Miami is tropical, very humid, lots of swamps, very fucking hot in the summer, not very cold in the winter. Like, yeah, I think the climates are quite different, I would say. What is the better women for you? Probably LA, but that's all good.
But negated if he was actually a good friend and actually was paying attention to what other people was doing around him, instead of being very dismissive to what the other people were doing until it got so big that it
he's always been the non-people person.
I feel like Ak is a pretty smart guy. Yeah, it just seems like everything he says is like pretty. He feels like he's got a lot of experience. He knows what he's talking about generally.
That's the thing. Now, this is where
I wonder if he's going to talk in here. I wonder if Academics thinks that people were really mad about Adam laughing at that slave owner joke, or if people or the Richard Spencer shit, or if he thinks people are just hyping it up. I think people are just hyping it up. They're just like looking for shit to get mad. I don't think anybody actually gives a fuck. I wonder what his opinion will be on that if he goes into it.
I depart from rocking with his stance. I understand the business stance. I knew it was going to get here. I see these things 10 years before it happens. What I think makes his friends feel a certain type of way is because he's pivoting from African American content or content that involves culture or utilizing African American faces to now what the new meta is on. And I said this to him. I said the new meta right now on YouTube, you trying to get a shit ton of views, is to have racists talk to non-racists, misogynists talk to non-misogynists, sexists talk to non-sexists, transgenders talks to transphobia people. What is he doing? Hey, here's this tranny, talk to this person who hates trannies. Here's this Nazi, talk to this person who don't like Nazi. That's the fucking meta.
That's kind of true. Like the Jubilee shit is popping off, like the bridging divides and shit. I still think there's a lot to be made like in partisan stuff. I think he's got a little bit of a blind spot here. Like there's still other stuff you can do too. But this is kind of like, especially for like a cultural crossroads kind of podcast where like, I don't think you could say like the No Jumper audience is like all conservatives or all liberals or whatever, right? Like they're largely, I don't want to say apolitical, but it's probably like a mix mash of people that aren't strictly political. This is probably a unique area for them to explore. They would be well suited to.
Telling you what it is. The meta right now is not, and this is where I think you would have probably had a hard time telling the people in No Jumper. There was a meta before where he was, you could call it exploiting or whatever when it came to gang politics. That ain't the meta no more. Nobody gives a fuck. It's over. Nobody cares. It's done. Nobody cares. YouTube and move on. Right now, YouTube are you debating Tate, relationships, transgenders, racism, all of that. That's why everybody is trying to get into this fresh and fit, just pearly things like this Rogan-esque conspiracy. I'm telling you, nigga, I've been on YouTube for over a decade. I know what the meta is. I just make sure I'm the best at doing what I gotta do, that I don't gotta do weird shit. Like when people think of news, people think of act. If they didn't think of me like that, I'd have to pivot too. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what's happening with Adam? He's been abandoning hip hop. Fuck that. It's not making me no money. What's making me money? Go look at his channel for views, my nigga. Like, bro, I wasn't just clowning Sharpie for not getting no views. Go look at No Jumper for.
All right, guys. I just wanted to give you a little.
Bro, look. Bro, he's trying to give niggas who are rappers. Like, look, he did an hour interview. I don't know who Cash Kid is. It's probably a rapper. He did an hour interview with the nigga. 10 hours ago, 10K views, bro. You think, bro, Adam gets a lot of money from doing other things. And this is what I was trying to tell people. What Adam is doing now is that Adam, the loop.
What Adam needs to do, if Adam really cared about the hip hop community and he wanted to start black voices and he wanted to put the black community back on the map, he needs to bring in SoundCloud rappers that are up and coming, and then he needs to have them react to classic white guy rock songs for the first time. Boom! Now you saved the old audience, you've bridged it with that stupid fucking trend of like, black guy hears Pink Floyd for the first time and is like, whoa, is that a guitar? Because that was a huge exploding trend on YouTube for a while as well. And then there you go. Bro, I just printed the next like $400,000 that Adam's gonna make on his next 5 YouTube videos. There you go, boom.
Lucrative thing in Adam life that is added, like for example, it's always been like that. Even I'm mad transparent with y'all. Like before I had a Spotify deal, anything that had to do with anything I wanted to like hire or whatever with was fueled and probably it was funded by my existing relationships with labels that I had big money coming in from, and also my YouTube. Now, granted, whatever I was paying or whoever I was paying had nothing to do with those things. Those things exist without it. So I'm taking a loss because as a business, you got to compartmentalize. So Adam's maybe bringing in $10 million, right? $10 million coming in. Yo, probably even more, right? But let's use $10 million. Let's say he makes $8 million off porn. Then he makes $2 million off of
the prime days of hip hop were definitely 2016, 2019. It's all washed up and doesn't garner the same excitement that it did with the big names. Yeah, this is so like I only know what I know from like literally like reading No Jumper comments in the subreddit and stuff like that. So it's hard for me to it's hard for me to say for sure because obviously these are my communities, but from what it sounds like is for a while, Adam 22, they had a lot of hip hop culture on their show, and that stuff was like booming. People wanted to see like up and coming SoundCloud rappers and shit. People wanted to see like these kinds of like no name guys go on these shows, get big or whatever, and that was like cool. But apparently that scene is like super dead now over the past like even I think like few years. Like the interviews don't pull many views. Nobody gives a fuck about a lot of these guys. It's a lot of it is just like kind of like petty drama and dumb shit. But that era is kind of past, and now Adam is I think like looking for like, well, he owns a studio, he's really successful. What kind of new content does he want to pivot towards? But now as he tries to pivot towards something else, understandably, a lot of the fans that he picked up, a lot of the black fans that he picked up were like, well, this is bullshit. I didn't come here for this shit. I want to watch like I need more rap interviews, but those just there's just not that much hype around it anymore, you know? That's like the general, I'm not telling you what's happening. That's what it seems like is happening, but I don't know. I'm not part of these communities, but that's what it comes off as when I read like comments and shit on their stuff and everything.
No jumper shit. But he's in the hole $3 million on no jumper shit. What does that mean? You have to take $1 million from your porn shit to fund no jumper shit. Now, why would you do that? Now, maybe some things are your passion project. Maybe you have a long-term goal for that shit, right? But the more you lose money, the more you're going to get towards, like, if I'm going to lose money on some shit, I want to make sure it's what I want to do.
Yeah.
Adam realized, like, yo, bro, like, I'm not going to keep paying for this hip-hop shit constantly. Bro, I'd rather just hear trannies discuss what they got to discuss. I'd rather hear Destiny and some other nigga discuss. So he probably said, bro, I got to make a change. I have zero problem with what Adam did business-wise. You got to understand that part. I only have a problem with how he deals with people. You should know that AD put his life, put his reputation, probably stood out there for you a lot of times, and you need to treat that man, and you should also be very apparent and very good to him in a way that even if there is a leeway where it's like, yo, hey, we're eventually going to have to stop having you on the channel because we're pivoting, he should be the first to know. He should be comfortable. He should, like, play this. You know, I never said nothing about Complex. Bro, they told me, they said, Ak, are you going to sign this next contract? If you do, most likely, we might cancel Everyday Struggle after the 6 months. If you don't, well, in the next 3 months, we're probably going to wrap it up.
The only hard thing here, and damn, maybe he'll talk about this, is here's something that I've noticed happening in business. I notice it happening, me, other people, I see this happening. This is going to be a 1% problem, so most of you aren't going to give a fuck about this, but who cares? There's a weird phenomenon where, like, you start a business with some friends, and you guys are like, let's go into this shit, it's going to be awesome. And you start it, and it's fun, and it's cool, and it's popping, and it works, and that's amazing. But as the weeks go on, and then as the months go on, and if you make it that far, as the years go on, what you'll start to notice is you aren't all built the same. Some of you might be really driven to push that business as far as it can go, and others are like, bro, I'm vibing. It was cool when it started, and I just want to kind of like chill here, and they don't have the same drive to push. And I think you run into this area sometimes where you want to push really far and you want to keep going with the brand, but you've kind of got like, you know the lyrics, right? Like, I'm still here with who I started with. Well, the people who you started with don't have that same drive, and managing that is always really awkward, right? Do you dump your friends? Do you stab them in the back for business? Or do you keep the anchors that are holding you back and never go as far as you could? Like, that's always a really, really, really contentious area to navigate in terms of business and friendships. Also because
Adam also
the guys
put
that you
himself in this dangerous position with the LA gang members. He was constantly being pressed on who he interviews when he's the boss.
Okay, I don't know how much that matters anymore. But yeah, it's just really hard because the people you start these businesses with, they're going to be your friends and stuff too. So it makes things really complicated. It's like a treacherous terrain to navigate. Yeah.
Decisions in your hands because you are the guy for Everyday Struggle. Bro, I knew it ahead of time. Okay, whatever decision I made, it gave me enough time to go plan my next move. I can't be mad at Complex, bro. They made a business decision. They allowed me to make the decision on my end on what the timing was. Bro, we can't be mad at Adam because the dude's left, bro. Like, no way. I'm not going to sit here. I'm happy for AD. I'm happy for T-Rail. I'm happy for everybody else. But Adam made a decision. And again, I'm not him. He has different wants, different things he's interested in, right? Look at this. Anti-porn activists try to convince Adam and Destiny that porn should be illegal or whatever the case is, right? Bro, he likes those debates. That's just what it is. even then, it still does better than when he talks to rappers. He don't like talking to rappers no more. It doesn't do anything for him. He still gets shitted on. Fuck it. Like, you know what I mean? Call it culture vulturing. Yeah, I could call culture vulturing. I wouldn't even have a problem if I did. But I'm just trying to tell you why I understand and I feel bad for him on a business level, because everybody's going to get to this point. You know what? When I communicated with him the day before AD came on here, I said, yo, I hope if I ever hire a bunch of employees and shit got to go like this, I hope I'm seeing just like how Dave Portnoy's seen when it came to him handling the stuff with Barstools. Because Dave Portnoy lost Alexandra Cooper, who went to Spotify with a $60 million deal, and Sophia Franklin, who later said that just Dave Portnoy just was offering them a robbery deal, and he was so transparent that nobody hated him. Everybody said, bro, yeah, you couldn't afford it. You gave them the best option. You tried to work it out. You were fair. We still fuck with you. We still fuck with you. That's as much you can do as a boss. Yo, every boss is going to be an asshole at some point, right? You're just hoping that you don't want to exactly do it like Joe Budden, but you don't want to do it like Adam neither. But these decisions that they had to make was one of the same. Let's talk about Joe Budden. I'm dropping an episode today. Me and Joe, we're talking about all type of stuff. Joe Budden had to go through some of the same stuff with these guys. Joe said it. He finally said it. He never told me ever before, but I always just speculated. I knew. He finally said it on the pod. Bro, these guys never knew what the Spotify deal was. They never had any relationship with it. I was shocked that they were talking about it like they did on the pod. I never knew. I always was like, okay, you guys are talking like you know. Well, I hope you also know that I've been telling you that there's beef with Spotify.
Uh-oh.
He basically said these niggas never knew shit. So when these guys
Joe Budden is his friend. Yeah, we listened to him talk to Adam yesterday. I didn't know they were friends.
What their role was, and then they're like, they came like sharp. Yo, I thought we were partners. No, motherfucker. You have a profit participation, but it doesn't mean you own part of the show. It doesn't mean none of that. Everybody has like this warped type of thing, but this is what someone who has... This
is also why, when it comes to shit like this, if you're listening, if you take any business advice from me, oh my God, if you don't have it in writing, it don't mean shit, okay? Friend DAs and all these like friendship agreements, if you're starting a business and some serious money starts to get involved, you gotta get that shit in writing. Or at least be like getting paid until you've got shit in writing, because don't ever assume that you own shit if it's not on paper. If it's not on paper, you don't know shit, okay?
Who has a business has to deal with. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna
is the guy who got bumped by the Migos on television.
Adam for that. Now, the pedophile shit, that's his own shit. Okay? Shit. I asked that nigga, I said, you want to get on here to talk about it? He told me, he said, he says, yeah, I will. He said, not right now. He says, bro, I'm just not in the best shape to talk about shit like that right now. He's like, just give me a time. I really appreciate it. Bro, I'm going to give you some time. Like, nigga, you ain't ducking it. Nigga, you get on here at some point or we link up, we going to talk about it. I'll press him exactly how y'all want me to press him. But I'm not going to press, I'm not going to try to formulate this whole like, yo, Adam's the bad guy because of how the company went. Bro, no company gets ran like that. I keep trying to tell y'all. He got homegrown talent, and I know some of y'all probably like, move the fuck on. But I'm just giving y'all the whole routine, bro. You got homegrown talent versus you got like talent that comes in elsewhere. Bro, TMZ does not allow, it could be a fan favorite. They can't go start a podcast. They can't go like stream. They can't do any of that.
That's true. If Adam wanted to be a huge dick, he could have non-competed the fuck. Well, man, actually, are non-competes enforceable in California? I'm not sure, but he could have pressured them, like, bro, you're not gonna go do shows after this. Like, it is nice that like they're gonna do shows. Hopefully, everybody's still on good terms, and it sounded like that based on what Adam said to Budden, that like everybody's still kind of on good terms. They can do shows. Maybe they'll fuck with each other in the future, but. Yeah, I remember for Riot, for the longest of times on Riot, they weren't even allowed to have other, they weren't even allowed to have, fuck, what was this guy's name? Freak. Like Freak and a lot of the like blue chip employees at fucking Riot, they weren't even allowed to have YouTube channels or streams. They literally were banned from it because Riot didn't want them building their own like brands and businesses and stuff, you know?
You know why they can't do any of that? Because TMZ feels like that would be taken away from their business and taken away from potential money they could make. Adam allowed people to do that. Obviously, they ain't signed no contract with him.
Arcade Mix and Destiny link up is needed.
I definitely agree with T-Rail. He should have definitely approached them and said, bro, yo, I see y'all shit growing, and you know, y'all all kind of started from here. Let's just all combine. You know what I mean? Like, it'll be part of the No Jumper universe. Y'all still own y'all shit. And whenever, you know, we all support each other, we could probably leverage y'all brand, y'all leverage my brand, and we could get some bigger deals in the future. That shit would work. That's what I've been saying. That shit would work. But this whole thing, go ahead.
Now, separate from, I hear what you're saying, and I just finished, like, you put, I wasn't really paying attention because, again, I already watched them, they shit that much. So I didn't realize he stopped doing the live shit. But we seen Adam try to make a pivot before back to like his side of shit. Do you think this is a pragmatic way to like continue the brand though?
Yeah.
You think like this will be sustainable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's definitely sustainable, but Adam got to stop half-assing it though. And when I talk to him, you got to stop half-assing it. Bro, you want to go into content that's political? You want to go into content that has to do with dating? You want to go into content that has to do with debates? And most of these debates are very strong among the cis white male. Like, stop hiring these niggas then, because you can't. You love bringing Destiny on a show that you can't put none of your star host to debate with him or even to host him. You can't. Flacco's is stuttering like you can't have him with Destiny. So nigga, hire some dudes who could actually complement the content you want to do. If you're gonna hire black niggas or niggas who are cultural, be willing to do cultural content. Don't hire niggas and then want to do content about transgenders. It just doesn't matter. Like, that's not even where their mind is at. They want to talk about what them and their friends are talking about. Yo, YSL trial. Oh shit, this happened with this person. This is what's relevant to their life. Your content, like, it's fine. They're gonna call you a culture vulture no matter what, my guy. Like, yo, like Adam, you're white. Like, they're not gonna look at you like you've held it down. If you're making the pivot, just make the pivot. You've also said that people who looked at y'all as, you know what I mean, the underground interview space, there's mad more competition and y'all don't even aim to be that. So leave it alone. Look at the views. If you look at the views, you know where you're gonna see the views is at? The views is at anytime y'all have Destiny on the channel, anytime y'all have some debates that kind of don't have a lot to do with hip hop, bro, just go that realm. And there's nothing wrong with if you ask me to go that realm. This Destiny Richard Spencer interview, one of the biggest ones you've seen in a while. Look, Destiny, John Zerka. I don't even know who Zerka is. Look, these are the biggest joints on the channel. I don't know if y'all know about the PBD podcast. That's kind of in the realm where I see Adam going, and I don't think there's a problem with it. My thing to Adam is you don't have to try to appease everybody. Like, don't hire a fake AD if you're not still trying to do LA content. I think there was a meta for No Jumper. He was doing a lot of like LA gangbanger content. That shit is not it no more. He's off of it. But also, I can't even blame Adam because everybody who worked for Adam, we all know white people. When white people get done with a toy, they throw it to the back. They don't keep trying to play with it because they feel sorry for it. It's over. Y'all seen Toy Story? It's a dub.
Jeez.
He played around with the LA gang culture shit for a little bit. All right, you be for you. You do this. You do this. All right, let me find out about you. Crip Mac, blah, blah. All right, it's done. I'm moving on. It's over. Which I want. Like, that's what it is. That's what white people could do. We're not saying that he was doing it on some malicious shit, but yo, he's focused on some other shit now. What, you gonna get mad? I'm just telling you the truth. So I'm just not mad that he's switching up the content. I just think that he just should. If I'm him, I would look to get people like Destiny and other people on the platform.
He's probably right. I'm saying all this like half because I don't know the inner workings or like all the announcement shit they make. But if Adam does want to switch to more political content, he probably needs to be more overt about it. Like make an announcement or say like, hey, we're doing this direction, instead of kind of doing like, you know, like 1 foot in and 1 foot out. I guess that's what Ak is saying. I guess like the impression is, and he's still trying to hire people that are not like in the wheelhouse of the content that Adam wants to do, and that's probably never going to work. You're going to have to eventually, like, you can't live in both worlds. You're going to have to make a choice.
And there is a big lane for that. And by the way, I think there's an upside in views for that. I think where he's stuck in an interesting situation is that it's only the niggas that you could get to pay, and they'll be okay with the pay to constantly do content for you. But none of them could, like, Destiny's not gonna take a job there. Destiny streams every day. Destiny got a whole situation. You get what I mean? So, like, you know, maybe the Zerka nigga, but you can't pay Destiny to be the next AD or T-Rail. Like, he got too much.
That's kind of my question when it comes to sustainability too.
But now, you know what he got to do? He got to go find people in that content space. You got to go find the young Sneakos. You got to go find the young Destiny. They exist. They're on streams. They exist. But this is a hard right you're making from hip hop. Do you get what I mean?
No, I definitely get what you mean. I feel like he was using hip hop as the base for his channel in the first place, and granted, he always wanted to do content that was.
No, that's a fact. No, and that's why I think I'm gonna be honest. As much as you say that, I don't think he's that much of a shitty person where he ain't feel guilty about it. I think that's why he was trying to wean it out.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I think he's been trying to do this for a while, but like, if he really just didn't give a fuck, he would just fired everybody already.
Yeah.
I think them niggas quitting gave him a sigh of relief. Like, woo! Okay, let me just chill. Let me get through the storm. And after I get through the storm, I'll rebuild.
Rebuild his shit.
At the end of the day, everybody keeps saying no jumper, T-Rail, and AD. No jumper is Adam 22.
That's true.
He's going to be...
Damn. Yeah.
Fine. Yes, he's going to take a hit. Yes, the sub's going to be down. The view's going to be down. But just like with no jumper, again, or just like with Joe Budden, a year later, y'all fall in love with the other dudes. He has a formula. It's going to work. My only thing is, if I'm him, you see what I see what you're trying to do. You don't need to make it like, you don't need to do hip hop any favors. Just do this. You get what I mean?
I heard what you're saying. Like, if you want to abandon it completely.
Just abandon it completely, bro.
Yeah, I heard what you're saying.
Like, yeah, you're gonna still do some shit with some women, right? Because, you know, obviously they got a plug talk this and third. But shit, like, it was clear when he was talking about it. Like, nigga, Sharp's a bum. That nigga got 36,000 views. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know what this is, but it's got 7.3 thousand. They ain't making him no money. But he was pointing, like, he was picking and choosing, like, oh, that show don't make me no money, when he was trying to get rid of those people. None of this shit not making you no money.
I would have taken the second channel approach, to be honest. I don't know, August. Imagine you're doing No Jumper's channel, and Adam comes to you and he's like, hey, we're gonna make a second channel and you guys are gonna be over there while I do like my star content on this one. I don't know if they would have I don't know if you're on that. It would have been the same when he was talking about moving AD to like the off the Tuesday show or whatever, right? Or whatever fucking show it was. I think it would have gone about the same, I think. And then you also got to figure like, I don't know if he wants to invest in this type of content. Like, he might want to use that studio for other things too. I'm not sure. No, his politics shit on the second channel. Oh, I mean, I don't know. Does he want to build a whole new second channel while his like primary investment and everything is driven in this like big channel for the first one? I don't know. It might not actually matter that much because, yeah, I don't even know how much subs on YouTube even matter anymore. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered. Maybe he could have started a second channel for No Jumper Politics. But do you lose something on your branding there by doing like No Jumper Politics, or do you just want it to be associated with like the main channel? I'm not sure.
And the majority of the views is gonna come from this whole bullshit with people like Destiny and Richard Spencer. That's just how it is.
What's up, Peace Goat? You want to chat, buddy? About Trump, yeah, sure. I just tuned in. Destiny's getting older, and partnering with someone like Adam would be investments into the futures. Adam is already really successful doing what he's doing. I'm pretty successful doing what I'm doing. I don't know if we would ever partner ever. I think we would just work together on things. Like if he wants me on his show, or I guess if I ever asked him to come on my show or whatever, but I don't know if we would ever like partner. I don't know if there's anything for, like, why would either of us do that? I'm not sure. Unless he wants to do plug talk. Haha. How do your videos get so many views at 600k subs and a 4.6 million sub channel like No Jumper gets less? Or DGGR is just more consistent fans or what? My engagement on everything is really good. I don't know why. I'm just a special cool guy. I'm not sure. What I want to say is like, I think I do a decent job at moving along with like what's kind of like hip, as opposed to doing the same type of content for years and years and years. It feels like those channels die. But I feel like if that was true, then I feel like I'd be even more prone to having dead subs because you've moved on from content you've done in the past. I'm not sure. Maybe because August might have thought about this more, have a better idea. Maybe it's because I do a good job at building kind of like my channel and my brand is very much like built around me. So if you like me for one type of content, you're probably gonna like me for other types of content too. It's not just like here's like a political idea or here's like a current trend that you'll like my commentary on. Hopefully you get more attached to me as like a creator, I guess. But hey, what's up?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, how you feeling about the potential indictment?
Well, I think that's pretty likely to happen, given like
not likelihood of happening. What does it mean for our democracy? Ooh.
What does it mean for our? What do you think? Wait, I'll answer, but I'm just curious.
I don't. I think it's really, really, really scary. I'm not sure. Like the idea that a potential president, somebody that could win the election, is otherwise blocked off due to prosecutorial decisions. Not to say that he didn't earn it, right? Like, I mean, you know, if he committed the crime, he committed a crime. But like that's a really scary area to start to get involved in as the United States of America, right? Like, oh, this guy might have won, an election in the United States, but he was in jail, right? That whole proposition. There's so much baggage with that, you know?
Yeah. So to reiterate the fear, it's kind of like it feels a little banana republic-y.
Yes.
And that's the kind of stuff that these failed democracies and failed states do, which is lock up political opponents. I don't know if you know anything about Peru. What do you know about Peru?
South America.
Aren't you Hispanic? We got to teach you some Spanish.
Yeah, muy bien. Yeah, what do you want?
Más o menos. Yeah, so in Peru, all like the latest presidents, all the presidents in the past, including I think the recent one who just tried to institute a coup, and an actual coup, he tried to like close down Congress. They're all in jail. You know, one of them who was about to be arrested, named Alan Garcia, shot himself in the head before being arrested. Okay. It feels like a never-ending trail of imprisonment, like. The old dictator who was president is in jail, and the fear I think that you're trying to express is that's kind of the shit that happens in these failed democracies.
Yeah, and even not even so much that like it is a banana republic, but just that there's the perception of a banana republic.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that first. Are you more concerned with the optics of it, or
I'm
procedural?
Only concerned with the optics of it.
Okay.
Because if he did it, then fuck him, right? Especially for the president of the United States. You should, I think, you can't be above the law for something like that, especially something like related to the political process. Like, especially because, like, bro, this is I don't know if this was the case at the time because I haven't studied the Clinton-Lewinsky stuff a lot, but I know that my mom told me, my little Air Force mom was like, Stevie, you don't understand. The president of the United States lying under oath is one of the biggest deals possible because the president could become compromised. If people know, and I think that was actually the argument for Flynn, that Flynn was saying things, that were demonstrably untrue to other politicians, and if people knew he was lying, that could be used as leverage. So yeah, when we're talking about like bribes related to the political process and everything, yeah, fuck him. He should absolutely have the book thrown at him. So I'm talking about the perception of it, the optics, yeah.
Well, I guess let's start with the procedural constraints on what is the significance, if you remove the optics, what is the significance of an indictment or a conviction on President Trump's or former President Trump's potential campaign.
Yeah, I don't know. Is he not allowed to run or something, or what are the restrictions on that procedurally?
I don't think that there's any reason why President Trump would be precluded from becoming the president or from running for office because he's arrested or even convicted of a crime and is in jail. I think that there's precedent of that in, I think his name was Debs, the socialist candidate in the early 20th century, who got like 1 million plus votes running for president from prison because he had been arrested on something like that.
Gotcha.
And so as there are some bars to public office based on impeachment and on like rebellion and insurrection, that kind of stuff. But not that I'm aware of any reason why he couldn't run for office based on a prosecution or an indictment.
Okay.
And if we're talking about a grand jury in the state of New York, we're probably talking about a felony. In fact, grand juries are usually in New York are impaneled and are you need to have, in order to have an indictment on a felony, you need to have a grand jury. Usually, in most cases, there are some exceptions there that don't quote me on. And so I do not think that there will be any bar for him running. And so far, like, so good, right? I mean, we're not making any additional requirements to be the president of the United States. We're not changing the Constitution. And he's free to run. But there obviously are going to be political implications of that, which I think is the thing that you're most concerned about.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you more concerned with the fact that he could be indicted or that he would never be indicted if we lived in the other world?
Well, both would be pretty bad. But I'm worried that like he gets indicted and then it's like it becomes such like fodder for Republicans and all the people that already feel like the election was rigged. Imagine you've got a group of people that think the last election was rigged and now their president gets fucking arrested and are indicted, charged, convicted.
But do you think this is serious enough for you to rise to the level of worth doing?
Like,
do you know what's going on here?
Do I know what's going on?
Yeah, like the facts of what's suspected to be the underlying conduct that's.
My understanding is that he lied about political payments. He lied about payments to Cohen, where he paid him, I think it was $30,000 a month, to compensate him for bribing Stormy Daniels. I think she's unnamed right now, but everybody knows it's Stormy Daniels. He bribed her as hush money for an affair that he had. And Trump, when he compensated Cohen with, I think it was campaign funds, he lied about why he was compensating him, I think. Right?
And he said for legal purposes.
Yeah, so it's for legal purposes, yes.
Yeah. So I guess I'll start with the first act there, which is, do you think that it should be against the law if Trump had not done to just pay someone for a non-disclosure agreement? And, in exchange for you not talking about this story,
I don't think that's against the law, is it?
No, I don't think it is, and I don't think it should be, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything on the face of that.
Newspapers and magazines do this all the time, right? They'll purchase a story and they'll have exclusive rights to it. And so we don't really care. It's not a bribe in the sense of what we're talking about, where it's like corruption stuff, right? Yeah. Where it would be in exchange for some kind of improper service. The overlying deal seems like totally fine. Like if Trump wants to pay to have I don't know. What do you think? Because there's a lot of controversy about that with respect to Me Too stuff, where powerful people have had NDAs with people that they've had sex with. Do you think that is? I mean,
assuming they have good legal representation and they agree to it, no, I don't think there's necessarily a problem there. Because it requires the agreement of the offended party, right? Or the afflicted party to say, yeah.
Okay, so we're cool on that. And so the only problem would be the way that the payment was made and what its purpose was.
Correct, yeah.
With respect to either campaign finance laws or any state-related fraud and tax stuff, right? Or business record stuff. So the underlying facts are, I think that there were, I'm not an expert on this, I'm somewhat read into it, but not a ton. But as I recall it, there were 2 women with stories prior to the 2016 election that had alleged an affair with Trump. In the first woman, she went to the National Enquirer or some other equivalent organization, and it wasn't Stormy Daniels, to pay for them and paid in exchange for like $150,000, something like that, to have the exclusive rights to the story. And Michael Cohen kind of worked with National Enquirer and that magazine in order to facilitate that payment. And the argument from the federal prosecutors, remember this is federal campaign finance law, is is for the Michael Cohen stuff.
Yeah.
Is that this amounted to a violation of that because he was making another corporation. Corporations are not allowed to give contributions to campaigns. I'll say it again. Corporations are not allowed under federal law to give contributions to political campaigns.
Correct. This is why they use like the super PAC route and everything, right? It allows them to.
Right.
Yep.
And keep in mind that's different from an individual expenditure. So corporations are free to like spend money on ads, right, and spend money on themselves, but contributions are banned from corporations. And so Michael Cohen induced this payment, and the argument goes this payment was to help Trump in the campaign by not having that story be released. And then with the Stormy Daniels one, he actually paid it himself through some kind of shell entity to Stormy Daniels, and that payment was above the threshold of like whatever $2,000 that he's allowed to give
for personal whatever bullshit
for personal stuff. And so that was also a contribution that broke the law. So that all seems above board. That all seems fine. What's the problem?
What do you mean
with
it seems fine?
That all makes sense, right?
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. It's not fine. It's not above board.
It's not fine, right?
Okay, yeah.
It's violating law.
Yeah.
Why do you think Trump should be in trouble for that?
Because I think that Trump directed those payments to Cohen and lied about what they were for, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the issue I think that he's being.
If Trump had actually used campaign funds to pay Stormy Daniels directly, would you have a problem with that? Or do you,
it would just come down to a matter of the law. I don't know. Is that legal or illegal? Like, let's say I'm running for office and I think there's some information that might be damaging to me. Could I use campaign funds to cover that comment? I don't. If it's legal, then that's fine. It doesn't. On its face, it doesn't seem like it would be illegal to me. It doesn't seem like a bad thing, but.
Right. So, like, I think that in those, I'm not an expert on campaign finance law, so just putting that out there, so someone might know better than me. But if you're using, just like you would any other contract, campaign funds are used to buy contracts with, like, music artists, to buy all sorts of things. And so why would it be, as long as you know what you're when you're soliciting funds, that they know that it's going to you for whatever the purpose that you might think.
Yeah.
I don't know if there would be a problem necessarily with that. But if Trump got a contribution, that is the payment to Stormy Daniels or the payment to the other woman in the National Enquirer, and didn't disclose it, that could potentially be a problem under campaign finance law, because you're supposed to disclose all contributions.
Didn't, right?
Yeah. Even though he did not make an unauthorized contribution, if he knowingly received one and didn't disclose it, that could be a problem. But then the federal prosecutors aren't going after him for that, though. And federal prosecutors are the ones who have jurisdiction over federal crimes. Asterisk. And so what's going on here is state prosecutors in Manhattan, the Manhattan DA, is going after Trump for roughly the same conduct. We don't actually know what the charges are going to be, but related to falsification of probably business records and maybe like money laundering or something like that, where he's falsifying, because he's saying that he's using this money for legal expenses when he knows he's not. He's using it as hush payments. What would otherwise potentially be acceptable expenditures would be a violation of the law under New York state law.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's serious enough to get him indicted on a felony, the former president?
I mean, if he's breaking the law, he's breaking the law, right? Especially related to like campaign or business related stuff. Like, yeah, I think it's in the wheelhouse of like his job as a fucking politician, right?
Yeah. Well, what about all your concerns about like if this were just a misdemeanor offense, would you want him to be arrested for it? Would you want him to have to go up and surrender to the police and to the prosecutor's office?
I think it would depend on what the misdemeanor offense was.
Yeah, I think it's a tough.
Yeah, like let's say that he was driving on an expired license because he hadn't re-registered when he was like president, and he gets pulled over while driving or something, and it's like this is technically like a class C misdemeanor. Like, probably not at that point, especially because you've got so much discretion from the officer there. But for something like this, I mean, like, it feels like, as president of the United States, like, this is actually kind of something that's like right in your wheelhouse, right? How you're directing campaign contributions. Well, it was in the service of him becoming president, right? That's why these payments were made, right?
But the contributions, if they were made, or that they were made, were before he was president.
Yeah.
Though presumably the payments to Cohen occurred after he was president. So it's conduct while he's president of the United States.
Yeah.
I guess, and also conduct before that. I think that the more serious offenses relate to the election stuff and relate to the classified document stuff. And I'm concerned.
Well, I don't know about that yet. I don't know. Can we know?
that?
Or wait, which ones are we talking about specifically?
The investigation in the Atlanta investigation in Georgia related to his phone calls with both the Secretary of State's office in Georgia.
Oh, are those investigations still alive?
Yeah.
I thought we just moved on from that and we were like, fuck it,
Nah,
we just
bro.
did that.
That's
we just
alive.
accepted it and moved on.
That's alive. And also the January 6th one that's being investigated by federal prosecutors in the classified documents case. Those are still alive. And I think that those ones are more serious.
Yeah, I would agree.
And
but if the New York one is moving along quicker, what are you concerned about?
I'm concerned about what you're concerned about, which is that there'll be a sense of illegitimacy if this case does not stick and if it's not rock solid. Because before it was looking like the Manhattan DA's office wasn't going to prosecute this particular thing, and for whatever reason now they're doing it. Maybe because they got new evidence or something.
Here's like
here's
like an interesting thing from a prosecutor point of view is, do they need to be thinking more politically when it comes to doing these charges? Because I imagine you'd probably find a big division in some of these places where they're like, my job is to do legal stuff and fuck politics. Whereas for other people, I'm sure that they're, right, like this was like the Comey dilemma, right? Like, okay, well, maybe your job is to have a greater responsibility too. I'm thinking a lot of the Andrew Tate case, that like they have a job to, restrain him for up to 180 days while they finish their investigation. Like, what if it was the case that this was, like maybe they were like, for any other person, we would definitely hold them on this, even if it's not like the greatest grounds. So, for Andrew Tate, we'll do it. But, and then let's say that Andrew Tate gets released and it's like, well, there is a world where Andrew Tate gets released after 180 days and they don't file charges, but like everything was fine. It's just how they normally conduct it. He did have a lot of shady shit. They investigated, they found nothing. But like politically, that's going to look fucking insane to everybody. Yeah. So should that be, I wonder. But then also it's like, is there like a greater threshold of evidence? Because now if you start to consider that politically, you've actually created the world where wealthy people live by different rules, right? Like if you were Joe Schmo, you'd be in jail for 6 months while we investigate it. But since you're really famous on the internet, we're going to give you a bit more leeway to make sure we're extra safe about how we do things. Is that okay?
I think that it cannot possibly be the case that when you're a prosecutor looking into the former president or someone else of importance, that plays no consideration in how you proceed with the case or how you think about the case. I'm okay with a prosecutor's office charging regular people before elections, but I'm not okay with you charging people related to those elections a month before the elections, or announcing some kind of serious investigatory steps before the election. And so there is a kind of,
probably depending on what's going on though, right? Like if Trump murdered somebody, then so that's not a principled position. That's like we're looking at, it's like a consequential, we're trying to figure out like, okay, well, what's so bad that it has to be charged versus like what's like, maybe we should hold off on this. That's a really hard thing.
What hits that threshold for you? What would be justification to charge Trump right before the election, let's say?
I feel like it's one of those, like the Supreme Court thing, like I'll know it when I see it. I feel like it's just one of those, you gotta have to feel it. Like I said, for like a speeding ticket, probably not. For any sort of
driving.
Yeah, that's a harder one. What if it's like drunk driving? Because even what if it's drunk driving where like he gets pulled over, he blows like right at the limit and it's like whatever, versus what if it's a drunk driver where he's pulled over because of like fucking willful reckless endangerment and they're like, holy shit, and he's like totally wasted, right? But I don't even like, and I'm sure there's a lot of prosecutors or people in the system that would agree, like, it probably doesn't feel good to ever think about this. You don't ever want to be thinking about, like, what are the political consequences of pursuing this? But, I mean, what? Yeah, I mean, because, like, for the validity of your institution, maybe that's, like, the most important thing to keep in mind,
Yeah, I mean, Alvin Bragg is about to have what I think, because I think what's going to happen is that he is going to get indicted by a grand jury. He's about to have the entire world looking at him. This has never happened before. And if you have some stuff like the Lisa Page, Peter Strzok stuff going on in the office.
Oh yeah, like
that
just
entire
one leak.
office was
And everybody's cell phones are going to be looked at. Every reporter is going to be looking for fucking leaks. Everybody, yeah, like you said, with a magnifying glass, every single thing is going to be analyzed so hard.
Speaker
Have
of
you
the
ever
House.
made a post on Instagram where you said "fuck Trump" or anything like that? Yeah.
The Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, has said that he's interested in investigating the investigators and looking into and charges haven't even been filed.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, because we
We
technically
don't
don't even know. It looks like it, but we technically don't even know if it's going to happen right now.
This is uncharted. We don't know what's going to happen in response to this. And think about what do you think that the Trump people in the right wing they're going to abandon Trump because of this?
Wow.
Be honest.
If he's guilty, I think they've already kind of
I'll
started
start
to
with
pull
the easy
away.
cases. I'll start with easy cases. You're talking a lot to like red pill people, the sneakos. What's this guy?
Oh no,
that
no,
just
no.
ate in Ross's?
Oh no, the non-politicians.
There's no world.
No.
Yeah.
Literally, the most prescient thing that Trump has ever said is he could shoot somebody on what, like 6th Avenue or some shit, and nobody would care. That's true.
Yeah.
That's actually true. I don't think Trump could do anything at this point to dissuade his, unless he turns his back on like the populist stuff. Like probably one of the most unpopular things he has amongst his followers is being pro-vaccine. Because he wants to take credit for it so much. So yeah, as long as he maintains like the whole Matrix fucking the deep state shit, I don't think anybody would ever pull away from him.
So what's the risk to Trump? Is it just donors? What is it?
What's the risk of a Trump conviction?
Trump being indicted. Is
well,
there
his
a
hardcore
risk?
supporters won't, but it's going to give a lot of ammunition to like the DeSantis side. And goddamn, I can't imagine him. But I could imagine a lot. But I can't imagine him surviving a fucking primary where I feel like I would just run clips back to back to back of him saying like, if you're under investigation by the blah blah blah, you shouldn't be running for. And then it's just like Trump convicted. February 27th, 2023. It would just play it over and over and over and over and over again if I was DeSantis, and it's like, holy shit. And he did it. And not only did he do it, but especially if he's against somebody cleaner like DeSantis, assuming DeSantis is cleaner, he did it to fuck a porn star behind his wife's back. Yikes, fam. Maybe for younger conservatives, because these guys have no values and no principles. Anything, but for like older people, like that shit kind of oof. That shit's a little oof, I think.
Yeah. Here's a scenario I want you to consider. Consider that President Biden loses the election and loses to Trump, and the matters don't conclude. And let's say that, first of all, should the matters continue? If Trump is elected president and he has this indictment and let's say one or two other indictments related to one of the federal investigations and maybe even the Georgia one, should those criminal actions proceed when he assumes the office?
I don't know. Wasn't that untested legal ground that we weren't sure if you can you investigate a sitting president for like a crime? I don't know what the answer to that is.
The OLC, which the Office of Legal Counsel, is a component of the Department of Justice, which gives legal advice to various agencies as well as the DOJ. The current opinion of the OLC is that a sitting president cannot be federally indicted. There is no consensus, though, on state indictments, and this would be post-indictment activities.
Yeah,
So
this is
let's say
why
that-
I heard, obviously these are all just like memes, but that was why people were saying that Trump was really scared of losing the election, was because New York could go after him or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. Although, actually, wait, I guess that's not the federal one, so I don't even know why people were saying it, but I heard that was one of the things. Maybe because he could pardon himself or something, but yeah, I don't know. But go ahead.
He can't pardon himself for state offenses, but
He
let's say that
can?
he's
Okay.
convicted, and let's say he has to go to jail for a year. What happens if he's in jail? Does the Constitution say that he has to be let out? I mean, he can't be president and be in a
jail?
correctional facility, can he?
I have no idea, dude.
That's nuts.
We also don't know what, like, if he goes to jail, does the Secret Service go with him?
I think they would.
It's just
what,
a
are you gonna put him in
wacky
Gen
life.
Pop?
Yeah, I know. That's like, I don't know. It's just wacky as fuck.
Where do you put him?
Yeah.
This is so messed up.
Yeah.
And we haven't had to face this for so long, I think, because of norms. I think we talk about this all the time, that so much of our...
Yeah, because usually people that are to be president
Yeah.
aren't doing these types of stupid fucking crimes.
And, he's a resident of Florida. I don't actually know what the law is about felons voting in Florida. But like, is there a world in which Trump could be a convicted felon and not
can't
allowed
vote
to vote
in the state that he
of Florida?
resides? Yeah.
And he's president?
How crazy that, like, because isn't there always like a picture or like video of like the president voting for themselves with their family or whatever?
Yeah,
Imagine if like
always,
Trump
yeah.
misses that photo op because he's fucking not legally allowed to vote.
Yeah, I don't know if you have to, in Florida, you have to be convicted in Florida for that to apply. I actually don't know what the law is. And I think they might have actually passed a law to try to enfranchise people again. So I'm not sure about that. But it is the case that in some states that felons aren't allowed to vote. And so I'm curious, what are the ramifications to Trump if he is convicted? In all likelihood, I don't think there's a world in which Trump is going to plead guilty to any of these offenses. And even if he's not convicted in time for, let's say if he hypothetically wins, what about trials, right? Is there a trial going on during Trump's second term if he wins?
Like, imagine you've got like the president like doing the State of the Union, and then like the next day it's like court TV with him sitting like while cross-exam is happening from like fucking, yeah, Jesus Christ. It's just like, yeah, it's so wild in so many different ways, right?
Yeah. I honestly don't think, I think this is the bed that Republicans have made. And if you were to give me a bet right now, and I had to bet $1 million on who was going to win this nomination, you know, indictment or no indictment, my vote's Trump every single time.
You really think he's winning over DeSantis still?
Yes.
Huh. Why is that?
I think DeSantis has a real shot, but if you were to be honest with yourself, Destiny, right now, $1 million, you have to bet on one person to be the Republican nominee. Who are you putting that money on?
I feel like DeSantis would do it right now, but I'm not sure. I could be wrong. Trump, I think, is still winning in the polls, but I don't know nationally. I feel like DeSantis could do a lot on the campaign trail that he hasn't had the chance to yet, right? People get a little bit of him in like the news and everything, but he hasn't really gotten to like flex his political chops like on a presidential campaign trail like Trump did. So it might be the case that when more of like Republican America is more broadly exposed to him, they get a more favorable opinion of him, and then that becomes something. Or maybe not, I don't know. But that's just, yeah, I'm not sure.
If DeSantis does win and Trump is under like criminal process or whatever, continuing what's going on in New York, what does Trump do if DeSantis
I think
wins?
he still
Does
tries to
does he
run
support
as an independent.
DeSantis?
No, Trump never, ever. He didn't even fucking go to the, he didn't go to Biden's like inauguration, right? Isn't he like the first president to ever do that?
Yeah.
Why the fuck
Yeah,
would he
the first one
support
I know.
DeSantis? Yeah, I don't think. He would be so fucking salty.
In which case, I think the Republicans are fucked.
Yeah, no, I think no matter what, the Republicans are fucked right now because you have like because Trump's fan base represents a significant part of the Republican Party, right? They're totally
100%.
fucked. Yeah,
and Trump's going to eviscerate DeSantis, or we're going to try to.
Yeah, of course. He already
campaign.
put Meatball Ron and all. Like, yeah, he's already the pedo grooming shit. Like, yeah, of course. Yeah, you'll try.
It's going to be no holds barred, and it's not going to be like one of those things. It's going to be like the Bernie supporters who couldn't bring themselves to support Clinton.
Yeah, but they were such a minority of the Republican.
They're such a minority, right?
Of the Democratic Party.
But
yeah.
Think about how, for Trump, there are, I think, what do you think, 20% of Republican voters at least who only want Trump and will do whatever Trump says.
I think that number is way higher. Yeah.
And the only places where that hasn't turned out are like in state elections with very popular governors. But even there, right? Even there, the Trump candidates have like a very strong showing against incumbent Republican governors, right? They're losing by 10, 15 points or something, but they're still gathering 20, 30% of the population, or the Republican voters. And so I think the Republicans are fucked. But if Biden loses, or if, let's say that for whatever reason Biden can't run,
yeah,
the worst possible scenario would be, I think it intensifies the danger if Trump gets in office.
What do you mean it intensifies the danger?
The indictments. Because I think that will absolutely unhinge Trump in every conceivable way. And that the next 40 years, I don't even know if we'll have a country anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean,
we need to get over this. We need to pass this kidney stone that is Donald Trump.
But you're fighting like Zoomers who support him.
Nah, they're not even politically fucking relevant. I think the biggest issue is the older contingent of people that are still Like January 6th wasn't all Zoomers, right? It was mainly like middle-aged older people if you looked outside and shit, like fat, olding, or balding Republican.
I'm not trying to blame all the Zoomers, but there's something about Trump that hasn't gone away, and people are enamored by him, and nothing he'll do will change their mind. And I think that's
it's like the meme
very
power or whatever.
scary.
Right? Yeah, it is scary, but I mean that's
How you been, bro? You're getting a lot of fights.
Okay, none of them have been like big. It's like they blow over pretty fast. So still waiting for our good friend Mr. Girl to drop his big expose someday. It's coming.
Are you gonna respond to that?
The more I think about it, the more I think I just shouldn't say anything at all. Like let it, because right now he has no reach. Chud might go over it, but I honestly I don't like to talk about it much because I feel like I'm giving him free tips. But like he needs to find a way to make it way more concise than it actually is. And because apparently it's like 150 pages right now. Yeah, and I also think that the problem is I think that, keep in mind, I think he's legitimately mentally ill. He's like at the very least like personality disordered. So I don't know if he's capable of sifting through what's important or what's not. And if he thinks that everything is like the most horrible sexually abusive shit or whatever, then like it's going to be very easy to tear down the article based on a lot of the weaker evidence in there, right? Like if he's got like one or two really shocking stories about me like trading sex for airtime or some shit, he should just expand on that, and then that's the whole article. But he's going to have like 150 things of like random things I've said to Lav and him or whatever that's going to undermine everything else in there, I think.
Yeah.
Did you hear the recent thing where he said that he was upset, or he was talking about me calling him a pedophile?
Yeah, why'd you do that?
I didn't. In a message,
didn't you say he was a rapist?
Yeah, he is that though. But
I should have said that. Right?
But in a message I made to Lav, I was expressing my frustrations one of the nights after I called her or DM'd her, and I said some shit where I was like, "Do you know how fucking annoying it is that that like a guy that's known on the internet as like the pedophile cuties dude is running around DMing every single new woman I talked on stream?" And Mr. Girl
so you said that he's known as that.
Yeah,
but you didn't call him that.
Yeah, but Mr. Girl's saying like this is a way of Destiny like covertly calling me a pedophile without actually owning the position. I'm like, no, that's not even what that conversation was about. But yeah, but there's like I see him do like
calling you that guy.
Yeah, true. I see so many people. I see him making so many quote unquote mistakes like that. Or there's also unbelievable mistakes, right? So he's been working on this article for months. So he must be like obsessively going over all the material and shit. But then like he did this weird thing on Twitter where somebody, I don't remember why, but it came up where he was like, I've never called Destiny my boss before. I don't know why you would say that. Post a link to that or I'm blocking you. And then like immediately there's like 20 times where he said like Destiny is our boss. He's all of our bosses. And it's like, if you've been working on this article for so long, how the fuck did you forget that? Right? Like that's like a pretty big point of your criticism. So like, I don't even know like what's going on in his brain right now in terms of like how he's like handling everything. Cause it seems like he's just living in another world.
Is there anything you regret about do you ever think about those things? Like honestly have a conversation like, oh, there's some things I should say to certain freaking guests on my stream that because I have a position of authority, I have to be careful about X. Is there any? Do you ever have a moment of
I try to warn people about like abuse and stuff, but it's really hard because people just don't know until it happens, you know. And it's hard to know. Like even like it was funny because even the Farrah girl, the one that clipped me or whatever, like she's been going through a ton of stress over like all the stuff getting posted. And it's funny to see how different people react to things because she's got like 2 million fucking followers on TikTok. She's been through the Fresh and Fit ringer, but like everybody handles like different things a bit differently, and there's no real way to like prepare somebody for it. So I can tell people things, but at the end of the day, like that's kind of all I can do, you know.
Yeah. You kind of said some stupid shit though, huh?
What do you mean?
Well, we don't have to get into it if you don't want to, but that clip kind of sussed me out.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean.
Wait, I don't know what you mean. Wait, just say it.
The clip that Farrah posted.
Oh. Yeah, wait, but do you know why it was so weird? Wait, have you followed any of this?
Yeah, I think so. I've tried.
Wait, do you know what
a lot of it was cut?
Yeah, wait, do you know what my original statement was?
Yeah, make the statement.
Oh, okay, maybe you haven't. Sorry. I agree, the clip was super sus. We were having a conversation, and I'm pretty sure the conversation had something to do with, she was like, what do you think is the thing that contributes the most to rape today? And I said that I think the problem is like, I think I said it was like, men are socialized to be too aggressive, and women are socialized to be too passive. It was something like that. But the first part of that answer got cut out. So when it was asked, like, what do you think is the biggest contributor to rape today? It just had my criticism of the woman. And then it made it look like I'm saying like rape happens because women are too passive, basically.
Yeah. Do you? But do you think that? I don't know. We don't have to get into it if you don't want to. But
why not?
But that statement by itself, even. What do you mean? Why?
Wait, why don't we have to get into it? You can talk about it if you want. You're not gonna bother me.
Okay. All right. I mean, if you want to,
Yeah.
I just think that
I would stand by that statement 100%. Yeah, of course. Why do you think I shouldn't? Or what do you?
Which of these statements? The statement that.
I think that we have a culture that on both sides creates rapes. I think that women are toxically passive, and I think that men are like toxically aggressive. And that if you put like a man and a woman, a man who's socialized to be too aggressive when it comes to sexual boundaries, and a woman that's socialized to be too like giving in to like sexual pressure, that like you're creating an environment where people are going to get raped over and over and over and over and over again, basically.
So toxic passivity contributes to rape.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, okay. What do you mean by rape?
When I say rape, I'm using like the expanded definition that everybody is using now, where it's like sexual coercion is included. So like if you bring a girl over and you get her a little bit too drunk, and then you guys like have sex, and you're not like technically getting like a clear yes. It seems like this is like the new age definition of like rape, I guess. But if we're talking about like super violent, like confrontational, violent interactions, whatever, then in that case, the woman's part of like the being passive probably significantly reduces the contribution to that environment.
Yeah, I guess my first and principal problem with that is of what you just said. One is, I think that whatever definition you're using for rape should not include any consensual activity. Fair?
Well,
I think
yeah,
all
but then
rape,
the debate is like, well, what is the consensual, right?
Well, I guess so. Then that's where the debate happens as applied to consensual. But I think that you should agree with me that we should not accept any definition of rape that includes consensual encounters. I think that's reasonable to say.
I mean, if you want to, yeah, I would say so.
Wait, why would you not agree with me?
Because that's not how, unfortunately today, that's not how like most people use it.
You think people, when they talk about rape, include consensual encounters?
They include stuff that's fuzzy at the edges, I think.
Well, is there any, would anyone ever say, assume no fuzziness, right? A consensual encounter ought to be called rape? Other than cases in which there's, for whatever reason, you cannot consent because of age or because you're in a place where you're drunk or something or something.
Yeah, I think that's the issue. So like here's where we're at, like the fuzzy part, right? So let's say two people are flirting at a bar and they're kind of okay with each other, or the guy's obviously wants to fuck, the woman's like, whatever. They get back to their apartment, they have a few more drinks. The woman is like kind of pretty drunk, and the guy starts like making moves, and she like doesn't really say no, and then they kind of go through with it. Like that's a story where like the woman will be like, well, I had a freezing response. I didn't actually tell him that I wanted to, and then we had sex, but I never said no at any point. But like I don't think I wanted that to happen. Like people argue over whether or not that was consensual sex or not, basically.
Okay, then do you mind if I give you a hypothetical?
Go for it.
All right. Let's suppose that we have a relationship between two individuals, long-term relationship.
Oh, or actually, I'll let you do this hypothetical, unless...
Yeah.
Do you remember the first accusation that came out about Andrew Callahan?
No.
Fuck. That's a good one because that's a real life one.
You can probably refresh my memory. But
basically, she said that they both kind of got drunk and they were in bed. I think she makes it clear several times. I believe she says that she explicitly never said no. She never said no, but it still went along with it. And she thought that he was too drunk for that, and that he was kind of abusing the fact that she was intoxicated, basically, to get her to have sex. And there was like a lot of pressure, but she never explicitly.
I think my hypothetical will bring out aspects of that, which I think are useful to explore.
Okay.
So in my hypothetical, you have two individuals who are in a relationship, and for 10 years, they have the same sexual pattern. They, every day at a certain time, they, without much verbal dialogue or whatever, they have consensual sex, and it goes the same way, and they don't really talk, and they just have sex after work every day. Okay?
Okay.
And on the first day of the 11th year, the same pattern emerges. Only this time, the woman, without manifesting, or the man, one of the people, I'll say, without being gender specific, doesn't manifest any different like action, or like it doesn't feel any different, doesn't say anything, doesn't have any body language that demonstrates anything different, but it just has sex with their partner, and the person who didn't show any difference says that the sex was unwanted.
Okay.
And that that from their perspective it was non-consensual.
Okay. Is
that rape?
No, I'd say no, because there was like a general expectation that had been created and was followed through on over and over again. So.
Right. And so it's when we're talking about consent and rape, one of, I think, in most jurisdictions, I'd say, the absolute defenses to that crime is a person's reasonable belief about whether consent existed or not.
Yeah, I know, but that's like that's where everything kind of gets fucked, right? That's probably where a lot of women complain about like lack of prosecution for rapes, is because people will argue that there was a general expectation when there wasn't, especially around like alcohol. It seems to be the case.
Yeah, that's one of the places I think where you can have a factual disagreement about whether there was an expectation, whether what would a reasonable quote unquote person say with respect to an encounter. But I think in the easy case, right, where there's absolutely this established pattern, let's say, or whatever you want to call it.
Of course.
If there is no reasonable indication that someone did not consent after this, established pattern, and there's no difference in their body language, I don't think anyone would call that rape. And that means it can't be enough when we're talking about immoral sex or quote unquote unwanted sex.
Sure.
To raise that to the level of quote unquote rape, it can't be enough just the subjective beliefs of the person making the accusation.
I mean, I can kind of agree with you here, but a lot of these conversations will come up in the realm of like hookup culture, right?
Yeah.
So like you don't have that established pattern of norms, unfortunately, right?
Right, and in which case it might make sense to have a high threshold for assuming or wanting to have some kind of really high thing for affirmative consent.
Yeah, which I don't necessarily disagree, but that's what you're talking about there. I think that your example, I don't necessarily disagree with it, but I think that your example is kind of assuming away all of the challenging questions, right?
It's assuming all the challenging factual questions.
Yeah.
I agree with that. That was the whole point of the hypothetical.
Sure.
Hypothetical, but to show you really that what we think will be rape depends on not just the subjective attitude of the woman actually, or the man or the person actually desiring the sex, but also on what reasonable people think would manifest consent. And that someone who, through no fault of their own, any ordinary person would assume consent, we would not call that rape.
Yeah, again, I understand what you're saying, but like that's where the challenging conversation is, right? Is what does constitute that, and that seems to be where a lot of the disagreement on the rape stuff.
But that's
is.
why I think your statement has a definitional problem when you're saying that toxic passivity contributes to rape.
Well, sure. When I say toxic passivity contributes to rape, I'm talking about rape, whereas in the common parlance, it seems to be defined as like coercion with alcohol or like social pressure. That seems to be like people are like a lot of people are considering that, or at least from the discourse I remember, a lot of people consider that first Andrew Callahan story to be that like, oh yeah, this was like very rapey behavior, even though the girl herself explicitly said multiple times that she never said no or expressed any sort of disagreement ever like that. But then these things come up where people are like, oh, well, there was like the freezing response, stuff like that. And it's like, okay, well, then it seems like that's the...
Yeah, but what I mean to say is, I don't think that all those cases are necessarily rape. So let me
Sure.
give you an example.
I don't either, by the way, but yeah.
Okay. So just pressuring someone to have sex and saying, please have sex with me, please have sex with me, please have sex with me, just doing that and that person having sex with you, is that rape?
If someone says, please have sex, and then you do that, is that rape?
Yeah, is all pressured sex rape?
That seems to be where we're at right now, yeah.
You can't, I mean...
I mean, you can laugh, but like yes. What you're saying right there is all pressured sex rape. I believe a lot of people would answer that question with yes. They would say yes, of course.
So then now we have to... Now we're in a bad situation.
Sure, I agree. Yeah,
because the bad situation is this. Even just asking, hey, partner, I really, really want to. I know that whatever, you're not feeling well tonight, but I could really enjoy some sex right now. I want to have sex with you, right? That by itself, that's pressure.
Sure.
Is that rape?
I mean, I wouldn't consider it to be rape, no. But within relationships, again, I think like a lot of these conversations are relating to hookup culture, right? Like if you think of the Me Too stuff that's all come out, it's not, I don't know of any famous ones that had to do with like, I was dating this person and this happened. All of these seem to be related to like one-off or to like one night stands or casual sexual interactions. That's where most of the
conversation. I think you hit the nail
is.
on the head, which is that a lot of these Me Too stories, as bad as they are, and sometimes enough pressure, I think, will break the consent line where you totally, let's say that I put a gun to your head, and true coercion, that's a form of pressure. If you're like over some significant amount of pressure beyond what a reasonable person would expect to make a quote unquote free choice or free willing decision, will cross the consent barrier. But a lot of the things that were happening.
I don't think I'm gonna. Yeah. I don't think you're gonna say something I disagree with. The question is, you keep saying like, well, when reasonable, like you're begging away all of the hard stuff. What is reasonable pressure? That's where all the conversation is. But you're like, well, if we know what reasonable pressure is and you do too much of it, then that's rape. Yeah, of course. But that's where all the conversation is right now.
I know that's where the conversation is. I'm not trying. I'm just trying to analytically give us categories, and those categories. Rape cannot cover all pressured sex.
Yeah, I agree with you, but that seems to be.
You can't use it that way. Don't use it that way.
But if I'm being asked a question about their definition of rape, I mean, I guess I could say, well, let's define, but that would have been cut out for the TikTok clip anyway. But like, I could say like, well, hold on, well, how are we defining rape and blah, 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 blah. Well, if you're going to define rape as pressured sex, then blah, 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 blah.
You actually have to, you actually have to do that, because if you're, and also something that I've seen you do is you're plugging in stats from rape statistics, which could be helpful, but if you have a different definition of rape, which is much more broad, right, than what the stats you are citing to are using, you need to have some coherence in your definition of rape. And it can't just be any pressured encounter, because then you're having questions about like whether me asking you 4 times to have sex with me is rape versus just, pressuring you to have sex. And I think a lot of the encounters that you would describe, where it's like, come on, I don't want to wear a condom. I don't want to wear a condom. Please, please. And it's not like no active like aggression in terms of forceful aggression, and no like let's say we're even at the other person's house and you just please
I don't think I'm going to disagree with anything you're saying. Yeah,
that's not, you would, and they're like, fine, you don't have to wear a condom. That's not rape, right?
I wouldn't say it is, but there are a decent number of people today I think that would. I think so.
You need to be careful, because I don't think that you should be perpetuating a definition of rape.
Yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying, but then I'm gonna get like, but then that would get me like even more canceled. So like when someone's like, oh, what about the Andrew Callahan rape? I go, oh, I don't think it's rape. Like that, then I may even like in a worse position.
You need to have a vocabulary to describe unethical or bad sex, or some amount of unethical sex that is not rape.
Yeah, if I was arguing with like you and like 2 other lawyers, I think I would agree. But I think that for the purposes of having these conversations, I think that battle might be lost. Like, I don't know if I would try to redefine rape in every single conversation. I feel like I kind of have to just move along with where the culture is at.
You can't. And just to be clear, the law doesn't agree on the definition of rape. The definition of, for
yeah, but we're not talking. Hold
changed.
on. No one is talking about the legal definition of rape here.
Right? I don't know, but you just said if I was talking with some lawyers, and so I just want to be clear.
I'm sorry. When I say lawyers, I just mean people that like want to have like an analytical conversation regarding blah blah blah. The reality is that if I got into a conversation, I was like, oh no, hold on, we can talk about this scenario. I don't think that's rape though. By the way, like I'm already at that point. Like, that's not rape. What do you mean? He coerced her. There was a power differential. He asked multiple times, even though she said no. That's rape. Like. Then all of my conversation would change from like, okay, well, what contributes to these negative environments to like, well, what do we even define as rape? I feel like that's where the conversation would be at then.
But otherwise you make unfortunate statements, I think, which are like toxic passivity contributes to rape. And what you mean to say is toxic passivity leads to unwanted or unethical sex that is oftentimes consensual.
Sure, really, I can see,
the key examples that you're using.
Hold on. I understand what you're saying. I don't know what type of advice you're giving right now. Are you giving me optics advice or better conversation? Because what you just said, that statement, I think the statement that you just made, I could see that being used as an even worse cudgel against me. Then instead of me saying toxic passivity contributes to rape, Destiny calls rape unethical sex. Like, I could see somebody blowing that clip up and saying, like, he doesn't even think it's rape. He just calls it, he's got a whole other word for it.
They're already blowing clips up on you.
Sure, I know, but I'm just saying that I don't think your advice gets me any closer to, like, having, like, a less clipped conversation. Like, if I'm making something like, oh, yeah, the Andrew Callahan stuff, the Aziz and Zara, that wasn't rape. I don't even consider that rape. Like,
I'm not even talking about optics at the moment. I think that I'm only focused on the substantive statement, which is, and is it true, right? Is it true that toxic passivity leads to rape in the way that we would say leads to or contributes to rape? You know, if rape assumes some kind of boundary crossing in the first place, and an established boundary in the first place, and what a reasonable person would interpret to be a boundary, and that boundary being consent, then it would seem that like part of what it is to attempt a rape or to have a rape is to have a boundary asserted in some reasonable fashion. And in that case, it kind of seems definitionally problematic to say that the passivity or the lack of boundaries or the lack of assertion of boundaries leads to rape if rape or an attempted rape assumes that in the first place. Does that make any sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, kind of. It's just I don't know if definitionally if that's the definition I'm working with any other person. Like last night I had people fucking screaming me and blowing tips fucking clips up on Twitter right now because I said that fucking a 16-year-old is technically pedophilia, right? And that's definition like very clear, right? That's like crystal clear. You're not a pedophile for 16-year-old. That's just full stop. But even on people are like, oh my god, you're justifying pedophilia, right? I'm not justifying fucking minors. I'm not justifying it. I'm just giving a definition. So I feel like if in the rape thing, if I were to say like, oh well, what Andrew Callahan did maybe was unethical, but I don't know the unethical sex, but I don't think consider it to be rape. I think that would just be like where people's minds go, and it would just like it'd be. Then
that's a huge problem. And that,
I agree, it's a huge problem. That's why I think that all these conversations are so fucking dog shit. Yeah,
you're contributing. I think that with respect, and all the deference that you're owed, which I don't know how much on this issue, but at least on your stream, I think that you're contributing to it.
So instead, so every single conversation that I fight with now, instead of actually talking about any culture-related issues, I just need to be arguing constantly about what the definition of rape is.
No, you just need to establish that. So when I'm talking about rape, I am talking about sexual encounters, typically with penetration without consent, and that's not a legal definition, by the way. It's for me. If you're fighting with someone and saying, "Do you think that consensual encounters are rape?" And
yeah, but they're going to argue again. We're begging away the question. They're going to argue with what is consensual.
Right. So, but then all you have to establish that there's more than one category here of unethical sex. There's unethical sex that is rape, and there's unethical sex that is not rape. And that way, you can have some clarity and say, all right.
Is that going to be clarity with most people that argue that there are forms of unethical sex that is not rape?
You agree with that? And
I do, yeah, but I don't. But I could never. I'm not gonna be able to give that conversation to most people that are on the other side of this. They lose their fucking mind as soon as you even say the word rape. I agree with you. If we were having a discussion, yeah, I think that's a good distinction to draw. That was one of my biggest arguments. Is that like it seems like we can't talk about like bad sex or sex that like wasn't exactly. And I don't even mean bad. I mean, in terms of like, did we really want to be there? Like it all has to be either rape or not rape. I agree with you. That's shitty. But I don't know if I could have a nuanced conversation where I say, well, there are forms of unethical sex that I wouldn't consider.
So now
rape.
you're actually this is really bad. Now you're actually saying that in order not to have fights with people, just because you don't want to have that conversation, you actually are using rape to refer to all bad sex. That's what you just said.
Yes.
Or implying.
Yeah. Because I'd rather fight on. Okay. Well, listen. You should venture in. Instead of having a definitional battle every single time. Yeah, of course. If I had a conversation, let's say I had a panel on, is it ethical to fuck like 15-year-olds? I'm not going to spend that entire panel arguing whether fucking 15-year-olds is a pedophile. Because I don't care at that point. We're having a conversation on like minors having sex with adults, and that's what I'd focus on. And if they if they say, oh, that's pedophilia over and over again, I'd probably just let it slide. It's like, okay, well, yeah, sure, pedophilia, and then I'd argue there. I'm not going to fight on the definition for the whole conversation.
But I love you, but I just want to repeat one more time and make sure that I got this right. In your conversations with people, it is true that you're using rape as a catch-all term to refer to any bad or unethical sex.
Essentially, yeah.
I hate that.
Yeah, I do too. But like, what I mean,
you can't do that.
Okay. I would love to watch you have those conversations. Go for it. Because I'm 99% positive that in your world, every single conversation I'm having is just going to be fighting over the definition of rape over and over and over and over and over again. And then you don't even get to talk about anything meaningful at that point.
Oh, okay, you're not talking about any meaningful without distinguishing. If you are not, because then if that's what rape means to you, then what definitions are you using to draw your data from? You know, is your data on resistance referring to only violent sexual encounters, or is it referring to only the social and excluding the violent? Now you're after the races. You can't even cite stuff if you're using definitions that no one in the field is
I don't
using.
think anybody wants to cite any. We're not even at data-driven arguments yet for this. These are all just like social things or whatever.
Wait, come on. Are you telling me that
that leads to that, right? I think what he's trying to point out is like, do you think that it's healthy to label it that way?
No, I think it's fucking retarded. I think it's the dumbest
So
thing
then
in the
why
fucking
would
world.
you participate? So then why participate?
Because I don't know if
think
I
that's the
want to
main
have
point.
every single conversation be a debate on definitions, on definitionally what is rape. I'd rather just like seed it and then move past it and then say, okay, fuck it. Like, let's talk about like what contributes to these
You
types
just
of
said
cultures.
something extraordinary, Dustin. I just want to say.
Yeah, repeat
You
what I
just
said
that
again,
this-
even though I disagree with it, and I'll
No,
agree with it
no,
again
no,
because
no,
you're
no,
going to
no, no, no,
exasperately say
no,
like,
no, no,
you
no,
just
no,
said,
no,
yeah,
no,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, not that part. Not that part. The part where you said this is not a data-driven argument. Your argument is data-driven, isn't it?
Well, no, we don't
It's
even get to
data-driven.
that part of the argument. No.
You're talking about statistics related to how much better it is to have verbal resistance and to assert your boundaries, and you're telling me that's not data related, just your intuition?
No, because I think that if I had a conversation with one of these people, because there even is data out there. I think I've even tweeted studies before. Like if a woman says something about like a boundary, or I think it was like, I think it had to do with high schoolers learning how to assert boundaries stronger as part of sex ed training, have a reduced likelihood of getting raped. People will see that, but they'll philosophically fight you on the point that like, oh, like women shouldn't even have to assert boundaries. That's like, even that kind of training isn't even ethical or whatever. Like people will fight you before that. They're on like the philosophical grounds of like, what does it mean to consent or whatever,
okay,
right?
yeah, that makes,
like if I
it makes sense.
Yeah, because I think we had like I feel like I asked this question before that like if you could show that a woman doing X, Y, or Z action reduced the likelihood of it being like them being raped, would it be ethical to encourage women to do that? I think that people would fight you even on that, even if the data is where they're like, no, that's still unethical to say that women should have to do that thing.
Okay, so
That's
I
why I say
understand.
like it could be data driven, but like I don't think a lot of people are at that part yet mentally where they think it has to do with the data.
I can like totally be sympathetic for you, given a lot of people you're having conversations with are not really in a place where it's like to have that whatever data conversation it is that you want to have. I understand that, but I think if you're giving any advice, right, that advice should be data driven. Otherwise, everyone can give you their. If your advice is not data driven, you're just saying it's just intuition and my experience with people in the world and my time living in person, and anyone can have their own intuition based argument, and maybe there's some people who like more people who agree with your intuition, but I had it understood that your advice about asserting boundaries based on data. It's based on something tangible and quantitative.
But I mean, like compared to like the child porn conversation, right? Where like I can ask a person point blank. I almost said this last night with Aiden Ross, but I don't want to jump on it. If I say like, if you made some forms of child pornography available to pedophiles, if it led overall to less children getting raped, would you? But like, it's already over. It's over. No, yeah, you're done. You're already out the thing. So it's like, I don't think for a lot of these topics, people's minds aren't empirical or data driven. Like it's pure philosophy at this point. And the philosophy that they're on is that like it's bad to say anything to a woman to avoid rape because you're putting the moral responsibility on her. And more importantly, if any woman has gotten raped, you're blaming them for their actions. So
I don't think you can have a conversation about rape without defining it. And I don't think that you can have a reasonable conversation about rape without being more specific than just bad and immoral sex generally. It needs to be more specific than that. Otherwise, I think the conversation, you're just not talking to a person who is living in like the United States and speaks English. You're speaking with someone with proprietary language that's expanding. That it's the same thing that you critique all the time.
Yeah, I agree with you, but there are times
I don't use Nazis. Yeah,
sure, but there are times where like I'll just let it go because it's like, you know, like like even what you just said there for the Nazi thing. On my particular stream, I won't do it. When I'm defining rape, I won't do it. But if I go into like a room where we're going to debate about a bunch of people, it might have even happened, I think, on the No Jumper podcast where Fuentes is referred to as a Nazi a couple of times. I'm not going to sit there and fight on there. Oh no, I wouldn't call him a Nazi. I'm not going to fight with that fucking definition there. Fuck that. We'll just, he's fine. He's a Nazi. We'll move on from there. Like I'm not going to fight definitionally with those people because it's not worth it. It doesn't get to any interesting part of the conversation.
He asked you like your definition of it, and that was the one that you gave, though. I think that was the point. Like,
well, he's saying that's the one he's using.
No, I'm saying that's what I'm using in these conversations. I think our current definition of rape is super fucking retarded, 100%. But again, like if you look at the majority of the Me Too's, I feel that come out, or at least a lot of the ones that I cover, a lot lot of them, like very few. Yeah, but bro, come on, are you fucking serious?
If it's the case that you think
I've already said that with like the fucking with the one girl and fucking Rich or whatever, I think, and people like call me like a rape apologist. I understand what you're saying. Like in an ideal world, I would say, but like holy shit,
those are terminally online people. Like anybody who's had like a little bit of like
bro, everybody is terminally online now. That's the world is terminally online.
I'm saying like the online people are online. Yeah, sure, but
no,
I'm saying
everybody
like,
is. Sorry,
anybody with half a fucking brain. That's had some interaction, like with understands like there's a little bit of a game, like a little cat and mouse. Like it's the man's job to like push a little bit, and then it's the female's job to like shut it down. And she's the gatekeeper. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I would listen. I'd like to see you guys should manipulate, or I'm sorry, not manipulate. You guys should navigate some of these conversations. Like I would, yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to listen. I just think that you should, if you're going to have a fight on these things, you should have a fight that their conception of rape cannot possibly include consensual encounters, and that there has to be a difference between, consensual bad or unethical sex and rape. And if there isn't, then you're just like not talking to someone who's worth talking to.
What do you do if
rape.
like socially the majority of the conversation has moved to that point?
Do you think the majority of people consider rape to be any
in terms of the people that are having these
sex?
conversations? I think so. That's what it feels like. Yeah.
I think if you ask most people if can rape be consensual, they'd say no.
Here's a question. No, it's not. But you're begging the question so hard when you say consensual.
I don't think I'm begging the question.
You are begging the question because can rape with consent be rape? Well, no, because it's got consent. Of course not. But the argument isn't over whether rape with consent is rape. It's what is consent. That's when I say.
The next step.
Wait. Here's a question. Here's a question. Okay, and I feel this way. I could be wrong, but I feel like if you were to poll people, does the majority of rape involve a woman explicitly saying no? I feel like the majority of people would at least for the people that are having these conversations, the majority of them would say most of the time the woman doesn't explicitly say no, but she doesn't have to say no.
Yeah, but that's not what we mean by consent. I know that's not what you're saying, that's what you think consent is. Mm-hmm. But we have to agree that there is a distinction between pressured but consensual sex and pressured and unconsensual sex, or
again, I agree with you. I don't disagree.
And if someone is not willing to grant that distinction, a distinction where your point might be correct, right? Your point about passivity might prevent a lot of unwanted and unethical sex, but to say it's a drastic contributor to rape itself, when I think the definition of rape requires a boundary cross or an attempted boundary cross, I think you're getting a ton of pushback on that, because I don't think that's what most people mean by rape. I think most people mean, when they think about rape, they're thinking about the worst of the worst, and that involves people with a malicious mindset who are.
Do you think most people consider that Aziz story? Do you think most people consider that story rape?
No.
Okay.
Do you think that?
It seems like it. That was the first one that started to get big pushback, but a lot of people talk about that story. I think consider him like a rapist after that. But I'm not sure. Maybe I should be polling that, or maybe.
But you would never sit here and say Aziz Ansari is a rapist.
Ever. I wouldn't. No, of course not. Absolutely not.
Then you should not. Then you should be consistent in your conversation. I do not expect you, and you should not change your language so drastically like that, where you would be willing to call Aziz a rapist in a conversation with these people, but not outside of it. That to me that can't be the case. Change your
I understand. It's just you're just telling me that I have to. Yeah, that all of my conversations from now on about this need to just be about what is rape. That's essentially what you're committing me to.
Do you start with that? You start with a distinct. I don't think you'll get. There are some people. I grant you. There are some people who will get caught on that. But if you do not have an understanding with the person you're talking to about what rape is, how do you even have a conversation about rape? Right. That seems like.
Well, why even have a conversation? You can have the conversation just with the expanded definition where rape includes the coercive sexual events that don't necessarily involve like a crossing of an explicit boundary, right?
I guess, but then you're risking clips of you saying rape when I think
you can't use that argument. Stop. Hold on. You're doing the really weird, like shitty debate thing where you're using examples that I've previously debunked. You can't say then there's going to be bad clips of you, because there's also going to be bad clips of me following your advice, where I say things like, "Oh, I don't think coercive sex is necessarily rape." That's a horrible clip. I need you to acknowledge that's a horrible clip for me, right? If I say something like coercive sexual environments that might even involve alcohol, I don't think that's rape necessarily. It's just unethical sex. Do you acknowledge that is a horrible clip?
That could be a bad clip. Yeah, that could be a bad clip. All right. All I'm going to tell you though is what I meant to say by that is not bad clip with respect to optics. Bad clip with respect to you sound wrong. You sound substantively incorrect. People are going to be like, wait, what? What do you mean? Like, if you're using rape to be an elastic thing to mean anything, now you're like all your advice is going to be like totally, applying to totally different situations, and it might be wrong with respect. You're going to miscommunicate. It's going to be bad advice, right? Your advice is actually potentially going to be harmful.
Can you give me an example of that? Can you ground that out?
Yeah. So you agree that it's possible certain techniques that are helpful for the coercive side are not helpful for the rape side. I'm not someone who knows the statistics, and so I'm not going to pretend that I know a lot
Sure,
about.
no, I'm just give me one example where
Yeah.
like I'm saying something and it's like, oh my god, like
Okay,
somebody
let's say-
misheard or misapplied this device, so now for like a
Let's say that
yeah,
you're.
go.
Let's say that you're actually correct that asserting a boundary or reasserting a boundary
Yeah.
is very, very helpful to stop pressurized sex encounters generally. And then for whatever reason, the data comes out that in fact it's harmful for
Oh, okay.
rape
Well, if you're gonna,
scenarios, right?
if you're gonna invent like a totally new data point, then sure, then I would agree that would be bad. But as it stands right now, I don't think any advice you give to somebody for a coercive sexual situation would be bad advice for like a violent rape situation.
You
I
just
don't think
said
that's
that.
true.
I mean,
but go ahead.
do you have any data on that? I mean, like, well, how do we know, right? Like, if we are in a space where we're not delineating the difference between two potentially
I can't.
coercive
I'm
sexual...
trying to even fathom the case where a woman saying no or physically asserting boundaries is good in some situations, but like for a more extreme person, it's bad. Like I can't fathom it. Can you? That's why I'm asking for an example.
I don't know. I don't have data to.
No, I don't even need data. Just give me a
draw,
hypothetical.
right?
Like, is it that like if
Why
a guy
would we do that?
Because I'm just trying to. I can't even get. I'm trying to fathom it right now. I'm trying to even it's
Okay.
like it's like hypothetically. Let's imagine an animal that can fly into the sun. Now tell me what you think. Like
I can give
can't
you one. Okay,
yeah,
you don't
go.
have to make another one up. All right.
Sure.
If you were just to tell somebody, like you're trying to give somebody advice, like and they're being like raped, like physically assaulted and like beat up, whatever. Like obviously you're gonna tell them like fight, like till your last breath, whatever. Like punch them in the fucking face, whatever. But if somebody's just like making a pass and puts their fucking hand on your knee, you're not gonna be like, hey, punch him in the fucking face. Like you're not gonna start at a 10.
there
You
you
know
go.
what I mean? Like there is
Yeah.
some delineation between like the advice that you would give for each situation, I guess.
Wait, hold on, Kate, hold on. I need you to walk me through that way more.
It's like conflating like murder versus
No, hold on, wait.
just
I'm not
physical
asking for,
assault. Like
you're giving me analogy. I'm saying very specifically. My question is what could you say to somebody for advice to avoid coercive, unethical sex that wouldn't also almost equally apply to somebody being like violently raped? That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, but that's the point. Is I'm saying there's a difference between like always calling it the extreme and allowing like retards.
I understand, but the premise right now is that I might say something. I might say something that would work really well for an unethical, coercive sexual situation, but it would be horrible to use this like in a full-on rape situation. And I'm trying to think of like what is like a thing that you could say that would happen there.
Can I have 30 seconds?
You're not gonna start setting your boundaries whenever when it's already happening. You know what I mean? Like if you're already at a level 10, you're not gonna be like, I don't want to do anything tonight. Like I don't want to go into your place.
Here,
when you're getting like attacked in the car.
Do you acknowledge that there have been people who have come onto your stream and said something to the effect of this? Now, I don't know if this is true, but it's a story that could happen. It's not irrational to suppose that something like this, that what I'm about to say, could happen. Okay?
Okay.
That a person who asserts a boundary in a case of a violent rape gets, for whatever reason, like let's say that it's just in one particular case, gets worse results with respect to mental health, with respect to physical damage, maybe even they're killed, right? Where they wouldn't had they not. I know that you've had a lot of people tell you about that. I don't know the relative propensity or what the percentages are, and I'm sure that there's some data that says overall resistance is better for a lot of these encounters, but just assume that that the data isn't that way, right? And the data actually shows a disparity, which is, it's conceivable that there's a prototypical violent raper who, in response to an assertion of boundaries, gets incensed for some reason. I'm not a psychologist. I don't know. In that case, that is not totally incoherent. You would be giving improper advice for one and proper for another, right? It's a coherent example. It's not.
That's okay. Well, at the very least, that's fathomable. So you're telling me that there might be that like physically asserting a boundary might be a good idea against somebody that is unethically sexually coercive, but against somebody that's sexually aggressive, it would be bad because they would kill you.
It's possible, right? Like, but that's why these kinds of, I think, distinctions matter. Between forceful rape and pressured rape, or whatever you want to say, and even more consensual and unethical sex. Those distinctions matter because they might result in different prescriptions, and they might have different data backing either one. Let's say you only have data on resistance for violent rape encounters, then surely you can only make statements.
So then on the flip side, then your advice would be to like you would say to a person like that, like you should just be passive because it'll increase your.
No, I'm not making any normative statement on the advice as such in this moment. All I'm saying is it matters to have conceptual clarity on what you mean by rape, and you're fighting me and saying, no, just use whatever expansive definition you want. How can it be a bad thing to clarify? How can it be a bad thing to come to an agreement about what this term means and know that the stats that you're using to back your story are actually within scope? Is that really such a big deal to agree on terms?
I would like it. You should just have some of these combos. I would just like to see you do it. Because I feel like the path you're walking me down is just committing me to basically an argument with every single person over like what is rape, and I feel like that's an argument that's been lost like 5 years ago. Like
the alternative to that is
the alternative is you work within the new definition of rape, and then you talk about like severe
How about
rapes
you ask
versus
them?
unsevere
How about you
rapes.
ask them? What do you mean by rape?
Sure, but I think they would give that. I think
What
they
do you
would.
think they'd say?
I think they would say that like things that involve like severely coercive situations, or some people might say things that don't involve enthusiastic consent can be rape. Basically, I think is where the definition is at right now. Which I think is, I think it's stupid, but I think that's where the conversation is right now.
But hang on a second. If that's the definition of, I just had a list for a second, my bad. If that's where the definition is at, that anything without enthusiastic consent is rape.
Like I think didn't they in Australia, didn't they try to get that passed as law, or have they already, that sex without enthusiastic consent might be considered sexual assault or rape? I think, or they might be trying to, but
I'm not going to pretend to know, but just keep in mind what you're saying here. If it's the case that you're accepting a definition of rape that is any non-enthusiastic consent equals rape, now there are tons of encounters that could be mutually enjoyable that just isn't enthusiastic consent that you are treating as the same category of thing as forcible violent rape. That can't be a good place to be.
It super can be, because we can have the category, we can have delineations within the category of like what's severe versus what's not severe, right? Like if I can say that like, well, if you're bleeding, like it's probably a good idea to get like a Band-Aid or something, and then you wouldn't challenge me and go, what do you mean? Bleeding could mean your whole arm got chopped off, and now you're telling a person to run to the cabinet and get a Band-Aid for their stump fucking elbow? Well, obviously there's gonna be like differences in categories within the spectrum of rape that people are talking about generally, right?
Yeah, so if you were to like, do you have any advice generally on bleeding?
Get a Band-Aid.
Is that your advice on bleeding?
Like, I don't know. I'll start my conversation off with like, how do you define rape? And then if they define it really, and then if they define it really broadly, I'll say, well, let's go ahead and let's narrow this down a little bit.
Wait a second. If you're having a conversation about what the best thing to do is for bleeding, you're gonna be like, wait, what do you mean by bleeding? And someone just like, get a Band-Aid. And you're like, that's horrible general advice. Why? Well, you could be referring to a period. You could be referring to internal bleeding. You could be, and it's actually not. Is the Band-Aid advice super helpful? Like,
no, I would agree, but there's not like we don't talk about like bleeding culture. There's not like a hugely charged thing about it, right? Do you agree that there's something called like rape culture that exists in the United States? You understand rape culture has absolutely nothing to do with your definition of rape, right? Rape culture, as we understand it, has nothing. So you're asking me to no. Come on.
Yes and no. But it's the same thing with racism, right? So like, there's a concept known as structural racism, right? That you agree does not overlap. Maybe there's one set of overlap with the actual definition of racism interpersonally, but you would always clarify that, and you would never say to someone, you know, you are racist just because you're white, even though you recognize a concept of structural racism that would impart to someone who is white some kind of advantage. And so before you would engage in a conversation, you actually had these conversations where you're calling someone a racist or you're giving advice for how to not be racist. You're going to clarify what you mean by racist. And if what you mean by racist includes things like just being white without adding the structural before it, you're going to have a lot of people misunderstanding you, I think, and you're going to have a lot of stupid conversations and people coming up afterwards to try to debate you on something you say and saying, no, I'm using, in this conversation with Eric Stryker, I'm using racism to mean this. In this conversation with Brianna Joy, what's her name? Brianna Gray Joy? Or Joy Gray?
I think it's Troy Gray, because Greyjoy is the Game of Thrones.
Oh, my bad. Wait, yeah, okay, yeah. I'm using this definition. I think it can't hurt you to stick to a definition, and if you're gonna have to, for the purpose of the conversation moving on, incorporate some kind of
I think
expansive definition.
So something I've spoken about a lot before. We kind of get into this a little bit with the terrorist thing. I think the issue with like these words is these words are ethically loaded. They're normatively loaded words. people say rape not because they actually care about anything that happened. They say rape because they want to bring all the moral gravity of rape into what happened. And the reason why I feel like people, and I could be wrong, I don't know, like I said, you should argue with Katie. I'll watch you do this, or argue with Kelly or somebody.
Sure.
When you say something like unethical sexual intercourse or unethical sexual activity, it feels like you robbed that of all of the moral loading that the word rape has. And I feel like that's what people will fight you on. So for instance, like last night with my conversation with Aiden and Sneeko, where they were like, you're saying a 29-year-old that fucks a 16-year-old isn't a pedophile? Then they go on to say you're justifying it. And in their mind, it makes sense that I'm justifying it because by removing the use of the word pedophile, they're thinking that I'm taking the moral weight away from the activity. So I think that's what I feel like if I try to say, well, hold on, what just happened wasn't rape. Like, yeah, it was unethical, but it's not rape. People are saying, oh, so you're justifying it. This is why I think I get called a rape apologist in every single conversation I have. But I mean, like, I can try and
understand. You know
I can
what?
try, like, I'll open with the, like, let's define rape in a fight with there, but yeah.
I'll say this. I appreciate that you're in an impossible situation. And you're in a very difficult situation because no matter what, if you call it rape when you personally think it's not rape, which is what you're saying you're doing. What you're saying you're doing is that you're calling things that you personally consider not rape to be rape for the sake of these
where the conversation is
unhinged people, right? I think that I understand why you want to do that so that you don't look bad or that you can have an actual fruitful conversation. But if what you're saying is that rape has a very high moral connotation or something like that, and you're using an expansive definition of it, then in the context of these conversations with people who aren't willing to have a more specific definition, you're accepting that you're using that moral condemnation inappropriately. Right?
I agree, but that's another argument.
Don't deserve it.
Yeah, I agree. but if that's where the whole conversation is moved, then it's like, I can sit here screaming at like the clouds, like, well, we should keep defining this in a certain way.
But have you ever had a sexual encounter that you feel is unethical, where you've been unethical in a sexual encounter?
Yeah, probably. The Mia Rose shit, arguably, right?
Yeah. So then, I don't think you should be conceding that you would call yourself a rapist.
I am a rapist. Proudly.
Don't call yourself a rapist if what you mean is I behave shittily in sex, maybe once or twice, right? Like that does not make you a rapist. And if someone were to accuse Destiny of rape, you would never be like, oh, okay, well I'm chill with the expansive definition of rape. If it were applied to you, you would want some consistency in terms. And I think it's not unfair for me to ask you to like, when you're applying it generally or applying it to a particular case example, I'm sure the people you're talking about wouldn't appreciate you using some loosey-goosey expansive definition without any connection, I think, to what people refer to rape as, which is a non-consensual activity.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, I guess I'll try fighting. If I get canceled for my next debate where I'm saying like, well, actually, getting somebody drunk and fucking them, I don't actually consider that to be rape. Like it just feels like there's so many little clever like progressive tricks to say, oh well, she froze up, or oh the power differential, or oh she was like there's so many tricks to say like, oh
I actually think that will open up better conversations because that will get a conversation about societal norms. Like should we consider it a reasonable person having consented if they have any alcohol? Or should we have? What should it look like? What should? Well, that's like this is. I don't know if I don't know if Farrell will include this, but like this is something to argue too, and like even her roommate's got involved in this. I don't think she's gonna post this, but like here's a question for you: if two people are blackout drunk and then the guy fucks the girl while they're both blackout drunk, is that considered rape? Would you consider it rape? I think in that case, it's possible both committed rape, right? Because both are in a position where they cannot consent.
Yeah, but they also both lack agency to choose to rape, right? We consider.
Yeah, but that would never excuse someone who had sex with an unwilling or non-consenting person who was sober, right? It wouldn't. It's not an excuse for rape to say I'm drunk, right? It's what a reasonable person in your position would see, and a reasonable person in your position isn't blackout drunk.
So then then it's double rape. That's the ethically. Well, I'm just curious.
I mean, it's a hard case, but if that's what your definition demands, that's why it's useful to have a definition, right? That's why it's useful to have a definition. And maybe you want to have a carve out for cases of mutual intoxication where both people seem to be consenting, at least to the initial act of alcohol with the knowledge that it could lead to sex, maybe you want to have a carve out for that. But the only way you're going to have a carve out is if you define with specificity initially. Then you can make your carve outs. Then you can do what's reasonable in society. Then you can have a more precise conversation. But if you're just going to say any unethical sex, then I guess that would be rape by your definition, your expansive definition. That's
well,
without
hold on,
question
don't
rape.
stop saying my definition. It's
My
the
bad.
one that I choose to participate
the one that you're
in.
using, the one that you choose to participate in, that would unquestionably be rape, right?
Uh-huh.
At least if you clarify initially, you can have a conversation about potential carve-outs or what it, is this a cluster concept? Does it have a requirement, a necessary condition that is missing in the case of mutual intoxication?
Mm-hmm.
So like, that's why I'm encouraging some conceptual clarity. I don't think that's too much to ask for.
I mean, I don't either, but yeah, we'll try it. I'll try it. Next conversation,
Yeah.
okay? How do you define rape? Let's get into this.
Oh yeah? Or you're doing the...
No,
actual-
yeah, I'll try asking.
Are you asking me?
But no, I'm not asking you.
Oh, okay.
It just feels like, I feel like I'm gonna get buried on. It's just gonna sound like I'm defending rapists again, because like, oh, you don't even want to call this rape. Like, I think that is exactly what happened with the pedophile thing. It's like, what do you consider a pedophile?
Wait. That's what they're accusing of you now. They're saying you're defending rapists and you're blaming victims. And you're buying apparently their definition.
Yeah, sure, but at least I get
So
to
how
have a
could it get any
slightly
worse?
more interesting conversation in terms of like, what do we do to avoid these types of cultures and situations, rather than like the conversation like, well, just how do we define rape, right? But I mean, all of it is like dog shit conversations. I mean, I agree, like it sucks either way, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. It's a pretty dog shit public conversation right now, but
Sorry, it got all heated. I didn't,
No,
I
that's
just wanted
good.
to chill, talk about Trump.
Okay. Yeah, do you think Trump's a rapist?
I don't know. I
Okay.
don't have any evidence specifically that he raped someone.
I mean, he
Do you?
did grab some poontang. You know what I mean?
Yeah, supposedly that did happen. You don't think that's enough?
Well, I think that usually rape requires either penetration or touching of genitals. I think that people would a non-consensual of that. And
Wait, what if you
so
like
I think-
face fuck somebody? Is that not rape to you?
Yeah, so any touching, I think, under how I would view, I think a progressive definition of rape, I think would include genital touching or oral penetration by either party, right? So it's possible to rape someone being orally penetrated and to rape someone else orally penetrating them. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, good talk.
Yeah, been fun. Stay safe. Where
When are you
are
coming
we
up to the
expecting
city?
these? I don't know. I'm traveling so much next month. We're expecting something by like Tuesday or Wednesday, right?
That's what Trump said. I wouldn't mark your calendar for Tuesday and be like, if it doesn't happen, it's not happening.
Mhm. I feel like the worst outcome for everything is if he's indicted and then goes to court and is innocent.
What's the what's the spark notes? Because that was why I joined too. I was listening to the Trump discussion. I don't even know what charges are being brought against him.
Donald Trump
Work,
paid
like,
Cohen
too
hush
much.
money to give to Stormy Daniels, and
Stormy
he lied
Daniels.
about what the contents of those payments were.
Oh,
He said
yeah.
it was for legal expenses, when in reality he was using campaign funds to pay off somebody for keeping something
I see.
quiet. Yeah.
Yeah, and that could be violating business records laws in New York or money laundering stuff. Probably won't be failure to disclose campaign finance stuff, I don't think, because I think that's a federal criminal offense. So it'll probably be New York State crimes. All right. See you later, Dest.
Be careful. I
Have
love
a
it.
good stream.
Yeah, always.
Later, Nacho.
See you, man.
Whew. Okay, I'm talking to the crazy Muslim dude in a second. Give me a sec, I'll be back, and then we can chat too if you want. 1 sec, be back. Don't die.
Okay.
Oh. Wait, hold on. Fucking nerds. Okay, where are you at? Sorry, sometimes I change my audio to members only. If you're not subs, you know, what are you gonna do? Hold on, let me listen to this while I eat for a bit. Sorry.
I was just wondering, like, how many of these conversations can you have with the same people?
All right, guys, I just wanted to give you
a lot. Look at PBD podcast.
Those are the guys that are like an hour away from
me.
me.
You're just too stuck in hip hop. Well, so they got PBD podcast, and then I think it's called Sauce Money or whatever the case is.
Saucenick. Yeah.
He be interviewing the same niggas. It's like, bro, it's a meta, bro. I'm telling y'all, it's just a little meta. You know, fortunate for me, like, you know, whether good or bad, you know, I'm glad I'm the news guy, the hip hop news guy. I just stay in my pocket.
Can you hear me?
Wait, hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's up, buddy?
How are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. First of all, before we proceed, I would like to state a couple of things. Since I am in the Discord Dwellers VC, I am in your private domicile, I shall not harass you. So I have a few questions. First of all, is there anything you would not like me to discuss? Anything that may hurt
you
your
can
feelings
talk
in
over
any way?
anything you want. Just try not to shit talk my wife. That's the only thing I generally. Also, hold on, wait. Can you turn your camera on? Because my YouTube guy likes that. Or do you need to go get your fucking mask or whatever? I don't know.
It is already on. I have predicted that you would like me to turn my camera on, of course.
Okay.
Who do you think I am? Please, please.
Do you
Anyways.
just have this shit on constantly when you're on your computer, or?
Yes, of course. I am in my element when I have my mask on. It's my Batman mask. Without it, I'm Bruce Wayne. So, your wife's off limits. Of course, I'm a respectful man. I was never going to bring her up.
Okay.
The second thing that I would like to speak on is your hatred of Islam. I would love to know, where does it come from?
It's two parts. One is I'm gonna disagree probably with a lot of the social values that come from Islam, and then secondly is I don't like claims made about like supernatural things like gods and stuff like that. So whichever one of those.
So would you say that you are not into mysticism, for example?
Yeah, that's correct.
So I have a few questions, and don't mind the glove. I was just indulging in some big booty Latinas, so excuse the glove. So why would you say you're against mysticism, even though you cannot have any rational explanation as to where we come from as human beings?
I don't like it when people believe in mystical things because they often use those things that they believe in that they can't prove to make claims about the world that we can prove, and that's a destructive thing, I think. There's going to be some questions that are probably unknowable, or answers that are unknowable, like where did we come from, or do we have purpose in the universe, or whatever. But when people pretend to know those answers, they'll start to make claims about things we do know, like science or medicine or something like that. And that's my issue with supernatural claims.
And would you say that you are well studied when it comes to theology? Do you know a lot about Islam, for instance?
Fuck no. Not that much, no. Why?
So would you say the extent of your knowledge when it comes to the Islamic faith is maybe some of the core tenets that we hold and our opposition to, let's say, homosexuality, for instance? Would you say that is how far your knowledge about Islam goes?
Yeah, and like traditional gender values, and then obviously I've seen like the meme shit that you need like 4 people to accuse somebody of a crime and, you know, stuff like that. But I'm not gonna have like deep knowledge of anything in Islam. But I imagine there's probably a lot of overlap with Christianity.
So you say that you do not have much knowledge when it comes to Islam, yet you are comfortable speaking on the philosophy that is involved in it. It's within Islam itself, and you say that a lot of Muslims and a lot of people of faith use religion to try to speak on things that are already scientifically grounded, as though their God puts them above science, and that's something that you dislike, correct?
Yeah, at least with Christianity it is, yeah. I imagine a lot of it applies to Islam too, but...
Okay. So would it be fair to say that your hatred of Christianity, for instance, and your deep knowledge of it, as far as I could tell, since you were a Christian in your past, would you say that you're trying to apply those same ideas, that same logic onto Islam itself?
Yeah, some of it, yeah.
And would you say that that is fair?
Yeah, I think so. Like I said, there's probably a lot of crossover, I imagine. It's the 3 Abrahamic religions, right?
Okay, great. Let's actually go into that a bit further. So, everything that you dislike about Islam is shared with Christians and Jews, correct?
A lot of it will be, I
You would
probably
assume?
imagine, yeah.
Absolutely. So, why the specific targeting of Muslims?
Well, because I can only attack one group at a time, so it just depends on who I'm fighting with. Why?
Now, see, I have my theory as to what caused you to irrationally attack a religion of 2 billion people. And that would be your debate with Daniel Haqiqaju when it came to the Andrew Tate case, and how, with all due respect, he whooped your white ass and you felt some type of way about it. Now, would that be fair to say?
No, I think
am I
I
ignorant?
annihilated him in that conversation. It wasn't even close. He didn't know the facts of almost any of the part of the case. But I understand, like, we think that our own side won, so one of us is obviously biased there. I'll leave that to the audience to interpret.
Of course. Now, what are you eating, by the way?
It's chicken and rice. Fried rice. No pork, don't worry.
Okay, alhamdulillah. Okay, you should have started with Bismillah, but that's neither here nor there.
My bad.
So, you say that you do not attack Christianity and Judaism because you can only attack one group at a time. But as far as I recall, you've never actually ever came at Judaism, for instance. And as a person that values his material quite a lot, would you say that the reason that you do not come at Judaism is because it could affect your bottom line, for instance?
No. I just made an anti-Jewish joke last night to Aiden Ross. Does that count?
That is nowhere near. That is nowhere near whatsoever the type of jokes that you made about Islam. And by the way, I would not harp too much on the whole mining the Kaaba thing. Like I told you, I found it comical, not because the nature of the joke, but because of, for lack of a better way of putting it, the balls that it fucking took to retardedly put that out into the fucking world, knowing the consequences that is faced by many that disrespect the Islamic faith. And, you know, I hold no sympathy for people that go out of their way to put themselves in harm's way, right? If you knew the consequences of coming at a religion such as ours, I'm not going to defend you from being attacked or, you know, harassed. But of course, I would denounce people trying to kill you. And by the way, funny enough, when I did say my name that day that we were debating, I did specifically fucking spell it out because I knew that there would be quite a few literate fucking people in your chat. And I was proven correct because people cannot seem to spell my name correctly. It's Qorantos, not Qurantos. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I understand that it is Qorantos, but it's not based in the Quran, right? So please do not do that. That is quite rude. And of course, you guys care about my feelings. Clearly, I saw all the comments that you left. So let me ask you this:
It's
When
hard.
you try to
The
label-
reason why there's an asymmetry there is it's really hard to trigger Christians and Judas. Jewish people. As easy as it is to trigger, like, Muslims. Like, can you
So
give me
you
an
said-
example? Like, how could I trigger Jews and Christians, like, theologically? How could I trigger them as much as I can trigger a Muslim by just posting a picture of the Prophet, peace be upon him, on Twitter?
MashaAllah, beautiful. So I'd say that we are all equally sensitive when it comes to our faiths. It's just that Muslims are the only ones that are capable of action when it comes to being intolerant to people that want to go out of their way to mock our religion. Now,
Aren't there even
when it
more
comes-
Christians than Muslims?
Oh, no. There certainly are quite a few more Christians than Muslims, but I would say that there are much more Muslims that are willing to actually stand up for their faith than Christians. If you were to look at Christianity, the vast majority of jokes that are made are actually made by Christians themselves. If you were to look at Family Guy or American Dad or any of these cartoons, a lot of the humor that is religiously based or about Jesus actually comes from Christians themselves. You would never see a Muslim go out of his way to disrespect our prophet or to disrespect God in any way, shape, or form, would you? So most of the time, it's
but
self-inflicted.
Okay, sure, but again, then that just recenters my other point. If they're already making fun of themselves, it seems like there's nothing I can say that will trigger like a Christian or a Jew as much as I can trigger somebody that follows Islam.
Now that would be a generalization because there's actually quite a few Christians that would stand up for their faith, but of course they try
give
to.
Give me an example. Like, what could I tweet out right now that would trigger? That's like theological in origin. What could I tweet out that would trigger like Christians or Jews as much as Muslims?
I mean, it is quite easy to trigger Jews, to be fair, right? You could point out some of their quite abhorrent traditions.
But this is the thing
some of
is,
them, for
I don't
instance.
think Jewish people defend most of this shit anymore, right? Like if I tweet out there was that like you suck the blood after circumcision of a baby dick or whatever. Like if I tweet shit like that, like most Jews people are gonna be like, that's fucking crazy. Yeah, we don't do that shit anymore. Like I think I might even made it to like, but like no Jewish person cares.
Oh, that's the excuse that you actually used when it came to attacking the Prophet and his marriage with Aisha. You said that there's a lot of Muslims that go out of their way to defend 9-year-old marriages even today, and that is why you came out with your jokes.
Well, a little bit, yeah,
Wasn't
because
that the reasoning?
that David Hickey Kiki guy or whatever was like making a whole presentation on how it can be okay to marry underage brides. I don't know if anybody has the video, but he has like a whole thing on how like marrying underage brides can be like really beautiful and okay today in a lot of countries. So.
When you say a lot of countries, do you recognize, because you were quite complimentary of the United States of America, right? As you said, peace be upon it, your liberal haven. You do realize that there's an incredible amount of child marriages that is being allowed in the United States under parent supervision. You do realize that, correct?
Yeah, that might be the case, but I think there's a special issue with it when it comes to Muslim majority countries, and I believe in the world that's still like an issue. I think child marriages are pretty frowned upon in the United States. I don't know what the legality of them is right now. I think it's a state-by-state thing, but I feel like
The vast majority of states allow it, by the way.
when you say child marriage, what do you mean by that?
As in people under the age of 18 being married off to people over the age of 18. And a lot of times these happen due to cultural reasons, religious reasons, and also due to early pregnancy. Now, you cannot deny that that happens because that is something that you could actually look up and confirm yourself. Now, why don't you go out of your way and call out Christians for that quote-unquote abhorrent behavior, right? Or why don't you go out of your way to call out Hindus, for example, where a lot of their festivals are very, very, very degenerate. For example, the recent festival, Holi, I think it's called, right? Where they went out of their way to purposefully grope and sexually assault numerous amounts of women. Why don't you call those out? Because a lot of the times I see a specific focus on Muslims, especially from people like you. And if you were to focus on your community, a lot of the times they are very, very, very antagonistic towards Muslims. But when you had your whole anti-misogyny arc going on, even if you had the most fucking retarded women, which by the way, you have an incredible ability of selecting, right? Even if you had those women on your platform, nobody could even utter a single word of disrespect to them without being banned. Yet you are 100% comfortable with people going out of their way to disrespect Islam, to make Islamophobic jokes. By the way, jokes that themselves could lead to violence. And I know you tried to brush that point aside when we had our debate, but you do recognize that the exact same of humor and language that you partake in is the exact same one that a lot of Islamophobes that go and actively harm Muslims engage in. Correct? Swallow, by the way. Swallow, please. Take your time. I'm not here to rush you.
Thank you. Much mahala.
What the fuck did you just say?
Sorry, it didn't come out right. Okay. There's a difference between shitting on women versus shitting on Islam. I don't hate women, and I wouldn't want my audience to come away thinking I hate women, but I do hate organized religion, and if people want to make fun of some organized religion, that's fine. In places where child marriages are still allowed in the United States with parental consent, I'm pretty sure we criticize that. I don't know, what do you say what country you live in?
I live in Malaysia currently.
Okay, in the United States, there was a politician called Roy Moore, and it came out that he had partaken in a marriage of, we'll say, questionable ages, or at least sexual relationships a long time ago. And I think most people in the United States, me included, came out pretty hard against him for that. I don't think anybody supported him in the stuff, because it was like a 14-year-old girl when I think when he was like 30 or something like that. So I mean, like when it happens in the United States, I'm not going to support it here either. When Christians do it, I'm not going to support it here either. I'm pretty sure there are some pretty radical Christians around the world, especially like in South Sudan. I'm not going to support them. But it seems like there's a lot more. Like if I go online and I go on Twitter and I say marrying children as Christians is abhorrent and our parents shouldn't allow us to do that, I don't know if I would get any pushback. Most people, even Christians, would probably agree. But if I were to say the same thing about Islam, I think I would get death threats.
And that's based off of what, by the way? Based off of your singular experience?
Well, based off my 12 years of experience of fighting with a lot of different groups of people on the internet, I've never received anywhere near the level of pushback that I got when I made some Muslim jokes. I think I got over it.
Those are Muslim jokes. That's not criticism of child marriage. Those are not equal.
No, but I'm just saying anything. I made anti-Jewish jokes. I made a ton of anti-Christian jokes, especially in my earlier days. And those groups just don't seem to get as offended or be willing to like threaten to kill you as Muslims are over their jokes. And then historically, like when we look at like Charlie Hebdo, or there was that teacher in France, like it seems like Muslims are a little bit more keen to kill people that make fun of their religion than Christians are. Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, that's another Islamophobic trope that a lot of people are peddling, especially in the West. I've seen that value taming guy go on.
Well, wait, didn't you just say that in this conversation? Didn't you say we're the last ones willing to defend our religion?
Yeah, we're willing to be vocal in our defense, and some of us, which by the way is not the vast majority, as you yourself acknowledged on your Twitter, some of us are actually quite willing to be physical about it too. But let me tell you this, the fact that a lot of people genuinely believe that Islam is the most violent religion out of all the Abrahamic faiths, and actually out of all faiths when it comes to the largest ones in the world, is absolutely false. If you were to look at the past 2,000 years, the vast majority of deaths that were based in faith, deaths of civilians, innocent people, was actually from Christianity.
Yeah, that's not surprising me, but I haven't been alive for 2,000 years. I've been alive for 34 years, and I remember 9/11, so that's kind of a hard sell, I think, to a lot of people. Now,
actually,
real quick, I don't tell people, I'm very careful at what I attribute to deaths from a religion, right? That's why I don't know how much of my stream you watch, but like I was saying, like, it's kind of hard to talk about like deaths that you would contribute to Islam versus Christianity, because for instance, like if Saudi Arabia or Iran goes to war with anybody, in America, we probably would say, like, oh, like this is Muslim extremism, these guys are murdering all these people, under the name of Islam, whereas in the United States, when we go to war, even if President Bush is talking about the Bible, we don't consider that a death attributed to Christianity. So it's kind of hard to compare the two. I agree that's bullshit, but I mean, again, you're the one that reinforced in here the idea that Muslims are willing to violently defend their religion more than any other group. Oh, okay, that sounded like what you said. I'm sorry, I misunderstood then.
I forgive you. Listen to me again.
Okay.
What I said is that there's a lot of Muslims that are quite confident and willing to vocalize their defense when it comes to Islam, and are not willing to allow any fucking Joe Schmo to come out and disrespect Islam in the name of humor, which by the way you are not partaking in whatsoever. You are just being inflammatory for the sake of being inflammatory, also trying to use the excuse that the only reason that you brought up the Prophet's marriage with Aisha was also, by the way, conveniently leaving out the fact that the Prophet also did marry a woman that was 15 years his senior, Khadija radiallahu anha, and was also a successful businesswoman, is something that a lot of Islamophobes do, right? You do understand the fact that...
Is that like supposed to be like points? Like you can marry like some really young people as long as you got some like boss babes?
No. When you try to say that somebody is a pedophile, you're saying that he has a singular attraction towards children. That is what he's attracted to. That is what he likes. And the fact that that is not the case with the Prophet takes away from your point.
True.
And second of all,
he might only be like a part-time pedophile, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
And second of all, when you say pedophile, are you trying to use, because apparently you just learned about what presentism is yesterday, right? although I did bring it up a few days ago when we were debating, are you trying to apply today's morals onto actions of 1,400 years ago, even though you yourself came out speaking about the fact that you can't do that in a clip that was a few years ago, which, by the way, you can't just brush aside and say, hey, this was me when I was 29 years old. You do realize that once you reach a certain age, like, I'm going to take your word for it. And there hasn't been much that changed. You still are a liberal, progressive lefty. The history didn't change, and you still believe most of the things that you do. So what changed between then and today? And I'm pretty sure you are aware of the clip that I'm talking about, correct?
Yeah, nothing. I don't think I would judge past people by current standards. The issue that I run into is that Muslims will. Like that Daniel Hikikari guy, like, is literally out here talking about how it's still good to have, like, child brides, and that's still a defensible thing. Like, if the vast majority of Muslims would be like, oh, okay, yeah, Aisha was, like, 6 years old and they got married, that's kind of cringe, whatever. But, like, that was a different time. They're like, oh, okay, that's fair. It was a different time. Like, I'd probably just move on from it. But, like, I mean, like, but if people are going to defend it hardcore, and they're going to be, like, very big on it, well, then, of course, we're going to, well, hold on. Well, what does it mean to be a pedophile? You're really attracted to a 6-year-old, really? Of course, I'm going to lean into it a lot more, right?
And you do understand that it's quite nonsensical for you to have a problem with a singular man and try to use something that he shares with millions upon millions of people, correct? So instead of addressing Daniel directly and addressing his statements, you decided to disrespect our prophet. Do you think that was actually logical in any way, shape, or form? By
Logical?
disrespecting Islam? Yeah, by disrespecting Islam, did you think that you were dunking on him in any way?
Yeah,
Because
I
you
thought most
could
of my
have a
tweets
problem
were
with
pretty funny, and I thought that, yeah, I liked it. I enjoyed it. I do think it was logical. And so far as I was trying to elicit a certain response, and I think I got it, and as long as my tweets were funny enough or as edgy as they were, and I think most of them were, so yeah, I'm happy with it.
So you're saying you're not willing to engage in good faith discourse just in the name of comedy? Quote unquote, by the way, comedy.
Well, I've literally
Because
had 2 formal debates with him. What do you mean I'm not willing to do it? Of course, I literally have with him twice before, right?
When you go out of your way, and by the way, I do understand 100%. If you have a problem with the way that Daniel explained himself, that is fair. But for you to try to come at him by disrespecting Islam, does that make any sense to you other than you trying to be inflammatory? Because at the end of the day, I could find you plenty of Muslims that say, hey, at the time of the Prophet, and by the way, let me just state this real quick, there is nothing Islamically based, whether it's in the Sunnah or the Aqidah or the Quran, there is nothing that states, hey, this is what you actually have to do. You actually have to go out of your way and marry 9-year-old. It's not Islamically based whatsoever. And a lot of the times people try, because I've been streaming for a year at this point, and most of the time people come and they think that they have some sort of gotcha on me, so they bring up the Prophet's marriage with Aisha as though it's some sort of dunk that I haven't heard 1,000 times previously. There's nothing Islamically based that pushes you towards doing that. You do understand that, correct? So when you have a problem with Islam and you bring up what the Prophet did in his life, those two do not mesh as well as you believe it do. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure. But I mean, I'm just surprised then that people are so keen to defend it. Like, it seems like the easy...
When you say people, it's Daniel, though. You do recognize that, right?
Well, it was a decent number of people that were showing up on my mentions. It seemed like they were keen to defend child marriages and shit. And you can tell me if I'm wrong, but my assumption, my understanding right now is there are still quite a few Muslim majority countries that are having, like, significant international outcry with, like, child marriages and shit in, like, pretty extreme cases. Is that not still a thing that people complain about? I could be wrong, but I feel like I see headlines pop up about that pretty often.
Yeah, and aren't those countries the ones that are war-torn, the ones that had America present in them as well for quite a long time? Because as far as I'm aware, the vast majority of the developed Arab world and developed Muslim nations actually do not have a problem with that whatsoever.
Do not have a problem with that? Like, as in they would? Or they do?
They don't have a problem. No, they don't have a child marriage problem. At least not one as bad as the United States. So here's the thing, right?
Is that true?
And I did say...
Like, if I were to look that up,
absolutely.
maybe check and look, I'm curious. Is it true that on average in the United States there's more child marriage than, say, like in any... You would consider the Gulf states, like, really developed, right? The UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, stuff like... Yeah, do they...
Sure.
I'm curious, like, what their, like, rates of child marriage are compared to, like, the United States. I don't actually know the answer to that, but, yeah.
I would say that they are lower. That's what I would say, most definitely. I would definitely say that they're lower because I was born and raised in the UAE, right? And child marriages weren't something that was just pushed out into the world as something that was accepted, right? Most people did not deal with that. And you yourself recognize that in the West, just 50, 60 years ago, at the time of your parents, child marriages were 100% acceptable.
Yeah, but 50 years ago, 60, 70 years ago, we had Jim Crow laws, like legalized discrimination against black people in the United States. I mean, I'm not going to defend that. I would say that's bad too.
No, I'm sure.
Apparently in Malaysia, there's like 1,500 child marriages per year. Press release raising the minimum age of marriage in Malaysia. What is the population of Malaysia? Malaysia population 33 million. So there would have to be like 15,000 child marriages a year in the United States for it to be comparable. Let's see. How many child marriages per year, United States? This looks like it is 237 divided by 19, about 12,000 a year. Oh, maybe it's a little comparable then.
Listen, I'm not gonna press you on that W point that I just scored, but let me just tell you this real quick. There's
Well, wait, hold on. To be clear, I don't support child marriage.
I don't either. We can agree on something beautiful, right? Amazing. But check this out, right? You do understand that.
I'd even go real quick one step further. I'd probably say that my guess is going to be in the United States. You can look down on this too. My guess is going to be the place in the United States to support childhood marriage are probably going to be more Christian places, which are again another one of the 3 Abrahamic religions that I would shit on, right?
Yeah, you would shit on, but you didn't. So
I do. What do you mean?
Well, let me say this. Let me say this real quick. So when you brought up Malaysia, by the way, the vast majority of people in Malaysia completely denounce and bitch about the fact that that is even fucking possible, and it's a small minority that engages in child marriages, like a small tribe that engages in it. So even then, it's not normalized in Malaysia itself. So I say all of these things, by the way. My biggest gripe with you, because I can't argue, hey, I find retarded shit funny. Like, you're an edgelord. I've never seen eye to eye with edgelord, so I can't fucking say, hey, stop doing shit that you deem funny. So you're gonna keep being disrespectful in the name of comedy, and so be it. I'm not going to argue with you on that. But I heard you try to cope and say that the prophet, even back then, would have been considered a pedophile. Please explain that one to me.
I think that built into our humanness is, I think, a sexual aversion towards children. I don't think at any point in human development is it considered normal to want to have sex with a 9-year-old.
By the way, that's according to who, by the way? Is that just your innate feeling?
I'm pretty sure, like, evolutionary psych, there's got to be studies. I mean, I'm sure we could Google it. Like, what are the most attractive features to men and women? Do you want to find it?
Yeah, take your time. I'm not here to rush you.
Let me.
Because
I gotta be careful what I Google here so the FBI doesn't find me. 1 second, Jesus Christ.
While you're Googling it, right? Let me just say this real quick. Throughout the vast majority of history, as soon as a person, right, hit puberty, they were free game, right? You can look back at the Spartans and what they did. You can look back at the vast majority of ancient civilizations. As soon as somebody hit puberty, as soon as they first bled, they were open game. You do recognize that, right? So it wasn't necessarily based on their features, right? Whether, they were, curvy or built feminine. As soon as they were, of age, right? Of age being puberty.
Sure, but I think didn't girls go through puberty at even later ages earlier on than they did today?
Is that so?
I believe so. I think that because of like better nutrition and stuff, I think women go through puberty earlier today than they used to historically.
And you would say that that's just a blanket statement. It's not something like it wouldn't apply to each and every single person. Obviously, it would be some people would have their puberty earlier, some people would have their puberty later.
Well, we're always talking in averages, right? But I'm saying that on average, I think women have puberty earlier too than they used to.
And we do know that the Prophet married Aisha at 6 and consummated her marriage, his marriage when she was 9 years old, and that's when she hit puberty, right? So this is still consistent with how the vast majority of time throughout human history, people dealt with these sorts of things. In fact, you try to use the argument of one text, one translation, one explanation that she was playing with toys, she was adolescent, she was a child. And you do know Al-Quraysh, right? You do know that the majority tribe, the idol pagans of Saudi Arabia, of Mecca, the same people that went out of their way to try to hurt, to kill the Prophet, peace be upon him, they themselves weren't even objecting the marriage with Aisha. You do understand that, right?
So maybe, but that doesn't really have anything to do with anything that...
No, it absolutely does. And let me tell you this, right? When you try to denounce flat Earth, or when you try to denounce the people that say that the moon landing was fake, one of the examples that you go to is the fact that you say that we landed on the moon. We, as in you. America landed on the moon, correct? And if that was to be fake, the Soviet Union would have been the first to call it out, correct?
If wait, say that again.
If the United States didn't land on the moon and that was actually fucking faked, wouldn't the Soviet Union be the first to call it out and say that this is cap? And isn't this the argument that you use a lot of times against flat earthers?
Sure, but I don't know like the history of like Muhammad and like other people on the planet at that time to know if other people would have been calling out. Like I don't even know what you're saying is right. I'm just not familiar with it.
Again, God bless Google. Google it. I'm not lying. You can't find a single account of Al Quraysh actually attacking the Prophet. And mind you, they attacked him on each and every single thing in his life because they viewed him as the devil.
Yeah, a lot of them might be doing like child marriages and shit as well too, though, right? Isn't that possible?
No. Here's the thing. At the time, right? And this is the fallacy that you fell in. It's the presentism fallacy, right? You try to apply your morals today onto the past, and you try to claim that even back then it was deemed as pedophilia. It was deemed as something negative. So you do acknowledge the fact that even back then that was something that was completely normal, right? So why would you say
to marry 9-year-olds?
pedophilia?
Okay, can I ask you first on that? Let me, because I'm not about to fucking Google. I didn't know we were having a formal fucking debate on the age of consent in fucking 20 years ago. So I'm curious, what was the average age of marriage?
Didn't I fucking tell you that I'm going to debate you on the age of consent? I gave you prep time. Like
Wait, did you?
Batman. Yes! You don't fucking read the shit, dude.
You said, let me know if you're ever down to debate age of consent without any restrictions. I thought you wanted
Yes.
I thought you were arguing about whether or not we should be able to, in modern times, have like an age of consent. Not that you wanted to have a historical...
Do I look like EDP?
Well, I don't know, but your message, that's what it reads like. There's a lot of things that I wanted to touch on during our debate, but couldn't do it to moderate. You said, let me know if you're ever down to debate age of consent without any restrictions. I thought there was like modern age. I didn't know you wanted to say like, what is the historical norms for like marriage and age of consent? I don't know what the fuck you mean by that.
Listen, I know without prep time, you're like Batman with no fucking abilities fighting Darkseid, right? You can have your time looking up what historically it was. I have no problem with it, right? And you're much more savvy with the keyboard since, you know, I do touch grass, although, you know, body-wise, I look like you, which is, you know, a problem since I'm like 10 years your fucking junior. But that's neither here or there. It was the norm. Nobody complained about it. It wasn't an issue, right? But you tried to claim, sneakily, by the way, you tried to claim that it was even frowned upon back then, which it wasn't.
I would imagine it's not frowned upon. I would say that biologically, ever wanting to fuck children is probably going to be like an abnormality, because I don't know if like our species would like propagate, because you can't really have like healthy births at 9 years old, all right, or 10 years old.
The vast, and you could look this up, for the most part, throughout our human history, once they hit puberty, they were free game. Is that not true? Hell, that was true 60 years ago.
Yeah, but the average age of puberty back then was like 16 years old.
Yes, and the average, but again, you're trying to claim that it's not true then. Now you're trying to claim that she didn't hit puberty at 9 then, right?
She might have. I don't know what she looked like. I don't think there are any pictures from back then. I don't know if you're even allowed to take a picture of her.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, stop it. So now why are you trying to claim that the age which puberty was hit was 16 years old? Why should that matter then? Why should it matter? Because at the end of the day, right, it is different
I guess
for each and every single person.
Sure, it is conceivable that maybe she just had some weird thing going on. Maybe Allah, peace be upon them, infused her with super growth hormone or some shit.
You know we don't worship God, first of all, astaghfirullah. We don't worship Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, number one. You do understand that, right? Because you did say that a couple of times ignorantly.
That you can't wish peace? Why can't Allah have some fucking peace?
No, you say Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Oh, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, okay.
But you almost had it, dickhead. Why do you want to fuck around?
Okay, it is conceivable, I guess, that it is conceivable that she matured very quickly back then, but it feels like the other accounts of like her playing with dolls and everything seem to kind of contradict that. Makes it seem like she was still like very much a child and in like a childlike state.
But the fact that you cannot find a single account of the predominant tribe of Mecca at the time where the Prophet resided had any qualms about his marriage with Aisha, which I promise you, if they had any issue with it, they would have.
Couldn't they also been engaging in practices that I wouldn't agree with, or you're just focusing on the historical norms?
No, I'm focusing on the historical norm because you tried to claim that even back then it would be considered pedophilia, and when I press you on that, what do you keep saying? But hey,
I didn't know that age of consent meant historical. I will do research on this, okay, and we'll revisit this topic, and I'll find out what were the historical norms.
You have to fucking do research about. You know, I never prepare for a single debate in my life. This is kind of fucking disappointing. But you know what?
Yeah, well, listen, as a non fucking minor attracted adult, as somebody that doesn't fuck kids, I don't know all about the history of like fucking children, so I haven't looked into it that much.
Now you're trying to paint me as some fucking pedophile.
Well, I'm just saying I don't know the historical norms for when it was okay to fuck a child child. I don't know that. Off the top of my head, I can make guesses.
Dickhead, you know it. You literally just said 60 years ago in the United States we were comfortable fucking kids.
That's a lot different than 2,000 years ago when the warlord Muhammad fucking wandered the earth. Okay, I don't fucking know.
Dickhead, 60 years ago, 1,400 years ago, history is history. Stop trying to put a date on it, number one, okay? So clearly, as a minor attractive person, know a lot about it as well, okay? If I'm falling, you're falling too, dickhead.
Gotcha.
But you know what? Let's not stick to the historical facts, right? Let's bring it to the present. You yourself said, first of all, you have a lot of out-of-pocket shit about you going out into the ether. I'm not gonna speak a lot about them because they're out of context, blah blah blah. But you are a bit zesty. You do move a little
I'm super
weird,
zesty.
right?
Suck a lot of dick. Look at a lot of children. You know how it goes. Yeah, that's my life.
I do have a question. I do not doubt anything that you just said, by the way.
I know, of course not.
Would you say that you are a top or a bottom, by the way? I'm just curious.
You know, I don't actually really like anal sex at all. So, is that okay?
So you're saying you're a top. You know, you're built like a 12-year-old, so whoever your topic must be built like a 9-year-old.
What are you built like? Yeah, stand up and let's see some top plates. Show us some weightlifting progress over there. Yeah, let's see it.
Absolutely,
let's see it. I want to see it. Yeah, show us.
You see these legs?
I see them.
You see these arms? Stop playing, man. Stop playing.
Does it feel good?
I'm built like you. If you actually had testosterone, you know that, right?
Does it feel good to show your body off to chat? Do you like that?
Absolutely, it turns me on. But check this out real quick, right? You yourself admitted that you think that, marrying a 13-year-old is 100% okay. And would you like to elaborate?
Did I say marrying a 13-year-old is 100% okay?
Yeah, you said if she has hit puberty. First of all, you said that you are attracted to, 15-year-olds because some 15-years are like, God damn, they look good, they mature early. You've said these things, right?
If it's a 15-year-old that matured very quickly, sure. But I mean, if you're telling me that 6-year-old Aisha can mature very quickly, I'm sure we can agree that there are...
No, listen. We've already moved past that topic since you said you need to do research for the big bad Carantos. You can't handle me without prep time, right? I'm Darkseid, you're Batsy. It's fine, whatever.
Okay, here's a question. Do you think wait, how old are you again?
I'm 23.
Okay, do you think that there are 18-year-olds that are attractive?
I've never seen them, but sure. I've never seen them. Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Do you think that there might be some 15, 16-year-olds that can look like they're 18?
As a Muslim, we do practice the hijab as well as men. And no, this is not a hijab or a turban as you tried to refer to it multiple times. It's actually a ski mask, right? But as a Muslim man, your hijab is averting your gaze, looking down. So I've never looked at an 18-year-old, let alone a 15-year-old, unlike you, by the way. So listen, I wouldn't know. But you could tell me, actually, since clearly you do know a lot about attractive 15-year-olds. Do they look good?
Okay, so I think that your refusal to engage with the question kind of makes the answer pretty obvious.
No, I mean,
right?
what do you mean? I'm engaging with it. I said, yeah, possibly.
Okay.
There might be.
Yeah,
sure.
that's all I was saying. There you go.
Okay, so you're saying, okay, now great. Now let's probe this further, right?
Yeah, let's probe.
So you're saying right now that there could be a 13-year-old, right? There could be a 13-year-old, mature, attractive girl that you would be 100% comfortable in marrying.
No, I don't think so.
Why?
She would probably lack the mental maturity that you would hope for in somebody that you want to get married to.
Yeah, wouldn't a 22-year-old also possibly lack that mental maturity as well?
It's possible. A 30-year-old could lack that mental maturity, but at 13,
yeah, a 40-year-old also could.
At 13, they almost certainly lack it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's based on what? And that's usually based off of the society in which they were brought in, right?
Yeah,
so if they were brought up in a society where they took on a great deal of responsibility at a young age, wouldn't you say that there's a possibility for them being much more mentally mature?
Yeah, it's possible. In a different society, yeah.
Yeah, in a different society, such as 1,400 years ago. But sure, let's say that different society existed today, right? Would you be then comfortable with, let's say, marrying them?
Depends on what age we're talking about specifically here.
Okay, what age are you comfortable, with? Because at the end of the day,
I can see it in some places like 15, 16, 17, but below 10. Oh, I don't know, man.
Okay, so you're a double-digit guy.
I'm a double-digit. I'm a double-digit guy. That's the thing. I'm a double-digit guy.
9 is crazy. 9 is actually wild, but 10.
Once they hit 10, it's a way different story. 10 years old. They're getting the middle school.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, totally. So you're saying, a 10-year-old.
If I can't show her age on both hands, then we're in better territory.
I mean, it depends how you count, right? But listen, so you are comfortable with marrying a 10-year-old that is mature then, based off of the society that she grew up in?
10 is probably 10 is probably too young.
10 is probably too young, but you're
too
comfortable around 14, 15. That's fine with you.
Depending, I don't know. Like depends on the society we're talking
Again, I
about.
told you what it depends on.
Yeah,
the
it's
society.
possible.
And
Can we run to the end of this? Do you just want Muhammad to be okay with a 6-year-old, or?
No, again, you keep going back to the Prophet. The Prophet lived 1,400 years ago. The Prophet has long passed away. May God rest his soul. It's over and done with. We do not worship the Prophet, right? So understand this. You yourself try to attribute this label of pedophilia onto him based off of what he has done 1,400 years ago, but you are 100% comfortable, for example, let's say being with a 15 or 14-year-old that grew up in a society that made her much more mentally mature, and obviously her body itself was also very mature for her age. You are 100% cool with wedding her, sleeping with her, impregnating her in this day and age, if it were legal, by the way, but we're not speaking legality, let's just speak morality. Would you be?
I mean, 14, 15, 16, I guess depending on like the society they live in, if life expectancy is low, if it's like super primitive, yeah, I guess it's probably possible. It probably happens. Probably pretty normal, right?
Yeah, all things that apply to, 1,400 years ago.
Well, but again, I don't know if I would ever drop that age down to 6 years old or 9 years old, but go ahead. I know you like to keep
yeah, because now we're just trying to argue, 9 I'm uncomfortable with, but 14, fuck it, I'm pretty cool with it. That's very subjective on your part, by the way. I'm pretty sure that most of the people that you are in contact with would still label you as a pedophile, regardless of whether it's 9 or 14, correct?
Some might. I would argue it's an improper use of the word, but...
Yeah, when you say that, by the way, you do understand that it does make you sound like a fucking pedophile when you say, well, technically, it's a he-febophile since she's 16 years old, and if you're attracted to somebody in their late teens, then that means you are not a pedophile, but because pedophilia actually means that you are attracted to prepubescent teens. You don't understand that that makes you sound like a pedophile, and, normally in society, we do use words not completely adherent to what their textbook dictionary definition is, correct? You do recognize that,
I don't think
right?
I would ever care that somebody that's defending fucking a 9-year-old is accusing me of being a pedophile. I know whether or not I'm a pedophile. I am pretty confident that if I was, I think in my 12 years of streaming, I think it would have leaked by now. Yeah.
Mr. Bonnell.
Yes.
Mr. Bonnell, listen to me.
Okay.
Listen to me. Right now, what you're trying to do is throw shit on me, right?
Okay. Oh, that's not what you're doing to me this entire conversation?
You're so sensitive. It's so fucking cute. Come on, have tougher skin than that. Come on, man.
The fact that I'm having this conversation with you means I have tough skin, my dude.
Well, are you being offended in every... kind of. Are you being offended in any way? Tell me one singular thing that I've said to hurt your feelings, and I promise I'll apologize to you right now. I'm sure there is.
You're not hurting my feelings, but obviously the goal of the conversation is to try to paint me as a pedophile or pedophile apologist, right?
The first thing that you did when we had our conversation was try to say, hey, are you cool with fucking marrying a 9-year-old today? Pretty sure you tried to fucking pedo jacket me the moment you spoke to me.
Well, no, I was asking that because people like the Daniel Hikikiki guy, like actually like are modern day like trying to defend. I think like even marrying that young, I'm pretty sure. I feel like that was the thing I saw.
Yes, because once you've seen one Muslim, you've seen them all, correct? Right? Because that's
well, no, but that was one of the guys I was fighting with. But it did seem like there were a surprising number of them like arguing with that interpretation of my tweets. But maybe it's not representative. Maybe most Muslims don't believe that,
Even if it were not to be representative, you would still engage in the same type of jokes you did just to be offensive and inflammatory. So it wouldn't really change a thing, right? But let me say
but
this
you were
real
asking me about why I'm giving this to Tagus because I was generally responding to him, and he's got like clips out there defending it. But yeah, I'd still make fun of Muslims anyway. Yeah, making fun of any organized religion isn't contingent upon some historical fact related to how old.
Yeah, it's because you're an atheist. It's because you're an atheist, and apparently a core tenet of atheism is shitting on religion every chance you get.
Yeah,
right?
part of it is.
That's
Yeah,
why
sure.
We all love atheists because they are not the most obnoxious creatures that you'll ever come across. We all love them, right? So
when was the last time an atheist killed somebody because they made fun of atheism?
I'm pretty sure that there's quite a lot of fucking atheists that go out of their way to cause harm to people.
Sure, but how many atheists murder somebody because you paint like a picture of the flying spaghetti monster or somebody, right? It seems like Muslims are...
because they worship the flying spaghetti monster, correct?
Do you think you're worshiping something gives you a justification for murdering people for making fun of it?
No, when people go out of their way to spit... By the way, stop trying to fucking get me to justify murder, because that's not what I'm doing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Physically attack somebody, my bad.
Thank you.
No
See, now you're being good faith, right? It's the game. It's getting to your brain, right? So you need to understand this, right? For the vast majority of people on planet Earth, they are 100% comfortable defending anything that they believe in using physical violence. And the only people that do not resort to it are not the educated ones or the intelligent ones, are the people that stand at a towering 5'1", such as yourself, and are incapable of actually defending anything that they stand up for, right? You do understand that, right? The vast majority of people, if they are disrespected, if somebody goes out of their way to mock them or to disrespect them in any way, they usually respond with physical violence. So you act like it's something that is completely out of human nature, which it isn't at all.
It might be part of human nature. I don't care if it's part of human nature. In civilized society, we do a lot of things that are against human nature, right? That's the whole point of being civilized. That's what separates us from our animals, right?
I mean, listen, what is civilized society to you then?
Imagine civilized society is where we resist some of our baser human instincts in order to come together and create a society that serves everybody better than it would otherwise if we were all just like out here raping, murdering, and stealing from each other.
Name me a civilized society in this day and age that you actually love.
The United States of America.
Yeah, the same civilized society that kills children, or children killing children with guns, you know. I mean, listen, your society is so civilized that...
I'm sorry, hold on. What country do you live in where there's no violence at all?
Wait, I'm pretty sure the country that I live in, I've never had to go to school with the fear of my life being taken by some fucking kid with an AR.
And all of us in the United States, we all condemn that. That's not good. It's not like we support it. You're right here justifying violence, and you're trying to counter your justification of violence by saying sometimes violence happens in my country that we don't justify.
Hold on, Steve. Steve, relax.
I'm super relaxed.
I'm not here trying to justify.
Wait, you understand you're like driving
I'm pointing out the fact that your liberal society is not as utopian and as beautiful.
Did I ever say that my liberal society was utopian?
Wait, your Discord's kind of lagging. 1 second. I say something.
Did I ever say that my liberal society was utopian?
No, you try to speak of it as some sort of fucking beacon for the rest of the world.
I didn't speak of it as beacon. You asked me what makes something
did.
civilized, and I said that civilization, in my opinion, is kind of resisting some of our baser urges to do our more primal activities in order to have a great example, I believe, is the United States of America. Just because the United States isn't perfect doesn't mean that I can't use it as an example of a society that is trying to resist. And I think there's a lot of, it's not just the US, like all of Scandinavia, all of Europe, most of Asia, most of Africa, most of South America, like every country on the planet is like civilized, or every continent on the planet has civilized societies, right? Do you disagree with my definition? How would you define it?
No. I don't agree with your definition, but the fact that
how would you define it then? Tell me. Give me something to work with instead of just constantly attacking every single thing I say. What would you define as like society, or what does civilized mean to you?
A society where people from different walks of life could coexist together peacefully.
Do you think that's easier or harder in a Christian society versus a Muslim one?
I do believe if you were to look at historical context, the vast
I'm not asking about historical. I'm saying today, do you think are you more likely to be killed for your religion in a Muslim society or in a Christian one?
I wouldn't be able to tell you because I don't think you'd be killed for it in either. I mean, there are certain cases of extremists going out of their way to cause harm.
Who's more likely to kill apostates, Muslims or Christians?
Yeah, but an apostate is somebody who went out of the fold of the religion, not somebody who started off as being, outside of the faith. So
okay, so you concede that it would. So in terms of
that doesn't concede anything though. You said which one would kill the other for not being part of their faith, and then you tried to say that which one would kill the other for leaving their faith.
Well, I think there's probably going to be a bit of a crossover there. Would be my guess. Right?
Not necessarily.
You don't think so? You think there's a group of people that would murder people for leaving their faith, but they're actually super chill with people that aren't part of their faith? You don't think there's going to be a little bit of a crossover there?
Yeah, because there's absolutely nothing Islamically based that causes us to go out of our way to kill non-believers.
Really? Is it not the case that there are like Muslim countries where people that are part of a different religious sect have like special taxes or things placed on them, or are treated differently than people that are of like the native? Is it not the case that like Sunnis and Shias like fight with each other all the time in the Middle East? Are there not like big religious divides there? Didn't this happen a lot in Iraq under Saddam Hussein, and then under the new government where Sunnis were oppressing Shias, the Ba'ath Party, or where Shias were fighting with Sunnis? Doesn't this happen a lot in Muslim countries, or no? Am I making this up?
I would say this: the separation that we have created amongst each other when it comes to Sunnis and Shias, for instance, that's something that is actually not Islamically based, because the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
I don't care. I'm just asking what's happening.
I'm giving you an explanation. I will answer your question. It's not an excuse. You just don't like answers that don't fit your fucking criteria, right?
Well, you're getting away. You're explaining to me how it's not truly your religion, which is fine. But I'm just asking, as a fact of the matter, are you more likely to experience violence for being, say, one religion in a country that is majority Christian or majority Muslim?
Because you are not that religion, which is the majority, right? I would say it's not a Muslim, not Muslim nations. No, absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not.
My understanding is that is absolutely the case, but maybe my data is wrong.
Yeah. So could I actually give you the background that you deny? right? The background that you don't want to listen to. The fact
Yeah, you
that
can tell me
throughout
that. Well,
history-
in Islam, it's actually not blah blah blah, but that's not really relevant if it happens.
That's not it.
Okay,
No,
tell
that's
me.
not it.
Go ahead.
Throughout the vast majority of history, right, Muslims would not kill those that were non-believers. So, for example, when they've conquered a village or when they've conquered a certain area, they wouldn't kill those people that resided in those areas had they not converted to Islam. They would actually apply what you spoke about right now, a tax, which is called a jizya, right? They would have to pay in order to maintain their house, maintain their place without being disturbed by anybody, and also they wouldn't be compelled or forced to fight on behalf of a ruling class or a government that they do not believe in. So for instance, if you were, let's say, a Jewish male of fighting age, you wouldn't be forced to fight for a Muslim cause since you pay jizya, and that in itself is a mercy. Absolutely,
You say it's called, is it called jizya?
Yes, it is.
Okay, just curious.
Like, okay, jizya. Okay, you guys are so fucking goofy.
Well, I was
Congratulations.
just
That's
asking.
another fucking language.
I just wanted to know what it was called.
You guys are being fucking goofy. I'm sorry. Listen, yeah, sure, it's called jizya. Absolutely.
Okay, that's
so
fine.
that
That's
in
cool.
itself is not a negative. That's listen. You fucking pay taxes, okay? That in itself.
Yeah,
is
I don't pay
fucking
taxes
theft.
because of my
I'm
religion,
sorry.
though. Damn, that's.
I'm
wild.
sorry, and I don't pay taxes just because I fucking was born on a plot of fucking land. I'm sorry. You've been sold a fucking lie, by the way. Let me just say that real quick.
Okay.
And you bear with it because, again, it's not based in faith. And listen, there's no mysticism. Although I cannot explain to you what the Big Bang is. I cannot explain to you how 4.5 billion years ago this fucking flaming ball of fire suddenly formed human life in it that is sentient and that has a soul. And you know what? As scientists can't even explain what a fucking soul is, right? You keep trying to claim that there isn't mysticism involved within science. Although I would say that a lot of science is based in mysticism and belief. By the way, listen.
Do you think that not
understand-
having the answer for something is the same as claiming you have the answer for something with no evidence?
You say no evidence. I just genuinely do believe, according to what you said, a man who hasn't looked into the Quran, a man who hasn't looked into Islam, you do not know what we believe. And there's quite a few great content creators, Muslim content creators, that would genuinely sit and explain to you from a philosophical point of view why what we believe is grounded in truth. Now, when you hear faith, you just completely believe that it's just a belief in a higher power with no logic attached to it, correct?
Well, there's
right?
logic, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean it's like empirically grounded, right?
But have you spoken to anybody that, let's say, is a master in the field, for instance, somebody who's well educated on Islam, somebody who actually knows a lot about the faith itself? Have you spoken to any of those people?
I had a debate with that Daniel Hikakari guy who.
But your debate wasn't based in the in the philosophy of Islam.
Yeah.
Most of your debate.
If you were to
was,
sell me on Allah being a real dude, what would your top 2 points be?
Sell you on Allah?
Yeah, tell me, why is that dude? Why should I be worried about that guy?
I mean, I'll just give you one.
Okay.
And that is basically the fact that we cannot have a universe that is filled with dependent things. At the end of the day, there has to be a single point of origin, a point that is completely and wholly independent of everything else. And we believe that to be God. If I were to show you, let's say, some fucking random kid. Now, once your boner fucking goes down, you'll ask, whose parents is this fucking child, right? And I'll tell you, these are his parents. And you'd ask, where's their parents? And we're going to keep going on and on. But you know this won't last till infinity, right? Eventually, there needs to be a singular point of origin, just like for the universe, for instance. You can't just have a universe filled of dependent things because it would not be able to stand on its own, right? And we believe that that singular thing is God. We believe that to be God in itself. And we also do believe that the world has an incredible amount of intelligent design to it, right? You can't just look at
Why
us.
can't
and our
why can't
position-
the dependent things be used on like Allah? Why can't we say like he was dependent on something?
Because that wouldn't make any sense.
Well, then
That
why can't
wouldn't
we
make any
just say
sense
that
because how-
why can't we say that the universe always existed then, and that's not dependent on anything?
Yeah, because that wouldn't make any sense. Because where did the universe come from at that point?
Where did Allah come from?
Allah is independent. Allah has always been there.
Why can't the universe be independent then?
How would that make any sense? Is the
How does it make
universe
sense that
sent-
Allah is independent?
Because we believe that Allah is an entity that is actually conscious and aware. Would you say that the universe is alive?
Does something need to be alive to be independent?
But would you say that the universe was conscious of its creation of everything and anything that you see around
Does something
you
have to
currently?
be? Is a tree conscious of its creation?
Not necessarily, but the tree didn't make itself. You're claiming that the universe made itself.
I don't know if something needs to be conscious to make itself, right?
So would you say that something that is completely unconscious, non-existent, it has no substance to it, inwards, could make itself and could be intelligent enough to make everything that you see around you? For instance, let's say our position when it comes to
two people can
our
come
proximity.
together. I mean, there's no intelligence required to like make a tree, right?
Would you? Do you really believe that? Would you say that there's no? Okay.
Yeah, nobody's guiding
let's
that.
go-
It's just natural process.
Let's go further.
Yeah, okay, let's
Let's go further.
Yeah.
Do you believe that there is no intelligence involved in creating the planet? Let's say planet Earth.
There could be. I'm just saying there doesn't have to be.
Yeah, but when you say there doesn't have to be, then what you're willingly accepting is the fact that we are all completely random. Like
Yeah,
this-
but now what you've
everything that
conceded when you say that is that like you can't handle this being random, so you've got to invent a reason for us not to be. That's not a very compelling reason to believe in something.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. If I were to present you a cup of water currently, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would 100% believe that somebody filled that cup of water. You wouldn't say that cup of water just filled itself automatically, would you? That wouldn't make any sense. That would be illogical. And you yourself do not believe in mysticism, and you do not believe in the irrational. You believe in the logical. So obviously,
Sure, but if you were to show me that somebody filled that cup of water, I'd probably say somebody created the person that filled the water, right?
Yeah,
so,
sure,
so if the
great,
water is
and
the
that- and that's
universe and
the-
Allah is the person that filled the cup of water, why didn't anybody create Allah? What if there's like a super Allah, like a dude that made him?
No, great. Now we're regressing to the point of dependence.
Okay.
You can't have something that's infinitely dependent, right?
Well then,
That's
but
why
I'm
we
just trying to
believe in
ask
this-
why you can make a special exception that Allah is infinitely independent, but the universe couldn't be. Why couldn't the universe have just always existed?
Because if the universe always existed, that would mean that it just completely created itself.
No, maybe it's
Out-
infinite. Maybe time began when the universe began.
Maybe time began when the universe began, but you have nothing that proves that, by the
You don't have anything that proves that Allah created the universe.
Yeah, but when you say that the universe created itself, is
I didn't say it
non-sentient,
did. I'm just saying
it's not
maybe
a-
it did. I'm just saying it's not like logically that's impossible. I'm just saying it's possible that did happen. Just like it's possible Allah created.
Yeah,
but you don't have any
but when you
evidence.
say,
for it.
no, but, not sure. But when you say it's logically possible for the universe to create itself, whilst also claiming that the universe is not sentient, is not aware, is not knowing of itself, it's not a living being, it's not a living thing, then that would mean that I could get you something that is completely inanimate, and it would make something, right, out of nothing. That wouldn't make any sense to you, right? That's illogical. If I were to present you like my mouse, for instance, and I said that this mouse would then create a planet, that wouldn't make any sense to you. So why would you take that to the universe, for instance? That wouldn't make sense.
I mean, like I don't think that like semen and fucking eggs and shit. Those are kind of inanimate. They're not like thinking conscious beings, but they come together and they create thinking conscious creatures, right? Like babies and stuff.
Yeah, but they don't necessarily have to be thinking creatures. They're literally made
Oh well, then
for
the
a
universe
purpose.
could be like
They're
made
made-
by a non-thinking creature potentially, then, right? I just don't understand why you think I have to commit to this idea that the universe had some like conscious founding start, but like then because I could just apply that same logic to Allah. Whatever you're going to say about that, I'm just going to apply it retroactively to Allah.
No. I understand where you're coming from, but you do need to understand the fact that currently, as we believe it, we came from the Big Bang. We came from a point so infinitely small, smaller than the eye of a needle, right? That produced every single thing that is around you today. You do understand how incredible that is, right?
About as incredible as saying there's a magical man in the sky that made everything. Yeah,
Nowhere
you think your thing
near.
is less incredible?
I'm sorry. I would need to have more faith than I currently do to believe in what you believe than what I believe in. I promise you that much. For you to believe
Why?
that
But
we
I can
came
find,
from a
I can
point-
see today, I can see evidence of amazing things happening with no creator-guided process. Children, I would argue, are amazing, and those don't have anything.
Now, how
involved.
do you know that? How do you know that? When I say created, guided, right? I'm not saying that it overtakes your free will, because as Muslims, we do believe in the existence of free will, right? It's not like we're some bots controlled by a puppet master, that being God. We do not believe in
Wait, what do you
that.
mean how I know?
But we
Because I
do
know
believe-
how children are made, and you don't need like a creator guiding the process of like making a child. It just
Yeah, but also for us to be able, for us to live in planet Earth currently as it is, right? We'd have to be in the Goldilocks zone, right? Any closer to the sun, then we'd burn. Any further away, then we'd freeze, right?
yeah, but that's
Would you
just how
say
we
that-
develop. That doesn't mean that it was made that way,
And
right?
that's pure coincidence, right? You believe
If
that
you
that
think
is
is it pure
coincidence.
coincidence that a puddle of water has the exact same shape as the hole that it's inside of?
No, that's not by
That's the same thing. Yeah, no, it's not by design. The
It's
water
absolutely by
the
design.
water the water
If the
the
water
water
was
the
shaped
water
like an L,
the
the water
water
would be shaped like an L.
the water takes the shape of the hole the same way that the organisms on this planet take the shape of what the planet can support.
But you do understand that it's not, even if we had a planet, and there are multiple planets, as we've observed, right, that could technically hold life that don't. then how do you explain us coming from it? Because just because a planet could technically be in the perfect position by random luck, right, by chance, that doesn't necessarily mean that we could come into existence as well. You do recognize that, correct?
Yeah, potentially. But I'm not the one. I'm not the one. I can't explain everything. But I'm not the one claiming to have all the answers. I'm just pushing back on your idea that your answer is the only one you can be logically committed to. That's not true at all.
I would say that currently, and I'm confident in saying this fact, right? There are people that are much more well equipped to have this conversation with you that could actually offer you a lot more answers when it comes to the philosophy and to the idea and to our belief in God, right? You've heard of Muhammad Hijab, correct?
Nope. Was that a prayer you just said, or what was that?
Okay, dude. You know Muhammad is it's a name.
Oh, Muhammad. Okay,
right?
so I got it, yeah.
Right, Muhammad Hijab, right?
That sounds like a racist name I would make. His name is really Muhammad Hijab?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. My bad, go ahead.
His name is Muhammad Hijab. He's a content creator on YouTube, and he does a lot of these sort of content. Wow. Would you ever consider reaching out to him?
To see if he could logically debate me into the existence of a god? I feel like Aquinas made all of these arguments. Do you know who Aquinas is?
No.
He was like some loser Christian dude a long time ago, philosopher, who made, I think, all of these arguments you're making in favor of creationism. But I feel like they've all been philosophically dealt with pretty well by now. Is he really going to make some novel argument for the existence of a god that you think I've never heard before?
I believe so. Right, because the vast majority, I do believe that the vast majority of arguments that you've heard were probably based in Christianity. And while I do understand and acknowledge that we do share a lot of things in common, I wouldn't say that, you know, there's such a great deal that you could basically say if you've read the Bible, you've read the Quran. That's not true.
Uh-oh. Somebody just messaged me and they said, Muhammad Hijab is a super bad faith debater. He clip-chimped the fuck out of Cosmic Skeptic. Ooh, is that true?
I wouldn't say he's more bad faith than I am. And was I bad faith with you? He's not that terrible. It's nothing that you can't handle. Listen, if people treat you like the fucking endgame Thanos, you can't pussy away from Muhammad Hijab. Now, I do understand he stands at 6'6" and, you know, you may be intimidated or turned on. I don't know the way that you roll, right? But I do think that you could actually have a great conversation about it. And I would implore you to have it, because I'm interested in what you have to say and what he has to say to you. There's a lot of people that deal with these, and we have no problem, by the way, as Muslims engaging in these sort of conversations. It doesn't offend us in any way if you do not believe in God or his existence. We'll just debate you on it. And I'm sure you've heard of Speaker's Corner in Hyde Park, London, right?
I indeed
Where
have,
plenty of debaters go there and, you know, speak theology. But let me tell you this, right? As somebody who's, you know, you seem like somebody who's passionate about calling out pedophilia, right?
Not
but
in particular, but yeah, go ahead.
I mean, listen, that's the way that you positioned yourself when you said, listen, I saw Daniel speak about this being normal and I had to come out, you know.
Pedophilia, that's not like, it's not, it was just funny to shit on Islam. I'm not like especially poised towards like fighting.
And that's not bad faith, right? That's not bad faith.
I was a bad faith. I'm an atheist. Of course, I expect you guys probably shit on atheists too. That's fine.
Atheism, there is no core tenant within atheism that states you have to fucking go out of your way to disrespect religion.
Yeah, I never said there was, but it can still be funny to do it.
Yeah, that's why we say that humor is very subjective. But let me tell you this, right? As somebody who's, you know, I'd confidently say that you're anti-rape, right?
I'd say in general, yeah. I take pretty big positions against rape and stuff, yeah, sure.
Yeah, right. It's some things that you've said kind of, you know, kind of paint the other image, but I do believe that you are anti-rape, right? Why were you so comfortable defending Mr. Girl with his fucking story of rape, but the moment that he went against you, you decided to call it rape?
I think initially, he sold himself as a very empathetic person, and I was pretty charitable towards that framing. He's a very good way of like navigating conversations in a way that I thought was pretty interesting. But then as I kind of got to know him a little bit better, and I saw more of how he interacts with people, I think I rolled back some of that charitability. If you want to say that I don't think he's a pedophile, but I defended him on that in the bar, I'll probably still defend that. I don't think he's a pedophile. But if he's like a rapist, he probably is, I would say.
I mean, you did call him a pedophile, by the way. You tried to shy away from that accusation when I brought it up during our panel, but I'm pretty confident that you did call him a pedophile and a rapist. And by the way, you did say, right now, you did just say that the reason that you rolled back the charitability is because of the way that you saw him interact with other people. And that
isn't that kind of like, isn't it like a kind of like a normal thing though? Like when you, if you
yeah, but that's not true though.
Okay.
That's not true though, because the man, because when you turned on him, was when he started to bitch at you and attack you. That is the moment where you came out and started talking about how he's a fucking rapist. Not when you've seen him interact with other people, because whilst you were defending him, he still interacted with other people the exact same way. Nothing changed.
Is that no? Actually, things did change because I started to see how he interacted with a lot of people. Yeah, because he started to go, especially with
So
laughs.
it went from some to
But
a
hold
lot,
on,
right?
hold on. Let's everybody presents this as a crazy thing, but it's not crazy at all. Let's say that you've got a friend, okay, and this friend tells you like, oh my god, like I've been burned by so many people in the past, it's crazy, okay, like all these people say I steal money from them, it's bullshit, and I hate that people say that. And let's say you hang out with this friend, let's say you lend them money a few times, they always pay you back. You're like, okay, maybe you just got a bad rap, people don't like you. Let's say that one day this friend steals from you, that you lend them money, they never pay back, and then they disappear and they block you, and you go back and you think like, fuck. Do you think you would reevaluate the stories that they told you about all the other people if their actions dramatically changed?
You want my honest answer?
Yeah.
Okay. My honest answer would be that I wouldn't befriend somebody that had that many stories about them being a thief. I would actually genuinely take those into account, look into them prior to actually establishing any sort of connection with them. And by the way, you do acknowledge the fact that you do have a
why the
history
fuck
of-
why are you talking to me then? Because don't I have like a reputation of being like a rapist, pedophile, whatever the fuck else people say about me?
I just told you I look into it, right? I assume you looked into it, but we're still comfortable with them. And you yourself acknowledge the fact that you are comfortable hanging out with all sorts of characters as long as they don't burn you. And
Yeah,
once
but like
they
I'd never
burn
say
you,
he doesn't have like
walks
any
off.
like he doesn't have any rape convictions or anything. It's not like there's anything I could look into where it's like, is this guy like a convicted fucking rapist or something, right?
Yeah, but you could look into the stories that are coming out about him. You could look into what
There aren't any like there aren't
actually.
any big like rape stories about him, right? The only thing he said are things that he said himself.
I'm pretty sure your Ethiopian brother Abba warned you about him multiple times, right? So if that fucking guy could actually see it, why?
Yeah, but
couldn't you?
I mean, like Abba didn't like him, sure. But I mean, like Abba told me that he was like fucking creepy shit. But I mean, I agree. Of course he's creepy. But creepy is interesting to me.
Okay. Oh, great. That leads me to my second point.
Yeah, go for it.
You are very comfortable. You are very comfortable surrounding yourself with, morally dubious characters. The weird rejects, the weirdos of the world, like Mr. Girl, Lavloon, Vosh.
Mm-hmm.
You're very comfortable getting those people around. So would you say that you are a terrible judge of character?
No, I think I've had a lot of content on my stream, and I've gotten to meet a lot of really interesting people because of that policy.
So Vosh doesn't fuck with you. Hasanabi doesn't fuck with you, which, by the way, your worst creation. Mr. Girl doesn't fuck with you. Lavloon doesn't fuck with you. And a whole bunch of other people. And you say that was all worth it because of the content and the entertainment that they've brought into your life.
Well, let's see. I do more views than Vosh now on my secondary channel. Hassan is obviously in orbit doing his thing. Mr. Girl has completely and totally destroyed his reputation and is bleeding Patreon subs to one of the lowest numbers they've ever been at. And Lav is completely irrelevant on the internet and got blown up so fucking hard that she had to change her name. I mean, I think in the grand scheme of things, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing better than ever now. I literally just signed 2 different deals with 2 different platforms to keep streaming. I think my viewership is as high as it's ever been. I think in general I'm doing okay. So yeah, I think my choice has been okay so far. I don't think I've made like any egregious missteps. There's probably things I could do better. But like if you're trying to say like, haven't you had all these horrible interactions? Yeah, of course I have. But like I think they've all been really fun. I enjoy the life I live. I think it's pretty crazy. Yeah, I think I'm doing okay.
So as long as none of them cause you material harm, you're comfortable. As long as none of them jeopardize your income, right? You're
Correct.
completely okay with
Like
it.
if we had gotten into a
Correct.
situation where I was like a business partner with Mr. Girl, then I think it's like, okay, hold on, what are you doing, Destiny? You're a fucking moron. Then I'd be like, yeah, I made some really big mistakes here. But I
And
kept,
by the way, go on.
I think I've kept most stuff pretty separated, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. So I want to actually tackle one of the points that you made on our panel. You were talking about material harm, that you would 100% be comfortable killing somebody if they caused you material harm. For instance, the DDoS guy, because he fucking stopped your income and your ability to support your family. You were 100% willing. Not only willing, you actually made plans, fucking checked roads and all that sort of shit. Like 100% were committed to killing this person, correct? Teenager, might I add.
No, and his dad, don't forget his dad too. Yeah.
And his dad. Oh, great. So you're willing to just you're fucking unhinged. You were willing to massacre a whole family.
What? Not a whole
Because
family.
he
Just
could've-
he had a lot more family members than that. Okay, it was just the dad and the boy. Go ahead. Don't.
Okay, by the mercy of the atheist, you were willing to keep the mother and probably come.
Of course, I need somebody to be left to tell people what happens if you fuck with me. You know, just in case I have any more demented offspring. Yeah.
Great, right? And the reason for that is because they cause you material harm. So would you say that it's justified to go shoot up an ISP if they throttled your internet connection?
Well, no, because generally throttling an internet connection is like part of an agreement for having an internet connection. Also, like throttling an internet connection, that's like when you talk about things like whole companies are doing versus like an individual is doing, I think the responsibility is a little different. If there was like one guy at the ISP that was like destroying your business's like internet every single day, and it got to the point where like the ISP wouldn't do anything, the cops wouldn't do anything, and this guy is like, you can't feed your family anymore. I don't know, maybe you could. Maybe there is a justification there. That'd be pretty fucking crazy.
And doesn't that make you an extremist, by the way? Because there is no world in which you do not look like an extremist saying all the things that you just said. You are 100% comfortable shooting up an ISP just because one motherfucker keeps fucking
I didn't
with you.
say shooting up an ISP. That's pretty crazy.
Okay, so let's say this. You've contacted them numerous times. You've told them that you rely on an internet connection, a stable internet connection, to be able to provide for your family, right? Your main source of income comes from online means. And they've consistently either ignored you or outright lied to you, or sometimes just were plain rude and disrespectful, right?
Okay.
Would you then say it is 100% justifiable if you were to just fucking, go full YouTube shooter on them?
I feel like with a company, I don't know why I'd have to think about this more, but I feel like with a company, it's a bit different than with an individual.
What is there to think about?
I don't know. It just feels different. As an entity, as a company, is gonna have a lot of different reasons. Like, is it 100% malicious? Like, I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, if I'm really charitable to you, which I don't know why I am, because there's no point. But if I am really charitable, I'm sure that you could get you're not. I'm sure you could get to a world where you could justify some sort of violent action, right? Like there's probably ways to justify like eco-terrorism, for instance, based on like certain companies destroying the environment. I'm sure you could get there, but I would have to think pretty far to get to that area.
Yeah, sure, but we're not talking about eco-terrorism here, right? We're talking about one single person's needs and wants, that being you, and that being making money, right? You would
sure.
say
Well,
that...
let's say. I mean, I'll give my example, and you tell me what you do. Let's say that there's a guy every single morning when you go outside. He always wakes up 30 minutes before you, and he slashes your tires, and you can't drive to work. Let's say that he does this every single day, and it gets to the point where like you start to fall behind on your bills. And let's say that the cops won't do anything, FBI won't do anything. The guy shows up, but if you want, you could take matters into your own hands. What would you do at that point? And he won't reason with you.
I would go find another place to live.
What if you don't have the money to move to a whole other place? Not everybody has the means to do that.
If that doesn't work, then I'm reaching out to my close friends and family and asking for their help, asking for their protection, asking for their assistance.
Yeah, but let's say they're not
amount of things that I would do
innumerable. Well, okay, sir.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
let's pretend that you're me and your family isn't loaded, and you've been financially independent from them since you're 16 years old, and they haven't helped you with any bills. Do you think you can reach out to them and ask for money?
I never said actually reach out and ask for money. When I said
how are they going
to
help you?
Close friends, as in protection, as in take you to work if need be.
What if you start slashing their tires?
Okay, at this point, you could just create a world.
Well, when you're saying at this point, so to be clear, for people that watched my stream, when I went to my parents' house to stream, because I drove down to Florida to stream, he started DDoSing their internet connection too. So it actually is perfectly analogous. When I went to live with a friend, Root Cats, he was DDoSing our connection at that house as well. Yeah, so he did it basically no matter where I went. So.
Destiny, I know this may sound incredibly insane, right? Especially from somebody who's like not terribly online, unlike yourself. Why can't you just find a job that isn't based online? Is that crazy?
Because I don't think, I don't think I would ever let somebody for no justifiable reason push me out of a job that I was really good at, that I was making a lot of money working for, just out of their own malintent. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, isn't the justifiable reason as to why you'd get another job not to kill a fucking person?
No, the person has already aggressed on me in an unbelievable manner and is causing an insane amount of material harm. I have plenty of justification at that point. But I mean, I'm from the Midwest, so I don't know. But I mean, you're saying it's okay to beat people up over fucking posting pictures of some fucking loser online. Like, I don't understand how this is like beyond the pale for you.
Yeah, and you're the guy who's saying if somebody's fucking with your internet connection, you're 100% comfortable fucking killing them.
If somebody's fucking with your job, yeah, of course I would say that. That's especially if you have a family. Yeah, that's like
so
of course.
So let's say you have a fucking manager that is an absolute fucking dipshit and makes your life a living hell, and you are singularly reliant on this job, this one job, and he causes you to be fired because he maliciously went out of his way to fucking conjure up a story to paint you in the worst light possible. Would you then go out of your way to fucking kill the dude, or would you look for another job? Come on now. It's not,
I mean,
not rocket
it's
science.
hard to fathom that you wouldn't be able to like counter some misinformation. But like you can give me all the examples you want, but I will say, and again, maybe it's because I'm an American or from the Midwest or whatever. But if somebody is going to destroy your ability to make money, and you have a family to take care of, and you've exhausted all other options, then defending that income, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm always going to defend it.
Yeah, Destiny, you need to recognize the fact that I wholly understand every single thing that you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
right? But you try, and I would 100% be on your side if the only job that you were capable of doing was Twitch. If you were
I don't care what the job is. No, fuck no.
Do shit. If you were bedridden, if you literally were stuck on that chair, if your ass was fucking planted and glued to that fucking chair, then I would be like, sure.
Why do you think the other person has a right to force you to change jobs? That's wild to me.
No, listen, the other person doesn't have the right to do shit, but he has done so already. That doesn't mean
No, it's not he's done it one time. He's continued.
Justice literally ruins your liberal society, by the way.
No, it doesn't at all. No, of course not. I think liberal society works just
fine
fine with self-defense.
That's not self-defense. He's not fucking walking up to your car and literally slashing it. He's DDoSing your internet.
It's the same thing. Well, the DDoSing the internet is
material harm.
It's literal. The slashing the tire is the exact same thing. He's preventing you from going to work and making money.
Oh my god. When you say self-defense, 99.9% of people think of somebody that is trying to cause you bodily harm.
Bro, we just had the whole Rittenhouse case where people were out there trying to kill people who were fucking turning businesses on fire. What do you mean?
If somebody, these are not analogous in any way, shape, or form. If somebody is actually fucking running at you,
wait, how is that? Do you think if somebody's going to?
100%.
Do you think let's say that you have a business and somebody's going to go set your business on fire? Do you think you have a right to, if that person tries to kill that person?
If you are at the business, sure.
No, let's say you're not. Let's say
business.
No, let's say you're not. No, I'm not talking self-defense. I'm saying you've got. Let's say that you're standing in front of your business and you see some guy is on his way to set it on fire. You got time to leave. You can run. You can take your shit and run. But you know that he's coming to burn that business down. Do you have a right to defend that business, or do you just have to like run away and it's like, oh fuck it. If he wants to burn it down, he burns it down. I can't kill the guy.
Yeah, what are the likelihoods of that guy being able to afford a second building, to afford more staff in a different location?
Probably not high. Most businesses are owned by individuals. Most businesses are family owned. Yeah. So he's probably not high that he could afford it. So
yeah. So at that point, I 100% do believe that he has the right to defend his property. Property, right? I 100% do believe.
Wait, why does it? So he could kill the person that's coming to set his business on fire.
Because if he sets his business on fire and this person doesn't have the financial means to be able to open up a second shop, be able to...
Wait, but he could just go work... Why couldn't he just go work at a gas station? He doesn't have to own a business.
You do recognize that there is a difference between somebody who's a business owner of a channel versus somebody who's a business owner of an actual brick and mortar place, correct? You do recognize that there's a difference there.
No, of course not. Why?
Why? Because I'm pretty sure that one costs a lot more to actually start up. For somebody to start a content career, he could just have a fucking camera and a PC. That's about it. But for somebody to start up an actual fucking brick and mortar business, they need to be able to have enough money to buy the building. They need to have enough.
Yeah, but
money
you're
to
telling
buy
me
the
that like
equipment.
I should have gotten out of content creation completely. That I should have went to like work at a gas station. That's what you're telling me. I should.
The logical next step was to go into another job that is able to provide for your family, not killing the fucking person.
Why would I let somebody bully me out of a job like that? And what would I go do? And I'm going to go earn 10 times less doing something else because another person is bored?
So now you're saying because this person, it's not now, the argument went from, I can't provide for my family, they're gonna fucking starve and die, to I can't give them the 10x income that I had. And now their life quality is gonna go much lower.
I don't know what there's no way I would have been able to afford. Bro, I was already on the verge of losing my house before I got into streaming. There's no way I could have supported them with another job. I have no education, right? I flunked out of fucking college. I was doing carpet cleaning before I got into streaming. What am I gonna do to go and earn any money? So I'd have to lose my house. I guess Rachel and Nathan are gonna go move in with her parents, and then I'm gonna get a shitty small apartment, I guess, and try to see like what kind of living I can edge out. Will live on welfare, be dependent on the state? Why the fuck would I let a person put me into that position just because they're bored? That's insane.
As opposed to what? Killing the fucking person?
As opposed to defending, your means of making an income, of course.
And going to jail for life because there's absolutely no fucking way that you would win that fucking case.
I don't know, bro. People have won cases for less, but sure, fucking
again,
don't get caught, right? That's the whole point. Are you gonna now? You're talking to me about the feasibility of not getting caught? Is that what you want to take the argument to?
No, that's not what I'm taking the argument to. What you're trying to claim right now is the reason that you did that was to be there for your family. By fucking killing the person,
hold
you
on.
wouldn't
No,
be
no, no,
there
no, no.
for them.
The reason, the pure only reason, these are just excellent. The pure only reason is that a person has a right to work a job. If somebody else is blocking them from doing so, only for malicious reasons, you have a right to defend that income. Full stop. Even if you don't have a fucking family. But I'm giving you like auxiliary reasons you seem to need them. But no, I think that even if you had no family, even if you were fucking, even if you were just fucking rich and you just wanted to work a job, if some guy is like violently putting himself between you and your work, yeah, you have a right to defend that, access to that work, I think. Absolutely. 100%.
And by the way, is the law in the United States supportive of your stance?
Probably not. I don't think so.
Yeah, so you're taking on an extremist position.
I didn't say it wasn't necessarily extremist, but I mean, it's probably going to come, like, I imagine, again, if I go to the Midwest or if I go to, like, Texas or whatever, those people would probably agree with me.
Yeah, I could give a shit about what the Midwesterns or the fucking Southerners agree or disagree with you.
Well, hey, listen, that's where I'm from, all right?
Yeah, the fact that you're willing, hey, you're the one who's calling Muslims extremists for defending their faith, but you're much more comfortable fucking killing a person because...
My criticism against Muslims isn't that they're extreme. My criticisms against Muslims is that they want to kill people for drawing pictures of their fairy guy. Even if that position wasn't extreme.
You're ridiculous.
You don't see that? You don't think one of those? You don't. I have no leg to. You don't think there's a difference between drawing a picture of a guy versus destroying somebody's like job?
You're not destroying somebody's job. You're just fucking limiting their fucking ability to make money in this singular area in which they could go to another place, which is the
They can't go to another place and earn make that same type of income. They can't go to another place and work that type of job.
Yeah, you won't make the same money, sure. But that would make much more logical sense than going out of your fucking way and killing the person and not being able to make shit.
Okay, well, we just agree to disagree. That's fine.
Yeah, but then again, am I going out of my way to fucking call you a terrorist extremist? Right?
No, but you do support people enacting violence against me for posting pictures, fake pictures of Muhammad.
Again, if you were to tell me right now, Q, right, Kratos, I'm 100% comfortable with people smacking the fuck out of you if you were to walk up to them and, let's say, call them a bitch. I would tell you you're 100% justified in taking that position. In fact, the vast majority of people on planet Earth actually do that. Those that are capable of violence always fucking resort to it.
I don't believe I'm not a might makes right kind of guy, so I'm never going to agree with that argument.
I'm not either.
You literally are. You're saying if they're capable of violence, then they're going to do violence. You're saying that that's a morally righteous thing to do.
Yeah, because I don't live in an idealistic world, in a utopia. If I lived in a utopia and everything were to happen the way that I wanted to, I would absolutely want people to not fucking be violent.
Oh, so we should be able to post pictures of Muhammad without people being violent about it then? You agree with that?
We do not live in that world, so I do not agree with it.
Is that the world that you would push for? Do you think that should be the world we live in?
A world where people go out of their way to be purposefully disrespectful and inflammatory? No.
Oh,
no,
so then even in a...
How is that idealistic or utopian in any way?
Because idealistically, you should be able to talk shit about somebody without getting fucking killed for it, or getting attacked for it, or having some violent repercussions.
Or idealistically, you shouldn't fucking go out of your way to be inflammatory and disrespectful to somebody in the name of comedy.
No, I think that comedy is funny, and I think that being inflammatory can be funny. I think it's fine. I celebrate that.
I don't believe that. I don't
That's
believe
great,
that
but in a liberal society, we have
podcasts.
people that disagree with each other. They can live with each other. We don't have to kill each other over it. That's one of the beauties of liberal society, you know?
And one of the beauties of liberal society is that you have people like Destiny living amongst you that is willing to 100% murder somebody because they fucking stop them from streaming on Twitch.
Because they fucking attack their job with no repercussion. I think that you could probably, if I give the tire slashing example, I think most people would be on board with that. They say, yeah, if some dude is
because you're lying to them and trying to tell them that, you know, you couldn't fucking go to your work because somebody slashed your tire. But if you were to tell them, hey, I'm doing it on fucking Twitch and I'm fucking clicking a button that says go live, they would tell you, what the fuck are you doing, dickhead? How about you go find the fucking job? That's what they would tell you. That's what most people would tell you. And you do understand that, right? There's absolutely nothing that could morally justify your position in any way.
I think my position is pretty easily justifiable. 100%. Absolutely. More justifiable than like somebody posted a picture I don't like on Twitter. I'm going to find them in real life and beat the shit out of them. Absolutely.
Even if that type of humor that person partook in actually leads to Islamophobia and actually leads to
even if the humor is them joking about pedophilia or Christianity or Judaism or any other type of fucking joke. Yeah, of course. It's jokes.
Yeah, even, again, let me reiterate what I just said because you might have missed it. Even if those jokes are used by people that go out of their way to actually harm others, you're 100% comfortable with it. Even if you embolden people that you would consider as terrorists, you're 100% comfortable with making those jokes.
Well, freedom of speech has a price. I mean, that's part of what we deal with in the United States. It's part of the cost.
And that's why I don't believe in your freedom of speech, because it's satanic.
Great. That's fine. Obviously, I know you don't, but I know we're arguing about it. Obviously, we fundamentally disagree on that point.
No, but it's the fact that you're just comfortable trying to paint me as some sort of fucking villain, extremist, insane
Yeah, that's
person.
a villainous
And you're the
position
one
to me. I think that is an insane position. I don't agree with it. I think it's a horrible position.
Yeah, and I absolutely 100% do not agree with the fact that you would fucking kill a person instead of go get another job,
That's
even
great.
if it pays less.
We'll try
right?
it. Well, I'll see someday. If you get a job, are you in college right now?
I just graduated, actually.
What'd you get a degree in?
Software engineering.
If you got a degree programming, and some guy said that he was going to break every single keyboard that you ever fucking touched, so you had to go get a job working at McDonald's instead, would that be okay to you?
I would hate it, absolutely. I would hate it, but I would do that before killing him.
Wow. Well, peace be upon you. Good job. I'm proud. You're a more moral person than I am, I guess.
Listen, of course I am. My morality comes from my faith. Your morality comes from liberal society. Obviously, I'm fucking more moral than you. Like, you're stating the obvious right here, okay?
Oh, true.
I just can't believe that once I leave this call,
yeah,
99.9% of the people in chat will still keep calling me Quran toast, right? Because they don't know it's a O instead of a U. And they'll also 100% say that dickhead does not realize the fact that money is much more important than anything else in existence. And nobody could measure emotional damage, but we could fucking measure material harm and how much fucking damage that cost the person. So you know what? I 100% support Destiny in his extremist state that he would fucking go kill somebody.
But that's emotional damage is usually stuff that you can just not have. Nobody's forcing you to go on Twitter and look at my tweet. Nobody's forcing you to engage in images that are, offensive to you. Nobody's telling you have to do that, right? For the job shit, they're kind of forcing you to deal with the fact that, by the way, I'm going to go ahead and let's say here's a question. Let's say that I'm making $100,000 a year from streaming. And let's say some guy found a way to break into my house and the police wouldn't do anything. And every year he stole $90,000 from me. Now, I still have enough money with $10K a year. It's going to be rough. My girlfriend's going to have to work and everything, but I can still make a living. Do you think I'd have a right to kill the guy coming into my house to steal $90,000 a year from me?
Destiny, if somebody breaks into your fucking house, you 100% have the right to...
No. He's not going to kill us. There's no harm to us. I just know that he's going to break in and steal $90,000 every year. Do I have a right to kill that person? Or do I have to let them steal $90,000 from me and just say, well, I can't kill him, and the cops don't do anything, so I just have to deal with it?
Yeah, I do not care what their objective is. If they break into your house, you have the right to kill them.
Okay, let's say that they're breaking into the bank and they're stealing your money. Do you have a right to go to the bank and defend your deposits, or do you have to say, "Oh fuck, I guess he's just gonna steal my money"? But at least I still have 10K.
Hey, find the fucking better bank. That's what I would generally say.
You see how you won't engage with my question because you know that it's like.
Because your analogy is garbage. I'm sorry.
No, it's a one-to-one analogy. You're telling me, oh, just go get a job making 10K a year. You don't need to earn streamer money. That's what you're saying. Like, go get a different job.
This is what I would tell you, right? Because you're getting a different job, it's not necessarily like the smartest thing to do, right? But it's much more smarter than killing the person, going to jail, and not being
No, hold on. Now you're arguing on practicality grounds, not on ethical grounds.
Which is okay. So you're telling me because on ethical grounds, I thought again, material harm, blah blah blah. You're telling me just purely based in ethics, you would kill the person because he's fucking with your money.
Oh yeah, I consider it self-defense. Yeah, 100%.
You consider it self-defense. It's not self-defense. You're just trying to add onto the definition of self-defense.
Protection of property is self-defense. Defense of property. You can say that if you want. Defense of property.
Nobody. Yeah. Listen, last time I checked, nobody considers your IP address property, or else every single fucking internet.
It's an online business. Are you saying that online businesses aren't real things? Can you not defend those?
No. You could defend those, but if your defense fails, that doesn't justify you going out of your way and murdering somebody. You do understand
if they continue to harm, if you see them, you said you could for a physical business, right?
Yes, of course.
Why is a physical business different than an online one?
Because the upstart of a physical business is much more than an upstart of a fucking online business. Especially
but upstart, you're
Twitch.
just talking about money. It's all about money then.
If you are literally putting your entire life into buying a building, buying materials, getting
but that's still just material harm. That's still just money.
And you're doing all of these things. And somebody is coming to your building to burn it down, I 100% believe that you have the right to defend it.
Why? It's
because
just
they're
money.
coming to your fucking building, right? They're coming to your building. But if you're telling me somebody's fucking DDoSing you, and instead of finding another job, and by the way, let's be honest, how much did you put at that point into streaming? What? For your PC cost, your fucking camera, your fucking peripherals, that's about it, right?
It was my whole livelihood. What do you mean? It's not about the investment. It's the fact that it was the only job I had that could pay, like, decently.
No, but when you compare it to fucking brick and mortar businesses, I'm speaking about the investment. The investment matters to me in this case.
So then,
Absolutely
wait, so then it does at the end of the day come down to how much money you spend?
When
So
you're
like
talking
if I
about
if I had a $40,000 computer, then would you say that it's okay now for me to use lethal self-defense if somebody comes after my shit?
No, I would tell you to move.
I can't move. You can't move from a virtual attack. What are you talking about?
Wait, you're telling me you can't just move to another fucking place, get a new ISP, and you'd still have the same IP address?
No, yeah, they keep finding your IP. That was the whole fucking point.
And you're okay. By the way, first of all, not to sound victim blamey, but you're terrible at protecting yourself. Or at least you were at the time. If somebody is able to find your IP address that easily and that consistently.
The problem that was happening at the time is back in those days, we all used a program called Skype. And for some reason, Microsoft had a public-facing database that stored the last known IP address of every single Skype account that logged into it. And using some websites, what you could do is you could type in a person's name that would scrape that database or access it and then figure out like, oh, that's the person's IP. It wasn't just me. Everybody had DDoS troubles at these times. It was like an industry-wide problem, but sorry, go ahead.
By the way, I don't know why you're speaking to me like I haven't used Skype. Okay, I'm not that young. First of all, second of all,
because when you were saying like, oh, you must have had problems keeping your shit safe, everybody did. It wasn't just me. This is like, again, it was an industry-wide problem.
Yeah, but what is insane to me is the fact that you knew it was Skype and you still kept using it.
Because
like
people,
some sort of five
it was like a requirement to do it. There were esports teams that were having problems with this that were still using it. Like, yeah, everybody had issues with this.
So you're telling me that instead of taking the logical steps of, hey, maybe I should change the software that I'm using to communicate with people.
There was no other software to communicate with people like that. TeamSpeak and Mumble didn't support DMs. In the professional world, people didn't even know what those VoIP programs were.
And how long ago was this?
Fucking, I don't know, back in 2012?
2012. 2012. That's 11 years ago. You're 34. Whoa. You were only 20. You were my age when you wanted to plan a murder gang shit. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're willing to kill this person because he was cutting your livelihood. And that's it. It is justifiable. But Muslims, they shouldn't threaten your life. Which, what? By the way, you do understand that those are empty threats. And you yourself admitted that those are empty threats. They really don't mean much to you. Nobody's going to come at you. So why are you inhabiting these two positions, which is, my life is in danger. Look at these fucking extremist Muslims. Versus,
I never said, why do you keep describing shit I haven't said? I never said my life is in danger. I don't think it. I mean, it might be in some places. But I generally don't think it is. I just think it's crazy that people are defending the concept of death threats for making fun of the fucking, for posting pictures of Muhammad. That's what I'm not saying that like, I'm so worried about my fucking life, blah, 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 blah. I'm just saying I think it's crazy people defend the concept of death threats over it.
But you also understood that that was going to happen to you, correct?
Sure. Doesn't mean I can't, yeah, sure, but it doesn't mean I still can't say that's pretty wild that people are defending it.
Listen, I touch fire, I'm not bitching that it's hot. I'll be honest with you right now.
It's not fire that I'm touching, it's other human beings, right?
No. You understood the reaction that you would face because of what you did.
Do you understand? The sentence you're saying itself is insane. That it should just be accepted that if you insult Muslims online, they're going to try to kill you. Or they're going to at least make death threats about it. That's wild. That should be embarrassing to you.
No. By the way, it's not only applicable to Muslims, and that is why I brought to you on numerous occasions the fact that the vast majority of people on planet Earth, if you were to insult them about something that they hold close,
Muslims have a proclivity for it. That was where the original tweet came from. It was from a Muslim saying like, "Wow, I can't believe Christians won't defend their shit with violence like we do."
Which is highly ignorant of you, by the way, because I guess you're just used to America and some parts of Europe. But if you were to come to Southeast Asia, for example, and if you were to go to Africa, or if you were to go to most of these so-called third world countries, as you consider them, the vast majority of people are much more comfortable with responding with violence when it comes to these matters.
Okay, I prefer my country's rules to theirs then. That's fine. The good thing I live in America then, huh?
No, but the thing is, you're trying to say that it's something that is uniquely about Muslims.
Well, Muslims seem to have a higher proclivity for it than any other religion. Like, if I poll people on the internet, if you make fun of religions, who are you going to get the most violent response from? Seems like Muslims are kind of up there on the list.
Absolutely fucking false, and I'll tell you why. If you were to look at the crimes against Islam, by the way, against Muslims, in England it rose 43%. The highest rate of hate crimes in England is to Muslims. Islamophobia is the highest.
But where's the highest rates of crime? If you look at a country like Sweden, all the fucking people being arrested for crimes are Muslim immigrants. Like, what do you mean? We can play this game all day.
But is that based in their Islam? Or is that based on the fact that you're getting a bunch of people from a third world country that lived a life of struggle and a life of hell?
Are
and a
hate
life
crimes against brown people based on Islam? Do they even know what religion they are before they attack them? Like, we can blame different things for different reasons all day long we want. I'm just saying that in general, in the area that we're talking about, when we're talking about online stuff, if you shit on any religious group, Islam seems to be the spookiest one to do it because those people go fucking ham more than any other group does. That seems to be true. I don't even think you disagree with that, but you're like trying to find ways to argue around it.
That is absolutely not true because you're not listening to me. If you were to look at the hate crimes that is committed by Hindus, for example, it is significantly higher than Muslims and Christians. And most of their hate crimes are committed against Muslims. The vast majority of Islamophobia actually comes from the United States, the UK, and India.
Do Hindus threaten people online when you post a picture of like a fucking cow that you eat or something? Or if you like fuck a cow, are they gonna get mad?
They fucking kill you, Destiny! They fucking kill you! They murder your ass if you eat a Big Mac! Dickhead! Imagine fucking dying for eating a Big Mac with no pickles!
It's crazy because I feel like I've posted pictures of me eating before online and haven't had Hindus messaging me threatening to kill me.
For the love of God.
Allah.
If you were to step, mashallah, if you were to step foot in India and eat a Big Mac, your ass would be dead.
If I went to India, I would probably adhere to the local customs there. The internet is the internet. If they're trying to enforce it on the internet, I would fucking laugh at them for it. If some Hindu dipshit started doing saying, "Alright, so you eat a fucking Big Mac, I'm gonna fucking," I would say, "Fuck you, you're unhinged."
If you were no, Destiny, if you were to rub it in their face, look at me eating this big, fat, juicy, black Angus beef straight from the motherland, straight from Texas, and you were to take a fucking bite of that bitch, and you were to look at your camera lens and say, "Hey Hindus, fuck you guys. I get to do whatever I want. I don't worship a fucking cow. Moo, bitches." I promise you, on my life, you would face more hate than any Muslim could give you.
Okay,
Tenfold,
I'm gonna try it. The next time I eat a cheeseburger, I'm gonna tweet it. Is there like a big Hindu account that I can tag?
I don't follow them. But I'll tell you this right now. Good luck. If you, me personally, I wouldn't do that because I actually live by what I say. I don't go out of my way antagonizing people. But I do promise you this much. I do promise you that.
Wait, do they have McDonald's in India that serve beef?
Actually, they don't. You need to import the Big Mac in.
Oh.
Fucking smuggle it up your ass or something like it's, you know, fucking Coke or some shit.
Okay, gotcha.
But that's what you have to do, right? So when you say it's because you're only exposed to a certain part of the internet.
Well,
that's your problem.
Twitter's a pretty big part of the internet. It seems like a lot of Muslims, and it seems like a lot of people on the internet have these opinions about.
No, you live in an echo chamber. Thank you for recognizing this. We all, in a certain way, live in an echo chamber, right?
Oh, okay.
So you're only seeing people that affirm your thoughts. If you were to look at chat, you know how many dickheads say "my dude," "my guys"? They all sound like you. They're pathetic. They're NPCs. They're default fucking skin. You know what I mean? Non-playable characters. It's disgusting, right? So what you're saying, most of the internet, you only have access to a small portion of Twitter. You do recognize that, right? And I promise you this much. If you were to disrespect Hindus the same way that you purposefully tried to disrespect Muslims, right? Because you didn't make a joke, right? Because certain people make jokes about Islam, right? But they do it in a way that is respectful. And of course,
that is not a good. That is not. Those aren't jokes. Then that's just like fucking. What do you mean?
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm done. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So listen to me, right? There are certain jokes that is palatable to most Muslims. Now, of course, there's still a certain minority that will feel some type of way about it. Your joke was meant to be offensive on the highest order, right? Your joke was meant to fucking hit hard. That's it. That's what your joke was meant to do, and it accomplished what you knew it would. That's why I'm baffled by you even acting surprised, right? If I did something, if I conducted an experiment that I 100% knew the outcome of, I'm certainly not gonna sit back and say, "Oh my God, look at this fucking experiment turning out the exact way that I envisioned it to." That would be fucking insane.
If I did an experiment, oh sorry, God.
Oh, my bad. I hung up on her. I'm sorry.
Jesus. If I did an experiment where I thought that women were more sympathetic in abuse situations than men, and I did an experiment where I went outside and on a park bench we had a woman hit a man and a man hit a woman, and 10 out of 10 times somebody stopped when the man hit the woman, and 0 out of 10 times somebody stopped when the woman hit the man, you don't think I could do that experiment and be like, wow, I can't believe this is so fucked up? And go, well, didn't you expect that to happen? Like, just because you expect something to happen doesn't mean it's acceptable or okay.
Yeah, sure, but it seems to me like the only reason that you did it was for you to bitch about how it's not acceptable and not okay.
Sure, that's fine, but you can do that. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, but I deem that to be pretty pathetic because the way that you acted was that you just made an innocent, lighthearted joke that you wanted people to laugh at, but all of a sudden these meanie Muslims came out of the fucking blue to ruin your mood, right? You tried to
My
paint
mood's
yourself
not ruined,
as
bro.
sympathetic
It
as
was
possible.
fucking. It was.
It
my
absolutely
mood
was. Come on, now look at your fucking tweets. You seem very butthurt, which by the way, it's fine, right? I have no
I
problem with
seem
people showing
butthurt.
their
What do you
feelings.
think? You think I seem butthurt and not the people fucking tweeting me death threats? Seriously?
Oh, they were butthurt. See, now you're talking because you're fucking eating and like you just spat out something that's fucking disgusting. Please take it easy. Don't do that. Swallow your food. I'm pretty sure you're used to swallowing, so just swallow your food. Now let me go back to this, right? Let me go back to what I was saying, right?
Yep.
You do understand that you're only just exposed to a certain tiny
Wait.
part.
Let me get a drink real quick. Okay, hold on. Moshab, mahalo, moshab.
Look at that ass, ladies and gentlemen. God damn. Listen, boys, he might want the BBC, and I'll give it to him, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a nice guy, okay? And to be clear, you cannot be gay if you are the top, ladies and gentlemen. If you are the one who is administering penis, if you're the one who's administering cock, then you are not gay, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that, okay? And if I were to make your beloved destiny submissive and breedable, you guys would finally bend the knee to the greatest man of all time. You really would. You really would. Also, apparently, and by the way, just in case anybody's listening, these are all jokes, okay? Homosexuality is a sin. You will end up in hell, okay? You will absolutely end up in hell. What else was I saying? Apparently, Abba did not like the way that I sounded, okay? I saw certain comments of him bitching, which is ironic, okay? Okay, this ex-Muslim, alcohol-consuming, sex-having heathen, he's going to hell. I mean, I don't know. I don't believe that non-Muslims are going to end up in hell. I do believe that Christians and Jews actually have the capability of entering heaven as long as they adhere to the faith before it was corrupted. So he might end up in heaven, but he might have to spend a couple of eons in hell before doing so. Listen, I'm a nice guy, okay, ladies and gentlemen. Just understand this. When I wake up with a smile on my face, just being grateful to God. I'm alive, I'm breathing. And to all the people that are Destiny fans, to the Muslim Destiny fans, I'm sure that, your favorite content creator may have betrayed you, right? But understand what you signed up for, okay? Look at him. Look at him. Look at his strut. Look at that. Look at that. I kind of see a bulge, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, none of this happened.
Okay, what's up?
Very trustworthy of you to leave me with your stream, by the way. We had a great conversation, and I'm pretty sure that... Oh, nice! You're a Coke Zero fan.
Yeah, it's a good...
It tastes better than regular Coke.
Yeah.
It does taste better than regular Coke, 100%.
Okay.
Okay, remind me what we were talking about.
You were saying that you agree that if somebody's blocking your job, it's probably acceptable to kill that person, and I said... Yes, and I agreed with you.
I mean, I do have a couple of cousins in ISIS, so maybe I do. But let me ask you this real quick, right?
Yeah.
Do you have something against me calling you a vanilla gorilla, a pasty panther, a bleach demon? Do any of these terms offend you in any way? Because when I brought up one of them previously on our debate, you said, if I were to call you anything, you would be so mad and so angry. But I assumed that in your liberal society, freedom of speech was a protected right of yours. So why didn't you call me whatever you felt like?
Well, because I don't want to deal with the blowback on the internet.
And most of this blowback doesn't come from people that share my ideology. Most of the blowback actually comes from people that share your ideology, from the liberal progressive left. So
well, it depends on the community. I'm not sure. I think if I would use... I mean, how many of you guys are accusing me of being Islamophobic already? I'm pretty sure if I would use racial epithets towards you, it would be way worse, right?
I mean, but I'm black, though. You're not using it against me because I'm Muslim.
Wait, are you really black?
I mean, great fucking question.
Yeah.
I am from the great white pearl of the Indian Ocean, the Horn of Africa, okay? The crown jewel of all of Africa. I'm from Somalia, right?
Okay.
And that makes me prime black. Prime black meaning every other person came from my ball sacks. As obviously you know. I said ball sacks. I promise I only have one ball sack. Everybody comes from East Africa, so I'm prime black. African Americans are faux black, meaning fake black, and West Africans are roided black because they are fucking roided. But yes, I'm black. I'm not Indian. I know a lot of people confuse me for Indian because of my smooth hair and shit. You know.
Yeah. Why do you wear the ski mask for your streams?
Actually, the reason that I wear the ski mask was because when I started streaming back in January 2022. I said to myself that one day I'll have fucking 10,000 viewers, and I don't want people to know me because I'm very introverted and, you know, very shy. I keep to myself a lot, and I would not want to stop and take pictures with a bunch of demons.
Gotcha. Why did you? How did you get into like the debate scene, the politics scene? What is like your entry point?
I had a couple of, I made a couple of friends along the way. I wasn't planning to. I really loved living in my bubble. In fact, I love the way that Tyler Run conducts his streams. I think it's immaculate.
By the way, who is this? Where you came from? What was the name of the guy?
No, I didn't come from him. Tyler One. You know Tyler One, right? Right.
Yeah, I do. So yeah. Oh, okay, you're a Tyler One fan. Gotcha. Okay. Explains the microphone.
Yeah. Oh no, the microphone was it's Logitech, so I guess we do share that in common. I promise. By the way, it's on 50%. My gain is not even up. This is not my final form. I promise you, this is not my fucking final form.
Okay.
But I do love how the way he conducts his streams, you know, solo. He doesn't interact with anybody. And I was planning to do that, but eventually I got on the Jonathan stream. You know Jonathan, right?
Do I?
Oh, I'm sorry. You refer to him as John Zerka.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I got on his stream one day, and he was in my recommended. I clicked on his shit. He said, if you have a problem with me, enter VC. I didn't know who he was, but, you know, when God gives you an opportunity, because at the time I streamed for 7 months, 500 hours, I had 0 viewers. I said, God, alhamdulillah. I went in, I debated him for, I think, 12 hours. And I came back the next day, I debated him for 10 hours.
Wow. What'd you guys debate over?
We debated theology, we debated philosophy, we debated flat earth, we debated Masons. All very entertaining things. I'm usually very good at picking out whether somebody's trolling or not, but I had no clue for about 12 hours if I was talking to somebody who was fully serious or like fully joking. But it was so entertaining. I just enjoyed all of the shit that he was saying. In fact, the man said that he loves his mother so much because, you know, he tried to paint me as an extremist because obviously he grifts as a Christian, right? So he was like, you know, the story of astaghfirullah, I do not remember the prophet, but you know, the prophet that God came down to and said, kill your...
Is it David or the one where he talks about killing the guy's son?
Yeah, but God stopped him, right?
Yeah.
He was like, if God came down, he was like, if God came down, right? If God came down and he said, kill your mother,
Abraham,
would you kill her? I said, yes, I would, because God knows best. He was like, you're a fucking extremist, you're insane, you're ISIS. I said, yes, I am, based. And then he was like, see, I could never do that. And I was like, okay, Jonathan, let me ask you. And I refer to him from now on as Jonathan because I learned he does cocaine. So Jonathan, I asked Jonathan a question. I was like, okay, so let's say that God comes down in this hypothetical and says, do the same. And if you do not, then your mother ends up in hell. Now, would you do it? He said no. And I said, you love your mother so much that you're going to fucking put her in hell forever? He said yes. And I said, that's the fucking cocaine talking. So that's how I got into politics. Through him, I found a lot of people. And one of my guys, Rizavir, introduced me to Wick. And Wick was actually the one who reached out to me and said, I want you to debate Destiny. I'm sure. I remember on the panel, he said, I'm the one who reached out. That was not the case. He reached out to me. And I ended up here after 1,400 hours of streaming. Approximately $2,500 made. So that's why, you know, I'm not super sympathetic to the, you know, money thing. Because, you know, I'm competing with child slaves in fucking Senegal, by the way. I'm pretty sure they get paid more than me. So, no, but I do understand that you have children and sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. But it would make more sense for me to actually stay in my child's life and support them, even though the second job that I might take on is incredibly more lucrative than the one that I currently hold. But, you know, I'm the pragmatic, you know, level.
Do you have oh fuck, I just forgot my question, sorry. Okay.
Children?
No.
Do I have children?
No, I don't think you have children.
An 8-inch BBC?
Yeah, do you have that?
I do. If you're interested, by the way, I have no problem blessing you. I have no problems. I'm a man of equal opportunity.
Yeah,
Some try to refer to me as bi-curious, but then, you know, I tell them that's haram, you're going to hell, I'm not fucking gay, right? But
do you think, do you have strong opinions on Andrew Tate?
Do I have strong opinions on Andrew Tate?
Are you one of those sellout fuck Muslims that like welcome every celebrity into your religion, or?
Now I do understand why you would feel that. I do totally get it. And unfortunately, especially in the West, there's this phenomenon, and it's not only exclusive to Muslims. It's also applicable to a lot of minority groups. If somebody of let's say status takes on their belief, they simp for them. They love them. They feel like it validates their faith in one way or the other. I don't subscribe to that notion. When he first converted, I'm not gonna lie, I went to my brother, my twin brother, because yes, all base people have twin brothers. I went to him and I told him, this guy's a fucking grifter. This guy, like, he has casinos, he fucking has the porn stars. The guy's fucking going to hell. He was like, as Muslims, you give people the benefit of the doubt. And I said, absolutely. And until he shows me otherwise, I'll keep giving him the benefit of the doubt. Now, does he still run some of his haram businesses? He does. But again, I will give him the benefit of the doubt because Islamically, we also have we have the saying, right? If you were to see your brother in Islam reek, if you were to smell him and he reeks of alcohol, assume that somebody poured it over his head. That is the level of consideration that we give people. So till he shows me otherwise, I will believe that his conversion is honest. But I'm not going to go out of my way to simp for him and be like, free Brother Tate. Brother Tate is innocent. I'm not going to do that. But at the same time, I do believe that it's innocent till proven guilty. And this whole idea of going out of your way to try to label him as guilty without actual fucking results in court, I do think that is a bit wild.
Okay.
Also, I want to speak on this quickly.
Yeah.
Have you ever slept with identical twins? Female twins, not male.
Nope.
I'll tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, never pay for OnlyFans. Reddit is free. If you were to look up Cornell twins, Contrail twins, Hamden twins, Briggs twins, I could go on for days. All identical female twins that engage in incestuous relations. Are you a fan of incest, by the way? I do remember you saying that you can't explain to your son why incest is immoral.
Yeah, you really watched all the greatest hits, huh? I'm
Yeah,
gonna say,
very based of you, by the way. I do agree. It's very based.
yeah, I'm not
It's haram, but
not personally a
based
big
for
fan of
you.
incest, but maybe if I had hotter sisters, maybe I'd feel differently about it.
You a nasty ass nigga. But let me say this real quick, right? If you believe in homosexuality, you must support incest, no?
Why is that?
Because isn't your moral framework that as long as two consenting adults are engaging in fucking sex, you shouldn't have a problem with it, whether they're fucking guy, girl, fucking girl, guy. It shouldn't matter, correct?
Yeah, sure. Usually when people say incest, they're referring to like underage, like daughter fought like really weird stuff. Oh no, if you're talking about like two gay brothers want to go ahead and slam each other's asses, then yeah, fucking go for it.
So you are pro incest. There you go.
Yeah.
Why is that crazy to say?
I don't think it's that crazy.
So
to
you're
say.
telling me morally you disagree with it, but logically you cannot argue against it, is what you're trying to claim.
Yeah, of course. You can't argue against that brotherly love, you know?
No, stop being a sarcastic dickhead. Like, generally, could you offer me an argument logically against the fact that there's two, let's say, girl, boy, the girl is infertile, so she can't bear a child, right? So there's no harm done, right? How could you argue against it? I'd love to know. What's your position?
I literally got famous like doing these debates. I don't think you can argue against it.
You can't, correct? Thank you very much. I by the way, I love arguing with homosexual people and, making them convert to pro-incest people. I love doing that.
Wait,
okay?
but aren't you anti-homosexual, or are you okay with those guys?
Religiously, I believe they're all going to hell. But I have no problem with gay people. I have no problem with like transgender people. I'm sure I came across as incredibly transphobic, which probably most people would label me as, but I generally don't look at trans people and get disgusted, right? Usually I'd require that sort of visceral reaction for me to recognize whether I hate somebody or not. If I were to just look at them and immediately be disgusted by their existence, I don't have those feelings towards trans people. I don't have those feelings towards gay people, right? Shout out to all my gauge people, right? Mentally gauge always, right? I'm incredibly closeted, by the way, so that's why I'll never come out as gay, ladies and gentlemen. But let me just say this real quick, right?
Yeah.
Let me just say this real quick.
Go ahead.
I'm currently thinking if I should actually say this or not, since it's your stream.
Okay, well, think about it. Be careful. You don't want to.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, think hard.
Yeah, listen. Listen, like I said, I'm in the Discord dweller's house. This is your VC, so I'm being respectful.
Oh, you can say whatever you want as long as you're not being hateful or racist. I guess you're probably okay.
You know, I fucking got community guideline strike for misinformation just because I said 9/11 was an inside job.
Okay.
What the fuck did you think I would say?
Well, I don't know. Well, now if you said you got a community guideline strike for, I don't know if I'm gonna get one if you said on my fucking channel. So
No. I think I think you said the same shit because I reviewed it, and then I watched your stream and you said the exact same shit. I think this was just a Taliban warning shot, guys. I'm not intimidated. You guys are all like 3'2". I could punt you guys out of the fucking atmosphere. Okay, it's not gonna work. Fear God. But what would you say about these incestuous relationships being allowed on OnlyFans? By the way, do you support it?
I'm indifferent to it. I don't give a fuck.
Isn't it against the law in the United States?
I think it is actually.
It is. So why do they allow it on OnlyFans? I promise you, it's prevalent.
I don't know. Maybe it's not like a federal law. Maybe it's a state law. I have no idea. I don't know.
Yeah, most of them live where you live in the godless, world of Miami, right?
Yeah.
They all of them live there. I swear to God. Like it's actually insane how OnlyFans allows incest on their platform. Do you think that Adam22 is a PDF file? Based off of things that came out about it.
Assuming everything he said is true, I don't think so. If he talked to some girl when she was 16 and then later ended up hooking up with her when she was 19, no, I don't think that's a pedophile.
And you don't believe it's grooming because he went no contact for like 3 years. He just waited it out.
No, I think grooming would refer specifically to like trying to foster a friendship with her while she was a minor and then waiting to fuck her later. I think that would be closer to grooming.
Okay, so you'd say that you don't find anything weird about the fact that she suddenly appeared in his life once she was of age?
Well, I mean, like, is that a little bit weird? Yeah, for sure. But if that was something that he intentionally set up, wouldn't she have said something about that? Like, I don't think she's even alleged that like he followed her or anything like that, right?
Yeah. I mean, sure, but I think that in a way it's kind of nasty that you would sleep. And of course, I'm arguing just morally. Like, if you fucking knew her at 16, blah blah, and isn't he close to 40 at this point? So if this was like how
well, hold on. When
like
she was 19, I think he was like 26 or something, right?
Yeesh. Okay, so 1926. I think he met her because he said he was in the fucking what sort, like rock, pop, whatever the fuck, rave scene.
Hardcore scene or something.
Yeah, hardcore scene, and that's how he fostered a friendship with her. Then he eventually ended up fucking her. I do think that's nasty, but I don't think that you could pin him as a PDF file. I don't think that would be fair, unless obviously you want to be very uncharitable. But his other tweets were fucking satanic.
Yeah, I mean, sure, he's tweeted some edgy shit. I've tweeted a lot of edgy shit. But I don't know if it's enough to say that, like, oh, he's a pedophile because he tweeted edgy shit. I would need to see something more for that.
Do you think it's an exclusively white people shit to, like, just be incredibly edgy?
I don't know. Maybe.
Because the vast majority of guys...
really edgy people tend to be, like, white, right? Yeah, I don't know why that's the case. I'm not sure.
Would you say that is down to your white privilege? I'm sorry, I shouldn't say it.
Might be. Who knows? Maybe.
Honestly, at this point, it might fucking be because I have no
Oh,
other
Sneeko's pretty
explanation
edgy, right?
Lord have mercy. He escaped my mind. Why did you bring that man up? First of all, when you speak about grifters, fuck Andrew Tate. Let's talk about your cuck brother in arms. By the way, there's certain, like, cuckoldry comes in a spectrum. You're a cuck, right? But
Yeah,
you're not like the
course.
hardcore cuck that would like stand in the corner and jerk it. Like,
Yeah.
I hope not, at least, right? I hope not. I think better, right? But not only did Sneeko stand in the fucking corner, no, he didn't do that. The man laid in the fucking bed with the guy's balls probably clapping on his forehead while his girl was getting down by this hulking black 6'9" Giga Chad.
I mean,
and
they
he
were.
thinks he
They
has
were.
the fucking right to talk shit about Charlie and his woman.
Well, yeah, he
Lord
shouldn't be
have
talking
mercy.
shit about them, but like he was swinging, right? That was the point.
No, I actually listened to the entire playback podcast in which he first gave us that wonderful revelation of his cuckoldry. And by the way, I always find it hilarious that cucks such as Sneeko and Gross Gore always want more people to become cucks because, you know, as the saying goes, misery loves company, right? They just want you to be as miserable as them. But at least Gross Gore was so like into the fucking cuck zone that he said, man, when that guy busted in my girl, I just fucking I pushed his jizz in more with my dick. I almost fucking killed myself when I heard that, but at least he fucking owns it, right? Sneeko himself was like, I am disgusted, I am appalled, I hate my life, I wanna fucking die. But guys, I recommend it. Please, all of you, go out of your way and be cucks as well, right? The fact that this man said that he wanted an open relationship, but in the name of fairness, which by the way really sounds like you, right? Because I'd say he was much more of an open book in his younger years, especially if you were to watch his content, because I did. At this point, I feel everybody watched Sneeko's content at one point in time, right? When he used to make those insightful videos that everybody liked because, you know, fucking made them think and shit, and he was open and blah, 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 right? The man said that he wanted an open relationship. But then he didn't want to be unfair to his woman. Because he wasn't all about that red pill shit. He denied it. In fact, I recently saw a video of him reacting to Andrew Tate for the first time. And he was completely against every single thing Andrew Tate stood for. Yep.
Yeah, and he was like really, yeah, fuck. If anybody doesn't link that, we'll watch that later. I don't know how many of you guys have watched the video. It's a really interesting video. Holy shit.
Oh, he was absolutely critical of Andrew Tate. And that's why I call him the A1 grifter, by the way. But anyways, the man said, in the name of fairness, I allowed it to be an open relationship on both ends, and we went to swinger parties, but he couldn't get his hard on, right? Like, he couldn't get bricked up. He just couldn't, you know, he couldn't get the Asian missile to fucking get up, right? But his girl was having the time of her life. She was getting piped left, right, and center. So he decided to just lay in the bed, because he tried to sleep with the fucking dude's girlfriend, because the dude that was clapping his girl, Sneeko was clapping his girl, right? I worded that terribly, but you get what I'm trying to say.
I know what you mean.
But Sneeko couldn't get it up, and he moved there to the side, and he just laid in bed. Watched this grown-ass man grunt as he fucking pushes his meat, his cock, into this girl's vagina like, bah! And he did nothing about it.
What's he supposed to do? They were swinging.
I'll tell you what he's supposed to do. Never agree to an open relationship, or at least it's open on one side. What's that called? Polygamy, right? It's open on one side. What the fuck is fair about the fact that you let your girl get clapped by other guys? Because guess what? She gets pregnant. All of a sudden, it's not fair, right? Because now
what do you mean?
she's
Just use
another man's
protection.
child.
What do you mean?
But mistakes can happen.
What do you think is worse? What do you
think
think would be worse? Is your girl getting pregnant or you getting another girl pregnant?
If I were to get another girl pregnant, I would simply marry her, and I could actually divide my time. No. Actually, I would probably be married to her prior to even impregnating her, because sex, you know, out of wedlock is satanic, right? But think about it. A woman gets pregnant, right? That's why in Islam we believe in polygamy. If you could support 4 wives, you get 4 wives. If you cannot, you're only stuck with 1, right? You only get 1. That is the Islamic approach. Because if you can't maintain fairness amongst all 4, then you shouldn't have 4 wives. But the reason a man could have 4 wives is not because of the reason that Andrew Tate or these red pill guys talk on, which is the fact that, you know, DNA test, you don't know who the father is, because modern day technology actually helps us, you know, easily figure out who the father of the child is. It's not that. It's the fact that for 9 months, and probably for, let's say, 6 to 12 months after that, the woman will predominantly spend the vast majority of her time with one singular male. She's going to be with the father of the child. She's going to give all of her attention to the father of the child. And that is not maintaining fairness. That's not being equal amongst all of your fucking partners. So you can't have a woman that's polygamous. You can't have a woman that is married to 4 guys.
I'm just saying that in the grand scheme of like an open relationship, I think you'd rather your girlfriend get pregnant than you get another girl pregnant. Because if your girlfriend gets pregnant, you guys can control it. You can get an abortion if you want to. But if you get another girl pregnant, you're fucking
killing
trapped.
a baby, you fucking demon.
Good.
No, you're not trapped. You just married her. What do you mean good?
You just married. Okay, well.
Listen, you need more children, okay? The white race is diminishing, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out Nicholas Fuentes, okay? Okay, yay 2024. You know, that guy just wants to kill Sneeko, and Sneeko's fucking supporting him. First of all, how does a man who's fucking half Mexican, half Italian talk about a white pure race? Is he fucking retarded? I'm sorry, I'm just like speaking. I'm thinking out loud at this point, right? So the man at this point, right? The man at this point is a cuck. The man at this point is 100% a full liberal. But all of a sudden, Andrew Tate comes out in the beginning, he wasn't feeling Andrew Tate. He hated the guy, right? But as time went on, he realized that Hustlers University made tens of millions of dollars monthly. He realized that Andrew Tate was becoming incredibly successful. And Sneeko, within the span of 6 to 8 months, literally outgrew all of his progress in the past damn near decade of content creation, right? He literally dwarfed it because he took on the Red Pill ideology. He made the creativity kit, which is a fucking ripoff, and the man is now swimming in money. No, I didn't. You think I don't have a fucking father figure?
I don't know.
You need to understand this. It's because I'm black. You thought I don't have a father figure. You need to realize I'm not African American. I'm African, right?
Okay, my bad.
You listen to this, right? Listen to this. The reason why a guy like Sneeko or a guy like Andrew Tate, let's speak about Andrew Tate. For the life of me, I have no fucking clue why Sneeko would appeal to anybody. But a guy like Andrew Tate would appeal to men because for the vast majority of the men that he speaks to, they're men that have been ignored by society. They have been deemed surplus to requirement. Their efforts and their contribution to society is not fucking respected or valued whatsoever, right? They're labeled as misogynists. They're labeled as sexist. They're labeled as fucking socially awkward human beings. Nobody fucking cares about these guys, right? And when I say these guys, I'm specifically because predominantly he appeals in the West, I should say. He appeals to a white male demographic. The man is a kickboxing world champion, 4-time world kickboxing champion. The man is built. He's fit. He articulates himself in a great manner, and he's rich. All things that men aspire to achieve. If you were to go to any man on planet Earth and tell them, would you want to be a 6'4" kickboxing world champion with a bunch of cars and a bunch of women willing to marry you? Everybody would say yes, right? Now, why guys wouldn't listen to somebody like you is because when they look in the mirror, they don't want to see you. I'll be honest, they don't want to see you, right? Even if you have takes that I agree with, and you do have a little bit of takes that I do agree with and I see eye to eye with, I also recognize the fact that most people will brush you aside because of the way that you look. Like, would you say you standing next to Andrew Tate and you both speaking about the same shit, right? Masculinity, right? Responsibility, accountability, fucking wealth creation. You think that they would take his message a lot better, or would they take your message?
I mean, on looks alone, they'd probably go with him. But I mean, the guy's about to spend how many years in Romanian prison? I'm not sure after that.
Oh, by the way, where were those messages that came out? Those leaked messages about the girls talking about Netflix and such. What were those messages?
Which ones?
The ones where the girls said, you know, we're gonna cry, we're gonna act like Tristan Tate and Andrew Tate hurt us.
There were some messages that leaked where the girl was saying something like, "Oh, we're gonna get an Oscar for our performance" or whatever. That leaked that made it look like they were trying to be weird. But the full context of those messages was some girl was trying to escape and was talking to her parents about how she wanted to break another girl out before she escaped. And her parents were saying, you should just leave on your own. But she's saying, no, like, we moved to another house and they trust us more and we're going to just show up or we're going to, like, put on an Oscar performance to try to break out the other girl was essentially it. You can go, if someone wants to link the full things, you don't have to believe me, you can go read it there. But it was them talking about how they were going to escape, like, the Tate compound.
Escape the Tate compound by not pulling some Tom Cruise Mission Impossible shit. By crying and acting in distress. So
well, at that point, they said that they had already been moved into the group of like more trusted women, so they were living independently in another house where other women were working. They weren't in the main compound anymore, but they were trying to go back there to get another girl out or something. I think is what she said.
So you're telling me that these fucking criminals that are trafficking women, fucking locking them in basements, give these women a house to stay on with no supervision on their own? How does that make sense? How do you square that?
I don't know if I can have this conversation. I don't know how much you know about like trafficking or pimping or anything, but the idea that like pimping...
I'm a pimp. You can talk to me about it.
Yeah, okay. Pimping doesn't work if you need armed guards to hold down every girl you have. That's not how it works. There's a whole lot of like psychological and emotional manipulation involved in making these types of processes work. Like there's not gonna be an armed guard for like no pimp works that way. They don't have armed people checking after their girls all the time. It's not feasible. So the only question that matters when it comes to the Tates is, did they misrepresent the types of relationships that they were going to have with these women in order to get them to fly to Romania to do sex work? That's really the only thing that matters. Whether or not they had guns holding the girls there, or if the girls just felt like they had to stay there or whatever, is not really the most important part. Everybody fixates on that, like, were they free to leave thing, but that's not really the point of the trafficking. But
And the reason you consider it trafficking is because they made them create porn as well, correct?
The trafficking is because they originally misrepresented the relationship, that it was about a romantic love that they had, that they misrepresented their intentions to marry the girls, and then when the girls came down, they took them and they used them to do sex work, and they were taking like 70% of the money from it.
So the sex work part is not necessarily important to what they're accused of, right? So even
the sex work part is what makes it sex trafficking. There might be other types of trafficking or exploitation that are
but if they were just sleeping with them, it would also be sex trafficking, correct?
I think trafficking... No, I don't think it would be. I think trafficking in Romanian criminal law, it involves the exploitation of, which I think means the sale of services. If you just like abduct a girl and take her to another country and you keep her as like your personal sex slave, I don't know if that counts as trafficking or not. I think trafficking involves the selling of it. But
and do you think that definition actually makes sense?
Yeah, of course. If you're lying about about trying to marry somebody just to get them down to go do like some fucking cam shit, I think that's pretty weird.
So what would you be accused of in Romania if you were to lie about, let's say, your condition of living? Let's say you said that you're some multi-millionaire and life's good, you're gonna take care of this woman, but you only have enough money to fly her out. Once you fly her out, she finds out that you live in like some fucking dungeon type shit, right? But she has nowhere else to stay. She doesn't speak the language. She knows nobody, so she's forced to stay with you. And let's say you end up sleeping with her, yada, 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 right? Now, what would that be considered?
I have no idea. I don't know if relationships under false pretenses are like illegal anywhere. But now if you took that same girl and you said the only way we can survive is if you start doing like pornographic work for me and I keep all the money, then you're... Yeah.
So you're telling me that you could do every single thing that the Tates did, minus the fact that they made them do cam work, right? And that would be completely legal.
Possibly, yeah.
Doesn't that sound insane to you?
Well, no, because there's no because there's no exploitation, right?
So if you emotionally manipulate somebody, of course there's no exploitation.
I think emotionally manipulating someone, I think that's ethically wrong, but should it be illegal to emotionally manipulate? Probably not. But if you do that for purposes of selling their like body sexually, then yeah, probably.
So do you realize the fact that they still ended up doing the campsite shit, right? But they did it on their own volition? Or do you say that they were emotionally manipulated and they had no say-so whatsoever? They were just controlled like fucking puppets? Would you say that there's no fucking degree of accountability that they could take upon themselves?
I mean, there might be some like personal accountability, yeah, but that doesn't mean that it absolves. Like, for instance, like most people that get scammed probably could have avoided being scammed, right? Most scams prey on people being stupid, but that doesn't mean that the scammer didn't commit the crime of scamming.
That's fair, but the lover boy method, right, which is what you described by, you know, fucking love bombing them, telling them how much you love them, how much you want to marry them, how much you want to fucking create a family with them, this, that, and third, flying them over, and once you have them next to you, you suddenly switch your fucking tone and talk about how you want them to do cam work. That's like the whole lover boy method of sexual trafficking, right? Or sex trafficking, correct? So when you say that, right, the thing that, and I guess I'm arguing against the law itself, so it's kind of iffy, but the fact is, if it wasn't premeditated, or I will ask you this, does it require it to be premeditated for it to qualify as sexual trafficking or sex trafficking?
I think so, because the part of it is the deception. And if you're lying about something, then you must know in advance that you're going to do something different with them, right? So it probably requires some form of premeditation in order for it to be a lie, right?
So would you say that the Tate lawyer could argue that it wasn't premeditated in any way, and that could free them, let's say, if you know they would be convicted?
Well, yeah, I imagine that has to be the defense. The defense probably has to be something like, well, they came down and we were hanging out and we decided like, hey, if you work this way, you could gain a lot of money doing it, and that's probably, I imagine, it's kind of got to be what the defense is, right?
Yeah, sure, but isn't there quite a lot of evidence? Let's say the videos with the, you know, the positively inspirational, motivational person, the pimp videos that Tate used to make, I think back in 2016, where he spoke about you know, how he conducts. I mean, it was the greatest self-snitching tape of all time, if you were to ask me, where he spoke about how he tells them X, Y, and Z to get them to do 1, 2, and 3, and how he gets the Viviana chick to handle them.
Yeah.
Wouldn't then that be used against him in court, or could they argue that they was done in parody?
Well, that's why I'm saying he's almost for sure guilty, unless literally everything he said online was a lie. Now, if they can make the argument that like we didn't mean any of that, this was just some troll shit we said to sell like Hustlers video shit, and we were deceiving our audience there, then maybe he could get away with that. But I mean, like, if any of that is true, like you said, he's describing like trafficking basically verbatim. Like,
Yeah, but couldn't they actually get away with using that as a escape by saying that, you know, we lied about all of this, this is fake? Because it's not completely out of the norm for content creators online, especially ones that are making hundreds of millions, to lie about the way that, you know,
well, that's what the whole point of the investigation is then, right? If they do an investigation and they find out that there aren't all these deceptive messages, that these girls were getting paid all the money they were owed and all that shit, then yeah, they'd probably be off free, right?
So let me ask you this. What do you think it is? Let's say it comes out and they're innocent. Would you stand by the court's ruling, or would you say fucking bullshit, they're still guilty?
The only way I could see them being innocent is if they literally lied about everything they said online. And if the court does the investigations and they find out that, like, yeah, I mean, it looks like these were actually just memes and jokes. And I say, well, damn, that's really fucking hard to believe. But I mean, if that's what they find through their investigation, unless I have reason to believe otherwise, I kind of have to accept that ruling, right?
I would say, obviously, in these sort of cases, you always lean towards guilt. I feel like as human nature, we just want to lean towards the person being guilty, especially with all of the things that came out. But I'm pretty confident in saying that it could most definitely be trolling, jokes, parody.
It could be, but I mean, he's talked about it a lot. And then, like, he did build, like, a whole webcam business, like, extraordinarily quickly and everything. Like, it'd be pretty phenomenal that it was all just a troll. I bet it's possible. I mean, I can't even sit here and say
absolutely, it's possible. Yeah. So when people go out of their way and try to claim that the man is 100% guilty, there's absolutely no way for him to fucking get out of this predicament. He's dead to rights. If that was truly the case, they wouldn't extend his fucking jail stay for 30 days every single time. Because if it was a shut and fucking closed, like, you know, case, they would have had it done within the first 2 months.
Well, it depends on how sprawling the investigation is, right? Like, if they start to do this investigation and they start to find more and more and more and more different types of things they did wrong, like different types of tax or financial fraud, then that might be an investigation that they're following to see, like, how far it goes, right? In which case they would wait a little bit longer before filing charges. But, I mean, I don't know how deep their investigation is going. I can't know that, right? Have you ever seen The Wire?
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
There's like a conflict where like mayors and stuff want to get higher numbers for police arrests because it makes them look good to citizens, but the police don't want to arrest people that are just like selling drugs on the streets because what the fuck, those aren't good busts. They want to follow the criminal enterprise all the way up to the top, but that requires like a much longer and deeper investigation. So like it could be the case that they are doing this like deeper investigation where you could do arrests right now. You've got enough for arrests and convictions right now, but if you keep following it, maybe more and more people get implicated.
Yeah, but that's under the assumption that there is more to catch.
Well, yeah, there might not be. I mean, like I said, it could come out that in a little bit the tapes are released and like we don't even have enough to do to charge them with a crime. It's possible. I don't think that'll happen, but it's possible. It could happen.
Unfortunately, I do believe that let's just say there was some sort of fucking tax fraud going on. I do believe that if they were fucking convicted of that, people would try to claim that these guys are actual fucking traffickers. I fucking told you they fucking steal these women. Would you say that could be a possibility? Like people would try to run away with this story because when Joe Rogan took that fucking ivermectin shit, people generally tried to claim that it was horse dewormer, right?
Yeah, but I think the problem was because a lot of Americans were buying horse dewormer, and in the United States, if you're talking ivermectin, I think you're generally talking horse dewormer. Because in the United States, I don't think we tend to deal with the parasites that people usually take those drugs for. I'm pretty sure those are usually in, I think, Mediterranean places and maybe Northern African places or Sub-Saharan African places. I think are usually where these drugs are administered. Because I don't think we deal with many parasitic infections in the United States. That's my understanding. Except for like livestock, like horses. Sorry, go ahead.
Actually, isn't ivermectin actually taken in incredible fucking amounts in the United States itself? I'm pretty sure that's the case. I'm sure I understand that there's a fucking horse dewormer variant of it, right? But I'm pretty sure that ivermectin itself is actually taken by a whole bunch of Americans in the United States. It just came across to me as one of the first blatant moments of absolute dishonesty from mainstream news networks. I mean,
I don't know. I don't think it is taken that often in the U.S. Again, I could be wrong, but again, this is an anti-parasitic. Like, I don't know how many like parasites people are dealing with in the United States. I thought it's most famous for use in like poorer countries.
I mean, last time I think I've heard or I've seen something about it being taken a lot by people in the United States as well. I do understand that it's one of the most taken medicines in the world, actually. So I'm not super clear on it, but I'm also pretty sure that it is taken by people in the United States. So for the fact that people came out and spoke on Joe Rogan taking a horse dewormer and changing the fucking filter on the video to make him look more sickly, I do think that that was pretty fucking pathetic. And the fact that mainstream...
Yeah, I mean, they definitely handled that convo poorly. I agree with you. But Joe Rogan was doing an abysmal side as well, because he's pushing ivermectin as like a cure for COVID-19, which is insane.
Did he? I don't think he did. I think
and
when
he
he was speaking about it...
did.
No, that is a very, very disingenuous way of looking at it. The man just said I fucking threw the kitchen sink at it. The man said that I fucking threw the kitchen sink at it.
Listen, if you want to excuse him for everything he said, then you just have to excuse everybody for everything. If I come online...
I'm not excusing him.
No, but hold on. If I'm a streamer, I get paid a lot of money for telling people to do things, okay? That's the whole point of what we do. That's why we're called influencers. If I come on and I'm like, man, I got the flu yesterday, guys. I did everything I could. Like, I stuck magnets on my forehead and I turned the electricity up and everything. I'm doing whatever I can to get rid of this flu. If I say some shit like that, people are going to do it, right? That you're lending credence to the idea that, like, this is an effective way to treat this particular thing.
Yeah, but the man, I'm pretty sure, also did say to consult your own physician.
Yeah, but people always say, that's like me saying, like, you should invest all your money in Facebook, but this isn't financial advice, right?
Oh, also, speaking about that, to quickly pivot, but just as, to close off our previous point, I understand about being responsible with your platform and the type of shit that you fucking air on it, but it's fucking Joe Rogan. He talks about most of the shit that he does in his day-to-day life. If you were to tell him to police himself, then you wouldn't have much of a Joe Rogan experience to begin with. But I do see where you're coming from.
Well, yeah, but it's not just that too. If it would have been a one-off comment, that'd be one thing. But the fact is that like he has a lot of these other like weird anti-vax people, like the Dr. Robert Malone guy and other people too that say a lot of weird shit related to it. And so I think it's in totality of all of that is why people looked at it like kind of with a bit of a side eye.
Yeah, but that's looking at the scale on one side of things as well. But he also had a lot of people that were pro-vaccine that also pushed for people to take the vaccine as well. So you can't.
Yeah, but I'm like, that's like, I don't know if that's like, but it's not like these sides are the same, right? That's like saying like, dude, you had like 20 flat earthers on your show, and it's like, yeah, but I had like 20 people that were pro like round earth too. So like a lot of the anti-vax stuff was literally like people like that Robert Malone guy are just pushing conspiracies. It's like all baseless. And he had like there were several different people that came onto his show to talk about like COVID-related stuff that was just like baseless. He had that frontline COVID care critical alliance dude or whatever on. Like, yeah, so of course like people are going to be really critical when he's saying stuff that is like perceived as like pushing alternative medicines to treat COVID with no empirical backing for it, right?
What do you think of the $1 billion lawsuit, the FTX lawsuit?
I don't know. I have a video where we're supposed to watch about it, but I haven't gotten to it yet because you're in here. So.
Okay, ouch. By the way, but let me just say this real quick.
Oh no, I'm saying I have it queued up to watch, but we're talking, so I haven't seen it yet. But yeah.
I'm just sensitive. Okay.
Oh my bad.
Okay, so.
I already knew that though, because you're Muslim. It's all good.
True.
Go ahead.
I'm not about to shoot up my ISP though, so that's fair.
That's good.
But I ask you this, right? What do you think of all these lawsuits that are coming out against influencers for just fucking advertising something that they were paid for? So for example, if fucking Apple, let's say, completely fucking fell today, should you be fucking sued for taking an advertisement from them? Like how could you fucking know that the company was ran by a fucking retard?
I have to see what I don't know specifically what the lawsuit is for right now. It might be the case that you should have done some due diligence. But it might be the case that, like, realistically, I don't think there should be any charges brought. It just depends. But I don't know what these lawsuits are specifically alleging, so I have to figure that out.
It's not only certain YouTubers, right? Crypto YouTubers and whatnot. And I think Graham Stephan is one of the YouTubers that's being sued. It's also celebrities such as Shaq that's being sued just for advertising FTX.
Is it really just for advertising? There's nothing else being alleged in these lawsuits? I find that hard to believe.
No.
It's possible, but I find that hard to believe.
They're trying to argue the fact that they should have known.
Okay. I don't know yet. I haven't watched the video, so I don't have a strong opinion on it. But if that is the only case, I'd probably be opposed to that. But I feel like there's probably something more going on.
I mean, that's fair, but I just find it completely insane because I think
that would be completely insane, yeah. If that's true.
FTX at one point was, by the way, that's actually like smart. The whole if it's true, blah blah. Like I used to take people for their word, but ever since I spoke to Eurodite, I think her name is,
Erudite, yeah.
I can't take people at their words. Absolutely not, right?
Why do you disagree with a lot of what she says?
No, sometimes she just makes shit up on the spot, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah.
Like I was about to go along with it. If she was the first person I debated on the fucking first ever panel that I went on, and she tried to fucking paint me as a demon. Although that panel was about mental health, and I did say that, you know, if you pay a therapist, you're a financial cuck. You're simply retarded. If you go to therapy, if you go to somebody who's mentally ill to fix your mental illness, then I do recommend you rub magnets on your head, because it probably has equal effects.
Gotcha.
It just seems pretty retarded to me. And she tried to fucking play me in a position that ended up completely going against her. And you know, it was a nice ego stroke, right? Well, I felt good about it.
Okay.
But going back to the FTX argument, I think it's a fucking joke. FTX at one point I think was worth like 100 billion or something. It had some insane fucking valuation, as most fucking tech startups in this day and age, right? But fuck me, how the fuck are you gonna put the responsibility on the content creators when
I
it
don't
was
know.
sent
I'd have to
back
see.
to
I'm not
free?
sure.
And the fucking freaks that he had working with him, that fucking had orgies all over the place. Which, by the way, you would fucking fit in perfectly with them, right?
Oh
Like,
shit.
yeah,
Maybe I'll look into it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. By the way, was Sam Bankman-Fried? I think he was arrested. Is he still detained? Was the woman that he worked with still detained?
I have no idea.
Well, you don't know a lot about this case?
I mean, I heard when he was arrested for all the shit, but I don't know like what's going on. I don't actively follow them. No.
Do you invest in crypto, by the way?
Fuck no.
Wait, but okay, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What is an NFT?
Do you really want me to explain it, or are you just testing me, or what?
I mean, sure. I want a genuine explanation. What's an NFT?
Do you really want a genuine explanation?
Yes. Please. Mr. Stephen Bonnell.
I think that an NFT is just like basically like a digital hash. So you're taking some collection of data and you are running it through like a mathematical formula to spell out a complicated number. It's like a unique digital hash for some data that gets stored and then verified on, I think it's usually the Ethereum blockchain. And because of how stuff is transferred on that, what it basically allows you to do is it allows you to say that you registered on a public blockchain digitally own some unique piece of information. But the ownership is just something on the blockchain pointing to you as the owner. Obviously other people can copy and paste the image or whatever. That's like I can try to break that down more simply if you need. I don't know if you're actually asking me or if you're just...
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be on the Ethereum blockchain.
No, theoretically, you could do an NFT on any blockchain you want, right? It just non-fungible token just means that it's verified to be uniquely yours. It's not fungible. Not anybody can claim ownership or whatever. But you could theoretically put a blockchain with any.
It means that it's a one-of-one. Yeah, absolutely. But the day that I figured out that NFTs were a scam was the day that I realized the non-fungibility of it comes from the unique hash code that is stored within the fucking blockchain. So technically you could just change the front-facing image without changing the NFT itself. And a lot of people actually
Well, wait, hold on. Change the front. I thought if you change the image, aren't you necessarily creating a new thing that would necessarily entail a new hash behind it? Like I thought the hash was part of uses the digital image data, no?
No, the hash is a file in which the image is stored in that is displayed to you. So if you were to change the image, if you were to take Bored Apes, for example, and you were to change them to just a white blank background, that wouldn't change the hash in the blockchain.
What is the hash? What is the hash generated from?
It's generated from the file itself. So the file is what the hash is on the blockchain, and that file could store technically anything that you want on it, right?
So the hash. So the hash. What is the hash on the blockchain for an NFT? What does the hash theoretically point to? What does it actually point to?
It points to the file.
Yeah, but like where is that file? Where is it found?
On the blockchain itself. But they also store it on, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but I'm asking like how, because my understanding is a blockchain only exists insofar as every other computer part of that network is constantly verifying and has their own image of the blockchain, their own copied mirrored version of the blockchain. You can't change data once it's on the blockchain, right?
I guess in theory I would believe that
It sounds like what you're referring to is on a blockchain, I could theoretically create a hash that once ran through an algorithm points to a URL, and then I could change the URL to point to another image. But I thought that my understanding would be like if I have an image like a PNG, I could take it, I could basically churn this whole image through something that would generate a unique hash for the image, and then that hash is stored on a blockchain. But if I change the underlying image, obviously the cryptographic signature wouldn't be the same. It would necessarily change because it's different data that's being hashed. But I could be wrong on that. That's my understanding. But
no, that's fair. What you just described is only applicable if the hash points to the image, not to the file.
Well, yeah, but what is the file? If you're saying the file, you're just saying the file's a URL, or?
No, that I can actually give you a straightforward answer on. But I'm pretty sure that for the vast majority of cases, at least the most popular ones, like the CryptoPunks, the Bored Apes, it actually just points towards a file, and that file is what actually contains the images. So it is incredibly easy for somebody to just change out the image that is in the file itself, and technically rug pull people doing so. It's really not that hard if you wanted to rug pull people with NFTs. Now, I do believe that I don't know what your position on crypto is, if you believe that it's a scam or not. I guess you do from the way that you answered my question.
No, I mean, I think there can be utility to crypto. It's not necessarily a scam, but I think oftentimes it's used. Like for instance, is gold and silver a scam? I don't think so. But I think when people sell it, 99% of the time it's a scam because they're just saying, oh, hedge against inflation, it's the most important investment. Not really, I don't think so. There's better things you can invest in. But like, I would never say that like all gold and crypto are scams, just people that sell them, or gold and silver are scams, just people that sell generally. Same thing with like NFTs or crypto. Like there's good use cases for NFTs or for cryptos or for blockchains, but more often than not, it just seems like people are using them to get rich quick on the internet. Especially when people are saying like, oh, you can buy and sell this crypto. Though. What?
Yeah, but what you just said could be applied to literally anything.
Maybe there's a lot of things it can apply to. I would agree with that. I don't know if it'd be anything, but yeah, there's certainly a lot of things that it could apply to.
Yeah, quite a few things. It's just I do believe that there's a lot of cryptocurrencies out there that serve no value other than to just fucking make the founders
the owners money. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, right? I agree with that. Yeah.
Like there's absolutely no utility behind it. A great example would be Shiba Inu. Actually, when Shiba Inu first came out, I refused to put any money into it because I was a fucking dumbass. I was like, if this coin has no utility, I'm not gonna invest in it. And then it like fucking 1000x, and I could use the money. And at this point, I'm living a life of regret. But there's quite a few actually, I lost all of my money on Luna, so yeah, there goes that. Yeah, I did. But I'd say that there's a lot of fucking coins out there that have great utility. I believe that smart contracts, right? I believe.
Wait, explain smart contracts again. I think that's where you have like some agreement or some deal that's stored in a blockchain somewhere, right? But I don't know 100% to explain.
Yep, and both parties need to meet the conditions. So, for instance, I believe like a lot of a great example of a smart contract and the way that it could be used, a utility for it. And I believe that there's a crypto out there that I can't necessarily give you right now that stores the deed of a house in a smart contract, right?
Okay.
So like you own the house, blah, 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 everything is in writing, and as long as you meet the fucking stipulations in the smart contract, right, whether it's the fucking price or whatever sort of other specifications that's put by the smart contract owner, once you buy it, the house is yours. You don't have to go through the government. You don't have to fucking do X, Y, and Z. Of course, is that illegal, by the way? I don't own a house.
I have no idea.
Right, so like I believe smart contracts definitely have a great deal of utility, right? I believe that there's a lot of cryptos out there that serve like a whole bunch of actual like fucking positive things. But for the most part, the biggest crypto is Bitcoin, and it's a store of value. So its utility is you just fucking you just get to hold money into it. And you have Ethereum, which is actually Ethereum is quite expensive, but the gas fees is absolutely fucking ridiculous. I can't believe that people are putting money into crypto. I mean,
I think the biggest issue, in my opinion, with crypto is that, like, I think there were some cool ideas about it being a currency, but it very quickly moved away from that to just like some huge like speculative asset that everybody just like got hyped up seeing the price blow up around. And then once that started to happen, now it's just kind of this toxic thing where people are trying to get rich off of it. And in the original purist form, and I know people are always excited about like price hikes and shit, but technically you never really should have been excited about Bitcoin like 10xing in value, because all that's showing it. What?
No, go on, go on.
Well, because all that's showing is that like it's highly volatile, and that's probably not good if you want to use it as an actual currency, right? It's not supposed to be this hugely inflating like store of value that you get rich on, or that shit. It was just supposed to be like an alternative way of doing transactions with very low overhead anywhere in the world without the government seeing it. That was supposed to be the original.
Yeah, I don't believe that anybody looks at Bitcoin as a currency in this day and age. The circulating supply is what, 19 million? I think the most that it could ever achieve is, I forgot, there's a certain number that it needs to meet, and then it like increases by a certain percentage that I can't tell you right now. But people don't look at Bitcoin as currency. I think there's another form of Bitcoin that actually does that has a greater number of fucking circulating supply, because you can't use a fucking currency or a crypto that only has 19 million. It wouldn't make any sense. But I do believe that it could be used as a store of value. I disagree with you on the fact that, if it 10x's, that shows that it's highly volatile. Well, in actuality, yes, it does. But at the same time, I would say that it's much greater and it's much smarter. Actually, don't quote me on the smarter part, but I think it's better for you to put your money somewhere where it could actually fucking gain a significant amount rather than just leave it in a bank where it actually depreciates due to inflation.
Yeah, I agree. But that's like what investments are for, in like companies and shit, right? That's where our money hopefully should be going, right? We wouldn't want a ton of people dumping their money into fucking Bitcoin. We want them investing them in like companies that are doing something with that money to grow, right?
Yeah, that's fair, but I'd say the smartest route that most people could take is probably put their money into some sort of index fund that gives them a guaranteed percentage return every year. But that's not as great of a fucking proposition as putting your money into fucking Bitcoin and maybe having that motherfucker go up 2x. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
So,
cryptocurrencies, it's like the new pharmaceuticals of like the Zoomer age. You're buying penny stocks in the hopes that like some patent gets approved and your company goes fucking huge, right? That's like what crypto is for Zoomers, kind of.
Absolutely. Right now, because what did I say? Like in 1,500 hours streaming, I saved up, or I made, I'd say like $2,000, like 2,500 in like a year and a half, damn near. I'm just trying to find that one. Listen, it's you guys could call it retarded in chat because it is retarded, but you're talking to me, okay? You already knew what you're gonna get to. I just want to find that micro cap coin that's got 100x, and I'm just launching $1,000 into it. I'm never going to put my money into Bitcoin. Bitcoin, realistically, at most this year is probably going to 2x. That's it. It's going to 2x. A 2x for somebody like you who has the capability, especially after Train fucking, hit you with that kick contract, you could put 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 comfortably, right? And having that money double is easy, right? But for somebody like me, I'd say I 100% see where you're coming from. I would look for a small, I'd say sub $1 billion, fully diluted market cap coin, where I could just dump all my money into. That's 100% what I'm doing. I think that's 100% what most people are doing. And I don't think that it's necessarily stupid. I don't believe that it's necessarily stupid. But will you lose your money?
Most of the
more
time?
Than likely. Yeah, more than likely you'll probably lose your money. But I do believe that I'd rather do that than just sit on it, because it wouldn't make any sense.
I mean, when you're young, it makes sense. You're looking for those get rich big opportunities. Like, you can always earn your money back, right? Like, you're not going to do this when you're 75, investing lots of money looking to get rich quick. But like when you're young,
sure.
I mean, like if you go bankrupt, if you lose,
yeah.
if you lose all your money right now, like you'll be okay. You're young, you'll make it back.
Yeah, you have a safety blanket. Yeah, you have a safety blanket. I'll just, I'll sleep in my fucking bedroom. That's what I'll do with my parents. Yeah, for sure, 100%. I mean, that's why I'm streaming, actually, because I have nothing better to do. So why not give it a shot? If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So I do 100% agree with you there. Do you think that the crypto markets will actually, or crypto will, stick around for the next 3 years? Or do you think, the whole thing's going to implode soon?
I have honestly no idea. I don't know. It's going to depend on, I feel like the whole crypto market's everything. I could be wrong, I'm talking on my ass, but I feel like they all just follow Bitcoin anyway. So like
they do, 100% they do. Yeah.
So like it's going to come back to whether or not, like, if Bitcoin starts to hit new highs again, then all the other crypto markets are going to get fucking gassed up like it did last time. When didn't Bitcoin get to like fucking 60K or some shit?
It did at its highest.
Yeah, so like, I mean, if it starts to pass, if we see like more all-time highs, then I think people are gonna freak out and start investing in like all sorts of crypto and shit again. I think that'll happen.
I think generally, I think ever since
we've been following cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin. There's been a couple of, like, maybe 5-6 bull runs, and usually when Bitcoin starts to become bullish, all the altcoins follow. It starts with Bitcoin,
Always,
then
yeah.
Ethereum, and then the rest. So the way that I'm just trying to time it right now, because I'm a fucking pussy, I'm not going to YOLO it while it's still looking dark, right?
Yeah.
I'm just waiting on Bitcoin to start ramping up,
Mhm.
and then I'll invest into the micro caps, because usually it takes a while for them to follow.
Sure.
The altcoins always follow Bitcoin, which is actually terrible, I do believe, for the crypto markets, because they're incredibly reliant on Bitcoin.
Well, it makes it
and
seem
there's-
like they're not legitimately different cryptos, right? Like people are like, oh no, this has got different underlying technology. The blockchain here is different. It's like at the end of the day, it seems like they all kind of track Bitcoin. So like, are there real? Like if these markets were truly like uncorrelated, then like you'd expect to see like one go up and one go down and up. But it seems like most of them all kind of like track each other. So.
I mean, yeah, sure. I see where you're coming from, but it's just to different degrees, right? Some of them go up more than others, and some of them are the complete opposite. But for the most part, it is correct. If Bitcoin goes up, generally they all follow. But the problem with that is there isn't a whole lot of institutional investors in Bitcoin. Like, I think it's a whole bunch of guys like me, or worse than me, people that have heard of Bitcoin from their grandson that decided to put 10, 20, $30 into it.
Yeah.
So Bitcoin is highly volatile, not due to the institutional money that's in it, which is a significant amount. I'm pretty sure there's at least tens of billions of dollars in there. Is the fact that the vast majority of the fucking market cap of Bitcoin is made off of people that don't know shit about Bitcoin. So if it even goes down $1,000, people freak out
Yeah,
and they start selling,
No.
and then the rest of the market follows.
It happens.
So if
Wait.
people stop fucking being pussies, then it should be good.
True. Hold on, give me a second. I'll be back, okay?
Okay.
Be careful, bud.
Guys, put ones in the chat if you can hear me right now. It's me and you again, ladies and gentlemen. It's me and you again. It's me and you again, ladies and gentlemen. Last time we had a great talk, and you guys loved it. You guys are loved it. I see one of you say that ETH is going to flip Bitcoin eventually. You are on crack. you are huffing that ganja. You are huffing that ganja. I'm sorry. If you fucking listen. I'll tell you right now, the firmament is real. Einstein said that the Earth is a motionless flat plane. My name is Jonathan, and I snort crack off of girls' fucking buttholes. Yes, sir. Nah, shout out Jonathan. Shout out Jonathan. Guys, dump all of your money into XRP. They're gonna win the court case, ladies and gentlemen. They will win the court case. Put all of your money in it. Sell your house. Probably sell your parents. It's all going to pay out at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you. In fact, actually, fuck all of that. Twitch.tv/Kratos. QORANTOS, you fucking retards. It's not you, right? I know you guys are just trying to be inflammatory. You're not going to hurt my feelings, dickheads, right? But check this out, right? If you don't support me, you're racist, okay? If you're not supporting this small black business, you're racist. You're going to hell. You're going to hell. It's that simple. It's that simple. Okay? When I stream today, I better fucking get $1,000. Okay, shout out to the person who just followed me. Somebody said Zerka Akbar. That's out of pocket. I'm gonna fight your bitch ass. Ladies and gentlemen, the folds on my stomach is sweating right now. I need to hit the gym, honestly. And I'm built like Soyston. It doesn't make any sense, I'm a young, virile 23-year-old. Let me tell you this, ladies and gentlemen. I am a virgin, and I hope that each and every single one of you guys is a virgin. Okay, because the only way that you could achieve full Zen mode, full monk mode, is by being a virgin, right? And listen, I don't get into the conversation of incel, volcel. I believe if you put cell in your name, you better be that green motherfucker from Dragon Ball Z, okay? Yep, that's pathetic. That's pathetic, okay? You need to understand that pussy comes and goes. But you know what's eternal? God. God is eternal, ladies and gentlemen. You have to love and appreciate God. You need to keep him in his heart. You need to keep God in your hearts, ladies and gentlemen. Because you may have given up on God, since I assume that most of you are atheists, but God has not given up on you, ladies and gentlemen. God loves each and every single one of you. And we do not believe that God is, equally loving. God loves you as his creation, but some of you don't deserve that much love, to be honest. Some of you don't deserve that much love. I'm pretty sure your mothers don't love you, so stop waiting on God to love you and actually do something productive with your fucking lives, okay? Listen. Listen, I can make great fucking songs. Listen to this. See, nobody else could. Like, my vocal range is quite immaculate. Like, I could do Oprah voices. Shout out Oprah Winfrey, by the way, first black woman that I was very attracted to. She's pretty thick. Okay, and I'm also pretty sure that most of you guys are Alex Stein fans, right? All of you love him, right? The supreme leader. Destiny has no problem with him. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Relax, relax, relax. All of you relax. Take a breath. Take a breath. Take a breath. Take a breath. Do the Oprah voice. You get a car. You get a car. Everybody gets a car. Oh, by the way, listen to this Donald Duck voice. Hold up 1 second. Again, man, what a fucking vocal range. Honestly, I was hoping that Jonathan would stop by. It's been a while since I spoke with him. I mean, I spoke so much that, he blocked me. Do you believe that, ladies and gentlemen? Jonathan blocked me because he was a pussy. Kratos is into BBWs. Better fucking watch your mouth with Bleach Boy in Minecraft. Whoa. But, what BBWs? Big Black Warhammer. Oh, who's into Warhammer, by the way? Okay. Who's into Warhammer? Who's into Warhammer? Any Warhammer Andy's in chat? Anyone's in chat for Warhammer? Anyone's in chat for Warhammer, ladies and gentlemen? This guy's actually on crack. Believe it or not, my heart beats at like 120 beats per second or some shit. I don't fucking know. Is it minutes or seconds? I don't know, but my heart beats high, like really fucking high, So if I were to take crack, I would 100% die. My heart would blow up. Oh, look at all the ones. You guys are into Warhammer. Which one is your favorite fucking, faction? What are they called? The fucking Custodies, right? I fuck with the Salamanders because they black. I mean, they're not black because they're black, You guys would think I'm into the orcs just because of the way that I act. Obesity, lol. Bitch, I could outrun any single one of you guys. I'm Somali. My fucking genetics are blessed. I could fucking run for 10,000. 1 second, I'm about to burp. I could run for like 10 hours non-stop. Non-stop. Like, don't let the exterior trick you. Like, I'm very physically fit. God bless. You know what I mean? Necros. That's cringe. I don't like robots. Fuck the AI, okay? The reason I became a fucking programmer is to deprogram the Matrix, okay? Save the people. I fuck with the orcs. I like the salamanders. The fucking emperor is a bitch. I will say that much. He's a pussy. A fat Somali, I know what an anomaly I am. The fucking TVA is after me, okay? The TVA is after me. But yeah, as I was saying, life is good, ladies and gentlemen. I just spent... I don't know. I haven't went to sleep yet. I don't know why I'm this energetic. It's fucking 7 a.m. I shouldn't be this fucking energetic, boys. And anybody who calls me Alt Zerka, I will fucking find you and I will nut in your mother. And if she's dead, guess what? I'm a fucking necromancer or whatever they're called. The ones that are into dead people. I'm that. I love you too, Jojo. My man. Warhammer haram. Stop saying everything is haram, ladies and gentlemen. See, guys, I've been very good faith with Mr. Bonel. Right? Very nice. He doesn't know. Like right now, when he comes back, he's just gonna fucking see my big BBC because I know he doesn't have it on stream. It's just between me and him. Keep it personal. You know what I mean? First of all, never say it's zest in his effect. I'm the fucking zesty overlord. Okay? Nobody has necrophiliac. Is that an album? But let me say this real quick. There's no fucking body on planet Earth that is much more mentally engaged than me. Okay? I told you guys, I am deeply, 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 incredibly closeted. So I keep it based all the time. But you know what I've never done in my life? Engaged in premarital sex. And it's not because I couldn't, you fucking dickheads. I've been offered plenty of times. Usually it came from older men when I was like 12 years old and they were telling me to walk towards their vans. But, you know, I declined because I'm a man of fucking honor and dignity. But listen, I'm not a virgin because I have to be. It's because I choose to be. And don't say it's because I'm a fucking volcel, you bitches. I don't ascribe to all of your fucking disgusting definitions. It's nasty. It's nasty. And I just saw one of you guys say that I knew he was fucking molested as a child. That is crazy. That is fucking out of pocket. And if you think I'm gay, Zerka, then you've never met Jonathan. Jonathan is the most gauge man on planet Earth. That man looks like he's been to a few gay clubs in his lifetime, okay? I'm telling you that right now. KT says breathe. Breathing is for pussies. Don't put me and you on the same plane of existence. I have dropped down from another dimension. And no, it's not because I was so fucking fat I created a hole in fucking dimensions. That's not the case. Don't say that, right? Okay, that's not the case. I willingly came down to talk to you guys. What is brown Zerka? You mean black me? Listen. You need to understand this. The world is going to come after you eventually. Most of you guys are probably on some sort of watch list. Now, whether that be a terror watch list or a fucking sex offender list, like, I'm pretty sure I would find quite a few of your names on there, right? So eventually when the world collapses, right? And, you know, it's all anarchy because all of you atheists believe in anarchy, right? You believe in fucking nihilism and you believe that the world and your lives and your existence has no purpose because, you know, your overlord, God, fucking emperor, destiny fucking told you guys that it's all random, my dudes, right? It's all random, my dudes, right? And you guys suddenly fucking bought it, right? Once you guys are fucking eating babies and drinking their blood, you know, that adrenochrome, like once you guys are doing that, I will come on the back of my white horse. And when I say I will come, I'm not meaning like I'll come on the back of the white horse. I'm saying like I'll approach you guys on the back of the white horse. So I'll come to you guys, right? I'm not Vosh. I'm not into horses. But I will come to you guys and I will save you. I will save you guys. I will support you. I will show you the way. You know what I mean? I've heard that kinks are hereditary. So some of you guys may be deviants. Some of you guys may be, you know, sexual outliers. So if that's the case, consult your parents. You know what I mean? Consult your parents. Consult your parents. If you have a kink for like having your booty eaten, which by the way I'm not opposed to, because the greatest sign of masculinity is having a woman munch on your booty. 100%. He's back, boys. Nobody uttered a word, okay? None of this happened. Shush. But yeah, as I said, welcome back, Mr. Bonnell.
How's it going, buddy?
Your chat is pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. I do have a great level of disdain for the Taliban, right? DGG. I do think that they're satanic, right? Much more of a fan of the original Mujahideen, if you were to ask me. R.I.P. Usama. That's my cousin actually from back home. It's not the Usama that you're thinking of.
Okay.
But yeah, right. So, when I see the Taliban, you know, I just think of doxers and harassers. Is that the case, or do you have your community in line?
I don't think we do much doxing, harassing. If we did, you would know about it.
Oh shit! Talk your shit, gangsta. What the fuck?
No, I mean, like if I've got a lot of people in my community. If we were involved in shit like that, like there would be like, it would be over for a lot of people on the internet. They'd be getting fucking destroyed. So obviously, we don't do that, right?
Would you say you're like Sparta? You know, even though you're smaller in numbers, you could probably take on like the juicers, like XQC's people. Would you say that's a possibility?
Well, yeah, because we're dedicated, of course. You saw us in the
the
big Pixel Wars. Okay, we dominated that. All right.
Oh yeah, you killed his dog a second time over. You killed Hassan's dog like twice. Listen, I'm not that big of a fan of dogs, so I'm not gonna, you know, condemn you for it. But that was some cold ass shit. I'm not gonna lie. You are pretty heartless. But I will say this though, right? You are responsible for his creation, and your offspring is—he's not the best of, you know, sons. Why would you say that he dislikes you? I've never actually fucking known, because you guys seem pretty close. Now, I don't know if he's also bisexual and you guys had gay sex. Don't tell me. I'm not asking you, by the way.
Okay.
But just in case. By the way, I 100% believe you'd be the top, by the way. He comes off more feminine. But, you know, regardless, when was the fallout? What happened?
I thought he was just too ideologically driven, and I didn't view myself the same way, and we got into big disagreements over that. I think it was an argument over Kamala Harris.
The Indian chick, right? Okay, so would you say that Hassanabi is a champagne socialist? You are familiar with the term, correct?
Yeah, of course, I'd say so, yeah.
And would you say that he's a man that does not live according to the beliefs that he pushes onto his people?
Well, he's got like newer beliefs now to be more in line with his shit. But I think before they like constantly shit on people with like huge houses and designer clothes and stuff. But I don't think he does that as much anymore, obviously, because he knows it would look bad.
And what are his new beliefs that support his current lifestyle?
I think he just focuses on billionaires now. But I don't know. I don't watch his content much. I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
It's the socialist fucking rich people code.
Yeah, it's as long as they're richer than him,
basically. My money. Yeah, somebody richer than me fucking tax those dickheads. They make way more than me. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Actually,
basically.
true.
Yep. All right, give us your final things, because I need to watch this CoffeeZilla shit and everything. Yeah.
I'll give you my final takes.
Yeah.
Right. This was interesting to say the least. I wasn't expecting you to 100% defend extremism and defend the fact that you would kill somebody for blocking your means of income, even though you could just simply get another job. I do agree with your takes when it comes to crypto. I have finally figured out that you are actually knowledgeable and understand what an NFT is, because I've seen you ask the Peace to the Saints guy what an NFT is, quite a bit. And for the most part, I pray that God shows you the light and takes you off of your nihilistic, atheistic path, and you recognize that there is an hereafter and we are not just a random fucking clumps of cells that just happen to be.
Okay. I'll do my best, okay? Or I hope God does his best, I guess. Yeah. Have fun.
Thank you for having me on, and make sure you say hi to Jonathan for me. Take care.
I'll do that. You've got perms for this room. If you ever see crazy shit going down you want to join, you can always jump in, okay?
I got you. Take care. Bye.
Have fun, bye. Jeez. Okay.
This is where the streamer award was horrible. Hearing Cutie and Ray reading their script was so bad. It felt unnatural and fake, just like Amaranth's Jokes aside, the event was amazing, and the fact that Cutie did it all by herself is an inspiration for all creators. But that doesn't mean they should host it. Everything but the host was so professional. That made us viewers judge the host professionally too, and that made it really cringe.
But I'm trying to do that thing where you picture everybody naked. Thank goodness. I recently got a link on how to do that, so I'll have to use that backstage. So.
Oh no, I didn't see this.
So it's my first year hosting the Streamer Awards, and I think I have a suggestion. I think we should do an award for Best Co-Host.
Oh, really, Ray? I think it's okay. I already give my friends enough awards.
I heard Soda Puppin had to cut his DoorDash orders in half. Now he's only doing about 6 a day.
True. In this year's show, we've made some changes. We dropped some categories like Best GTA Streamer and added new ones like Best at Convincing Their Audience They Still Deserve a Platform.
Another The red carpet interviewers was even worse. It was Hazen Abbey.
Hot take. I don't think any of those jokes were that bad. The audience was just kind of dead. When the audience laughs more, I think it makes the jokes seem funnier, but I don't actually think any of those jokes were that bad. I think it was just the audience was super unresponsive to everything.
Repeating racist or sexist to every single person.
Do you suffer from imposter syndrome? You just pulled the microphone away from her, you sexist. I'm so sorry, Fan. He's a bit of a misogynist.
Misogynistic and racist.
Yes. He is a right-wing commentator at Mogul.
What are you wearing today? That's a question people ask.
Why are you asking a woman what she's wearing? Like,
so.
One thing you forgot about is that Symphony did that as well for a long time, but you're a woman.
No, you are not a Valorant pro. You're getting hard carried by Foolish almost every single day.
Misogyny.
And you ask him
Folks,
to
do
play
you see
one more.
this? Undermining the accomplishment
Dina.
of female gamers is textbook misogyny.
It is almost like that's the only thing he does on his stream. Sweet Anita farmed the classic clips as usual.
Can I tell everyone what you smell like?
Yes, of course. Go for it.
Dick!
Why is everybody whispering? Am I too loud?
You're gay.
But she asked worthless questions.
Did you have breakfast today?
I did have breakfast.
Squeaks, on the other hand, did very good. He was perfect for that job.
Those at home who know me, they know I'm full of drip. Let me tell you, what do you mean? Nobody said that. No. To TJ Maxx, Ross, Dress for Less. I got all the great deals, the coupons, man.
And something that XQC is perfect at is coming last minute to awards, posing in pictures like it's his first day in school, and then lose the award that he deserves to win for the last 5 years. But the winner took it by hiring every single event that he could find on Craigslist and breaking every single rule that he could on Twitch and never got banned. He's the only guy that gets treated like an OnlyFans girl. When the award was done, there was an after party. That's when Minx breaks down the door with Irish music on her shoulder and starts throwing with her right hand every OTV member in the pool. She was going to pick Saikuna up, and that's when XQC came in and tackled her down. She got a concussion and got a free meet and greet with Juice WRLD. Then the ambulance came in and she got electrocuted back to life. So the party got cancelled and Cutie was $50,000 down. But that is nothing for her because her show was just a spam of ads.
This is what pain looks like. This is what it looks like. Okay? Fuck the constant exploitation and objectification of women. It's exhausting.
Huge thank you to our sponsor Fansly for sponsoring the Streamer Awards. Make sure you follow the Fansly account for exclusive behind the scenes content and get a free trial of their top creators only.
Here you have an ad. Subscribe. It's free. Boy.
Jesus. Fuck, we didn't finish Big Ack yet. I'm sorry. Let me just.
Now, do I want to do other things? Yeah, but I'll never
Jesus.
abandon my pocket because, like, I'm synonymous with it, right? But shit, I think let me see if I can find it. Adam is trying to be off camera more, or value taming, that's what it's called. Adam is trying to be off camera now. He's trying to be off camera more. Now, if I was more off camera, I couldn't really hang on the or if I wasn't giving content as much, you can't hang on the news guy shit because, yeah, people might associate academics with news, but if it's somebody else doing the news, it might be like, what the fuck? So anyway, you're gonna see like it's gonna be like content like this, except I think No Jumper just has a bigger brand. You feel me? They bring Destiny on a bunch of times, all that type of shit. And you could probably see it just all over, you know what I mean?
Because that was.
And by the way, you know what the final straw was? All this drama that done happened, and Adam probably looked at his last month earnings to this month, and not a fucking change in the money he got. And then you know what he probably looked? He probably looked at the growth of Figmunity or back on Fig and community and be like, damn, I'm not growing from it. I'm not making more money from it. Only they are clouting up and doing whatever from it. Fuck it, I'm done with it. Feel what I'm saying?
No, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. It looks like, for what basically what you're saying, what he has to do, what he's basically going to end up doing is just housing conversation, be the facilitator for bigger conversations that wouldn't happen in those spaces. Because you just put up those other two channels, neither one of them are pulling. Like you said, the brand is just bigger.
What's this nigga name right here? Bro, listen, I be peeping shit from a mile away. What's this nigga name right here? And that's another thing I be laughing at Flacco. Flacco, you gonna be a loyal slave to a master who's looking for a slave who ain't you. Just remember that. And I won't get too much into it. What's this nigga name in the middle? What's this nigga name in the middle? Somebody tell me.
Hold on, catch your stream catching up.
Yuri. He love that nigga. You know why? This nigga could seamlessly go into the other shit that they want to talk about. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah,
He could seamlessly go into the other shit that they're talking about. Wasn't he on some show that everybody got fired or quit, but he stayed? He could seamlessly figure it out. Adam is fucking smart, my nigga. Like, the day Flacco stop bootlicking, he's out of there. And the day this chick stop, you know what I mean, have too much of a problem, she out of there too. I'm telling you all the facts.
Now, question: how much of this do you think he was actually planning, or he's just like making do with what he got left?
Bro, he wanted to switch gears, but let me tell you this. Sometimes it's hard to tell people, like, yo, when you got people like livelihood dependent on you. Like, obviously these niggas make money on their ancillary shows, but he's been paying these dudes for 3-4 years.
True.
Bro, he probably also was kind of like,
probably longer.
He probably was thinking like, fuck, like, yo, no matter how I tell these niggas, like, I've been their only job, they're only looking to this industry. They might just think I'm just on some weird shit. You know what I mean? So it probably started with little like him bitching like, man, they keep doing this community shit and back on fake shit. He probably started with that. That's where all that shit talking came from. He probably started with that, complain a little bit more, till he started probably asking people like, yo, nah, we should probably take him off there because he don't really be doing nothing, right? A little bit more and more shit talking. Yeah. But this was a whole plan, man. Like, I don't even know why people be like delusional about it. It is what it is. Feel me? I'm just saying, I don't blame the nigga for a business decision. I just blame how he deal with people. You got to deal with 80 good.
And I'm not saying I'm delusional to like the sense that I knew he wanted to switch routes. It's more or less like,
yeah,
the way he exited. Do you think that he was like, you know what I'm saying, playing that part of it?
Well, he should have kept it real with him.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, do you think
he should have kept it real with him?
A better transition if you would have kept it real with him? Or,
he should have kept it real with him. But I guarantee when I talk to him, I'll try to get him on here. I don't know when I can get him on here. You know what you gonna say?
He's not gonna take accountability.
No, he gonna say this shit just happened before he could tell him. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, no, that was the plan. This shit just erupted like literally in a day. Right? I'm pretty sure he's gonna be like, yeah, he was pussyfooting. He was pussyfooting, then got mad when rumors started that he was making a move. So he fired a nigga who he thought spread the rumors. But he fired the nigga knowing the rumor was true. So it's not like he fired a nigga be like, damn, you telling people whack shit. That's not even true. No. It is what it is, bro.
Me. Throw my hand. What was me?
I'm telling you, man.
Man, I fell down to my knees when the law came.
But yeah.
I like how you pointed out the dude in the middle. What's his name? Yuri? Yeah, that's a good point.
Bro, I've seen one video of his. And trust me, Adam's a smart nigga. Adam realized this boy could talk about anything. From culture to content.
I don't think he worked for the show no more, though.
You don't?
Good.
I don't think so. I think he one of the people that left early. He left before all the black people. That's the crazy part.
He might have left with house phone, I think, maybe.
Yeah, Yuri stopped. He was the first one to stop doing the shows and be streaming and shit. I don't know if he went back though. I don't know. But
so he left.
I know he left at one point. He was still around, but he was doing his own thing. And then he got popping on Twitch. He was the first one to get popping on Twitch, and then all the black guys started be like, "Yo, Yuri, set up my Twitch." Type shit.
Nah, bro. Everybody say he's still there, bro. Listen, let me say this.
He's still there.
Let me say this. Adam done graded everybody as expendable and not expendable. And everything I tell y'all, y'all be thinking, oh, y'all, I read some shit on Reddit. They said Act orchestrated this. No, Act got foresight, nigga. That's all it is. I could tell you what's gonna happen for the next 6 months, and y'all gonna still say I orchestrated that. You want me to tell you what happened? He's gonna start bringing them white niggas. He's gonna start bringing some people who can have those conversations with the palette of people he wants to have. Flacco and them is still gonna be there. Here's the thing with Flacco. Flacco is as good as the last drama he could bring. Which is interesting, but it's a tricky thing, but you gotta stay on the good side all the time. I think everybody else is gonna they're gonna hit the door. I think him and Sharp is gonna be a little bit interesting because I do think he believes in Sharp as a content creator. But, and also another thing that's gonna help Sharp is that, you know, we could tell. You heard him talk to me. You heard him talk to anytime he talks to a man, whether it's Whack or anybody else. He's garbage really doing, I wouldn't say garbage, but you know what I mean, he's not as hard hitting and like brilliant when he talks to a man as when he talks to like an impressionable woman. But here's the thing, when Sharp talks to an impressionable woman, what's Adam's brand? Adam's brand at this point is also having a management company where he manages OnlyFans girls, but also he does plug talk. So of course it's worth keeping Sharp there because you're gonna bring some bimbos that he could talk to, go viral with hopefully, and then you could funnel that into some OnlyFans management. That seems like business model 101. You're good with that. The Yuri nigga, you gonna tell him, yo, listen, we talking trannies for the next 2 weeks. What's up? You popping? He gonna be popping with it. Facts. Y'all laughing, but it's true. Y'all laughing, but it's true. That's just what it is. Nigga like Flacco, he gonna be like, yo, we got a Snapchat show. We gonna need you to do the news. Now put it like this. He's probably gonna be like, yo, Flacco, get your own interviews. Let's see what you got going on, but we rating you. Now, the Flacco just took a hit because he just interviewed some nigga who exposed Adam. Adam, I told you, Adam just texted me. He ain't really trying to get on no shit right now to talk. Why? Because Flacco interviewed some nigga trying to expose him, right? So cool. That's probably got to get a couple lashings for that, but still, he gonna be straight over there for a while. What he got to do is he got to make sure he keep giving a reason why people are like, you know what I mean? Flacco's job is going to be to bring the niggas into No Jumper. Facts. Go get the viral moment. You might have to get spit on, might have to get slapped, whatever. You might have to go expose somebody. You got to do what Flacco do. Go do that. Keep the niggas involved. We're going to get these new people to talk to Destiny and all them other people. We're going to get the debate popping. All right? Sharp, we need you to get these bitches, you know what I mean, plug talk and OnlyFans popping. Go shout at them. That's a decent business model. Deal with less gangbangers. Now, also, here's another thing, personality-wise. If you think about personality-wise as the boss, I believe there was also probably a little conflict of it. This is my personal belief. A little bit of conflict of interest when it came to AD because of AD's stature at the place and because of his gang affiliation. When you see Adam busted in on interviews now, he's laying down the law, finally. This ain't no ruling by committee. I'm the boss. So I'll stop the whole interview. You're fired. Get the fuck on out of here. So who are you gonna make sure you have continually working at the spot? The people who, when you bust open the door, everybody looks at you like, oh my God, Adam's here. Flacco gonna be straight. You know, Flacco loves him. But T-Rail AD had to get them niggas out of there. You feel me? But fortunate for them, they got their own shit. So everybody gonna fall on their feet. Ain't nothing wrong with it. But I see more interviews like this. Violet Myers. What's going to happen is that all them little Bronx drill niggas who go over there that got no name, they going to give all that to Flacco. Hopefully he starts some trouble. Have him do the news. Adam and whoever the white person is that's going to probably be cool with working that type of angle with Adam, they're going to interview all the transgenders. Tell you, man, I just broke down the science to y'all.
All right,
Gina gonna find herself in a very interesting position because I don't know what her position is, but does she got a back on Fig? Does she has a community? Does she go anywhere? Maybe at worst for her, she just backs up off camera, but they'll repurpose her social media, something like that. Of course, works.
Gina,
I just told y'all how the whole shit.
Gina do a lot in LA for like a lot of women artists and shit. She just had like a cipher for all females. Yeah. That shit was dope.
I'm not saying she don't do a lot. I'm just saying, I'm telling you who's gonna remain with the brand or what's gonna happen. Because put it like this, like if Adam is saying he not really into podcasts and is down to lose AD and T-Rel, you think he's like, oh no, but we're ready to give Gina the podcast. No, motherfucker. Nah, kick it on the news. You do that over there, like pop in here and there. Yeah. Almighty suspect, he just got to be the wild card. You know what I mean? Get that shit lit over there, nigga. He gonna treat him like a nice pit bull. Like, yo, bro, when I bring you in there, I'm gonna bring you in the interview with Skinny from the 9. You gotta turn up on that nigga. Real talk.
All right, I think we've exhausted this. Oh, okay. What is this thing?
The influencers who promoted FTX are now being sued for over $1 billion in damages, and I want to talk about it. We're not only speaking to a lawyer, but even one of the people getting sued. Meet Kevin, Graham Stephan, Andre Jick, Minority Mindset, Brian Jung, Financial Education Jeremy, Tom Nash, and BitBoy Crypto are all defendants in this lawsuit. But before we get into it, I have to do something I never thought I would do on this channel. I have to defend a certain person on that list, a guy I have been very critical of on this show. I'm talking about BitBoy Crypto. I know, I can't believe it either. What many people don't know is that he turned against them, and get this, months before the collapse, he started warning people about FTX.
We're going to be crossing out FTT and Solana. These are going to be going out of the portfolios. These coins are dead to me. Sam Bankman-Fried, you're dead to me. Brett Harrison, you are dead to me. FTX, you are dead to me. You are despicable, and I'm disgusted by you in every way, shape, or form. Everybody's going to be on that track.
Oh my gosh. He said that way back in September. He said he's disgusted by Sam Bankman-Fried. This is BitBoy Crypto, guys. He's the Jim Cramer of crypto, and yet somehow he made one of the greatest blind call-outs of all time. And it's so remarkable that I actually want to show you yet another clip of him doing this, because I simply couldn't believe it when I saw it.
They're playing games with people's lives, and that's not right. Time to expose FTX and SBF for what they really are.
What can I say? That video is a month before FTX collapsed. And to be clear, I am not claiming that BitBoy is some oracle. I think it was luck. But understand that he's one of the most widely ridiculed crypto influencers. Everyone has dumped on this guy for years for bad calls. But here we are watching him get FTX, the biggest con, more correct than even the most beloved financial influencers. So it just doesn't make sense for him to be in this lawsuit. And besides, you're not supposed to sue BitBoy Crypto anyways. He sues you when you make fun of him. All right, sorry, I'm trying to defend him here, but I'm not used to this strange turn of events where the villain has become the hero. But either way, with that out of the way, I want to talk about the rest of this lawsuit. Basically, the rest of these influencers are accused of promoting FTX and getting paid for it. It also accuses them of not conducting adequate, if
You can
any,
delete
due
soldiers
diligence.
at barracks? Wait,
Allegedly,
what?
these influencers played a major role in the FTX disaster, who hyped the deceptive FTX platform for undisclosed payments. Now look, none of this is really surprising. We talked about this back in November, and it all feels inevitable. The whole reason FTX was so popular is because
Why
of the
one
amount
at
of
a
money
time?
they dumped into these advertising campaigns. Everyone I know was offered one of these deals. Either way, it's pretty logical to see that without people willing to take the money and sell FTX, it just couldn't have hurt as many people. And already, we saw a similar class action lawsuit come out against arguably the biggest promoters, Tom Brady, Larry David, Kevin O'Leary. And so this just seems like the next logical step targeted at smaller promoters, albeit financial education influencers in particular. So although these guys
Was
don't
I offered?
have
I don't
as
think so, no.
anything close to Tom Brady's popularity, the argument here is different. It's that people look to people like Graham Stephan and Meet Kevin in a different way than they looked at Tom Brady. If Tom Brady promotes some penny stock, you'll think nothing of it. But Meet Kevin, Graham Stephan, Andre Jick, Financial Jeremy, all they do is do finance all day long. They even have a podcast they called Millennial Money, which was sponsored
Did you pick
by
your laptop? Oh
you
shit,
guessed
what did we
it,
decide on that?
FTX US, and is now deleted. And the point is, they position themselves as experts. And I think that's the real juice of this lawsuit, in contrast to, say, like
M16,
the Tom
that's what I'm
Brady
getting.
lawsuit. The only analogy I can think of is like if someone
I'm gonna go
tried
to Best
sell
Buy
you
later. I'm
a
picking up
pill that was going to help you lose weight, and the two people promoting it is Jack Black and Dr. Oz. Okay, let's say you take the pill and develop uncontrollable vomiting. Who would you actually be mad at? You know, you could say, well, Jack Black's more of a star, but ultimately, obviously, the answer would be Dr. Oz, because he's expected to know better and to do due diligence. And the reasonable assumption is that Jack Black couldn't look into it even if he tried, because he's not an expert. And so I think that component probably will make a massive difference. I'm certainly not saying everyone who promoted FTX who didn't know anything about finance should be let off the hook. I think it's a huge problem either way that non-experts can shill financial products. I'm just saying it's worse if they are experts. But to make my position even more explicit, I don't think influencers of any kind should be allowed to promote these investment products. I think there's a huge downside to it and very little upside. I think you oftentimes end up hurting people because it's impossible to give broad financial advice in a responsible
You're right.
manner.
Best Buy closed
to
at
a
8.
massive
God damn
audience
it.
you don't know. But on that note, you might say, well,
I'll
hang on a
get it
minute,
tomorrow.
Steven. I'm with you on not selling financial products, but they weren't selling that. They were selling FTX, right? Or FTX US. And this is where things get a little tricky because, yes, there's some truth to the fact that FTX US was a platform, but on that platform, they were also selling financial products. You see, you could buy what was called a yield-bearing account, or you could put your money in it. It's where they offered you 8% a year. And this wasn't just FTX, this was FTX US. And that's a problem because, well, this type of account is probably an unregistered security. To avoid going into too many details, let's just say several different accounts like this have been targeted by the SEC as being unregistered securities, and the FTX earn accounts would be no different. So this is where the lawsuit gets its claim that these influencers may not have just been promoting a scam, they may have been promoting an unregistered security.
Rip.
Now, to be fair to these influencers, these earn accounts were in a strange gray area. According to the website, the FTX app Earn is available only in permitted jurisdictions, which would appear to mean that the United States of America was not allowed to have these accounts. But in typical Sam Bankman-Fried fashion, what they said on their website wasn't actually true. You see, these accounts were actually available to US investors, as seen on a screenshot from their own app. Quote, FTX Earn rewards are available for US users on a promotional basis. And admittingly, this was confusing to a lot of people. A Redditor said, FTX Earn for US customers is incredible, but very poorly marketed. And then complains that it almost feels intentionally hidden, which should have been a red flag. And maybe it was, but it was there. And like it or not, if American investors put money into this Earn account, we could earn 8% a year because of one of these influencers, they may have sold an unregistered security, which would be bad, not just for the person who put their money there, but also bad for the influencer. I mean, look, it's all bad. It's just legal jujitsu to kind of get to the obvious. Ultimately, this story is about people getting hurt, promoters getting paid, and now they're getting sued for it, to which I say, good. Although, not everyone believes this particular legal strategy is going to hold water. I asked Legal Eagle, a well-known lawyer on YouTube, what he thought, and he was doubtful about its chances.
And basically, the entire case rests
Collaboration.
on the part of the Florida law that the plaintiff's claim connects the endorsers to FTX. I'm very skeptical of this. The section in question extends liability to any director, officer, partner, or agent for the seller if they personally participated or aided in the making of a sale. And if you're on YouTube or if you're a celebrity endorser, you're not a director of the company, you're not an officer, you're not a partner, and you're not an agent. You're not able to act on behalf of the company. You're just basically contracted to make a statement. For most of them, it relies on a bare allegation that they were, quote, paid to endorse FTX. And then there is a subsequent allegation where it's so wishy-washy. It says, quote, it is hard to imagine that anyone who has done business with FTX, including paid endorsers, would not have personally witnessed one or more of the deficiencies identified by Mr. Ray. He's the guy who's in charge of the receivership of FTX in bankruptcy. And all FTX endorsers have extensive business dealings beyond FTX and surely would be able to identify business practices that are unusually problematic. Now, as a legal matter, I don't think that really changes anything. As a factual matter, it's just completely false that a celebrity endorser or a YouTuber would have any insight into the inner workings of FTX that the public does not have. That's just not the way it works. Though at the same time, I wouldn't want to be these YouTubers either who are gonna have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to their lawyers to defend against what is quite possibly a meritless lawsuit. I don't expect this particular lawsuit to go anywhere, but I think it is going to be a pain in the sides of many of these YouTubers.
Wow. So there's the official opinion from an expert. It'll probably cost the influencers a lot of money, but he's skeptical if it will hold up for the long run. Of course, we'll see how it plays out. But the last thing I wanted to do was not just ask a lawyer what they thought, but ask these influencers. Because look, whether you think this particular lawsuit is relevant, it changes nothing about the ethics of this situation. And I wanted to hear it straight from them. And most of them refused to comment for understandable reasons, but Meet Kevin decided to respond, and here's what he said. you're being sued along with several others for the promotion of FTX. Do you think you should be liable? What are your thoughts?
It's terrible. I feel so terrible for the people who lost money from FTX. I feel so just the entire YouTube finance community has really gotten hit. Basically.
Wait, did he get this guy to record this while he's driving? Or is this mirrored and somebody else is driving him?
With egg on the face, so to speak, because of the association with somebody who ended up being a terrible fraud, and it's miserable. The way I compare it is, I was a real estate broker for quite a while, still am a real estate broker, and oftentimes clients ask us for vendor recommendations. Hey, who's a good electrician? Who's a good plumber? And I've had this before where 98% of the time the electrician you recommend is great, and at one time something goes wrong, and that stuff happens. It turns into this situation where the person who's responsible is the person making the mistake. And I know it's terrible because it's like, hey, well, financial influencers, how come they didn't know? We didn't have access to financials at FTX. We had hired individual representatives like agencies who do this sort of stuff, and they tell us they do all the vetting for us. This is why we hire people to help us, and so we don't have a look into the systems of what's really going on behind the scenes. And I think that's the same thing that happened to people like Shaq or Matt Damon or whomever else.
I can't believe this guy's just like driving and chilling.
I think the worst case scenario out of all of this is the individuals who don't have access to their deposits.
But do you think you should, specifically you or me, Graham or anybody else like who promoted it? I think the difference is between you and Tom Brady is people kind of expect you guys to know. Do you think you should be, do you think you should be giving recommendations if you can't do the proper due diligence?
He is driving. What the fuck is happening right now?
B, do you think that given that you guys profited, I'm guessing somewhere in the realm of $1 million plus from these FTX things, do you think that you should give back all of that money?
All of it.
So first, my expectation is my profit from FTX, just to be as transparent as possible, is probably somewhere around 225K.
Damn.
It's supposed to be closer to 300, but they never paid me the last payment. So I'm probably somewhere right around 220. I need to fact check that, but we're close to somewhere around that. Ultimately,
how big is this guy's YouTube channel?
I think that there needs to be there needs to be a lot more diligence in when sponsorships are made with creators.
Yeah, because you guys are dealing with finances. This isn't a NordVPN ad where if things go wrong, something happens. This is like if something goes wrong,
he's got a $1 million top 3 finance YouTuber.
Oh, okay. And for better or for worse, you guys are seen as the experts, and so you guys are held to that expert standard. It's like if a doctor recommended a pill that doesn't work and gives you gives you cancer or something.
I suppose it's also relevant to what people individually say, right? Because individually, I've always said, look, crypto is extremely speculative and that it should represent a tiny portion of your portfolio, if anything at all. On top of that, it's also incumbent upon the individual to take some responsibility that we know not your keys, not your crypto. That's been made abundantly clear. Even with these bank failures, I believe that ultimately depositors deserve some form of a haircut because ultimately they choose. Now, if I say, hey, go to Silicon Valley Bank and get a loan, and you're like, yeah, I get a loan here, I get all these benefits, ultimately you take that risk. So it is incumbent upon the individual to take responsibility as well.
Ooh.
Yes, a doctor can refer you, hey, maybe this medicine will work.
But the individuals aren't the experts. That's the whole problem, is they rely on experts to help them make this decision. They don't have the luxury of spending all day looking at finance and stuff like this. So they rely on people to make their decisions for better or worse. And then when things go wrong, ultimately people are going to look to the experts in the room and say, hey, what happened? And if the answer is, well, we just didn't do enough due diligence, sorry, that's kind of a problem. So I think that's where their questions about like giving back all the money come from. Have you spoken to anybody about just giving back the money to the,
Bro, he's
to
like,
the people affected?
He ain't giving back the money.
Once all the cards are settled, or all the dust is settled, so to speak, and everybody gets whatever money is left back, whatever deposits are left, I'm a big fan of contributing to some sort of recovery fund when it's all over, not because I feel responsible. I do not feel responsible, but because I feel sorry for people who, quite frankly, lost money because they either didn't listen to the advice of not your keys, not your crypto, or they put too much of their own portfolio on. You know, if I go onto a gambling website because somebody says, hey, go gamble here, you'll make a lot of money, and I lose money, that's on me. And I want to be clear, too. I invested in BlockFi thinking this was going to be a great investment. I put $420,000 into BlockFi. I lost every dime of that because the company went bankrupt. Now, did I blame Anthony Pompliano for making the recommendation or suggesting, hey, you could invest with my fund into BlockFi? Absolutely not, because I'm a big boy and I take personal responsibility.
Ooh.
So I want to be very clear. Just
big
because
boy,
I suggest
big boy.
That, hey, you know, there should be, and I'm happy to work with this, some form of like basically a charity. Let's be clear, that's what it is. It's not taking responsibility, because ultimately, I don't think any influencer has to take responsibility for what somebody does with product advice. That responsibility should only arise if somebody actually hires somebody, like retaining an attorney, hiring a doctor for their own personal situation, or hiring a personal financial advisor. Otherwise, from there, it's a lesson to the whole community. We've got to be more careful with sponsors, and the viewers have to be, diligent about their own decisions.
Well, there you go, guys. Those are the thoughts of Meet Kevin. And I want to thank him for coming on. And maybe one day he'll start that charity he's talking about. Maybe not. But until then, I just want you to understand something the next time you're thinking of trusting a financial influencer.
Yeah.
These promotional deals, how they work with things like FTX, is that there's a code associated with it that tracks sales. For example, you might have heard of somebody saying, hey, use code CoffeeZilla, or, they have some link, right? So FTX can see how many people signed up with Kevin's link or Shaq's link. And you know who takes responsibility when it's time to make money? The influencer. They take responsibility for you joining their platform. That's how FTX grew. They paid all these people who wanted to be responsible for bringing you in. But you know what happens when things go wrong? Suddenly, they're not responsible. You did it.
Damn.
It's on you. Isn't that a convenient switch up of who brought you in? At first it was them, and then you brought yourself in. You got to take responsibility for your own actions. And I just don't think this is really working for people anymore. I think it really just benefits the influencers and the financial companies, but hardly anyone else. It's bad for regular people, and I think there just really needs to be new rules in place about financial experts in the modern era.
What the fuck?
That's just my opinion. Hashtag not financial advice. This is the streamer iShowSpeed, and he's about to accidentally expose the scam.
Phil's been bitching about Keemstar for multiple hours of the podcast just did. He's done 2 streams about the podcast he just did. He's been repeating this point on loop. Bro, get over it. Uh-oh. What is this? Need moist critical to get all these blinkers gone.
Hello, everyone.
Oh my god, DSP. Backstabbed.
Phil here, doing something that I didn't want to do, something that I didn't plan on doing whatsoever.
Is it Schadenfreude? Is that what it's called? This motherfucker.
I'm not gonna do an interview with Destiny, cause he plays Factorio in the background.
Decides not to do an interview with me, gets fucked on another platform. That's right. Would you still interview him? No, fuck him. Fuck you.
All right, tonight is a stream that's completely random. That originally was supposed to be gameplay. All right, like I just want to get back to normality around here, but I'm not allowed to. So it's all right. Tonight, I basically am going to do something. I'm going to put an end to a lot of stuff tonight for once and for all, because basically I found myself in a situation that, I'll be honest with you, I'm not surprised I'm in this situation, but at the very same time, I'm disappointed for sure. But let's just say that this was not a shocker, nor is this something that has taken me by, oh my god, I can't believe it, nor was it not something that I had already planned.
You plan to go on a show and get backstabbed.
But
Okay.
let us begin, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, today is Friday, March 17th, 2023. Yesterday, I appeared on a podcast called Side Scrollers. It was a 5-hour interview. A lot of people like to call it an interrogation. I will call it an interview because that's what it was scheduled to be, and I feel like, that's what it basically was. To give you the quick backstory, I am a fan of an old website called screwattack.com from the mid-2000s. This website used to put out daily gameplay content way before YouTube even really was a big thing. And they used to have a podcast on there called Side Scrollers. And I loved it. I listened to Side Scrollers. I used to listen to all the content, or watch all the content on the site. I was fans of those guys. I went out and met the people from screwattack.com at a convention called MagFest in 2007. This was long before I was ever a YouTuber, okay? They were awesome people. But when I became a YouTuber, I kind of lost touch with them. Never really watched their content anymore. I was too busy making my own, just like I feel out of watching a lot of people's content. I was friendly with a guy named Stuttering Craig. He was one of the two, at the time, one of the two co-owners. Later on, he became, I think, the sole owner of the company. And he was running a convention in 2013 called Screw Attack Gaming Convention. And so they're looking for guests. I reached out, said I'd like to be a guest, and now I'm a YouTuber. Here I am years later, used to be a big fan of yours, and now I'm a YouTuber. Can I be a guest? And Craig was super nice, nothing but cordial, one of the nicest guys literally I've ever met. And at that time, the internet was starting to turn against me with that whole "this is how you don't play" movement. And to have someone who was actually being nice to me was a rarity. Okay, that was the last time that I talked to Craig, 2013. All right, and it's been a decade. A lot changes in a decade, correct? So out of the blue, Craig emails me my business email, which is nice of him to actually figure out that there's ways to contact people via business emails when they list it publicly, but we don't have to criticize that tonight, I guess, with someone else. Anyway, so he emails me my email last month, early February, I would say. And he tells me, I'm rebooting Side Scrollers, and your name came up as one of the earlier people that we'd like to have on the show as a guest. Would you like to be on the show? I took a look, and I was like, this would be interesting. Now, last year, in November, I had it up to here with the internet. The internet had completely been flooded with people who wanted to dump on me, okay? Talking shit about me, constantly regurgitating the exact same memes that they've been regurgitating about me for 5 years. We have evidence of this and that and this and that, and it's not true, all right? That's the whole thing in this whole situation is the things that people are saying about me are either completely untrue or partially untrue, with the actual truth being so ridiculously not what they're saying it is that you get fed up. And for a while, I just ignored it. Every once in a while, I would mention something on my stream sometimes. As I said yesterday, sometimes it's a little white lie, right? Like, instead of admitting that I'm playing a certain mobile game, say, I just don't play it at all. Why? It doesn't affect my streams. Why would I even bring it up or whatever? So anyway, all these memes going on, people always dropping me in a negative light, and it actually irked me. Moist Critical had said in one of his videos that he felt like I was one of the biggest e-beggars and all of this, and it pissed me off. I don't want to be known like that. So I said I would change my style, my content, and everything. I would try to do it less, right? And at that point, I said, if people want to really talk shit about me, why won't they interview me? Why won't someone interview me? I want someone to interview me. Just give me a fair shake to talk to me, and if we have a fair conversation, at least I can tell you my side of the story, right? So, originally, I was working with a couple big YouTubers on possibly doing this. It never came to fruition, because what ended up happening was, essentially what it was going to end up being was something bigger than that. Instead of just being an interview, it was going to be, here's the history of Darkside Phil on the internet, the highs and lows and everything. And after kind of working through that and talking with a couple people, I was like, I really don't want to do that right now. It's too much for me. Especially now this year, I wanted to kind of, change some things up. And essentially, I wanted to continue to change and listen to my audience and do better content. I can't open a whole new channel called DSP Reacts and focus on React content and reviews and things if I'm embroiled in making a freaking documentary about myself. You understand?
True.
So I actually turned down the offers that I got from multiple different people and said, I'm going to move on from this. It's not a big deal.
But
when Side Scrollers, I should say actually Stuttering Craig, when he I'm completely misspeaking. When Stuttering Craig emailed me in February, that is not what he offered me. He didn't say, hey, let's do an interview. He said, let's have you as a guest on our show. And to that, I said, yes, let's do it. After he announced publicly that I was going to be on the show on March 1st, which I advised him not to, I outright told him, don't do this. This will not be good, because I just want to be a guest on your show. But he did it anyway. Don't know why. He went against my advice. When he did it, the internet blew up. Oh my God, Phil's going to be on a show? Phil never goes on a show. I can't believe Phil's on a show. So what happens is all of my detractors who make it literally the reason for their existence on the internet is to regurgitate the horrible negative memes about me and profit from it. Like literally that's what they do. There's entire channels and businesses based off of hating on Darkside Phil on YouTube. We all know this. This is not, oh, it's news to me. Everyone knows there's a cycle of drama on YouTube that makes profit for everybody, correct? So they all reach out to him. Excuse me. And
that's me, guys.
He entertains it all, basically. He's like, whoa, I'm so blindsided. I didn't expect that this was going to happen when I invited Darkside Phil onto the show, right? That's what I warned him about, but he didn't listen to me. He didn't actually take it seriously, okay? So he gets bombarded, and all of a sudden, he's seeing a lot of attention that he's never seen before. Keep in mind, the Side Scrollers podcast has just started. This show, on average, was pulling in between, I'd say around 200 viewers a show live. You know, afterwards you get a few thousand viewers every day on your show, you know, with the on-demand views or whatever. So it's not a huge podcast. It's not a tiny podcast by any means. It's not.
Wait, how many viewers live did he
but,
say?
You know, it's a growing podcast. It's a work in progress, and he's trying to rebuild it from the ground up, which is very respectable. Trying to bring it back after that long hiatus.
200 viewers live. Okay, gotcha.
And so he's basically sees, oh, here's all these people who are now interested all of a sudden in my show, and they're basically telling me you absolutely must grill Phil. You can't just have Phil on your show as a guest. You have to grill Phil because we don't like him, and here's the reasons why, and here come all the memes, right? So Craig is bombarded with these memes for 2 weeks. He contacts me again. He basically says, you know, well, actually, I think I wrote to him. I said, I saw on the show today we were harassed basically by these people or whatever, and, you know, I told you this was going to happen. And he basically says, yeah, in light of this, we want to do an interview. We don't want to have it be you a guest on the show like we normally have. Normally what their show is, it's a variety show. There's segments. There'd be a segment about news. There'd be a segment about everyone just shooting the shit. They have segments about, people's collectibles at their house and what they do, and they show their collectibles. You know, fun stuff like that. Gaming and pop culture. It's a great show in that regard. So he says, I want you on as an interview instead. We have to basically have you on as an interview because I don't see how we could just have you on as a standard guest with all the hate against you on the internet. And I agreed to it. I'm like, yeah, I'm down for this because this is exactly what I wanted to do, you know, months ago. And I actually felt that these guys would be a good neutral party to actually essentially do the interview because I don't think they had any vested interest in either making me look bad or good. I was wrong. Okay, that's the problem is I was wrong. I didn't understand until basically I found out exactly what was going on, which I have now. But they did have vested interest. It sucks that they did because I didn't know that they did. Okay.
The whole world's out to get him.
So, you know, for the last 2 weeks, I'm under the impression that I'm going into this interview and it's going to be a very long, very grilling interview. I'm going to give them my undivided attention. I gave them unlimited time, and I said, you can ask me absolutely, positively anything. Anything. Okay? Anything. I don't care what it is. Just ask it. And that way I can answer it. And we actually have a place where I've answered all these hard questions about all the negative shit that's been said about me over the years. So here I am, thinking this is going to be a show where if it's going to be a very long show, they're likely going to be doing segments about all the stuff I thought.
I remember Destiny saying, did say he'd be the only one that give a fair shot. Yep, I said it because I don't give a fuck about my community. I don't care if people want me to bully him. Like I can give anybody in the internet a fair shot. I did it with Low Tier God, and it's funny because DSP even saw me give that interview to Low Tier God, and I thought he said he was surprised that I was so nice to him, and instead he stiffed me, and then he went to these guys and got fucked.
Sure, they'd be bringing back the racist stuff I said in 2010. You know, how I got banned from all these different services and things and how that worked out. You know, the history of me essentially making mistakes on YouTube and, you know, all of that. All right? That's exactly what I thought. And I thought it would keep going. I thought it would just keep going, like, through the history of all the messed up stuff. And what it would be is it would tell a narrative of how over the years I make mistakes. People call me out for the mistakes, right? I either really, really failed to live up to that and improve, or I did in some cases. But essentially, that's what I thought it was going to be, okay? But that's not what it turned out being. We'll talk about that in a second, okay? But, so yeah, so you know, that was where it was left. And I was assured by Craig that there was not going to be any doxing, there was not going to be any harm to my family or anything like that as a result of being on this show or anything like that whatsoever. Now, you got to be a little skeptical because as we're getting closer and closer to this interview, I start getting wind that, did you know that Craig is like directly talking to all of your detractors every day? Like he's talking to It's a Gundam. He's talking to these people who literally have entire giant video series about you that are all monetized and profitable. And the reason why they go down this rabbit hole is to make money. It's stupid, but that's why they do it. They know that the day that they talk about Darkseid Phil in a negative light, it's big dollars for them because people like this internet drama. And that's who he's talking to. Okay? I'm like, no, I'm not aware of that. I figured he was bombarded by detractors or whatever, but what can you do, right? I mean, it's public record. He's talking with them on Twitter and everything, right? So, basically, I'm going into the interview, and I'm trusting Craig. I am. Stuttering Craig, the owner of Screw Attack, and now the person who runs Side Scrollers. I'm trusting him. This is going to be a fair interview. This is going to be unbiased, right? This is going to be neutral. That's a good journalistic interview, is a neutral interview. A neutral
Journalistic.
stance. You ask questions, you get answers. Then you make your judgments based on said answers, okay? So, the interview lasted over 5 hours long, all right? I gave them 5.5. I even stayed extra to help out their
Oh my
patrons.
God.
Their patrons get extra. I stayed extra as a favor to them.
A favor?
Said I will stay late, all right? It's by far the most popular piece of content they've ever put on the internet, all right? And I'm talking about the Side Scroller show from now. I'm not talking about back in the day. I'm sure Screw Attack probably had way popular stuff. I'm talking about the modern era. By far, you're talking 30,000+ views in less than 24 hours. The thing blew up and is getting bigger and bigger. You know, everyone clipping it, restreaming it, talking about it, getting a buzz. From what I'm going to understand, okay, and I don't know if this is true or not because I didn't tell you guys this. I couldn't see the stream chat. Like, I purposely was not in the stream chat at all or paying any attention to it. I have no idea what happened. They made thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars on that show, okay?
Wow.
Where did they make it from? The detractors. The detractors were
haters.
there. And every time that basically they were asking a prying question or, you know, twisting a little more, there was more contributions coming in. Okay? That's what I've been told. I didn't sit there and count the dollars as they came in. That's what I've been told for people who actually were watching the stream. You could see it coming in. People were adding up to like, oh my God, it's thousands. That's thousands of dollars that came in. Okay? So, what did I think about the show overall? I talked about it on DSP Gaming yesterday as soon as it ended. I felt that it was a fair interview because even though I'll admit, I think that Adam, who's one of the co-hosts, it was Adam and Craig that were interviewing me. I think that Adam was basically kind of very, very critical and or didn't believe me outright. I can tell you right now, I don't think Adam believed me at all. I think he thinks that I lied about everything I said out of my mouth. It kind of seemed that way, didn't it? Craig seemed more neutral. So it kind of it was like a good cop, bad cop interview, correct?
Correct.
And it ended, and I did my own content for the rest of the day. I was fine doing it that way. And that's where everyone thinks it ended. Okay?
But
now,
that's
actually,
not
that's
where it
not the case. And that's actually one of the things we're going to talk about tonight, is what
Okay.
actually happened. Okay? Because that's not where it ended, because we have to talk about actually some of the topics discussed during that interview and where they led, because you guys don't know this. So I'm going to tell you right now. All right? One of the major things that happened during that podcast
Mhm.
was discussion about a part 2, and that I would be back to keep answering questions. Because I
They're
felt
trying
there was
to
a lot of
milk
stuff
them.
that was left out. But we already went 5 hours. They're out of time. Fine. We don't have to keep going. We'll have a follow-up. All right? So I'm under the impression if you're going to do a follow-up, right, you're going to save further discussion about Darkseid Phil for the follow-up. You want and it was said at the end of the show, you guys didn't hear this. It was off camera or whatever. But basically, it would be about a month or longer until there would be a part 2. That it would be at least like mid to late April, maybe early summer. It depended on their schedule. But they were very interested in having me back for a part 2. That they wanted this to happen because I even said to them, I said, you know, there's a lot of stuff we didn't cover today. Is you really harped on certain things like the WWE Champions thing, the $5,000 expenses thing, which I still don't understand because we really didn't fully explain it. We can talk about that tonight. But anyway, you harped on certain things. Then we had Keemstar on for like an hour, right? And it's like, so we kind of derailed. And we didn't really get to a lot of stuff that I think people would have liked to hear me address, okay? Or that I maybe would have liked to address. But after you're going for 5 hours, you know, you forget about what you want to really talk about, correct? So that's where we left it, that it was supposed to be, I was going to do like a part 2, okay? But another big thing that happened during that interview was that there was essentially an opportunity, all right? An opportunity during the interview.
They
where
made
I
it
was told that if
$2,000
I were
going to
send
RTBA.
The actual screenshot of my WWE Mobile Champion, WWE Champions mobile game account, can't even say it, disgusts me so much that this fucking thing is so stupidly important to people. It just, I can't even say the words. That if I sent the screenshot of my actual account over to them, all right, like live, if I sent it to Craig, and it could just show that that's not my account that everyone thinks it is, that would be the end-all be-all of it, right? Now, I explained to them, no, I'm not willing to do that right now live, okay? And there's various reasons for that, as I tried to explain, but basically, let me put it this way. Number one, did I trust Craig yesterday? About 98%, all right? I really did. I trusted Craig about 98%. I'm not saying I trusted him 100%. Maybe there's always a chance, right, that this guy is going to try to screw me over somehow, right? But 98% trusted him, and it's going to be a gamble, right? The other thing is you got to factor in other things. There's actually been situations where, you know, I've sent things to people who I trusted, and then things that were out of their control happened. I actually had, this is years ago. You guys don't know this, but there was someone who I had sent something to, and their account got supposedly hacked. Did it really get hacked or not? I don't know. It could have been bullshit. They could have been lying. And then all of a sudden, there you go. Fucking stuff's out there, right? So I'm not saying that anyone was ready to hack Craig's email or anything. I'm just saying, you know, these thoughts are going through my mind. It's not safe, not 100% safe. Can I really trust this guy? Now, on the flip side of that, all right, as he's asking me to do this, all right, live on the show, in the back of my head, I'm thinking, I know that if I send this to this guy right now, the only person it may convince is him. That's it. That's literally it. And maybe his co-hosts, right? Because they believe him, or they'll say, you know, Craig's not stupid. He'll be able to figure out if this is real or not, or whatever, right? But I don't think that sending that in any way, shape, or form would have actually made my detractors change their minds at all. That wasn't even why I went on the show. I didn't go on with the show for the detractors at all. I just wanted to have one focal point where I've answered all of these questions. So now, if you want to hear my answers, go watch that show and leave me alone.
Okay.
I want to do my own thing over here, my own content. I don't want to have to be sitting here every night answering questions about this shit. Okay? I just want it to be done with, right? So, in my mind, it's like, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to send him stuff. I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it after the show, and I'm going to do it right. I'm going to make sure that there's no way that...
What's the backstory? Why does he hate you? I mean, like, because I've kind of, like, treated him like a lolcow like everyone else. Like, he talks about shit on stream, and just how much he fucks his life up is just kind of hilarious. But, I mean, he's also got, like... He also has, like, one of the most dedicated group of anti-fans on the entire fucking internet, too. That's pretty insane how much people are dedicated to anti-fanning him, so... Aiden Ross on his alt. What? It's retarded. Point of view. Redditor's debating you.
A pedophile just fucking molested my fucking 17-year-old daughter.
It's possible to be a child molester without being a pedophile, right?
What?
Yeah, so...
Why?
People can say that I faked this. Because what if I did send it to Craig, and then all of a sudden, that's photoshopped anyway. Phil was ready for that. Phil made a photoshopped, you know, screen grab or whatever, right? You can say that too. You know what I'm saying? So I was going to say, you know, definitive way to prove that what I'm sending him is real, all right? And I'm going to explain that in a moment, all right?
All right.
So anyway, I didn't send him anything at all. Send him nothing during the show. Let me clarify that. I did not send him anything during the show. When we ended the show, the discussion was, after 5.5 hours of me giving them my time, all right, and fielding every question, even Keemstar, and playing a stupid clip from It's a Gundam that was a waste of everybody's time, and fielding all the nonsense that happened, right? The agreement was, wow, that went well. You know what I'm saying? And now, let's go ahead and talk about the follow-up or whatever, which we agreed, maybe a month and a half, maybe we'll see, all right? So, after the show ended, I did my 90-minute post-show. I went downstairs and I ate dinner with my wife, all right? So now it's around 6 p.m., and I said, you know what? I think I am going to send him it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to send it to him so he knows I'm not faking. So for you guys might or might not know, because one of the questions that actually came up during the podcast, this was a really interesting one to me. They said to me, Craig said this specifically to me, you know, how can you dispute all this when they say it's tied to your phone number? To which I said, how could it be tied to a phone number? I've never once, ever, on any mobile game I've ever played on my phone, not once have I ever entered my phone number. It's all tied to your Apple ID or your game account, because Apple has a game account in your phone, right? That's the actual thing that determines your account, because you could have a completely different phone number but still have the same Apple ID, and therefore you can still have your same games that transfer between phones and stuff, That's how it works, right? So I didn't understand the question when they were saying that to me. It didn't make sense because that doesn't. Again, it's bullshit. It's stuff that detractors make up. Oh, it's tied to a phone number. Well, can you fucking prove that? Because games aren't tied to phone numbers. They're not. They're tied to accounts, online accounts. So it doesn't make sense what they say. But again, don't question what they're saying. Question me, right? Anyway, so what I was going to do was I was going to send him my actual, Apple ID and my game account in my phone that lists every game I've ever played on that phone. Literally, actually lists every single game that I've ever played. I'm serious. It was going to have all of that listed, all right? And it was going to prove everything. It was going to prove account, because actually I usually have used the same account in all these games, the same name and everything. You know what I'm saying? I was going to send him the screen grab from WWE Champions, and I was going to actually send him what we had talked about on the show. I was going to send him a screen grab to show it's the same account that I actually use in the new Street Fighter game that just came out. And I actually was going to take another screen grab of an older game that I've played in the past, one that I've never even mentioned. I didn't even mention it on the show. I never mentioned it here. It's a game that I played. So here you go. Here's the same account that I use on all my games. Here it is. It could prove not only is there crossover between all of their games, but also here's the Apple ID it's tied to, and it shows the evidence. And here's the actual game account that's in the phone. I was going to send him literally all of that. Okay? And it was around 6 p.m. that I sat down after dinner with my wife on the couch, and I'm about to do this. So I email Craig, and I say to him, "Are you ready for this? Because now you're gonna get the full story. You ready for this? Here's what actually happened.
Uh-oh.
I'm tired of the bullshit. This is literally, I'm reading you the email I sent him word for word. Ready?
Ready?
Hey, Craig, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on how the show went. I hope that this was a big benefit for you guys. If so, this might have actually been the only time in history my infamy has actually helped something. I know that you'll want to..."
Hold on. People are saying Forson's on a run. I don't even believe you guys. About to drop a lot of bands in here.
Well, you should definitely see how Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Nice tip. I'll give you $2 for the chair.
2? That's a Victorian antique.
All right. How much for the recliner then?
Wait. How did that get out here? That is definitely not for sale.
Is this a yard sale?
If it's in the yard, then it's for sale.
Here we go.
Geico. It's easy to switch and save on homeowners and renters insurance.
Bro, he hasn't even found the fucking portal room yet. Oh. Wait. What's the time he's got to beat? What's the time? What's the time? What's the time? What's the time?
Zoomer slowly love crafting.
20:05. Holy juicer.
Crafting.
What is he doing? Does he have the beds for it?
Crafting.
He has no food. Oh
Crafting.
my god.
Game is frozen LUL.
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. There's no shot. Is he supposed to pearl in? Is he just gonna die when he throws it? He doesn't even have time. There's no time. This is so dumb. He has no pearls. It's
crafting.
Yeah.
Slow running, Chad. Slow running.
Why do you guys waste my time with this shit?
Crafting.
Oh, I can't pearl. I don't.
Forsen, you fucking retard. You got 6 rods again. And look what happened. You got to the portal. And you were 1 egg short.
No, I was not
7
1 egg short.
rods.
Get back to normalcy, but I'm looking forward to hearing from you again about the possible next appearance. Now, what I did here is I shared some thoughts about what my viewers had been saying on my 90-minute decompress stream. Here you go. You ready? My viewers are telling me they think you and Adam were too harsh, but I disagree completely. As I told you on the podcast, you were nothing but fair. There is pretty much a 100% consensus that the Keemstar bit was intrusive, and it gave him free plugs for his own content, and it took away about an hour that could have been more on topic. You know, I didn't mind, but that's the vibe my viewers are sharing with me. It would likely be best for a repeat appearance to just be us to avoid people feeling that it's a surprise or a trick to shock me on the interview. Okay? And now, the key part of this whole message. How often do you actually check this email? Because I'm 50-50 on showing you my Champions account, especially because of what Keemstar said on the show. If you don't know what Keemstar said, it doesn't matter what you send to Craig, it's too late. It's literally what he said. Makes no sense, but, you know, that's what he said. He says, I feel nobody would really believe, even if you vouch for me at this point, you know. But I respect you, and I'm still considering it, despite the fact I'm incredibly scared that my info will once again leak and hurt me. Word for word, I just read it from my email. There it is, okay?
Andrew,
I sent that again at 6:18 p.m. yesterday.
Okay.
All right? So the show, you know, my show ended at 4. I uploaded. I had dinner with my wife, everything cleaned up, sat down on the couch, and I sent it at 6:18. All right?
All right.
There you go. Now, you might say, well, why didn't you just send everything? Because, number one, again, I'm not 100% trustworthy yet, but I want him to say, yeah, I'm going to be right here tonight on the email, so you can send it, and I'll look at it. I'll immediately delete it. That way there's no risk. That's what we had said on
What
the
is
podcast.
the risk?
If I'm going to send him
What
all
is
that
it so
information,
risky about this?
he would immediately delete it. The moment it comes in, he would check it. Okay, there it is. There's the evidence. Got it. And immediately delete it, and it's safe, right? Because it's gone. So that's what I want to know. That's what I asked him. How often do you check this email? All right? I did not receive a response. Okay? Until today at 5:45 p.m. All right? So, we can pretend like that's where it was at that point, okay? So I sent him that last night, 6:18 p.m. 0 response yesterday. No response at all at that email address. So, last night, I do a 2-hour level 1 podcast over on DSP Gaming. Of course, people are asking me more questions. At that point, I'm still feeling positive about it. I'm like, hey, you know, it's exactly how I wanted it to go. People kept telling me on the podcast last night that Craig and Adam were unfair to me. I will say this publicly again. I don't think that's the case. I think it was that was exactly how I expected the interview to go. I thought that's exactly how it was supposed to go. Okay? I didn't think they were going to believe me and be blown away by the fact that I sat on there and I really couldn't show them the definitive evidence. But I emailed Craig and said, I'm going to send you the evidence, basically. Are you monitoring this email? Okay?
Okay.
Read it word for word to you guys, right out of my email. Okay? So anyway, that's where we left it. All right? Overnight, nothing happens. In the morning, apparently they turn on their show. Now, here's where the bullshit starts.
Uh-oh.
Okay? They had advertised all week long that on Friday we're going to do a decompression stream from the Dark Side Phil interview. We're all going to be playing Mario Kart together. It's going to be the whole show. It's going to be just fun gameplay of us kind of messing around and playing Mario Kart to decompress from the drama that likely will have happened Thursday. This was advertised all week long. Is that what they did today on their podcast?
What'd they do today?
Dark Side Phil Aftermath Side Scroller podcast. Let's see. 2.5 hours long, way longer than their show usually runs. 13,000 views. Gee, I wonder why. So what they had said they were doing all week, what I was under the impression they were doing all week, they decided not to do. All right? They decided to do something completely and utterly different this morning. Now, I did not watch this show. I went and did my own content this morning. I played Hogwarts Legacy on my stream, and I beat it over on DSP Gaming. The playthrough is complete.
Good
I'm
job.
happy because it was a really long game, and now it's done. And so I decided, you know, I'm back to normal, right? I won't even probably be talking to these guys. If Craig comes back at me and responds to the email, right, then, you know, we'll have a discussion about possibly sending him all the stuff or whatever that he wanted on the show. I'm serious about it, right? So I'm streaming and people are like, Phil, did you just see that podcast they just did? I'm like, no. Again, to my knowledge, it's over. That was the interview. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what are you talking about? No, do you understand the whole show was dumping on you? Like literally every host came on and essentially said, they didn't believe a word you said. You're a filthy liar. You know, you're not that they were like totally saying what a scumbag or anything like that. But essentially, I guess what the theme of the show was that they're all sorry for me because I'm such a person who apparently is really just a sad guy in a bad situation, and he's addicted, and he's a liar, and it's all bullshit. And essentially, it's funny, all right, because they're doing the show, all right, And apparently, when they're doing the show, every time a super chat comes in, it's literally from one of my detractors. And every super chat is something nasty. And they read it, and they all collectively laugh at it. Ha ha ha, that's funny. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Sorry. Did you call it? No.
Ha ha ha. Let's laugh at Phil because he's not here. Ha 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 ha. They didn't do that when I was on the show. They waited till I wasn't. That's funny, isn't it? Very funny. Ha ha ha. Right?
That's not
And they're
funny.
showing on for 2.5 hours. All right? Now, I got a question for Craig and the Side Scrollers crew. I really do. I have a genuine question. All right? Let's actually ask the question. We all know that my appearance on Side Scrollers is the most popular thing they've ever done.
Damn.
It even brought in Keemstar. Big ass YouTuber. All right? Do you think that Keemstar would have ever appeared on the Side Scrollers podcast if I wasn't on there?
Ooh, he's
Right?
Lil Broing him.
Okay. So they see, oh my God, this is the biggest thing we've ever done, and we just made an insane amount of money, thousands of dollars from detractors. So what do they decide to do the next day when I'm not there, which is not the agreement we had? They do the DSP Pylon show, where we're just going to sit there and we're going to take a big dump on him because he's not here to actually respond to any of it. All right? There's a difference between journalism and online drama for personal gain. It's cause and effect here. They saw the money rolling in on Thursday, and they decided instead of doing our Mario Kart show that was planned and we were supposed to be doing on Friday, instead, who cares about that? We're going to ride this gravy train on. We're going to do the Dump on Darkside Phil show. And it became a 2.5-hour clown show of them essentially taking in donation after donation after donation from every detractor under the sun to read it, laugh at me, make jokes about me, and then make money on it. Okay? So here's the question I have for Craig and the Side Scrollers crew. If the Darkside Phil interview on Thursday only had 100 viewers, and if you had made $5 the whole show, would you have done the Darkside Phil Aftermath show on Friday? I would love to hear their answer. I'm sure they will. All right? But, you know, like I said, it's cause and effect. The reason that they did the show is because they wanted the money, right? Or else, if there's no profit there, why are they going to do it?
My game to debate the
There's
existence
no
of the
point.
Christian God? Why?
They got to ride that popularity out while they have it. All right? This is literally the same thing that all of my detractors have done for years.
Detractors.
They say, wait a minute, drama sells? Wait a minute, making fun of someone and you know, bringing them down at their own expense is profitable? Oh, well, who cares about morals, right? I mean, even though we promised Phil a completely fair shake on the interview, we didn't promise him we wouldn't destroy him the next day when he's definitely not there and not knowing we're going to do it, right? It's literally, it's being completely two-faced. It's completely unfair. If you're going to have another entire show about Darkside Phil, you should let Darkside Phil actually respond to your stuff. Not, oh, guess what? We had a whole show, and then after that, the beat-up show. The pummel Darkside Phil show when he's not here. That's not fair at all, okay? Let me give you some comparison here, all right? Yesterday on the podcast, Craig said something to me that actually really, really resonated with me. Okay?
On the pod.
He
We
said,
say
"You know
pod
what,
now,
Phil?
guys.
People who you've wronged in your past, whether or not you really think that saying, you know, you're sorry to them or making amends would ever change or do anything good for them, correct? Basically,
Destiny, streamer in chat wants to talk to you. Who is in YouTube chat? Wait, who? Am I missing somebody over there?
still worth it to reach out and do the right thing. Do you want to know what I did last night? I actually DM'd that person.
Oh,
in the Street
perspective
Fighter
philosophy.
community
Oh,
who I
he
used to
wants to
bully.
debate the existence of
I
Christian
actually
God.
DM'd him on Twitter.
I think
and
I'm
I
okay with that.
apologized. Now I know he doesn't care. I knew he wouldn't. But I apologized to him because I felt so bad after Craig saying that to me on the show. I was like, he's right. I should do that. Do you want to know what else I did? I went out and I publicly apologized to ReviewTech USA because I felt like, even though I feel like he's unfair to me, it's not fair for me to then be unfair to him, which I do feel like I've been harsh to him recently with some of the stuff I said and did on my streams. And then last night someone had told me his daughter is sick, and I felt so bad. I was like, dude, the last thing he needs is drama and stress for this time in his life. So I publicly apologized to the guy. And now I'd actually like to have him on the show to just have a civil conversation about stuff in the future. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I did when I got off the show. I thought, wow, out of the stuff that just happened, Craig had some really good advice. I actually like that. I'm going to go run with that and try to be a better person. They felt the best thing to do with that show was to do a show to shit on me for 2.5 hours and make money on it.
Ooh.
That's what they felt was the best thing they could possibly do out of a show like that. Someone giving them 5.5 hours of their time that normally I'd be working and making money. Instead, I'm on their show, giving them insane amounts of views and popularity, getting Keemstar to show up on their show, giving them a giant boost, making what? People, I actually heard the number, and I can't confirm if this is real or not. I heard they made $20,000 yesterday alone.
I think it was $2,000.
Now, I've never made $20,000 in one day in my life, and I never will. Apparently, they made it. Why did they make it? Because Darkside Phil was on their show, okay? So they see that, and instead, wow, that was pretty amazing. We'd like to have him on in a part 2. So let's say, okay, that's enough. We'll talk about him later. No, next day, it's Darkside Phil part 2 without Darkside Phil. The show continues without me, completely unfairly, and they make a ton of money on it. Okay? It's completely unfair. It's not integrity. It's just not. There's no integrity there at all. If there was integrity, say, listen, we had him on the show. He answered the questions. You judge for yourself what you think. All right? Maybe we'll do a 10-minute segment where we all talk about what we thought, and then we move on. We want him back. We'll talk about it when he's back. That way he can defend himself again, or we can have the conversation again. Not, immediately once it's over, okay.
Okay, is there anything new here? Is he just going to repeat this for like an hour?
Now we beat him up. And again, I really believe they made $20,000 in a day? No, I don't. Maybe they made a few $1,000. Even then.
Oh, that's correct.
Even then. That's something they never would have made without me on the show. And if you're actually showing, okay, wow, that's nice that Phil did this for us. We're gonna be nice and grateful. We won't beat him up the next day. Well, they did. They did a 2.5 hour beat up Phil's show. Today.
Beat off Phil's show?
Making more money constantly, right? Laughing. I actually heard, and we might, because we might react to it live here. They all did the ack laugh together in unison, which I don't do. I've literally never done an ack laugh. It's a detractor meme. You see?
Yeah, I like how he calls them detractors.
Funny. Oh, something that people say about me all the time that's terrible is funny, right? Right? Oh, it's hilarious. I don't even know where it comes from. It's just one of those memes, right? So anyway, I hear all this on my stream this morning, and I'm like, oh, that's... At first, I didn't believe it. I thought people were basically over-exaggerating. All right? I did. I thought people were making shit up, or maybe, what it is they want to start trouble. And I actually felt, and I defended...
Wait, what is the ack meme?
And then you could come back afterward and not... So I don't have to loot those items yet. If I drop the brain, then I won't be attacked by it again. Octoa just cheered with a detractor meme. Ack. You're not the top cheer anymore, are you? Hilarious, Octoa. We all, as you know, we all laugh out loud hilariously when the ack meme is used. And even though I don't laugh saying ack at all, it's literally something that some idiot made up and said that I sound like, when in reality I don't sound like that at all. But thank you for the top cheer. Okay, and I'm outright laughing at something hard. I sound very odd, but I don't sound like a seal, and I don't sound like ack. They say my laugh sounds like ack, which it doesn't sound like that at all. It's just stupid shit that people say. Great. Dark Spirit, ack.
Wait, is there a clip of him laughing, going ack?
Does that sound like... At first it was... ack, and they're pretending to be swagging. So there you go. That's not allowed. So I'll give you a perfect example. Okay? There's this stupid meme that my laugh sounds like ack. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when I laugh, do I say ack? No, I don't. I say or or little things like that. It depends on what's going on in the game. But I never say act. I've never said it once ever.
Boom! Oh my god!
I'm sorry. This is bullying. This is bullying. This is bullying.
Not once. So it's a completely fab.
$5,000 car and just like donating semen fucking once a week. That was literally like my career, was donating jizz fucking and some savings I have from selling my car. And like, yeah, we were together for ages. And then my second girlfriend, she wasn't that, she worked for like a pretty big company. I was just starting off doing sales. I was making like jack shit. So yeah, I think
Did you break up with them?
First girlfriend was mutual. Second girlfriend I broke up with. Third girlfriend I broke up with, yeah.
Yeah, I remember the biggest trouble I had was I had nowhere to take women when I didn't have money. So I'd have to take them to a buddy's house and my buddies would turn them off.
Oh, but you didn't have like your own place or something?
No, dead broke. I was sleeping on a couch and lying. I was like, oh, that's my room.
Okay. So I think I haven't figured out. So yeah, so I agree with you. There's like a minimum baseline level. So if you don't have like your own place, then like that will definitely work against you, like for sure. Like you can.
But also, if you have a minimum wage job, she's kind of like already looking for a way out. Like even subconsciously, she likes. If I told her I'm working at McDonald's and shit, there's no way she's thinking of a future with me. But if I tell her, oh, I'm a YouTuber, then she's like, oh my god, maybe we'll have a family channel one day.
Well, it also really depends on how you spin it. If the girl's like, "What do you do for work?" and you're like, "Yeah, I work at McDonald's," that's one thing. Or if you're like, "I'll be like, yeah, I'm working on my business right now. In the meantime, to keep up rent, I'm picking up extra shifts at your favorite place. What's the place? McDonald's. Come on, I'll give you that 10% discount." Like,
but she can.
That's a hard sell, but maybe if you're actually working on a business, maybe. But
they can sense
how you present it.
No, they can sense it. Eventually, like how women poke and poke and poke, and then eventually, like I guess we go. Why I'm kind of more black pilled the way I look at things is, I do like those gold digger types, the really hot girls. I really like fucking them. I love fucking them.
Yeah, for those things, I do it. Money really matters. Yeah, I agree with you.
I'm not saying I do it right now, but throughout my history, I've always gone for the hardest girl to get and sustain and see what I can do, even as a broke guy. Okay. And it was always like I can sustain them with arguments, though. Like there would always be arguments, but when I had money, there was never arguments again. They were the last girlfriend I had. I don't like talking about this, but like she fucking had a mental breakdown when we broke up. And then I was thinking, I'm like, I'm kind of an asshole. There's no way she likes me that much. But then I realized she got to travel all around the world on my fucking card. She got this. She got all my friends. She got streams and YouTube videos. Like the world that I give girls is so large that I never have to worry about women again, right? Like I'm staying here in LA, and we have like maybe 40 models a week come here to like film with heel mic and stuff. Bro, these girls are ditching yachts to be here. And this is kind of just like a regular, we have a pool and stuff, but it's not like a mansion. And they just love the home cozy vibes. So I really believe network, the nest, is so important. Like average guys who fuck a lot of bitches, they're not doing it with looks and money. It's network. It's like those you see those club promoters lose their ass. They fuck a lot of girls because they are the club promoter.
Yeah.
Should I get Stonewalls?
Really matters, even if it's like local status. I agree
across
with
the
you
entire
on that,
thing,
sure.
maybe.
If I had to pick between like money and status in terms of getting laid, I would 100% take status all day.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think with money, there's like a diminishing returns, right? So if you go from being like broke to make it being like middle class, right? You do get like a definitive increase in your success with girls because now you have a car, so you can go on dates. Now you, for example, you have your own place, right? So you don't have to fuck her on like your friend's couch. So you definitely get a big benefit. But when you go from being middle class to upper middle class, or from upper middle class to rich, you start getting all these diminishing returns unless you're going for gold diggers, in which case you still keep getting the increase, right? Like if you're trying to go for like the hot Miami gold
guys,
digger,
so in a recent-
going from being middle class to being rich will make a massive difference in your success. I just personally never really gravitated towards those girls for anything more than sex. Like fucking them once, sure, but I never I like all the girls I date are like actually like kind of like very sweet, like kind of like honest.
You don't like bitches?
Nah, dude, not for dating, no, not at all.
No, yeah, for me it was like the way I see women is like dragons. So the bitchiest ones, like I'll choose the bitchiest one on the whole platform and I'll stay with her for a year and I'll take it serious like that, because there's something about if every guy stayed with a gold digger for a year, you would understand female psychology so much fucking better than staying with a nice girl. Because when your time with that nice girl is done, that shit is so rare that you are gonna get infiltrated by one of these bitch gold digging types. Like it happens to every guy. Every guy gets infiltrated. So I say, why get infiltrated? Why not go to the dragon? Go learn that dragon. And a lot of times, some guys like one guy in a blue moon will master a gold digger and whip her into submission. Like
that's really like
the coolest thing you can do is make a gold digger submit to where she's getting DMs for yacht parties and she's just staying at home trying to argue and throw plates at you. The best feeling on earth is making one of those gold diggers submit. And she starts talking to you about how she doesn't care about money. She starts changing. She's having a fucking midlife crisis and shit. The best thing I would recommend is master dating a bitch before you master a sweet girl. Because you're not even gonna know what's a sweet girl in the beginning. You know, they're gonna come sweet, but they're gonna turn to bitches and stuff. So I was like, yo, I want the big challenge. And I noticed a lot of guys with my kind of thinking, they do that. Donald Trump's or Kanye's, have you noticed those big personality guys? They always go for some dumb bitch. I've always said. I used to tweet. I tweeted, if you date Zerka, you're admitting you're a dumb bitch, and girls would still date me. What the fuck?
Yeah, but doesn't it get like mentally exhausting, like dating the bitch? Like I don't know. I just could like, dude, I'll go on a date with the bitch and I'll fuck her, and just like 2 hours is like mentally exhausting for me. I just could not imagine like having to like hang out with her like a lot. You know what I mean? I just feel like that would be like such mental anguish for me. I don't know.
Yeah, no, but it's kind of like drinking the alcoholic who puts the war in his stomach by drinking alcohol. That's it's like self-harm. When I date bitches, it's self-harm. I enjoy it. It because for me, every time I'm getting negative thoughts of like, oh, she just wants me for my money, I actually make more money. I'm more on guard, right? But sometimes I'm with a sweet girl and I drop my guard, I don't like that feeling. So, but I guess I'm coping because it's kind of like saying hang out with demons, right? But the demons are hotter. Like I said something so fucking, it's
profound.
It's so sad saying this, but your girl is either pure or she's either pure and ugly or not pure and hot. And that's really that's the truth. That's the truth.
That's an extreme oversimplification. There's a lot of
It's not extreme. It's not every guy dating a girl has a hotter girl in his phone that he won't date because she's a bitch.
Yeah, sure. There's always the hotter bitch or girl. Yeah, but like, but also comes down to,
you're not getting a unicorn, is what I'm saying. There's no. If you think you're getting a pure girl that's fucking model like, you're gonna kill yourself. Like people really think unicorns exist. I hate that thinking.
Well, it also kind of depends on what your definition of hot is. Like, are you into like the BBL, like big booty, like type of like kind of girl?
Yeah, like a Miami look.
More of like a traditionally
like whores. We're trying to say whores.
Yeah, like whores, sluts. Yeah, whatever. Like, yeah, like it's kind of depends on what your definition of like the hottest girl is.
Yeah. I like that Kim Kardashian look. I've been very programmed by the TV, and I can't go back to nice girls.
But I think also like the cloud is a factor. Like, is the girl cloud thirsty? So for like, I typically date girls who are like, I've never dated a girl who's like big on Instagram or whatever. Like, I don't really want to. Like, I find those girls are gonna be way more of a headache than a girl who like doesn't really do much social media. Like, she either has a private Instagram or she doesn't have one at all. Like, those girls tend to be way less of a headache, I found.
That's true. I like those Instagram girls because for me, my influence is so strong. I love seeing them change. When like the girl starts listening to my kind of music, my kind of politics, starts saying maybe Trump was right about some things, their politics start. When I start seeing that in a fucking gold digger, to me, that's such a good feeling because I go, so few guys on earth get to feel that but it's not saving a hoe. You don't marry her, right? Don't marry.
So you're doing it for the challenge mainly, right? It's like a mental conquest.
It's a fetish. I think it's a fetish.
Okay, but no ass play though, right?
No, that would be gay, bro. Any man's anus touch is gay. Let's not fucking confuse that.
Okay.
ABBA and Preach, or just ABBA, if you're watching, ass play is gay.
Damn.
But do you think you're
ABBA
gonna get
called
married one
out.
day and have a family, or do you think you're gonna just do the bachelor thing forever?
Yeah, I know I'll get married because like I've got Albanian parents who would fucking kill me. But marriage is starting to seem like I have to go to a different country to find her, because if it's an American girl, you know, and it'll come down to, if I get a pure girl, I'll kill myself because I'll come home to no ass. Like she does, you know what I mean? A pure girl ain't gonna have the best ass on Instagram.
Like,
and I see them as toys, dude. I see women as toys.
But you can have an in between. You can have a hot girl, like she may not be the hottest, but you can have like an attractive girl with a nice booty who's also a good person. Like, they exist, my man.
No, that's unicorn, because that's a unicorn.
It's not that crazy.
No, look, if I get married, I'll get married to a mid.
To a what, mid chick?
Mid chick, yeah.
But dude, especially if you go, like you're talking about, like going out, I agree with you. There's value in like traveling to other countries, but if you're going to like Eastern Europe or South America, you can definitely find a hottie who's cool as fuck, 100%.
Okay, I haven't been there. I've been to Barcelona, Japan. I've been to Mexico. I think I would go to Colombia. Colombia,
Yeah,
I know.
I just got back from Colombia recently. Yeah, dude, in Colombia, there's some of them.
They're like wife material there. I was just there. I didn't even get to party. I didn't get to fuck any of them. None of that. I was just strictly business. But man, do I regret it, because I'm like, Colombia is the first place I went to where 35-year-old, 40-year-old women are hotter than American girls.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, they have massive amounts.
And people think I'm lying when I say this, dude. You can go on YouTube and watch. A 40-year-old Colombian woman is slimmer and in better shape than a 20-year-old American woman.
I will
got a better color.
I will vouch for that. That is true. I have seen that myself walking around Medellin. Yeah, those girls are hot as fuck.
And they're better human beings for some reason.
On average, yeah. If we're doing like averages, but there's still some.
I like hate fucking. So American girls are so much fun. Right.
But okay, let me ask you this question. Have you ever been in a relationship where like it ended amicably, like you're happy with the girl and you still like kind of like think good things about her? Or has it always been like kind of bittersweet type of thing?
It's always cool until I'm seen in a photo with another chick. But again, I don't really do like regular relationships. In the first few moments of meeting her at the bar, I'll say, if you talk to one dude, you're getting blocked. And she'll be like, I just met you. But most of the girls, 99% of them will say, if you talk to a girl, I'll block you. And like, I get jealous for strangers I see on the street. I'll be on a subway. I'll go in a subway and I'll see a hot chick talking to a dude, and I'll be like, that girl's mine. Why is she talking to that guy? So I get jealous for strangers, let alone a girl I just fucking meet at the bar. And I tell people how I am. And women actually really enjoy it, that territorial thing.
Yeah,
I don't think most guys can get away with it. I don't know if most guys could get away with that. I wouldn't give that as advice.
You're talking about one way. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I'm so honest that people will be like, oh, he's giving me bad advice. This is not advice. Don't go to a girl at a bar and say, I'm jealous, don't talk to anyone else. I'm just being honest of how I speak to girls, right? Like, I don't do everything correct.
Being possessive can be quite attractive to a good amount of girls. Within limits. But so you do like to do the one-way open relationship thing where you get to fuck other girls but you can't fuck other dudes, it sounds like, right?
No, I like both of us being loyal to each other. I did that for
okay, so you do like traditional. So that sounds like a traditional relationship then. What's
I love at-home pussy where it's just, I love where the world is gripping at me to cheat and I have the power to say no, because so few guys men can't do that anymore. I like it. I feel like God rewards me when I'm loyal, but I always regret it. I always say, man, that was a waste of time. That relationship fucking sucked. It's another American girl. I should have just cheated. But no, I feel like the most work you'll ever do in your life is one woman and loyal to her. Like that's the most money you'll make. That's the most everything.
But do you have any relationships where you think back fondly on? You're like, I'm really happy I had this experience. This was a great chick. Like, I have nothing but love for her. It just didn't work out. Like, do you have any like that in the past?
Yeah, my first relationship, I guess she was too good for me, and I was just like fighting people at nightclubs and doing drugs and alcohol. So I don't even know how she stuck around for like 2 years. But yeah, if I could go back, I would apologize to that girl.
Okay, do you think that, so given this, do you remember when he had the passport bro conversation? And I'm like, I don't know, I feel like all the guys that are hunting for women in other countries are a little bit creepy sometimes. And he's like, no, let me bring on some people to chat about this. And like every person he brought on, I think at the end he was like, okay, this maybe wasn't a good showing. Do you think when he hears people like Zerka like completely agree with a lot of his life philosophy and then say all this other random crazy shit, do you think he stops and thinks like, fuck, maybe this is a little bit wild?
I wouldn't take her back though, because now it's kind of done. But yeah, that was my favorite. But really, after 2016, 17, I just started seeing women as toys. Like I didn't take relationships that serious. Like me in a relationship means for 3 days in a row I'll ignore her and not even give her a text message because I'll just be working, streaming, doing something. And that really works with women. It's not a manipulative thing. It's like I just get busy, but that actually works. Like for some reason, women can't leave you if you turn your back on them. Like if you disappear.
I just feel like when you're like, because you're saying like if your goal is just always stay a bachelor, then it makes no difference. But if your goal is like, yeah, I want to like get a fucking traditional wife one day, then like that's not really going to be good for that. You know, you're gonna have to like screen really carefully. I don't know. I like it sounds like I'm not trying to like.
Well, I only give dating advice. I'll never give marriage advice. Because that's a different level of attention you have to give a woman, right? I'm not like Fresh and Fit where it's that dating would be the same as marriage and you still ignore her. I don't believe that.
All right, I feel you. Yeah. No, I'm just saying like I do think like the kind of girls you're talking about, like you are gonna have way easier time finding them in other countries. Like for sure, there's way more girls like that in Colombia.
Colombia is my favorite for looks. I've traveled the whole world and the most beautiful women are in Colombia. Because I'm not attracted to a 40-year-old woman, but in Colombia. I will trade every fucking bitch DMing me right now. There's none, but I'll trade every fucking bitch DMing me for a 40-year-old middle-aged Colombian woman because man, they look 23.
Yeah, they're hot. But I guess like I never liked like the Fresh and Fit like character they do of like the typical American girl. I live down the street from Fresh and Fit. I can see their building from like my building. We're like super close. And
really?
I have like totally 100% 180 degrees opposite dating experience to them. The kind of girls they have on their podcast, I see from time to time, but that's not like every girl walking around Miami. Like most girls,
in the club, we call the girls they have on like easy kills, like you know, like an easy.
They're
kill.
kind of like the ghetto, ratchet, trashy type of cloud seeking. Like,
but again, for what they want to do, it does make sense. They just want to get their dick sucked.
No, I get that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong.
I understand why when people are like, why don't they bring other girls on? They want to get their dick sucked. That's
I get all that. The point I'm making is though, like it becomes something different when you start thinking that every girl is like that, right? And then you believe that like the Fresh and Fit girl represents every girl in Miami, right? Which is just like fundamentally not true. Like, you know, like there's a lot of girls who are absolutely not like that. There's like a lot of fucking doctors and shit and like fucking women who like would never in a million years behave even one fraction of the way the Fresh and Fit. But yeah, if your goal's just to get...
I think the thing that I noticed, and again, I could be totally wrong and limited experience and all that, it felt like in LA, in the rich parts of LA, it feels like there's a lot of people that are working and making a ton of money. In Miami, especially like in South Beach and over in Brickell, it feels like there aren't people working here making a lot of money. It feels like they all come from money. Because like, and again, I could be wrong, but like I don't see as many like doctors and lawyers and all that shit down here. I just see really rich kids that don't work. And then like every brown person comes from like some fucking royal family in fucking Argentina or Brazil or some shit, or like it just feels like people from old money. It feels a little bit different. But I mean, I could be wrong. It just might just be my experience, but that's what it feels like.
Like some pussy, then yeah, you probably want to go for the ratchet girls. You just gotta wear condoms.
What I've noticed working at bars and clubs is whether she's a doctor, lawyer.
How would you know if they work? Listening to Melina, when she talks about people she'd meet like at these parties they have on the beach or whatever, like she'll talk to people like, oh, what do you do for a job? It's like nothing. Like a lot of them just don't work. I think she met one guy that was like a lawyer dude, a young lawyer kid, but everybody else, it seems like they just party all the time. Nobody here actually does any work. But I say nobody, but again, limited personal experience, right? And then based on who she's met, right?
Paralegal, cheerleader, you run the same game on them. That's how stupid women are. Like, if a woman is talking to a doctor versus a drug dealer, she's going to change her style, right? One style is going to be more pure. One style is going to be more open.
Sure.
The weirdest thing I found is that to pick up a cheerleader, like a varsity cheerleader that's like professional, and to pick up a woman who's a lawyer is the same giggles and jokes, the same game. That's when I was shook, where I was like, whoa, when they're in flirt mode, they stop being human. They stop being civilians with brains.
Oh my
when
God.
when a woman's in play mode, she's not thinking. It's over, right? And
yeah. No, I agree with that. I generally agree with that. Yeah, it's more or less the same shit.
I used to fuck it up. I used to talk to the lawyer girl more serious and the cheerleader more playful. That was stupid. Both of them run play on both of them, and you'll win. Because what a woman wants to feel is when a woman wants to fuck a guy, the first thing she'll feel is her youth. She's like, Zerka's giving me my youth back. That's why when you're making them laugh and giggling, they can reject millionaires to stay with you because you're keeping them in a state of play. So in her subconscious, you're really telling her, hey, you're not aging anymore, which is their second biggest fear. Their first biggest fear is that the man is a murderer. Right? That's why they love players. Because if a guy's around 6 women, she immediately thinks he's not desperate enough to rape and murder me. But if he has no women, she goes, I gotta watch out. Like, how's he gonna behave when he's alone in a room with me? Right? And which is funny because a lot of players are rapists and murderers. So like, it's a bad way to look at it. Right? Well, not a lot. I would say like there's still some. Like a woman should still be cautious. But yeah, I never realized that in every date, the deepest part of her mind is thinking you're a murderer. And a lot of people laugh when I say this, but it's the truth.
No, you're right. I agree with you on that. Yeah, I've agreed with like the vast majority of the things you said. Actually,
okay, never mind. I guess he doesn't. I guess he does think he makes it
worse. Let me ask you
worse.
kind of a different question. What's like the craziest shit you witnessed while working at the club? Just the story that is just like the most absurd.
Stabbings. Because what fucked me up the most is I've been cut on my hand, but I haven't been stabbed in the gut yet. I mean, it's never happening, but I've seen stabbings up close and just violent scenes like that. And everyone said that I would have PTSD and then I would need to see a therapist. Dude, I slept like a baby. Like it's like it never happened. That to me shook me. That like I'm watching guys stabbing the shit out of each other 1 foot away from me as we're grabbing the guy down. And I'd go home and sleep like a baby. I'd text girls, hey, you want to come over and play? You want to come wrestle?
Yeah, I just got stabbed. You want to come and stitch me up?
Yeah, and that fucked me up for a year because I'm like, am I a psychopath? You know, a lot of the bouncers I worked with, they quit the job. They immediately quit that weekend.
But what's like the craziest like shit, like I guess more of like scandal you saw happen, like involving chicks, not so much violence?
Oh, 100% is the first time I realized women can lie and put you in prison with a smile on their face. Dude, I had girls steal Gucci bags in VIP sections, look me dead in my eye and say, I didn't do it, Zerka. And I'd be like, well, here's the footage. And they'd still say that's not me. They can look you in your eye and it's almost, I don't even think they're lying. I think they're believing the lie. Like it's like self-hypnosis. I realized working at clubs, whether she's a lawyer or a ratchet, doesn't have to just be, oh, you're in a club, so it's just ratchets. No, I worked at fiesta bars at 6 p.m. with fucking Mexican dance parties, and it wasn't just hoes. Women lie so much more than men. It's traumatizing because men have this fear of being exposed or beaten up. So they kind of like tell the truth for a lot of the subjects. Yeah, I did steal the bag. Women lie so fucking much, not club hoes, all women. Women lie so fucking much that the only people who know what I'm saying are working in their job is with women. So the only people who understand what I'm saying is people who work with women.
But don't you think there's like a massive sample bias here? Because like typically like the kind of girls that are going into like a strip club is not like your average girl, right? So like those are probably going to be the kind of girls that are going to be more inclined to.
No, because the ones that lied the most was not the club ones. 6 p.m. family night fiesta bars, you know, like St. Patrick's Day bar, like regular shit, not whores. Regular women are capable of, they could have half a beer and they can lie more than a man. Women, their biological reproductive strategy is to lie. That's why they tell you their body count is lower than it actually is. They lie from the start. Whereas a man, when he talks to a woman, he's not blatantly lying, I have a Ferrari. He's just not saying he has a Toyota, right? He doesn't mention that he has a Toyota, so it's kind of a lie, like he's omitting the truth, but he's not saying I have a Ferrari. Whereas a woman would
there's different degrees of lying. Yeah, there's lying by omission, and there's like straight up lying.
There's no man on earth that looks a police officer dead in the eye and says, this woman raped me with a dildo, put her in prison. There's so many women on earth who lie about that. It's when you think of how many men would look into a police officer's eyes and put another woman in jail, never happens especially when she's in the wrong. It never happens. Like, a man will be vengeful in his own way, but he'll never.
You need to tell Zergo to stop talking over people. I mean, he just kind of just goes and goes and goes.
Women can get you in. They can lock you up forever and forget they even did that.
But bro, you don't feel like dudes cap too, but just cap in different ways? Like, you know, like maybe like
name one story. Name one time a man put a woman behind bars.
Behind bars, off the top of my head, I don't know. I mean, I know that fucking what's his name, OJ, whatever, like fucking lied about killing that lady. Obviously, he fucking murdered her. That was a massive cap, but I don't think anyone went to jail for that.
OJ was capped.
Yeah, I agree. When it comes to the police, I agree with you that women lie way more when it comes to that.
All right, watch me win. Let's say you can't use OJ.
Besides OJ, well, like another time a man has lied about.
Name one thing.
Like, what are the stakes?
Besides that,
am I talking about like my?
A woman says, Alex raped me, put him behind prison. Try and give me that example, but inverted.
Oh, no, I don't think that happens often. I don't think men typically lie when it comes to like getting women locked up. I think that's more of a woman thing. I'm just saying I think men lie in different ways. I've had so many fucking dudes try to lie to me about some random shit. Dude, my old business partner, right, would lie to me about the craziest things. Like, just like the most random things. He'd be like, dude, I was going to do the work that we agreed upon, but like I was in the hospital. I was like, oh, dude, I hope you're doing okay. He's like, yeah, man. And then like I would talk to his roommate. He's like, dude, he was out fucking chicks all night. Like, I've seen dudes lie. They just lie about different shit. I don't think men are
Alex, would you really have a female business partner?
Would I? That's an interesting question. I would be. I'll tell you this.
Why is it interesting?
It's theoretically possible, but I would be a little bit more hesitant, I think.
You see how you responded? You see how you
well, dude, because I'm not completely on the other side. I do agree with that. With certain things, women lie way more, right? With like shit, like with like things involving police, I do think women lie a lot more.
Why women lie so much is because if they're not liked by their community, they die. Like, they need to live with a guy.
Yeah, there's more of a social reputation, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're genetically programmed to lie. That's how it is.
Do you think? Okay, let me ask you this question: do you think men or women catfish more?
Men catfish with the wallet a bit more, right? They like pretend they have money, but
yeah, like
women,
swimmer, for example.
But women with makeup and stuff, definitely women catfish more.
Yeah, I guess it depends on like where you draw the line when it comes to catfishing. I don't really have an answer on that. I was just curious what you thought.
I think I'm not doing it. I don't answer like, oh, this is red pill, so this is my answer. I'm not one of those guys, right? I don't believe in having multiple bitches. I believe in marriage. So you know I'm not trolling you when I answer this. I think why women lie more and stuff like that and catfish more, it's because women are not as attractive as men. Like, I'm not a homosexual, but are we really comparing Brad Pitt to any woman in Hollywood? There's not one woman in Hollywood that is born with that level of like symmetry and all that shit. Men, when men are good looking, like Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt, and stuff like that, you're not gonna say Margot Robbie or Angelina Jolie is on their level. Bro, they need makeup to be even halfway their level. Men are the more attractive gender. Even Arthur Schopenhauer, who Nietzsche ripped off.
I don't know. That might be one.
Even the great philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer said men are the attractive gender with their broad shoulders and stuff like that. Women are just, I mean, the average woman is way prettier than the average guy. But a good-looking woman is always nervous in a room with Circa. She goes, oh, this guy doesn't have makeup on. This guy is attractive.
Well, that doesn't mean you're hotter than her, right? It just means she's more.
Well, yes, it does. Every model we've had in this house, I'm more attractive than them.
Like,
that's why they're trying to fuck my dick.
How do you determine that? Like, you're a straight dude. Like, how do you know that? Like, you're only attracted to girls. She's only attracted to guys, assumingly. Like, who's the arbitrator?
Okay, all right. Here's how you determine it. Who would a modeling agency sign faster if we both had no makeup on?
You think you would have like an edge over like a hot LA chick or whatever when it comes to getting signed?
Absolutely. I'm way more rare. An attractive man is 1,000 times more rare than an attractive woman. There's attractive women everywhere.
I don't know, dude. Like, I mean, you see this like on fucking like, okay, like let's say there's like a guy who's a 10 and a girl who's a 10, right? And they're like fucking getting into YouTube or streaming or TikTok. Like the girl who's a 10 is going to have a massive edge because dudes are just thirsty.
Over Justin Bieber?
Hell yeah, man.
You would rather sign a hot TikTok girl over Justin Bieber?
Well, dude, I don't know. I'm not a fucking signing agency. I can't. I don't know how to look at it from a business perspective. You might be right. I don't know about the business.
Yeah, from a business
I'm
perspective,
talking about purely from like an attractiveness perspective, not from a business.
There's 1,000 attractive women downtown in every city, and maybe 2 attractive dudes.
Yeah, no, okay, so I agree with you. The attractive men are rarer than attractive women, but that is
And they need to know their worth. Attractive men need to know their worth. They need, like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Every girl you dated, she would be nervous with you. She'd look in your eyes. She'd be like, "Oh, attractive men, right? They don't realize, because being a man, you think you're just gross and stuff like that. When an attractive man knows he's attractive, it's game over. He gets any bitch he wants. But man, they are very gaslit. Like,
but when you say attractive, are you talking about purely in terms of looks, or are you talking about overall?
It's usually looks and temperament, yeah. Just like a cool dude that does good with women, and that's why every time.
Do you agree that attractive men are rare? If so, does it even translate into their dating life? Are attractive men rare? That's like a really loaded question, because we're thinking of attraction. There's like an objective sense of attraction, which is theoretically impossible to measure. And then there's attraction as it's defined by the opposite sex, right? When we think of like, what is an attractive woman? I think we generally think of like, well, what does a man think is attractive? Or we think of what is an attractive man? We generally think of, well, what does a woman think is attractive? Kind of, right? So it's hard to say like who's more attractive. Like if you've got a whole group of men that are desperate for women, well, then the women are automatically going to be more attractive because the men want the women more, right? But then there's another added layer too, though, where it's like who's more attractive, men or women? Arguably, you could say that women are more attractive now because women are incentivized to put more effort into what they look like, right? Like it's very, very rare that even like a mediocre or mid or low mid woman is going to wander out of the house without putting some effort into appearance, whereas a lot of guys don't do fuck all. It's they grow all their facial hair, they don't shave their neck, they don't get haircuts, sometimes they don't comb their hair, sometimes they don't take showers. So women tend to put more effort into their appearance as well. They have to. There's a lower or higher, there's a higher floor for what is acceptable for a woman to look like. Some women, feel like they can't even leave the house without makeup on. Guys generally don't have that same type of, like, there are days where I get out of, or is it today? Hold on, I don't even know what my fucking hair looks like today. Oh yeah, like there are days where I get out of bed, I didn't comb my fucking hair today. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I don't put any makeup on. Like I rolled out of bed, got dressed and streamed. There's a lot of girls that need like 30 minutes minimum just to get ready to it, So it just, I don't know. It's really hard to say who is more attractive because there's a lot of factors that go into that.
I meet dudes, I go, "You're better than her." I remind every guy I'm around, if I mean it, I'll be like, "You're better than her." And here's the truth. You don't even have to be better than her. A woman can only date equal or above. That's a lie. They only date above. They date a guy who makes more money than them, looks good, all that. If a woman is only dating a man that's above her, then by definition, every single girlfriend on earth is admitting by dating the guy that she is inferior to him. And there's nothing you can do.
With respect in men putting effort into appearance, what are some things men should do to put in effort every time they go out? So not shaving, because you wouldn't do that every time you go out. I think you probably should shave every time you go out, right? Am I crazy, or isn't there's a big difference between what you look like with a fresh shave versus you shaved yesterday, in my opinion? No? Or maybe, I think that's probably, yeah, that's why it's called a 5 o'clock shadow. You should probably always be shaving, I think, when you go out. What? I don't? Yes? No? Define go out? Like if you go out with a friend, I'm always like showering and shaving and stuff before. Nah, beards are hot. I'm not talking about shaving your whole beard, you virgin fucking moron. I just mean shaving like the shaved parts of your face, you fucking moron. And then there's like the basics, like get a haircut that fits you, wear clothes that fit you. This is gonna sound really weird, and I didn't realize this, except now I've had a lot of girls comment on it. This is a rough one, but if you bite your nails, don't do that. I think that girls appreciate when a guy's hands are clean. And also, this might be my autism. I'm not like a super like clean freak obsessed person, but I think dirty fingernails are probably one of the biggest turnoffs in the history of all of my fucking mankind. So like make sure that like your hands are like decently clean. You can cut your nails short. They don't have to be super long, but as long as it looks nice, yeah, like if you could stop like biting your nails or your fingers, that's probably a big one too, I think. But yeah, I don't know. All of these are like pretty basic things. It's nothing crazy out here. And then obviously, gym and all that shit if you want to too, but those are like the basics, I think.
Right now to win this debate? Nothing. If a woman dates you for a year, 2 years, 3 years, it's over. It's her submitting saying, I'm inferior. That's why you've got my pussy for 3 years.
Here's a distinction, Zerka, is that women, when they're dating up, they're not just looking purely in terms of looks. Typically, when I walk around Miami and I see like hot girls walking around, the guy's not better looking than them. He just has more status than her. He's richer than her.
But again, that's still
that's the point I'm saying. But when men, we're looking at women, we're primarily looking at her looks, right? So it's just we're screening for different things. So if you're saying that like women typically date up when it comes to like the overall picture, then I think I probably agree with you. But if you're saying
but how do men not? If all men agree that women date up, why don't we just call a spade and just admit that we're all dating? Every man on earth dates underneath them. We're dating someone inferior. Be honest about it. If you've got a wife, you're better than her. If you've got a girlfriend, you're better than her. How do I know this? Because she's with you. She dates up. Period. If she comes up to you, like, well, actually, we're equals. And how are you equal? You date up. You date someone you find better than you. Yes, John. You're admitting I'm better than you, you dumb bitch.
But Zerka, we're looking for different things. So, like for example, my girlfriend, right, is more physically attractive than me, but I make more money than her, I have more clout than her. So, yeah, in some ways,
you're better than her.
Right, but not looks wise, right? I'm not better.
No, not looks wise. Overall, in the trinity of look, network, and money, you're better than her.
Okay, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just disagreeing with the statement that men are better looking than women.
Now, if you're dating her, she gave you nothing, then it's kind of ambiguous. But if she's living with you, a woman saying I am Alex's girlfriend is admitting she's under Alex. Period. That's how God intended.
But also sometimes I feel like it becomes ambiguous because value can be subjective. Because like you do see like how do you make the determination when you see like a really hot girl with a guy who's like not that attractive physically, but maybe he has some money or maybe he has a little bit more money than her.
The reason why I don't like this better or worse than you thing, and I know like a lot of red pills do this, is that like technically we're shopping for different things. So it's kind of weird to state that somebody's like objectively better or worse than you. So like I hear this like women date up. Okay, well when you say date up, what do you mean? Like how? Well, they date up like socioeconomically. Okay, well that's what you're saying, that's what women value, but then you're saying men don't value that, right? Like if a guy was to date a woman and the woman makes less money than him, like would the guy really say like, oh, I'm dating down? Well, no, of course not, because the guy traditionally, right, the guy might be shopping for like youth or looks or something. So it's weird. I think that people date right at around where they should be. In general, and this is changing, but in general, women are looking for guys that make more money, and in general, guys are looking for women that are a little bit younger and look attractive, right? So it's weird to say that because technically you're both dating up and you're both dating down at the same time, right? The woman is probably dating up in terms of socioeconomic status. The guy's probably dating up in terms of like how they look, which is kind of what Alex is like, oh, like these women look better than all these guys around here or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. This is kind of silly. The whole obsession. I feel like all of this dating advice, it always ends up being like so fucking adversarial. Where it's like, oh yeah, like somebody's got to be dating up and fucking over somebody. If this girl says that I'm Alex's, if I'm Alex's girlfriend, it's because he's above me. You know, I think it's kind of dumb.
It kind of becomes a little bit ambiguous at times. Is he above her? Is he not above her? I agree with that.
If she's in your nest, she's under you, right?
And you never see situations where like losers are dating like really hot girls. I've seen this multiple times.
Yeah, sometimes I see a guy in Walmart with the hottest wife, and he's just a fat guy and stuff. But he's bringing courage and jokes, and she's loving.
Right,
like, I'm gonna make it awkward, Alex. Okay. If you want to keep a woman forever, don't be her boyfriend, be her dad.
But no, okay, you said like he's bringing
that's not true. That's every girl I date. We do daddy-daughter, and we don't just role play in the bed.
He's obsessed with this fetish.
The only thing I don't do is wipe her ass after she takes a shit. But if you become a woman's boyfriend, she'll cheat on you. If you become her dad, she literally stops going to bars. She stops doing everything. She follows you around. You spank her like you're her dad. You do everything like her dad. It's the highest level fetish they have. And the girls who are not into it, they still DM me to start it. They're like, I want to try that. They all want it. That's
I feel you on the daddy fetish. I also have been known to do that with girls I fuck. But like, yeah, what you said with the Walmart guy, like he's walking around, and I'm like, yeah, but he may be a loser, but he's bringing other things to the table, like he's really funny and shit. I agree with you on that, right? So then, yeah, that's
love.
That value.
When I was 22, I'd be like, yo, Alicia, man, stop it. Now I'd be like, young lady, sit down, and they get so turned on because I use dad rhetoric. Sometimes I'll get check this shit out. Check this shit out. Okay. You want to make that bitch nut? You want to make that bitch nut? You put a fishing hat on and say, bitch, I'm taking you fishing. Bitch, I'm taking you fishing. And you don't have to actually take them fishing, but talk to them like you're taking them camping and stuff. Because even if she has a good relationship with her dad, she still wants a dad. The archetype of sexuality for her, the first male archetype she sees in her life, as a fucking new duck. Like, you know how a duck will follow you and think, Alex is my mom, right? A newborn duck will see Alex and be like, Alex is a fucking duck, I'll follow. But they see their dad first. And if their dad is not in the, like, I have one of the funniest quotes ever. I said, whether she's a hoe or a good girl, talking to that woman about God or her father will get you laid. Every single time.
How is that a funny quote?
Analogy. You should do like a fishing roleplay OnlyFans or something like that.
Women need a plug to go to God. They need a husband to go to God. So anytime you talk to a woman, whether she's a hoe or a good girl, about God, you're winning her over, right? Especially if you're telling her she's a heathen. So you need to come back to God. You need to come back to Christ now, young lady. She loves it, even if she's a hoe, even if she's a stripper. Especially if you talk to her about her dad. And really, we're not that different, because when women talk to me about my family, I find it very wholesome. I go, oh, I get to talk about my mom. I have such a good relationship with my mom. I get to brag. I get to call my mom and be like, yo, come check out this hoe. And my mom knows not to take me seriously and stuff. But really, it is sad to say this out loud because a lot of men misuse that. Like they'll enter the dad role to cheat on a girl. That is how women like harm themselves. Don't do that. Like a lot of guys will use the dad thing as manipulation. I'm saying in a real relationship that makes sense. Don't go to every girl at the bar and do this because that's just evil, man. You know what I mean? Like you're cheating on a girl, but you're her dad. You know, and especially because 90% of girls have bad relationships with their dads now. So when they lose you, it's like a second catastrophe.
Yeah, this is like kind of what I've observed. So I think there's like 3 categories of girls when it comes to this. The first category of girls is the girl is like the yes daddy girl. She loves to call you papi or daddy. A lot of them are actually Latino, right? The second category of girl is the girl who's open to doing it. It's not her like default, but if she sees that you're into it and you're not going to give her shit about it, she'll do it, right? She'll do it kind of like for you. The third group of girl, which is actually a pretty small group of girls, is who will not do it under any reason. It's a small percentage of girls, right? Very small. This is the pattern I've noticed time and time again. The girls who are into the daddy thing are the girls who almost always have had a tumultuous relationship with their father. Either the father passed away early, either the father abused them, either the father was not in their life. The girls who had a really good relationship with their dad, which is pretty rare nowadays, actually. But
they still like the daddy stuff.
Some of them, but more often than not.
If you fuck a liberal girl or a conservative girl who was raised by a good dad, they both love having their hair pulled and called little girl. Dude, I've gone as far.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something very specific. I'm talking about the girls physically saying yes, daddy, right? Because for the girls some girls have a really good relationship with their dad. It kind of gives them like it creeps them out because they think of their father, right? But for the girls who have a bad relationship with their dad, right? It's almost like she's subconsciously sticking it to her dad, like calling you daddy.
Yeah, no, I've noticed. I'm like, men who
this
role
is
play
so
with women are doing it
dysfunctional.
wrong. They're doing all sorts of weird, dude. Role play where you're calling her underage because she loves the idea of not growing older. A woman's biggest fear is growing older. So if you're giving them youthful play, they cannot stop sucking your dick. And I'm the one guy on earth that, you know, I say it how it is. So it's not like I benefit saying this, but I'm telling her, you call her a fucking young lady and da-da-da, you get her close to feeling like she's 19, 18, she gets very turned on. I'm not saying go full pedophile. Like don't walk in with a Pope costume. Don't do that. But I'm saying, yeah, they want to talk about play. They want to talk, like when you talk to a woman about Disney, you talk to her about Pixar and childlike stuff, they just suck dick more. But if you talk to her about spreadsheets and politics, they're like, I feel old with you.
Yeah, right? I mean, I see the general point you're making.
Look at a girl and just be like, you remind me of fucking Snow White when you suck my cock.
Dude, let me ask you a slightly different question. How the fuck do you have so much energy? You're one of the most energetic people I've interviewed and I've seen on the internet. Like, where are you just naturally high, super high energy, or like?
Because I'm doing my dream job, Alex. Like I pray.
Yeah, me too, but I don't have like a fraction of your energy.
Well, I'll be honest. Most of the time, I'll get on panels and the energy will go up and down. But when it's like with a red pill character, I would consider you red pill. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'm close enough, I guess you could say.
I know red pill now. Red pill now is kind of cringe to say, right? There's a lot of cringe.
I mean, I'm probably closer. I'm closest to Pele. I'm closest to pickup artist, in all honesty.
No, I build so much energy when I'm around people who actually go about the world with common sense.
Mr. Girl is live talking about you. Oh god, there's so much content right now. Fuck.
And say, no, John, you can talk to a woman like an adult, and she'll just.
Is the article out yet?
I'm like, dude, we have so many studies of like girls on my podcast always giggling with me and obsessing over me, and I'm the only one talking to them about Disney and fucking dumb shit, right? Like, you go to the club and you talk to a girl about her job, she'll feel like it's an interview, she'll get turned on. But if you go up to a woman at the bar and look at her toes, she painted her toes, right? She got her toes done. You go, oh my God, look at your toes. And she gets excited, like you're gonna compliment them. And you go, you have a pedophile's foot. She starts laughing and giggling and she feels like she's in high school. And now you're making huge progress with her. But if I went up there and said, oh, so you work in trade? You work with, well, it's a woman, not in finance, but oh, so you work as a teacher? That shit's so fucking stupid. Go make the bitch laugh. The more she's giggling, the more she'll suck. Period. End of story. That's why fat comedians have hot chicks at Walmart.
I agree with you, man.
You'll see a bowling ball with 2 shoes at the bottom at Walmart with the hottest babe, and the babe just looks at him and the kids, and you're like, damn, how do you do that? She's giggling, but when they're giggling, they feel youthful. They're running away from the problem of death, right? Mortality. And women, if they see one wrinkle, they have mental breakdowns. So the more you get them in the youthful state of mind, the better. Why I do this is because I am youthful. You know, I'll talk to a bitch about anime and shit, but for me, it's easy. But if you're like a stern, boring guy, not making her feel youthful, she might be jealous of like a relationship her friend has with Zerka. You know what I mean? Who's probably dangerous.
How old are you?
I just turned 29, early birthday, so that's depressing.
Happy birthday. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, dude, the only thing you said tonight that I was actually surprised about, there's been only one thing you said tonight that I was surprised about. Can you guess what it is?
Fuck, no, I can't.
The guys are
It was when you said
pretty.
you lost virginity at the age of 20. I did not expect that. I thought you were fucking chasing me like 15, 16, honestly.
No, I've noticed if you fuck a girl at a young age, you chase skirts for the rest of your life and you become a dog and a degenerate and a loser and you don't make that much money. But the guys who have held it, they do better. Like, what's funny, no one talks about virgins having the most money. The NFT crypto guys, those guys who have coming out of their fucking eyes, those guys have all the money on the internet. They donate to me. And those guys are all virgins. Like, there is a power to virginity no one talks about. Like,
yeah, I think I'd rather be the dude getting laid than be like the rich virgin and millionaire, in all honesty.
Really?
Yeah, for sure, man. I think money only does so much for your happiness.
I mean, those guys, when they get around people like me, they do pretty good. Like, they start to evolve. Like Charmanders, they start to evolve and they start to get bitches eventually. That's when I realized network is so big, because I'm like, you could take anyone in this chat to the bar, but if...
Okay, what is this guy talking
about? Chud Logic.
The tangling.
Yes.
What about the situation with Louis C.K. where he was jerking off on the bed, and then the girls didn't leave the room; they just watched him jerk off. Maybe she felt kind of like that, where she felt like, I can't really leave. I have to kind of.
Okay, do you see, this is the Destiny shit. This is the like conspiratorial, drawing connections that make no sense between situations that have nothing in common. And then
you're right. You're right. Before I even started saying it, I realized that I was doing that. You're right.
Okay, but do you see how that puts me in the position? Do you see how even if you
so many crazies in
wasn't a
orbit,
good
what's
argument,
happening right now?
I am still in the position of having to untangle it. And it's still complex and confusing and mentally exhausting to explain how is you putting your hand on the leg of a photographer who scooted up next to you and wouldn't answer if you were allowed to put your hand on her leg and then scooted forward so you could put your hand on her butt, different from a comedian jerking off in front of other comedians who want to boost their careers, who felt that they couldn't leave the room and then later complained about it publicly. Describing how two things are different is a mentally exhausting task. And I found myself, whenever I would debate Destiny, and now whenever I argue with his fans, I find myself having people tie these knots, and it's like, well, if you don't untie it, then you're a rapist. So I'm like, well, shit, I guess I better start untying it. And then they're like, oh, I hate these meta conversations. And it you can tie those like logical knots, even if they don't make any sense at all, way faster than anyone can untie them. So then and then it's like, God, you talked the whole time. Why are you talking for 10 minutes straight? It's like, because it takes 10 minutes to explain why what you said didn't make any sense.
He's such a victim.
Okay. Can I shout somebody out?
Yeah.
I want to shout out Corn Dog Torpedo.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He's one of the 2 people who actually DM'd me.
Yeah.
And
he's investigating me, I heard.
Yeah. As much as I could, I tried to represent his point of view. I don't know if he thought that I did a good job or not, but
yeah.
Shout out to Corn Dog Torpedo.
Shout out Corn Dog Torpedo.
Can I talk to you about Lav? I've wanted to talk to you about Lav for a while.
We gotta go to the next caller. You could talk to me about Lav for like a second. What is it another like, well, if you did this, then how come Lav can do this, and why wouldn't you react the same towards Lav as you did this other thing? Is it one of those?
No. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like you gotta stop
Lavin.
You have to stop joining hands with Lav so much.
I love Lav.
Because she sticks her. You can love somebody but not join hands with them. If one of my best friends killed somebody, I'm not helping him bury the body. Now I'll put some money on his books. I'll visit him. I'm not helping him bury the body. Lav will stick her hand in shit, and then reach out to you, and you'll firmly grasp it. And it's like, why?
I don't agree with that.
Okay. Recently on Twitter,
Erudite
said, if somebody who's a part of my community...
somebody super chatted about this, so this is good. We can answer their question.
If somebody's a part of my community and they are harassing you, send me a DM or something like that, and they'll get banned or dealt with or something like that.
Yeah.
And then Lav starts bringing up how Erudite should stop talking to Chud Logic because DK is...
He's got to defend. He's going to defend Lav on this, even though there's no way to do it. There's no possible way you can defend Lav here, but he's going to find a way to do it. Here we go.
Crazy shit in the Discord. These things, they very barely. This is like the tangling web. They so very barely correlate with one another, and like it's like two totally different topics. One is, handle dealing with other content creators who might do something that you disagree with, or have somebody underneath them in their community that you disagree with. And the other is people in my community who do shit that I disagree with. Like, and for her to try to tangle the two together and then make Erudite have a hard stance, and then you join hands, you grab onto the shit-covered hand in order to support her, it's like, bro, you look crazy. You look crazy. And I feel like you do this all the time with Lav. because Lav just loves sticking her hand in shit.
Okay.
How hard is it not to
I just
join a
don't-
panel with
th-
10 different people
I think
and,
that
and have them like it's shocking. I can't believe she's still doing it.
I think it was a totally appropriate time to bring up that request.
Jesus.
You think that Erudite's saying, if someone's in my community and they're harassing you, I'll do something about it, to say, well, Chud Logic talks to you sometimes, really not even that often, but you have a working relationship with him, and his editor was in a Discord saying crazy shit about me, so what are you going to do about that?
I know what happened. You don't have to explain it to me.
You think that that's a perfect time to bring
Well, maybe
it
the
up?
audience doesn't know what happened. Okay. Chud Logic is a streamer, and Not So Erudite is a streamer. And Erudite told Lav, who is also a streamer, she doesn't stream that often, but that if someone in Erudite's community is harassing anybody, she tweeted this out, let her know, and she'll ban them. And Lav took the opportunity to say that Chud Logic's editor, who has been, I think, bullying her for months at this point.
Probably deserved it.
Thumbnails calling her a whore, calling her a bitch. Chud Logic.
Editor is like forethought. He's just like a bastard.
Yeah,
is
he's
forethought
really
a bastard?
Chud Logic himself calling Lav a whore and a bitch multiple times in his streams.
He has to double down because of his editor, unfortunately.
And if he is a coward, he does. He doesn't have to do that.
True.
Like I wouldn't. If anyone.
You're doubling down on every single
that
thing
I
Lav
have
is
control
saying
over
ever.
in my community did any of these things, they would be gone instantly. So I don't agree. I think it's not like there's a fucking lack of editors out there either. Like, I'm sure Chud Logic could find another editor instantly. So yeah, I would have absolutely zero tolerance for any of it. Oh, but the thing is, I wouldn't post the fucking video. Like if someone's making a thumbnail for me and they were like, let's call this person a cunt in the thumbnail, I would just like be like, no. So I don't. He doesn't. There's a lot of things Chud Logic could have done differently that he didn't do.
Is this the last level? No, I don't.
But I think
no.
Yeah, maybe for 48 hours.
Lav literally called a trans woman a
grace
man in a
period
wig
where you
last
don't
week.
own the
Yeah,
actions
Lav is
of
a
your.
little bit.
I think he's
a
his
rat
Discord
femme, so she
admin.
doesn't believe in trans people at all.
But then after that, I think if you don't do anything about it, then it's on you. So I don't see this as DK's actions. I see this as Chud Logic's actions. So to me, it makes perfect sense if Erudite is saying, let me know about somebody in my community, and Leah says, or Lav says,
what about somebody in somebody else's
Chud Logic
community?
is harassing me. He's allowing his editor to say that he hopes I get bullied until I kill myself.
Based.
And he also, after finding out somebody was sending around pictures of my house and telling random people to tell me that they were going to come to my house, he, DK said in a public chat that he hopes they kill the bitch I live with.
I don't think he said kill. I think he said deal with.
Oh, sorry, take out.
Yeah, take out.
Okay. So to me, Chud Logic owns that. If he is not deleting that chat message, which to my knowledge, to the best of my knowledge, he hasn't, and I think it was a few days ago.
Lav went full roast in Chud's chat. Yeah, but he always has a reason for why nothing that Lav does is ever too much. Lav always has carte blanche to act in whatever crazy fucking way she wants, and there's always a justification or rationale for it. So he'll never criticize Lav on any of her behaviors ever, or at least at the very least, it's never like too far beyond the pale. Like, it's understandable she did this because like that's just like, let's live Lav, lie. That's the pattern, and Max will always enable that. But again, remember, a big chunk of his article, arguably it might be the biggest part of his article, since they don't have Anna support as much, is built around Lav's condemnation of me and accusations of abuse. I don't know what the fuck they're gonna try to spin on me. So no matter what happens, he has to stick with Lav because she is like such a linchpin in his article.
That he owns that. He's publishing that. That's him. That's him endorsing somebody saying they hope Shaylin is murdered. and I take that shit pretty seriously. So I think it's totally appropriate to raise it with Kyla and say like, yeah, like I'm sure ChudLogic is a member of her Discord. I'm sure she didn't ban him after Lev brought that up. And like, yeah, I think our standards for who we stream with should be similar to our standards for who we have in our community. Otherwise it makes no, like I could have someone in my community threaten to kill another streamer, and then I ban them. But then if they become a streamer, I'm gonna start streaming with them. Like, no, to me it's the same thing. Like I'm not gonna work with somebody who does that shit. I think it's it should be an even higher standard because you're directly making money by collaborating. You're making money off of turning your.
No way do I lose this. This is gonna be the easiest fucking hold in the world.
Which I think is really, really bad. And then, yeah, to be like the self-proclaimed mental health person and then throw your hands up and say, I don't care, this has nothing to do with
He
me.
really hates her after the Dr.
like
K
a
shit.
snarky like meme at me when I'm like, okay, that I'm not like I don't like we're done then.
Has he said he's releasing the article? Apparently in a few days.
Is that it's more difficult to uphold those kinds of standards with content creators than it is to do with random chatters and people in your community. And so making that request, like she's like
wait, but Destiny wouldn't even do that. There's no one else in the entire sphere who allows their employees to behave that way that I know of. There's no one else posting thumbnails. There's no one else posting thumbnails calling people cunts.
The problem
or
the problem
whores.
is that Lav wasn't asking ChudLogic to take responsibility for his.
She wanted her to blacklist.
I'm not saying she was. I know.
Erudite. Okay, so
ChudLogic is not going to. ChudLogic has been asked, and he didn't.
I understand. What I'm saying is the ask for Erudite to hold another content creator accountable.
You're saying, yeah, I know. I'm responding to what you just said. Okay. All right.
Uh-oh.
Now I'm getting angry.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
You just said.
He's getting triggered, guys.
That it's
Look
unrealistic
at this. Easy.
to hold content creators
Easy.
to that standard.
Hold on.
And my rebuttal is, it's not that unrealistic because there's only one fucking person out of these like 20,
easy.
25,
easy, I think,
various levels of Destiny orbiters who would allow that behavior in their Discord server, including Destiny.
May I respond to that point?
Yes.
When I said it's unrealistic to hold content creators to that standard, I'm saying it's unrealistic for Erudite to hold a content creator to the standard of a person in her community. That's what I'm saying.
South is
Not
gone.
that it's unreasonable for
South ain't
ChudLogic
gone. South is holding
to be
strong.
It doesn't have to be. You're okay.
I
think you're making a false equivalence in saying that they should be holding them to the same standard. I imagine in Kyla's community, if you call someone a stupid cunt, I could imagine that maybe you would get timed out
So
or temporarily banned for that behavior.
Okay.
Right?
Probably, yes.
Lav's not going to Kyla and saying.
Okay. What else are these guys?
One chatter went with Alex and Zerka, the YouTube Twitch guys. That guy, you know how easy it would be for us to get him a girl?
I mean, I don't have nearly as much clout as you, but yeah, maybe for you, yeah.
You have 120,000 on YouTube. I have 200 on Twitch. That balances out because YouTube is worth more.
Yeah, I guess. By the way, speaking on that topic, are you still banned from Twitch or are you back on there?
Yeah, still banned. And even when I'm unbanned, I'm not going back because I'm starting a podcast on YouTube with Heel Mike, 8 girls. We have like Adriana Chechik and all those big names, so we're going to use that. Kind of like Fresh and Fit. We're going to do that. And because really, YouTube is where I belong. Like I can say whatever I want. And Twitch is
not everything. You can say a lot more than Twitch, yeah. There's still so much.
Well, I mean, you can be way funnier on YouTube.
You can be funnier on YouTube, yeah. YouTube is one of the better
ones. I can drop the F slur here, Alex.
Yeah, you can say faggot, yeah.
No, don't do it. What the hell?
No, I do it all the time. The only word you can't say as a white guy is the N-word, but every other word you're good on.
Nigga chill.
Oh shit, man. All right. let's not do that again, please.
I don't do the F slur, but Albanians can say it.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
F slur is crazy. I'm surprised you say the F slur. Like that's where you draw the line.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of that. Okay, here's my honest thoughts on that. Like,
here's my thoughts on saying the N-word. You have to be able to fight. Like I wouldn't recommend.
No, I think that like in theory, okay, I think in theory that like if you don't have any like racist intent, you're just saying it as like a joke or you're quoting something, you're not trying to like insult it. It should be in theory, should be fine. But like I'm not gonna like grandstand over that. I realize that like that's like fucking something that's gonna get me canceled. I realize that something that's gonna make like a good amount of my like black viewers uncomfortable. So I'm just like not gonna like fucking protest over that.
I think if you have no black friends in your life and you say it, you're an idiot. You're gonna get fucking killed. Right?
This dude wants to is asking this question. Ask Circa if he did drugs in the bars and club scene.
Yeah, I did more cocaine than anyone in my city. I did more trenbolone. I ran the most violent, evil death cycle, steroid cycle when I was a bodybuilder. I worked as Wayne Johnson's body double, not stunt double, body double for the movies Skyscraper, so I had to get big. I ran a lot of, I even took rat poison, trenbolone, clenbuterol.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Gross God, the most laziest streamer in the world, and I do nothing with my life. I get out of bed and I basically go on TikTok, YouTube. I'm a pretty much.
Okay, we're done with this guy.
Mark Williams says it's like you were being asked, what would you do for money? How far would you go? Essentially what it is, no. Right? So, and the thing is, in this...
Okay, good on this. Still need to read these two. What is this?
Recent podcast with Myron Gaines, this tutorial shooter talked about Destiny and how he's a completely broken person. Want to become financially free? Join the real world led by Andrew Tate himself. There's actually not a lot of time left, and if you put in hard work, you will not be disappointed by the results. Check the first link in the description. Alright, so Fresh and Fit dropped a podcast with the tutorial shooter very recently, and I found this clip of them talking about Destiny and how he's completely in the trenches when it comes to life, and you probably will find this interesting as well. So yeah, leave a like on the video, subscribe, notifications for the latest updates, and just check out this clip.
It's funny you mentioned these haters. I didn't even know these sorts of people existed until last year or so. Yeah. Every one of these loud sort of left-leaning haters coming after the Tates. Wow, they have terrible lives. Yeah. they're not happy people, man. That blue-haired guy, I don't want to even say his name, the one who's recently insulting Islam and then complaining that people were making negative comments back at him. Strange. Claims to be an intelligent man, but doesn't realize that if you insult the religion of 1.1 or 1.2 billion people, you might get some negative comments thrown back at you. Yeah, that was smart. He's a committed cuck. Yeah. He lives with a woman who is sleeping with other men, and he's okay with that. Yeah. How do people exist like that? It is so haram, and you can see it in him. He's clearly a broken person. But if you're a broken person who's allowing other men to plow through your woman, what credibility do you have to give opinions on anything? Keep your mouth shut. Go and fix your life before you want to throw shade at people.
What do these guys even do? It's so crazy to me that like don't give your opinion on life. Instead, we're gonna follow Andrew Tate, who made his whole living gambling. Talk about haram, gambling, and then even if you think his webcam business wasn't sex trafficking, which it was, they admit that all they did was they scammed men. That's all they did the entire time. Like, you guys aren't role models. Like, you're fat, your hair is gray, you're balding. Like, what are you? Like, it's not like you're the prototypical, at least Andrew Tate is like muscular, right? Even if he has no chin and he's balding. But like, I mean, like, who are you guys to be like role models for the next generation? Like, at least I don't claim to be, you know? I play video games, I talk politics, I hope people bite like a good thought process from me, but that's it. I'm not here trying to be a role model for the next world. You guys are out here worshiping a religion that you don't even know anything about. Like, well, maybe this guy does. He might be like an actual like Muslim cuck, but...
People are actually living fulfilling daily realities. These people are, I didn't know they existed. It's really an interesting social experiment to analyze the fact that they think they have a right to say anything about men who are vastly superior in every metric in life to them, apart from the fact that they have a few people who watch them on the internet. Yeah. Fix your life, friend. Yeah. It's quite simple.
Yeah, and I think that's another reason why this type of content has blown up in popularity, because there was a void. There was a void in pro-masculine content in the West, and it's like it blew up because guys needed it. They were tired of being lied to. They were tired of being told
He's got the Viagra red face.
Slave and not chase excellence and go ahead and just chase girls to be a loser, and it's okay to be
I hope I never reach the point in life where I have to get rich by selling a self-help course. I feel like that's when you finally like rock bottomed in terms of like, how do I make money? And it's like, I'm gonna sell a course to teach people how to like be like me, and then the reason why I'm popular and famous because I'm selling that course. That's like the ultimate like cuck level of internet like relevancy, I think.
Get a participation trophy. We're coming in and letting guys know, like, no, you're gonna have to work and you're gonna have to perform, and yeah, it is a meritocracy. It's not everyone participates and gets a trophy, and I think that's something that was very important in getting guys woken up.
Now, I completely agree with what he's saying here. I don't see a point of you just trying to insult a religion of 1.1 billion people or whatever the amount was, and then actually crying.
I also hate how like imagine if you plugged religion with anything else. These guys are, this is why I hate these reactionary fucking morons. These guys are SJWs, but instead of worshiping like a purple-haired, like septum-piercing woman, they worship like imaginary gods that they don't even read holy books about, right? Like, oh, I guarantee you these guys are probably talking about like, oh, you should be able to insult anybody, freedom of speech is important, like all of these blah, blah. But as soon as it comes to Muhammad, you guys are gonna fucking clutch pearls over it? Give me a break. And it's, it's the ultimate cuck-out too, because they're like living in the UAE and they don't want to get in trouble by all of their little dick-suck friends around them. They don't want to have people like, causing shit for them. You guys give into these exact same social pressures that you tell everybody else to fight against. You guys give into the exact same people telling you, don't make fun of that, don't make jokes about that, as everybody else. You're just doing it from the other side. Like, you're the exact same thing as like the blue-haired SJWs you guys are screeching about. Literally the exact same thing.
Because someone disagrees with you. People like, they're absolute losers. He has blue hair, he has the whole woke persona and the physical appearance as well.
The whole woke persona? Like, what?
Completely shameful, bro. Yeah, guys, give me your thoughts.
And I bet he says I have the whole woke persona, obviously not having any idea who I am. But I bet this guy, anytime you insult Andrew Tate, he's like, "Have you seen the 52-hour podcast? Actually, where he explains how women are property. Actually, if you watch the 12-part series on Hustlers University, when he says that he owns his women, he's like, you have to watch the 15-hour show. You have to see the 7-hour edition. You have to buy the like, get the fuck out." And you make all these assumptions about my life because you're some insecure little Muslim cock. Come on, dude, give me a break.
In the comments below, be sure to click one of the videos on screen.
I might dye my hair pink next, just because I see how absolutely mentally broken these fucking losers get over it all. I need like a pink suit for it. Jesus.
All right, so it seems like Andrew Tate's friend Rory is going to attend the protest, and that's absolutely insane. Want to become financially free? Join the...
All these guys were anti-SJW brown people haters 5 years ago, guaranteed. True, probably.
Shtick is getting money stapled to you?
That's my thing, I guess. $1 to the body or $5 to the face or the head.
You said $5 stapled to your face?
To my face or my head.
I'll just do the body. I don't kind of having a little bit of remorse for you here. Just hit you with this stapler here?
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, one more.
How's that feel? Do you like that?
Yeah, it don't bother me really.
I gotta ask you, are you having an alright day?
Is this guy like on meth or?
I love it.
All right, here we go.
Bro, at least make him do 20s.
Woo woo.
What's up with magnets? How do they?
Todd Logic called me a cunt or called me a whore.
Okay. All right. Hopefully, as long as I get my art shit, I'll have my Rumble and Kick stuff, I think, set up tomorrow. The YouTuber dude just watches nothing else than Andrew Tate. Yeah, there's these people that like they make their whole living riding the coattails of these like other figures, and then it's like they're like, oh my God, like you live such a sad life. Like, do I really live a sad life? Like, what do you do every day? Like, you wake up and try to check to see what the most recent Tate news is. So you have like some shred of relevancy that you could grab onto. Like, I feel so bad that once this guy goes to jail, there's gonna be like 52 people entering the death arena trying to grab the like remnants of this guy's like pathetic fan base. Like, they're all gonna be fighting for it. And then everybody else that doesn't get them is just gonna fade away into fucking nothingness. Okay. Anyway. Be careful. Rip right now. Cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. I'll see you guys later. Peace out. I'll be back tomorrow, okay? Be careful.